Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 576 Ghost Cultivation Method, Golden Winged Tiger Breakthrough. D Kingdom, Valley of Resentful Souls. Valley of Resentful Souls is a perilous place within the D Kingdom, devoid of any living beings. It is a land of yin and evil, where ordinary beings are easily corrupted and killed by its yin energy. Only a few key refining stage cultivators occasionally venture there, attempting to find useful spiritual items. But no one expected that a golden core stage cultivator would be cultivating within Valley of Resentful Souls at this moment. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on a broken stone tablet within Valley of Resentful Souls, his hands forming hand seals, absorbing wisps of yin energy into his body, slowly refining it into yin attribute mana. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly exhaled a puff of white, hot air, muttering to himself, 3 months of arduous cultivation, and now it's finally done. I hope it wasn't all for nothing. He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out an item and placing it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the item was none other than the ghost face token he had obtained from the ancient city of the Earth Dog clan, just over 4 months ago. When Zhou Chun and his wife were traveling in the D Kingdom, they visited a golden core cultivator. As usual, Zhou Chun offered some yin or and yin attribute spiritual items in exchange. Unexpectedly, the golden core cultivator was genuinely interested and traded a 1,000-year-old yin attribute spiritual herb for it. Seeing that the cultivator seemed to have a way to utilize yin attribute spiritual herbs, Zhou Chun had a sudden inspiration and took out a ghost face token, asking the cultivator to praise it. It turned out he had chosen the right person. The golden core cultivator's appraisal was largely consistent with Zhou Chun's own judgment. He believed it was a vessel containing recorded information. To activate this vessel and read the recorded information, yin attribute mana needed to be injected. The golden core cultivator originally wanted to help Zhou Chun read the recorded information, as he seemed to have a way to inject yin attribute mana into the token. But Zhou Chun naturally couldn't agree to such a thing. After paying the appraisal fee, he left with his Taoist companion, Su Yazan, and deliberately released the wood spirit, Mu Sang, to ride away. This combination of 2 golden core cultivators and a 4th-tier demonic beast would make even a late-stage golden core cultivator think twice before harming them. Therefore, no ambush or murder occurred. Afterwards, Zhou Chun, after some inquiries, arrived at the Valley of Resentful Souls and began cultivating a yin ghost sect demonic art. Cultivators can, of course, cultivate other techniques besides their main cultivation method. However, under normal circumstances, almost no one would do so. This is because cultivating other techniques is not only time-consuming and laborious, but the resulting magical power can easily conflict with the magical power cultivated by the main technique, affecting one's cultivation progress. Let alone cultivating both immortal and demonic arts. Zhou Chun only dared to attempt this now that his cultivation had reached the golden core stage. After all, he only needed to possess yin attribute magical power, not to raise his demonic art to the Foundation establishment or even the Purple Mansion realm. After he finishes reading the information within the ghost face token, the demonic power will dissipate on its own. Then, he can use purifying spiritual water to cleanse his meridians, and the effects of cultivating demonic arts should be completely negligible. At this moment, after more than 3 months of arduous cultivation, Zhou Chun's yin attribute magical power cultivation is roughly equivalent to a 5th-level key refining cultivator. This level of magical power is naturally insignificant compared to his golden core stage cultivation. However, if he wants to advance to the Foundation establishment stage, it would take at least a year, and Zhou Chun doesn't want to spend that much time on that right now. Therefore, if it doesn't work now, he can only temporarily give up and have other clansmen try it for him after returning to his family. Now, holding the token, he slowly infuses it with the yin attribute magical power he has cultivated. Sure enough, the ghost face token, which had previously failed to react no matter how he tried, quickly reacted after the yin attribute magical power was injected. Suddenly, the demonic mask on the mask seemed to come alive, grinning menacingly at him. Then, it opened its massive maw and inhaled, rapidly draining Zhou Chun's spiritual sense as it was swallowed whole. Finally, after consuming a full amount of spiritual sense equivalent to that of a purple mansion stage cultivator, the mask seemed to have finally satisfied itself, and a vast amount of information flooded into Zhou Chun's mind. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's spiritual sense was strong, otherwise, a purple mansion stage cultivator experiencing such a thing would likely suffer severe damage to their vital energy on the spot, leaving irreparable soul injury. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, it would probably take him a year and a half to recover from the depleted spiritual sense. Fortunately, the effort paid off. The vast amount of information that flooded into Zhou Chun's mind was proof of this. It took Zhou Chun several hours to digest this information. So that's it. No wonder Xuan Shazhenren's remnant soul could persist for so long without having his true spirit extinguished. After a long while, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment as he exclaimed. He had previously guessed about the information recorded within the ghost face token, and now it was confirmed. He was right, the information recorded within the ghost face token was indeed related to the legendary ghost cultivators, containing a complete and genuine ghost cultivation inheritance. Besides the secret methods for cultivators to switch to ghost cultivation, and the cultivation techniques for continuing after switching, it also recorded many unique ghost cultivation secrets and soul path secrets. Even methods for refining ghost path magical artifacts, treasures, and elixirs were included. Among them was a soul path secret technique called the True Spirit Undying Technique, the effect of which was to strengthen the true spirit consciousness of ghost cultivators, preventing the loss of true self-consciousness over long periods of time and the erosion of yin shaki. Nascent soul stage cultivators, due to the special nature of the nascent soul stage, could also cultivate this technique to strengthen their true self-consciousness, increase their resistance to bewitching supernatural powers, and prevent their souls from being searched. It's highly likely that true person Xuanxia cultivated this soul path secret technique during his lifetime, which is why his true spirit remained undying after his death, persisting to this day. Of course, it's also possible that he attempted to switch to ghost cultivation after death but failed completely, only acquiring some ghost cultivation characteristics. The exact circumstances are now unknown. In short, for Zhou Chun, the greatest gain is obtaining the method for switching to ghost cultivation, as well as the cultivation techniques for ghost cultivation. This gives him and future high-level cultivators of the Zhou family another option before their lifespans run out. Especially for Zhou Daoquan, who is nearing the end of his life, these things will be immediately useful. Therefore, after briefly studying and comprehending the ghost cultivation techniques, Zhou Chun quickly left the Valley of Resentful Souls and met up with his Taoist companion, Su Yazin, who was waiting for him in a market. This time, Zhou Chun didn't hide the fact that he had obtained the ghost cultivation method from Su Yazin, as it wasn't a secret. Moreover, the Su family patriarch was already old, with less than 200 years of lifespan remaining, and might also embark on the path of ghost cultivation in the future. At this time, doing a favor would benefit both families. After all, although ghost cultivators cannot leave the Insha land, they are still a high-end combat force, capable of protecting some of their deceased relatives and descendants in critical moments, ensuring they have a way out. Su Yazin was also a sensible woman, especially since 2 years had passed since the two left Xian'an Immortal City to continue their travels. After learning about the ghost cultivation technique, she readily agreed to return to Jing Kingdom. Not long after, Zhou Chun returned to Tuyun Ridge and immediately informed Zhou Daoquan about obtaining the ghost cultivation technique. Granduncle, if you wish to pursue the path of ghost cultivation, I have all the necessary spiritual items. With your cultivation level, although the success rate may not exceed 30%, if you succeed, you will possess a lifespan comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. You can then witness firsthand how my Zhou family rises to a higher level and becomes a nascent soul family. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun looked at his family elder, whose hair was now streaked with white and whose face was full of wrinkles, and earnestly advised him. He genuinely wanted Zhou Daoquan to embark on the path of ghost cultivation. For various reasons, Zhou Daoquan couldn't, like Zhou Daoai, attempt to break through to the golden core stage at the appropriate age. Zhou Chun felt indebted to him for this. After all, this elder had cared for him many times when he was weak, even saving his life. Now, with the opportunity to ensure the other's true spirit remained intact, to embark on the path of ghost cultivation, and to continue living in the world, he naturally wanted to make it happen. Zhou Chun, how could I not know your good intentions? However, I have also heard that the path of ghost cultivation is inherently forbidden by heaven and earth. Once one chooses the path of ghost cultivation, it is difficult to reincarnate in this life. Zhou Daoquan frowned as he looked at Zhou Chun, expressing his inner worries. Hearing his concerns, Zhou Chun was both amused and annoyed. He could only sigh that people indeed change more with age, becoming more indecisive and losing their judgment. He immediately advised with a serious expression, "Granduncle, you're being too attached to appearances. Leaving aside the fact that reincarnation is a vague and unknowable concept, even if it truly existed, would you still be the same person after reincarnation? If you have no connection to your past life after reincarnation, what meaning would it hold for you?" As someone who had transmigrated and been reborn, Zhou Chun didn't completely deny the existence of reincarnation. However, he also believed that even if reincarnation truly existed, it would be meaningless if one couldn't retain all the memories of their past life like he did. If he had the choice, he would definitely choose the path of ghost cultivation, which allows one to exist for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, rather than thinking about reincarnation. Seeing that Zhou Daoquan seemed to be swayed, he added another reason to persuade him. Furthermore, if you become a ghost cultivator, wouldn't you have ample time to study the arts of beast taming and insect control? If you could cultivate several beneficial hybrid demonic beasts like the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey, the improvement to the family's overall strength and foundation would be no less significant than your successful core formation. With this reason to continue contributing to the family, rather than simply to prolong his own life for a few thousand more years, Zhou Daoquan seemed to have finally found a way to convince himself. His brows relaxed, and he nodded, saying, "All right then, since you've put it that way, Zhou Chun, I'll give it a try." "Excellent. You should carefully study this cultivation technique first. I'll go arrange the cultivation location and related spiritual items for you." Zhou Chun felt relieved and immediately handed over the cultivation technique to Zhou Daoquan, then hurriedly went to arrange for people to prepare the necessary items. Switching to ghost cultivation is no easy feat, especially for Zhou Daoquan, who is only at the late-stage Purple Mansion realm. His success rate is extremely low. Zhou Chun must prepare the best possible training ground and spiritual materials to increase his chances of success. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had previously acquired a large quantity of yin attribute spiritual herbs and ores in the underground ancient city, ensuring a rich reserve of essential materials. The remaining task is to prepare other auxiliary materials. According to the ghost cultivation inheritance records within the ghost face token, cultivators at different cultivation levels require different grades of spiritual materials to switch to ghost cultivation. Otherwise, even if the switch is successful, it could lead to a drop in cultivation level. Therefore, while the success rate is higher for nascent soul stage cultivators switching to ghost cultivation, the requirements for related materials are also higher. Most importantly, the size of the yin shaland is crucial. The size of the yin shaland has a significant impact on both the success rate of switching to ghost cultivation and the future cultivation of the ghost cultivator. If a nascent soul cultivator wanted to switch to ghost cultivation, they would need to choose at least a large, yin-yang land like the ancient city of the Earth Dog Clan. Ordinary yin-yang lands simply couldn't meet their needs. Zhou Daoquan's cultivation was only at the Purple Mansion stage, and even after switching to ghost cultivation, he would remain at the Purple Mansion stage. This meant that even a yin-yang land like the Valley of Resentful Souls, where Zhou Chun had previously stayed in the D Kingdom, would be sufficient to support his switch. Of course, finding a higher-level yin-yang land would be even better, as it might give him a chance to try and break through to the Golden Core stage in the future. The Zhou family knew of quite a few yin-yang lands, but most were located within the Fen Kingdom, remnants of the former Corpse Demon Sect and the Yuan Demon Legion. Zhou Daoquan naturally couldn't go to such places to switch to ghost cultivation. Otherwise, if he were discovered one day, he would easily be exterminated. As for the Yin Shaland of Jingguo, the place where the Zhou family kept the blue-faced ghost ape was barely usable, but choosing it meant that Zhou Daoquan would basically have no way to advance in the future, and the place was so small that it felt like being in prison. In the end, after much deliberation, Zhou Daoquan chose the Yin Shaland in the wilderness, which was the original location of the Blood Dragon Branch Mountain Gate of the Transformation Dragon Sect. There were almost no high-level cultivators in the wilderness, and demonic beasts did not like to go to the Yin Shaland, so Zhou Daoquan chose to cultivate there without worrying about being disturbed. The only inconvenience was that it was too far from the family, and it would be quite troublesome if he wanted to meet with his clansmen in the future. However, considering that his conversion to ghost cultivation would be listed as a top secret of the family, he did not need to worry too much about this. Time passed slowly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the ruins of the Blood Dragon Branch Mountain Gate, on a uniquely shaped square altar, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, with 3 second-tier high-grade demonic beasts, a pig, a python, and a wolf, bound in front of him. To transform into a ghost cultivator, one needs to offer blood sacrifices to the Lord of the Underworld, drawing upon a stream of ghostly energy to cleanse the soul. At this time, as the moon reached its zenith and midnight arrived, Zhou Chun, having adjusted his condition, immediately took up a bone blade and plunged it into his chest, piercing his heart. Then, using the blade as a brush, he began to inscribe profound runes on his body. Where the blade passed, streaks of blood oozed from the wounds. Strangely, this blood didn't flow directly down the wounds, but rather congealed into bloodstains on Zhou Chun's body. Before long, Zhou Chun's entire body was covered in ghostly runes, with faint ghostly patterns forming on his chest and back. Although extremely weak, he still mustered his strength to activate his magical artifact, beheading the 3 demonic beasts offered as sacrifices, causing their blood to flow across the altar beneath him. Immediately afterward, a desolate and low incantation resounded from Zhou Chun's mouth. The deep, resonant incantation seemed to awaken some unseen consciousness, and soon a howling wind appeared above the altar. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. As the wind swept across the altar, the blood on the altar and the 3 demonic beasts rapidly dried and congealed. The beasts' bodies visibly shriveled, as if their life force had been completely drained. Then, seemingly finding the offering palatable, the wind suddenly transformed into a black vortex above the altar. As the vortex spun, a deep, dark, ghostly aura, barely visible to the naked eye, emerged and plunged directly into Zhou Chun's purple mansion sea of consciousness. Sensing this ghostly aura, Zhou Chun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly used his ghostly cultivation technique to absorb and integrate it into his soul. As his soul accepted the ghostly aura, the ghostly markings on his body seemed to activate instantly, and crimson flames erupted throughout his body, rapidly depleting his physical essence as these flames burned. Meanwhile, the surrounding yin energy seemed to be drawn by something, rushing towards Zhou Chun like moths to flame. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun's physical body had been burnt to ashes in the blood flames, and the flames had long since extinguished. Only a faint humanoid phantom remained on the altar, sitting cross-legged, continuously absorbing the yin energy. At this moment, Zhou Chun suddenly appeared outside the altar, and with a wave of his hand, he threw a black jade bottle, causing it to land on the head of the humanoid phantom. Immediately, a stream of black liquid dripped from the jade bottle, landing on the humanoid phantom. Instantly, as if it had consumed some powerful tonic, the previously barely visible humanoid phantom began to solidify visibly. When all the black liquid in the jade bottle had dripped out, the humanoid phantom's features became clearly visible. It resembled Zhou Chun, specifically in his middle age. Judging from this, his conversion to ghost cultivation had clearly been successful. "How are you feeling, Granduncle?" Zhou Chun looked at the slightly illusory figure before him and asked Zhou Chun about his own feelings with curiosity. He had only read about ghost cultivators in ancient texts, only the person experiencing them truly knew the differences between them and normal cultivators or even demonic cultivators. "I feel alright. Apart from not having a physical body, it's not much different from using divine sense to perceive the outside world," Zhou Chun replied in a low voice. Because he had no physical body, he could only speak by either vibrating the air with his divine sense or magic power, or by transmitting his voice through divine sense. After answering Zhou Chun's question, he looked at Zhou Chun with gratitude and said, "It really is thanks to your bottle of pure yin spirit liquid, Zheng Chun. Otherwise, relying solely on that netherworld ghost key and the yin sha key here, I probably wouldn't have been able to successfully switch cultivation. It seems that switching from Purple Mansion stage cultivation to ghost cultivation is indeed too risky." The bottle of pure yin spirit liquid he mentioned was personally refined by Zhou Chun, using 5,000-year-old treasure-level yin attribute spiritual herbs. This kind of treatment is something many golden core stage cultivators rarely enjoy when switching to ghost cultivation. After all, While yin attribute spiritual herbs aren't very useful for cultivators, finding such high-grade herbs is a matter of great luck. However, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly reluctant to part with him. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "Granduncle, you're too kind. As long as you successfully complete your cultivation transition, what's a mere bottle of pure yin spirit liquid? Now that you've successfully transitioned, I won't disturb you any longer as you consolidate your cultivation. If you need to contact me or the Supreme Elder in the future, you can send a message directly to Elder Lin. I'll come to visit you again after you've consolidated your cultivation." With that, he took his leave. Humans and ghosts are ultimately different paths. Ghost cultivators, in a sense, can already be considered ghosts, and the yin lands they inhabit are not suitable places for normal cultivators. Moreover, Zhou Chun had just successfully transitioned, and his cultivation was only equivalent to an early-stage purple mansion cultivator. He also didn't know any ghost cultivation techniques. At this time, he needed to seize the time to consolidate his cultivation and diligently practice his techniques. As for his safety here alone, Zhou Chun wasn't worried. Ghost cultivators might have many flaws, but in their own territory, their ability to protect themselves was renowned. Because they lack a physical form, they can easily hide in the deep underground ghost caves when in danger. Unless one possesses a special method to counter ghost cultivators or the strength to destroy this yin land, killing a ghost cultivator here is extremely difficult. It's a double blessing, though. Not long after Zhou Chun returned to his family, and several years after consuming the third-tier high-grade wind attribute demon core he obtained at the Kanglin Sect exchange meeting, the golden winged tiger finally fully digested the power of the entire demon core and broke through to the third-tier high-grade. Unlike the thunder flood dragon Bai Bai and the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle Shi Tao, which possess extraordinary bloodline talents and can directly advance to the fourth tier without bottlenecks, the golden winged tiger's path to advancement has reached a hurdle after reaching the third-tier high-grade. To break through and evolve into a fourth-tier demon beast, it needs another great opportunity. However, Zhou Chun doesn't have time to help it find this opportunity for the time being, as there are many important things to do. Therefore, for now, he can only let it slowly cultivate and accumulate power, waiting for the opportunity to arrive. Having resolved Zhou Chun's decision to switch to ghost cultivation, Zhou Chun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He immediately calmed down, training his disciples while simultaneously cultivating several newly acquired secret techniques and supernatural abilities. He had already gathered all the auxiliary spiritual items needed for the first level of the minor 5 elements breaking restriction profound light during his travels, and even the 3 required for the second level. While cultivating the first level, he asked his family cultivators to help him find the remaining 2 spiritual items. As for the metal elemental evil energy needed for cultivating the evil ancestral, Zhou Chun directly collected a large quantity from the place where he had previously gathered the Earth Mother profound gold, enough for him to slowly refine for decades. Thus, Zhou Chun's main secret techniques and supernatural abilities now consisted of the God-slaying Great Technique, the Zheng Metal Sky-Splitting Thunder, the Beast Spirit Fusion Great Technique, the minor 5 elements breaking restriction profound light, and the evil ancestral. As for the Golden Escape Technique, which he had been researching, he hadn't even begun to grasp its basics, so there was no point in discussing its cultivation. Once cultivators settle into quiet meditation, they hardly perceive the passage of time. When Zhou Chun reappeared in the public eye, it was 7 years after Zhou Chun switched to the path of ghost cultivation. 7 years ago, after Zhou Chun switched to ghost cultivation, the Zhou family held a grand funeral for him and erected a cenotaph in the family cemetery. Today, 7 years later, Zhou Chun reappeared before the public to preside over another funeral, the funeral of Zhou Zhenai, the acting patriarch of the Zhou family. For the past 100 years, Zhou Chun had devoted himself to cultivation, leaving all family affairs to Zhou Zhenai. He had devoted his entire life to the family, making great contributions. Unfortunately, because he only had the foundation establishment stage cultivation and had not even manifested or condensed his divine soul, it was impossible for him to pursue the path of ghost cultivation. Now that he had reached the end of his life and passed away, Zhou Chun, the patriarch, made an exception and attended his funeral to recognize his contributions to the family. Xinyu dedicated his life to the family with diligence and hard work. The family's current status and power are inseparable from his contributions. You, the younger generation, should take him as your role model and forever remember his contributions. At the funeral, Zhou Chun solemnly and respectfully concluded Zhou Xinyi's life achievements in front of all the clansmen, fully affirming his contributions to the family. After the funeral, Zhou Xinyan, who succeeded Zhou Xinyi, was summoned to the cave by Zhou Chun for a talk. As a clan elder, Zhou Xinyan had voluntarily requested to succeed Zhou Xinyi. He had even spent several years learning clan affairs from Zhou Xinyi beforehand. Clearly, he was a shrewd junior, recognizing the power and convenience of the acting clan leader position and wanting to use it as a stepping stone for his own advancement. Zhou Chun didn't find this objectionable. After all, everyone in the world is driven by self-interest. Expecting clansmen to work for the family without considering personal gain or loss is unrealistic. Zhou Xinyan wants to serve as acting clan leader, fine, provided he has the ability and doesn't let Zhou Chun discover that he's abusing his power to blatantly seize clan interests. If he can do both, Zhou Chun won't mind taking care of his cultivation in the future. Otherwise, don't blame him for being ruthless. After summoning this junior to the cave, Zhou Chun stared at him with a stern expression and said, "Xinyan, it's good that you're willing to take on this responsibility. The clan has reached this point. Indeed, a foundation establishment cultivator is no longer enough to represent the clan. However, this responsibility is of great importance. It can be said that the livelihoods of all 800 cultivators in the clan are in your hands, indirectly affecting thousands more. The slightest mistake could have serious consequences. Are you aware of this?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinyan respectfully replied in a deep voice, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly. I will diligently fulfill my duties and will certainly not let you down, clan chief." Hearing this reply, Zhou Chun gave him a deep look and nodded, saying, "Since you understand, I won't say anything more. I'll let you act as my successor for 3 years as a trial period. If you perform well within 3 years, you will officially assume this position. Otherwise, you should honestly go out and seek opportunities." "Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity, clan chief. I will certainly not let you down." Zhou Xinyan was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply to the ground, leaving Zhou Chun's cave with satisfaction. Zhou Chun, however, dared not be negligent in such matters. In the next year or two, he paid close attention to clan affairs, secretly observing Zhou Xinyan's every move to determine if he was capable. The last sentence appears to be unrelated and possibly a separate thought. "I should have reached 8,000 words by midnight, but I thought, forget it, there's no need to force it. I'll just add a few hundred more tomorrow." Chapter 577 Loosening of Realm. After 2 years of observation, Zhou Chun discovered that while Zhou Xinyan wasn't as experienced and meticulous in handling affairs as the deceased Zhou Xinyi, he was still capable enough to meet basic requirements. Moreover, managing family affairs like this naturally requires experience. With more experience, he would become more proficient. Another point is that after several optimizations to its management structure, the Zhou family can now operate normally without major problems as long as the top leaders don't make mistakes. The management skills required of those at the top are no longer as high as before. Even without an acting patriarch, Zhou Chun, as the patriarch, no longer needs to worry about everything as much as before. Besides, Zhou Ming is always watching. After more than 9 years of secluded cultivation, Zhou Chun has also made great progress in several secret techniques and supernatural abilities. He has successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the god-slaying technique, and now he has condensed 3 god-slaying swords, which, if used simultaneously, would be enough to give even a mid-stage golden core cultivator a hard time. Furthermore, the 1st level of the minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light was also successfully cultivated. This secret technique was indeed extremely profound. The breaking restriction mystic light generated by the 1st level alone posed a significant threat to the Zhou family's 9 peaks ridges, 5 directions Miro formation. If one possessed the cultivation level of the late purple mansion stage, combined with this breaking restriction mystic light, it would be entirely possible to forcefully break into and escape this great formation. This made Zhou Chun even more eager for the effects of the 2nd level of the secret technique. Unfortunately, in more than 9 years, the Zhou family had only helped him collect one of the 5 elemental spiritual objects he needed. He was still missing one earth attribute spiritual object to complete the set of 5. At the same time, after more than 9 years of cultivation, Zhou Chun had also made great progress in the Fiend Yuan drill secret technique. He had already condensed a Fiend Yuan drill with the golden fiend energy as its source within his body. In the future, He only needed to continuously absorb Golden Fiend energy into it through the secret technique to enhance its power. Other techniques, such as Zheng Metal Sky Splitting Thunder and the Beast Spirit Fusion technique, had also made significant progress, and the gains were considerable. While these advancements were gratifying, the stagnation in his cultivation level caused Zhou Chun a hidden worry. Lin Hongyu, who had successfully formed her core long before him, had also been stuck at this barrier for quite some time, showing no sign of breaking through. 2 years ago, news also came from Luo Qingni that she had failed to break through after taking the Jade Golden Glow pill. Adding to this the fact that the Su family patriarch and Li family elder Li Jingxun had been stuck for hundreds of years, Zhou Chun realized he might have underestimated the difficulty of the barriers beyond the Golden Core stage. No wonder the proportion of mid-Golden Core and late Golden Core cultivators among the many Golden Core cultivators he had encountered was so small. Perhaps it was really as the Su family patriarch said, without special opportunities. Most Golden Core cultivators would remain stuck at the early Golden Core stage for their entire lives. And if the Golden Core stage was already this difficult, Zhou Chun dared not even imagine how difficult it would be to break through the nascent soul stage barrier. This made Zhou Chun value the barrier-breaking elixir, the Four Spirits barrier-breaking pill, even more. The barrier to the mid-stage Golden Core realm is already so difficult to break through, the late-stage Golden Core barrier will only be much harder. At that time, he will need the help of such barrier-breaking elixirs to have any chance of successfully breaking through. That day, Zhou Chun received news that the Moon Wheel Sect's leader, True Person Beiyu, was preparing to go into seclusion to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm, and would be holding a handover ceremony between the old and new leaders. This news was somewhat surprising, yet seemingly unsurprising. As the only known cultivator with top-grade spiritual root aptitude in the Jing Kingdom, True Person Beiyu was already a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. However, even with top-grade spiritual root aptitude, there wasn't much advantage compared to cultivators with ordinary aptitude when it came to forming the nascent soul. Therefore, even though True Person Beiyu had reached the peak of the late-stage Golden Core realm before the age of 600, he still didn't rush to form the nascent soul immediately, but waited for over 200 years. Only now, with his lifespan approaching 900, and knowing that failing to form the nascent soul would hinder his success rate, did he finally decide to make this desperate gamble. In fact, Zhou Chun knew some inside information. One of the nascent soul stage elders of the Moon Wheel Sect was nearing the end of his lifespan. If Beiyu's Henren could break through to the nascent soul stage before that elder passed away, the Moon Wheel Sect would still maintain its absolute advantage in the number of nascent soul stage cultivators. However, if that elder passed away first, and given that a nascent soul stage cultivator had been taken away by the self-destruction of a 5th-tier thunder dragon, the Moon Wheel Sect would only have 2 nascent soul stage cultivators remaining. This number would be equal to the number of nascent soul stage cultivators in the Flame Sun Sect. In that case, even if the Moon Wheel Sect's overall strength remained stronger than the Flame Sun Sect, it would inevitably lose a significant amount of influence in the realm of top-tier cultivators, giving the Flame Sun Sect hope of overtaking them. Therefore, whether Beiyu's Henren's decision to go into seclusion to attempt the nascent soul stage was due to his age or the sect's needs, outsiders truly couldn't know. For the Zhou family, this matter could be considered neutral. Whether Beiyu's Henren succeeded or failed, it wouldn't have much to do with the Zhou family. Several months later, Zhou Chun and the heads of important vassal families under the Moon Wheel Sect, including the Su family patriarch, gathered at the sect's mountain gate to witness the sect's leadership transition ceremony. According to the Moon Wheel Sect's rules, the successor became the moon-worshipping true person. This new moon-worshipping true person wasn't as exceptionally talented as his predecessor. Although his cultivation was also at the late Golden Core stage, it was said to have been forcibly elevated, essentially eliminating any possibility of him reaching the nascent soul stage. However, he appeared quite young, looking to be in his early 30s, with a handsome and elegant face. Zhou Chun chatted with a new leader and found him not easy to deal with, at least not as good as the previous moon-worshipping true person. However, Zhou Chun had no say in who the Moon Wheel Sect chose as leader, so even if he felt the new moon-worshipping true person was inadequate, he could only remind himself to be more careful in the future. After the sect leader's succession ceremony, the inaugural Master Beiyu went into seclusion, and Zhou Chun and the others who had come to witness the ceremony returned home. However, Shortly after Zhou Chun returned to his family, Su Yuzhen suddenly appeared at his door, revealing that her desire tribulation was beginning to descend. This desire tribulation, arising from her cultivation of the Su Nu Zhuanguang, required dual cultivation to resolve. Over the years, Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen had developed numerous strategies to deal with this tribulation. Now, with Su Yuzhen's desire tribulation erupting and coming to him, Zhou Chun immediately sealed off his cave dwelling, sending his disciple Zhou Zhiying to cultivate with Zhou Mingde, devoting himself entirely to helping her resolve the tribulation. It must be said that the desire tribulation, being called a tribulation, was truly completely different from normal dual cultivation. Su Yuzhen, a dignified golden core cultivator, showed less self-control under the influence of the desire tribulation than a teenage girl. In this state, she was like a female animal in heat, completely dominated by instinct, with no rationality whatsoever. However, for cultivators practicing dual cultivation, the greatest taboo is becoming completely immersed in lust. Doing so only depletes the essence of both partners, yielding no benefit. Therefore, with Su Yuzhen's sanity gone, Zhou Chun's role as her cultivation partner is extremely important and arduous. While upholding his own principles, he must also soothe the chaotic magical energy within her body and guide her through the correct dual cultivation ritual. Otherwise, simply helping her release her desires will not help her overcome the desire tribulation and will only amplify its power. Therefore, during the desire tribulation, this pressure actually rests entirely on Zhou Chun, her cultivation partner. If she ultimately fails to overcome the tribulation, it will be attributed to Zhou Chun's incompetence, almost making him largely responsible for her demise. This demonstrates the strangeness of the Su Nu Zhuanguang, plain maiden mystic art, and how much cultivators who choose to practice this art place importance on luck when selecting a cultivation partner. Su Yuzhen's luck was undoubtedly exceptional. Zhou Chun's cultivation level was consistently no lower than hers, and all his attributes were superior in every aspect. For example, at this moment, Zhou Chun's powerful physical body allowed him to cope with his Taoist partner's endless demands without breaking down his own. It's important to understand that Su Yuzhen's consciousness was currently in a state of flux, and during dual cultivation, she would unconsciously absorb the essence of her partner. The Su Nu Zhuanguang, as a dual cultivation technique, inherently possessed this effect. If Zhou Chun were even slightly weaker than her, he could have been ruined by her daily absorption of essence. On the other hand, Zhou Chun's divine sense was strong, even if he were to do two jobs at once, guiding her through the dual cultivation rituals and helping her calm her chaotic magical energy. He could still persevere. However, it's certain that after this experience, Zhou Chun would likely be somewhat reluctant to engage in dual cultivation for the next few decades or even centuries. After countless dual cultivation sessions in the cave, one day, while Zhou Chun was cultivating with Su Yuzhen again, his consciousness suddenly wavered, and he instantly entered a strange state. It was as if his soul had left his body, entering Su Yuzhen's purple mansion sea of consciousness, where Su Yuzhen's soul was surprisingly conscious. Upon seeing him enter, Su Yuzhen's soul gazed at him deeply, then she took the initiative to kiss him. Dual cultivation of the soul is the most supreme and rare method of dual cultivation, accessible only to high-level cultivators at the purple mansion stage or above. The benefits of dual cultivation are numerous, the greatest being the direct strengthening of the soul's origin and enhancement of divine sense through yin-yang dual cultivation. Furthermore, after dual cultivation, the partners develop a kind of telepathic connection. When one faces mortal danger or experiences intense emotional turmoil, the other, even across vast distances, will sense it. It is said that if both partners have high cultivation levels and have undergone multiple dual cultivation sessions, they can even transmit information across vast distances through this telepathic connection. Additionally, dual cultivation greatly helps stabilize the relationship between partners. After dual cultivation, they are as if they have left an imprint on each other's souls, becoming inseparable. Although Zhou Chun and Su Yuzhen had been cultivation partners for over 200 years and had practiced dual cultivation many times before, their relationship had never been deep enough, and their fate hadn't been aligned, so they had never engaged in dual cultivation of their souls. This time, whether it was because their dual cultivation had been too frequent, or because Su Yuzhen was in a special state during her desire tribulation, they finally had the opportunity to enter the blissful realm that countless cultivation partners dreamed of, embarking on the most superior path of dual cultivation. An unknown amount of time passed before Zhou Chun's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of spiritual light flashing within them. Looking at his partner Su Yuzhen sitting on him, she too had opened her eyes, which were no longer filled with only desire. "Does this mean the desire tribulation has passed?" Zhou Chun asked softly, his voice slightly hoarse. "Yes, it has passed. Thank you for your hard work these past few days, my husband." Su Yuzhen nodded, her pretty face slightly flushed, revealing a rare, girlish shyness. She probably recalled the various dissolute and absurd things she had done when she was in the midst of the desire tribulation. However, Zhou Chun didn't care about those things. Now that he learned that her tribulation had truly passed, he breathed a sigh of relief and was genuinely happy for her. He immediately said, "That's good. Then, madam, you should rest well first. I'll also go into seclusion to digest what I've just gained." Su Yuzhen responded softly, and immediately got up from Zhou Chun's lap. Zhou Chun also got up, dressed, and left the bedroom, heading to the cultivation room in his cave. Entering the cultivation room, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged beside the spirit eye spring, calmly meditating to digest the gains he had made from the previous dual cultivation of the soul and spirit. Dual cultivation of the soul and spirit is a rare and precious opportunity, with the first time being the most effective. For cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage, each strengthening of the soul's origin greatly helps in improving their cultivation. Zhou Chun felt that after this dual cultivation of the soul and spirit, his originally solid and thick barrier of cultivation had begun to loosen. That's why he was so eager to go into seclusion to digest what he had gained. After meditating and regulating his breathing, Zhou Chun confirmed that his senses were correct. Thanks to this dual cultivation of spirit and soul, his cultivation barrier had indeed begun to loosen. This was undoubtedly very exciting news. If the cultivation barrier was a wall, then its loosening was like cracks appearing and the bricks starting to shift. Each time Zhou Chun attacked the barrier in the future, he would further loosen the bricks until the wall collapsed completely. In other words, he only needed to proceed step by step, slowly and steadily, and it wouldn't be long before he broke through the barrier and reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Compared to this enormous benefit, the increase in the range of his divine sense by 1 or 2 miles was insignificant. At this moment, a quick calculation revealed that the couple had spent over 500 days, nearly a year and a half, in their cave to help Su Yuzhen overcome the desire tribulation. When Zhou Chun emerged from the cave and saw his disciple Zhou Zhiang again, the disciple had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this rate, she'll probably be able to attempt to open her Purple Mansion before she's even 50, even earlier than Zhou Chun's prediction of 60 or 70. Zheng Chun, now that you've emerged from seclusion, has Yuzhen already overcome her tribulation? Seeing Zhou Chun emerge, Zhou Ming inquired about Su Yuzhen's tribulation. This matter was of great importance, and he was very concerned and attentive to it. Yes, Yuzhen has successfully overcome her tribulation and will be able to return to the Su family soon. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, confirming his guess. As for the matter of him and Su Yuzhen entering a state of dual cultivation of the soul, thus loosening their cultivation barrier, Zhou Chun didn't mention it, as it involved personal privacy. Even if he did, it wouldn't help others, because it couldn't be replicated. That's good, that's good. Now both I and fellow Taoist Su can rest assured, Zhou Ming repeatedly praised, also breathing a sigh of relief. He then began to recount several important events that had occurred over the past year. First, his spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, had finally broken through to the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast level. He only needed a few more years to consume the 4th-tier, fire-scaled lion, demon core and attempt to break through to the 4th tier. Second, the Zhou family had gained a new Purple Mansion stage cultivator, Zhou Yuanlian, who cultivated the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture. Third, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai Bai had successfully mutated into a dragon-blooded demon beast, a dragon turtle demon beast mutated from the mid-grade demon beast, azure-patterned water turtle. These 3 events were all cause for celebration. Years ago, after Zhou Yuanlian broke through to the late Foundation Establishment stage, she helped Qin Yang, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Flame Sun Sect, resolve the Flame Prison Peacock poison within his body. Benefiting from the nourishment of this special toxin, his cultivation of the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture progressed very smoothly. After consuming a purple dust pill, given to him by Zhou Chun, he successfully opened his Purple Mansion stage in one go. This could actually be said to have been expected by Zhou Chun. After all, having cultivated the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture, She possessed a significant advantage in willpower and spiritual power, making her success rate in opening her purple mansion far greater than many cultivators with superior spiritual root aptitude. However, the fact that Lei Jiao Bai had somehow mutated into another mid-level demonic beast was a pleasant surprise for Zhou Chun. The mid-level demonic beast, the azure-patterned water turtle, wasn't particularly powerful. Its strength lay in its docile nature and expertise in defensive spells, making it a decent spirit pet. Now, mutated into dragon turtle demonic beast by Lei Jiao Bai, it undoubtedly possessed lightning attributes, greatly enhancing its attack power and significantly increasing its value as a spirit pet. According to custom, Zhou Chun was responsible for naming this new type of dragon-blooded demonic beast. He immediately and without hesitation decided on the name Silver Lightning Dragon Turtle. Later, when Zhou Chun escorted Su Yuzhan back to the Su family, he took the opportunity to reward and praise Lei Jiao Bai for its great contribution. In fact, besides the ability of the Flood Dragon to corrupt and transform a demon beast into a dragon-blooded demon beast, the Fire Phoenix clan can also create a phoenix-blooded demon beast with a Fire Phoenix bloodline by bestowing their life essence. However, life essence is very important to the Fire Phoenix itself, and it is not easily bestowed. Moreover, many other factors are involved. For example, if the demon beast that swallows the phoenix blood is too powerful, the phoenix blood will likely be directly refined by the dragon to increase its own power, making successful transformation difficult. Or, if the demon beast that swallows the phoenix blood is too weak, it cannot withstand the power of the phoenix blood and will be burned to ashes. In short, in practice, it is even more difficult than the flood dragon corrupting a demon beast into a dragon-blooded demon beast. Most importantly, Zhou Chun fears that if he cultivates a phoenix-blooded demon beast, people will discover that he possesses the fiery phoenix, which will bring endless trouble. Based on all these considerations, he has no plans to cultivate such a phoenix-blooded demon beast for the time being. In the following 2 years, Zhou Chun would try to break through the realm barrier every few days to increase its loosening. Over the course of 2 years, he clearly felt that the barrier to his cultivation had loosened considerably, and the effects of each subsequent attempt were increasingly better. At this rate, he should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in just a few years. However, just as Zhou Chun was preparing to break through the barrier in one fell swoop, news suddenly arrived from the wilderness. The high priest of the Scaled Frog clan, Yukiru, requested an audience, saying he had important matters to discuss. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He couldn't help but recall an important matter he had entrusted to Yukiru, fearing that something had gone wrong. He immediately rushed to Longyuan's to meet Yukiru. Upon seeing Yukiru, he was even more shocked and worried. Yukiru appeared to be on the verge of death, his body radiating an aura of impending doom. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, "Yukiru, what happened to you? Why have you suddenly become like this?" Hearing this, Yukiru gave a bitter smile and said, "Senior Zhou has noticed, hasn't he? Yukiru is failing. I fear my remaining lifespan won't last more than a year." He then explained the reason for his current state. The reason wasn't what Zhou Chun feared, but rather that during his forced attempt to break through to the third-tier high-grade sorcerer realm, he had made a mistake, causing him to fall into what cultivators often called a state of demonic possession. Although he ultimately managed to escape this state with the help of a treasure, it had greatly diminished his lifespan, and he was already nearing his end. Hearing his explanation, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at him thoughtfully and said, "So you contacted me here this time to settle your affairs and elect a new high priest?" "Yes, that's exactly what Yukiru is thinking." High Priest Yukiru nodded, confirming this. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "All right, as long as the person you choose is willing to continue the friendly policy between the two races, we can maintain the same relationship as before." He then added, "However, you must make it clear to your successor about the matter I asked you to handle in Longyuan. He must tell him that he will take over this task from you in the future." Upon hearing this, Yukiru hurriedly and solemnly replied, "Yukiru understands. Yukiru will definitely take him there personally before I die." Then, he hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhou Chun and said again, "In addition, Yukiru has another request. I would like to ask Senior Zhou for your help." "Oh, please tell me." Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at him a few more times before nodding non-committally. Seeing his reaction, Yukiru cautiously whispered, "The thing is, Our people have discovered through experiments that the black lotus pills exchanged with us by the Zhou family are most effective at improving the cultivation of our sorcerers. Therefore, Yukiru would like to ask Senior Zhou to agree to increase the number of black lotus pills in future exchanges, ideally to more than half of the total black lotus pills. Zhou Chun carefully recalled the information and quickly found it. The real name of these black lotus pills should be water lotus pills. Originally, the formula used a water attribute spiritual lotus as the main ingredient, suitable for cultivators using water attribute techniques in the key refining stage. Later, after Zhou Chun obtained some lotus seeds from the secret island and planted them in the Zhou family, a special black lotus grew. The water lotus pills made from these seeds were bluish-black in color, hence the Zhou family also called them black lotus pills. However, the Zhou family had previously traded water lotus pills with the scaled frog race, but they hadn't mentioned this matter before. It seems that the special black lotus does offer some unique assistance to these races' cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun nodded subtly and said, I understand. I will have the family refine more black lotus pills. However, this pill is difficult to refine, and the raw materials are scarce, so don't have too high hopes. 600 words added, 6666. Chapter 578. Zhou Chun was also curious and worried about why Yukiru demanded more black lotus pills in the trade. Therefore, after parting ways with Yukiru and agreeing on another date for the handover, Zhou Chun secretly went to the Black Spear tribe and captured a second-tier sorcerer leading a hunting party for soul searching. After a detailed soul search, Zhou Chun easily learned the true purpose of the black lotus pills for the scaled frog race. So that's how it is. The black lotus pills can actually strengthen the scaled frog race's bloodline, even stimulating their bloodline power, making some scaled frogs who normally find it difficult to become sorcerers. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened. He understood why Yukiru had done that. Fortunately, he had been observant and discovered this. Otherwise, not only would the scaled frog race's overall strength have greatly increased due to obtaining a large number of black lotus pills, but the Zhou family would have also become a sucker. To give a simple example, if there were a pill in the cultivation world that could allow mortals without spiritual roots to develop them and embark on the path of cultivation, and that was easy to refine, then such a pill would absolutely change the entire landscape of the cultivation world and the entire human race. While spiritual roots and bloodlines are not the same thing, the significance of the black lotus pill to the scaled frog race is just as important as the pill in the example. Therefore, after understanding this, Zhou Chun not only could no longer trade large quantities of black lotus pills to the scaled frog race, but he also needed to significantly increase the selling value of this elixir. He didn't rush to expose this matter, but instead returned to his family to investigate the situation of the black lotus pill. Of the lotus seeds Zhou Chun brought back from the secret island, 4 types sprouted and grew. 2 of them were the clear fire lotus and golden silk white jade lotus, recorded in the Zhou family's collection of books. The other 2 were not recorded in the Zhou family's collection. They might be some kind of mutated lotus variety, or they might be unknown lotus varieties. The black lotus used to refine the black lotus pill is one type. The other type grows extremely slowly and has yet to flower or bear fruit. The black lotus has been studied by alchemists from the Zhou and Su families. Aside from its relatively pure water attribute spiritual energy, making it suitable as the main ingredient in the water lotus pill, no other special effects have been discovered, and it receives less attention than the clear fire lotus and golden thread white jade lotus. The former can be used to refine the clear fire and detoxify pill, which is very effective in neutralizing fire poison. The Yan Yang sect regularly purchases large quantities of this elixir for its disciples' cultivation. While the seeds of the latter are not particularly rare, the golden threads within its stem are a rare spiritual substance, ideal for crafting banners and robes for array formations. The white jade lotus root is also sweet and delicious, edible raw as a spiritual fruit or used in soups. Therefore, the Zhou family currently cultivates more of the clear fire lotus and golden thread white jade lotus on their limited land suitable for planting these spiritual lotuses, with a significantly smaller number of black lotuses. The Su family is in a similar situation. After thoroughly investigating the situation, Zhou Chun did not rush to order his family to increase or decrease the production of black lotus. He decided to wait until he met with Yukiru again before making a decision. 2 months passed, and Zhou Chun met with Yukiru again, along with his chosen successor. Senior Zhou, this is Valher, whom Yukiru mentioned to you before. He will be our clan's new high priest, and he will be responsible for trade and cooperation with your family. In the same water mansion that Lu Ran had built, Zhou Chun had met with 2 third-tier sorcerers. Hearing Yukiru's words, he couldn't help but look at Valher. This person was similar to Yukiru when he first took over as the high priest of the scaled frog race, a third-tier low-grade sorcerer. He should also be a rising star cultivated by the Black Spear tribe, Yukiru's direct subordinate. Faced with Zhou Chun's scrutiny, High Priest Valher quickly bowed and said, Junior Valher greets Senior Zhou. His human language was quite proper, indicating he had practiced diligently. Zhou Chun didn't try to intimidate him, but smiled kindly and said, Fellow Taoist Valher is too kind. I hope you will take good care of our 2 races' trade in the future. Hearing this, High Priest Valher immediately replied solemnly, Junior will do his best. After the 2 had exchanged greetings, Zhou Chun turned his gaze back to High Priest Yukiru, looking at him meaningfully and said, Fellow Taoist Yukiru, you weren't telling the truth about the specific uses of the Black Lotus pill last time, were you? As far as I know, the truth is quite different from what you said. Hearing this, both Yukiru and Valher changed color, their eyes immediately showing undisguised panic. The 2 exchanged a glance, and then Yukiru immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, This junior is guilty. I shouldn't have deceived Senior Zhou. Please forgive me. Zhou Chun waved his hand, saying, In business, it's normal to deliberately conceal product information to buy low and sell high. I have no intention of blaming fellow Taoist Yukiru. He then changed the subject, saying, However, since the true function of the Black Lotus pill isn't simply to improve magical power, the price can't be exchanged at the previous low price. Moreover, to obtain such a treasure, you'll probably have to offer some truly valuable items, otherwise, it would violate the principle of fair exchange. From his words, it was clear he didn't completely prohibit the sale of the Black Lotus pill to the scaled frog race. Yukiru and Valher understood this and breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest worry was that Zhou Chun, knowing the true function of the Black Lotus pill, would use this as an excuse to stop selling it to the scaled frog race. Since everything is still negotiable, things are much easier. Yukiru immediately nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, Senior Zhou is absolutely right. I completely agree with your views. Then, looking at Zhou Chun cautiously, he asked, But I wonder what Senior Zhou thinks is a suitable price for a Black Lotus pill. What price do you think is appropriate, fellow Taoist Yukiru? Zhou Chun looked at him with a half-smile, throwing the question back at him. This, Yukiru stammered, his mouth agape, unable to utter a complete sentence. He certainly wanted to set a low price, but he knew Zhou Chun wouldn't let them take advantage of him again. However, he didn't dare decide on a specific price. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, It seems fellow Taoist Yukiru also knows that such treasures cannot be easily measured by money. Before Yukiru could deny it, he continued, In that case, I have a preliminary plan. Fellow Taoist Yukiru, please see if it's feasible. Hearing this, Yukiru swallowed back his denial, only able to look at him helplessly and say, Please enlighten me, Senior Zhou. Zhou Chun then pointed a finger and said, My plan is very simple. My Zhou family won't require the Scaled Frog clan to pay an exorbitant price for the Black Lotus pill. Instead, we will include it as a gift in every trade exchange. The more rare and precious items the Scaled Frog clan brings in each trade exchange, the more gifts our Zhou family will give. Conversely, the less, or even none at all. Upon hearing this, both Yukiru and Valher frowned, considering the pros and cons. Then, their expressions quickly changed, and they understood the key point. Yukiru immediately put on a mournful face and said, Senior Zhou, could you perhaps offer a different proposal? Our clan is willing to exchange 10 times the original price for the Black Lotus pill, only asking that the Zhou family grant us more purchase slots. He had already figured out the sinister intentions behind Zhou Chun's original plan. If they followed Zhou Chun's plan, not only would the number of Black Lotus pills their Scaled Frog clan obtain be uncertain, but they would also have to sacrifice their clan's sorcerers to obtain precious spiritual items from dangerous areas within Dragon Abyss Swamp, indirectly weakening their clan's power. However, since Zhou Chun understood the true use of the Black Lotus pill, he certainly wouldn't sell it in large quantities to the Scaled Frog clan. So, abandoning his previous amiable demeanor, Zhou Chun sternly said, Fellow Taoist Yukiru, you jest. If you could produce a pill that allows even ordinary humans to develop spiritual roots and cultivate immortal techniques, I would buy as many as I could, even at 10 times the original price of the Black Lotus pill, or even 100 or 1,000 times, without haggling. Hearing this, Yukiru panicked and quickly retorted, but the Black Lotus pill can't make every ordinary member of my clan a sorcerer, it only has an extremely low probability, he added. Moreover, those who become sorcerers through the Black Lotus pill have almost no chance of breaking through to the second rank. But no matter what he said, Zhou Chun had already made his decision. After all, the Zhou family didn't necessarily need to use the Black Lotus pill to profit from the wealth accumulated by the Scaled Frog clan. Even without selling the Black Lotus pill to the Scaled Frog clan, they could still earn their wealth through other means. Therefore, he didn't care about the small profit from directly selling the Black Lotus pill. He immediately shook his head slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Yukiru, there's no need for further words. My mind is made up. Either do as I say, or we'll remove the Black Lotus pill from future trade goods. You choose." After these words, both Yukiru and Nabaher's expressions turned extremely ugly, and they fell silent. Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry to urge them, he believed they had no better choice. In trade between the two races, it was always the Scaled Frog clan that needed the Zhou family's help, not the other way around. Even if trade was cut off, the Zhou family would at most lose a source of income. Sure enough, after a period of silence, Yukiru said in a hoarse voice, "In that case, let's proceed according to Senior Zhou's decision." "Very good, then it's settled. I will explain this matter to my clansmen when I return, and we can begin implementing it next time the two races conduct trade." Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, finalizing the matter in just a few words. Afterwards, he paid no attention to the two disheartened Scaled Frog alien sorcerers and returned directly to his clan to cultivate in seclusion. High Priest Yukiru, the Zhou family is really too much of a bully. Over the years, we have sacrificed so many lives of our people and offered them so many rare aquatic treasures, yet we are still being mocked and humiliated by them at will. It's simply too much. Back in the Black Spear tribe, High Priest Batter, who had returned to the tribe, recalled his meeting with Zhou Chun in the Water Palace and could no longer hide his resentment. He couldn't help but complain loudly to High Priest Yukiru. Yukiru, not wanting to hear his complaints, immediately changed his expression, his eyes turning icy as he sternly rebuked him. "Batter, shut up. Have you forgotten my warnings? Have you forgotten your promises to me?" "I didn't, I just..." Batter hurriedly opened his mouth and waved his hands, trying to explain, but Yukiru directly waved his hand, interrupting him. "All right, stop explaining. You'll go and face the wall for 3 months now, and diligently memorize my teachings. This is for your own good and for the tribe's." His words were filled with unquestionable authority. "Yes." Batter obeys the High Priest's command. Batter opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head and mumbled a dejected reply. Just as he was about to go and reflect on his actions, Yukiru called out to him again. "Wait a moment." Yukiru looked at Batter with a serious expression and said in a very solemn tone, "Batter, remember this, the Zhou family is not someone our Scaled Frog clan can afford to offend. At least until a 4th-tier sorcerer appears in our clan, we absolutely cannot offend them in the slightest. You must understand that only through trade with the Zhou family can our clan obtain those elixirs and magical artifacts, and only then can we hope to have a 4th-tier sorcerer emerge. Therefore, I hope you will remember this very well. As long as the Zhou family is still willing to cooperate with us, conducting trade can also provide what our tribe needs. No matter how much humiliation you personally endure, you must bear it. You absolutely cannot offend the Zhou family, otherwise you will be a sinner to the entire tribe and will be despised by all the Scaled Frog people." At this point, Yukiru gently placed his hand on Batter's head and whispered, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yes." Batter understands. Batter will remember High Priest Yukiru's teachings. Batter met Yukiru's gaze for a moment, then nodded emphatically, responding solemnly. He then went to reflect on his actions. Watching Batter's departing figure, Yukiru's gaze suddenly deepened. In just half a year, Zhou Chun had received the Scaled Frog alien sincerity. This, Rainwater Mystic Pearl, is the most precious spiritual item that the Scaled Frog alien clan brought out in this trade. It is said that High Priest Yukiru obtained this treasure from the depths of Dragon Abyss at the cost of his own life, according to the standards set by you, clan chief, and including other rare spiritual items. Sufu, who was in charge of the trade, gave them 55 Black Lotus Pills. As a reward, inside Zhou Chun's cave, Zhou Zinayan presented a jade box containing a water-white spiritual pearl, respectfully reporting on the Zhou family's trade with the scaled frog alien clan. Normally, such matters would not require further consultation with Zhou Chun, as he had sufficient authority to handle them. However, the Renwater Mystic Pearl, obtained this time, was too precious, and Zhou Zinayan, in order to show his merit, still came to pay a special visit and report on the matter. Upon seeing the water-white spiritual pearl, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and took it in his hand to examine it carefully. After examining it, he nodded repeatedly with an undisguised smile, saying, "Excellent, excellent. This Renwater Mystic Pearl is indeed a rare water attribute spiritual object, of great use to me." He then nodded slightly to Zhou Zinayan, saying, "You handled this matter well, thank you for your thoughtfulness." The words "thank you for your thoughtfulness" immediately brought a smile to Zhou Zinayan's face, and he quickly bowed his head respectfully, replying, "It is my honor to serve the clan leader." He then tactfully took his leave. After he left, Zhou Chun looked at the Renwater Mystic Pearl in his hand, becoming increasingly satisfied. This object contained extremely pure Renwater power, making it a very rare water attribute spiritual object of the level of the magic weapon material. But more importantly, it could also serve as an auxiliary material needed for cultivating the third level of the minor 5 elements, breaking restriction mystic light. In this way, Zhou Chun would possess the wood attribute, azure wood spiritual heart, and the water attribute, Renwater Mystic Pearl. Once he gathered spiritual objects of the metal, fire, and earth attributes, and mastered the second level of the minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light, he could cultivate the third level of this secret technique, which Shivan Lin Kanghe had never attempted. With a Black Lotus Pill, a treasure used to control the scaled frog race, the Zhou family would no longer have to worry about the scaled frog race refusing to offer rare spiritual objects in exchange. Perhaps spiritual objects of the Renwater Mystic Pearl level were extremely rare, but the quantity of lower-level spiritual objects would certainly increase significantly in the future. On an arena shrouded in an array, a young man and woman were engaged in fierce combat. Both appeared very young. The man was handsome and extraordinary, the woman heroic and spirited. Judging by their appearances, they seemed to be only in their early 20s, but their cultivation levels were already at the foundation establishment stage. The young man formed hand seals, and a white mist engulfed the vast arena. Then, his hand gestures changed, and several 10-foot-long white water snakes hissed as they lunged at the female cultivator in the mist. The woman in green, however, remained calm upon seeing the rising mist. Instead, a mocking glint appeared in her eyes. She, too, didn't use any magical artifacts. She simply formed hand seals and flicked her sleeves. Instantly, a gust of azure wind appeared out of thin air, dispersing most of the mist on the arena in the blink of an eye. The several white water snakes that had lunged at her were directly scattered by this azure wind. This scene left the young man slightly stunned. Then, looking at the female cultivator in green with increasing admiration, he said, "Fairy Zhou, your wind attribute magic is truly powerful. I, Sue, have finally met my match." Unexpectedly, the female cultivator in green simply replied, "You're alright, barely qualified to fight me." Upon hearing this, the usually arrogant young man felt his pride waning and immediately let out a long roar. "In that case, let me, Sue, experience Fairy Zhou's superior skills." Before his voice faded, he channeled his magic power, forming hand seals and instantly completing a mid-grade second-tier spell, summoning a white water dragon 5 or 6 Zhang Long that lunged at the female cultivator in green. Facing his somewhat enraged attack, the female cultivator in green smiled and casually formed hand seals, summoning a similarly sized azure wind dragon to meet the white water dragon. The two dragon shadows collided in midair, and the azure wind dragon quickly tore the white water dragon to pieces from head to tail. Then, the azure wind dragon, now much smaller, continued to pounce on the young man. The young man's face darkened at this sight, and he hurriedly activated his technique with its accompanying supernatural power, creating a white water wave shield to protect himself. He quickly discovered that the female cultivator in blue was far more skilled in magic than he had anticipated, and her spells were inexplicably powerful. He had just blocked a weakened blue wind dragon when a blue wind spear shot towards him. This attack, so effective against his protective shield, forced the young man to rely on it for defense and unleashing his magical artifact. However, Just as he used a black tortoiseshell artifact to block the blue wind spear, over a dozen blue wind blades followed. He then realized he had become a target for his opponent's spell practice, bombarded with a relentless barrage of wind attribute spells, giving him no chance to retaliate. Finally, despite his best efforts, he only managed to force his opponent to reveal a blue spear artifact before he was defeated. Zhou Ziyang wins, as Zhou Zhengang, the Zhou family elder acting as referee, announced the result. Both fighters on the stage leaped off, handing the stage over to the next pair of cultivators. Then, they each flew towards the main stands, landing beside Zhou Chun and the Su family patriarch, both golden core cultivators. It turned out that today was a martial arts competition hosted by the Zhou family, inviting several cultivation families, including the Su family, to participate, and allowing Foundation establishment cultivators who met the age requirements to fight. The fight had just taken place between a young Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family and a young Foundation establishment cultivator from the Su family. Seeing his junior drooping like a wilted eggplant, not daring to look at him, the Su family patriarch looked at him with a disappointed expression and scolded, "Look! I've told you all before that there are always people better than you. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world just because you've achieved some success and are ahead of your peers in the family." He then looked at Zhou Chun with envy and said, "Zheng Chun, your disciple is truly remarkable. At such a young age, he has already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and such profound attainments in magic are truly astonishing and enviable." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Ancestor, please don't praise this girl. The more you praise her, the more arrogant she becomes. It's also because I didn't supervise her properly, and she secretly consumed a third-tier, Phoenix Essence fruit. Although she was fortunate enough to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage with a surge in cultivation, she overdrawn her potential, which is truly infuriating." The Phoenix Essence fruit, he mentioned, was, of course, fabricated, a reason made up to cover up Zhou Ziyang's rapid breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. To be honest, he originally didn't approve of his disciple participating in this martial arts competition, but the Zhou family cultivators had been disappointing, and no one could suppress the Su family's momentum. So, Zhou Ziyang couldn't stand it and, disregarding his previous objections, forcibly intervened to help her clansmen regain their honor, leaving him with no choice but to fabricate the story of the Phoenix Essence fruit, a rare fruit in the cultivation world, to help her conceal her true talent. Chapter 579 The Troubles of the Su Family Patriarch. Heaven and earth are clear and bright, uphold the Tao and guard the family, rectify the mind and think of the source, aspire to lofty goals. These 16 generational names were established by Zhou Ming. Now, the Zhou family has been in Jingguo for nearly 300 years, and the newest generation of cultivators has already reached the Gao generation. Once the Yuan generation of cultivators appears, these 16 names will be insufficient. Therefore, Zhou Ming has considered adding more generational names for future generations. Originally, he intended to entrust this important task to Zhou Chun, as it represents a kind of inheritance. When Zhou Ming led the Zhou family cultivators to Jilfang Ridge in Jingguo, they overcame numerous obstacles to establish the family's foundation, thus establishing the 16 generational names. Now, through 6 generations of effort, under Zhou Chun's leadership, the Zhou family has finally reached its most prosperous period since its founding, achieving what none of its ancestors had accomplished. Its family strength is unprecedented. Therefore, revising the family genealogy and continuing the generational names should rightfully be Zhou Chun's responsibility. However, Zhou Chun believed that since elders like Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei were still alive, it was inappropriate for him, as a junior, to overstep his bounds in matters concerning the family's succession. Therefore, he only offered to offer his advice, but nothing more. It seemed that the appearance of Zhou Ziyang, a clanswoman with exceptional spiritual root talent, had absorbed the fortune of 1 or 2 generations. In the subsequent generations, the Kun and Gao generations, no one with noteworthy talent had yet been discovered, a stark contrast to the previous generations. Zhou Chun and the other high-ranking members of the family had no solution to this problem. This is where the advantage of having a golden core cultivator in the family became apparent. Golden core cultivators have long lifespans, and a family with a golden core cultivator in charge, even if 2 or 3 generations fail to produce any noteworthy talents, will not be significantly affected. The margin for error is extremely high. Conversely, Families without golden core cultivators in their ranks risk facing extinction if 2 or 3 generations become mediocre and incompetent, potentially leading to lack of successors and eventual decline. The Zhou family's golden core cultivators are still in the prime and, barring unforeseen circumstances, can protect the family for centuries, or even longer. Among their much younger generations are outstanding individuals like Zhou Zinian, Zhou Yuanlian, Zhou Yuanlian, and Zhou Zhigan, all with the potential to form their own golden cores. Not to mention Zhou Ziying, a genius with exceptional spiritual roots destined for golden core formation. Therefore, the lack of talent among the new second and third generations won't significantly impact the family. In a sense, it might even save the family some expenses. After all, families will certainly support talented individuals to avoid wasting their potential. But if someone is mediocre, the family can't blame them for not supporting them. The martial arts competition organized by the Zhou family this time was marred by the lackluster performance of the Kun and Gao generation Zhou family cultivators, which angered many of the Zhou family elders watching. Previously, the Zhou family had always dominated similar events, overwhelming all others. This time, in particular, there were even golden core cultivators watching. However, Zhou Chun didn't care much about saving face, as long as the Zhou family wasn't at the bottom. Zhou Ziyang's attack was purely unexpected and disregarded the rules. After correcting the issue of Zhou Ziyang's cultivation level, Zhou Chun smiled gently at the Su family patriarch and said, "Patriarch, it's rare for you to travel. It would be best if you stayed at my Zhou family for a few more days. I have some fine teas and wines that I acquired during my travels. I'd like to invite you to sample them. Is that so?" "Then I, Patriarch, will certainly have to taste them carefully." The Su family patriarch raised an eyebrow and immediately agreed with a smile. For the next few days, the Su family patriarch indeed stayed at the Zhou family as a guest, enjoying tea and wine with Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming every day, chatting about life. After 5 days of this, having tasted all the various spiritual teas and wines of the Zhou family, and seeing that the 2 golden core cultivators of the Zhou family both looked calm and composed, the Su family patriarch could only shake his head with a wry smile and say, All right, since neither of you will speak up, then I will have to speak up myself." Seeing his reaction, Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Hey, fellow Taoist Su, if you have anything to say, please speak frankly." With a relationship between our 2 families, what could be inconvenient to say? Zhou Chun also nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, if you have any worries, Patriarch, please speak frankly. Even if I can't help, I can still offer some advice." Hearing these words, the Su family patriarch's bitter expression deepened. He let out a long sigh. "Alice, this is a family disgrace. If I had any other way, I would never have mentioned it to outsiders." He then began to speak of his worries. It turned out that his current troubles weren't about the Su family's internal affairs, but rather about Su Yuanyang. Before Su Yuanyang successfully formed her golden core, she was the lover of the current Moon Wheel Sect leader, Beiyu's Henren. Her success in forming her golden core was due to his help. Now, seeing her former lover advance further and become the Moon Wheel Sect leader, Su Yuanyang harbored ambitions to become the leader's wife. With her golden core cultivation and her past as Beiyu's Henren's lover, becoming his Taoist partner would have been a perfect union. However, the problem was that Beiyu's Henren already had a Taoist partner, a descendant of the fallen nascent soul stage cultivator. Although her Taoist partner had perished during the core formation process, this connection made it difficult for Su Yuanyang to become his official partner. As the sect leader, he was expected to set an example and prioritize the sect's overall interests. If the current Beiyu's Henren were to make Su Yuanyang his official partner now, he would undoubtedly offend her former family. While that family, due to the fall of their nascent soul cultivator, now only had a golden core cultivator left to lead, the ancestral bonds still held sway, and they retained considerable influence and power within the Moon Wheel Sect. Furthermore, the current Beiyu's Henren's rise to power was also due to the lingering influence of the fallen nascent soul cultivator, meaning he already felt indebted to his former partner's family. Under these circumstances, Su Yuanyang's request to become his official partner was naturally rejected. However, Su Yuanyang wasn't so easily deterred. She believed the current Beiyu's Henren's rejection stemmed from fear of pressure from her former partner's family, a belief that was indeed the case. This made her feel that both she and her family were being looked down upon. So she approached the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen, demanding the Su family's full support for her to assume the position of sect leader's wife. promising to do her utmost to secure benefits for the Su family if she could take the position. However, the Su family alone was clearly insufficient to sway the will of the moon-worshipping immortal. Therefore, Su Yunyang asked the Su family patriarch to visit Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming at the Zhou family, persuading them to support her ascension. This would bring her to 7 golden core cultivators and 1 4th-tier thunder dragon, including herself. The Moonwheel sect currently only had fewer than 30 golden core cultivators. Su Yunyang believed that if the Zhou and Su families were willing to fully support her ascension, she could force the current moon-worshipping immortal to compromise. Thus, the Su family patriarch's trip to the Zhou family came about. After hearing the Su family patriarch's explanation, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming exchanged astonished glances. "Good heavens," Zhou Chun exclaimed inwardly. He never imagined that Su Yunyang could orchestrate such a palace intrigue drama. Although he knew beforehand that Su Yunyang had an affair with a golden core elder in the Moonwheel sect before she reached the core formation stage, he never expected that the person she had an affair with was actually the current Master Beiyu. Su Yunyang had clearly concealed this matter very well, even Su Yuzhen probably didn't know before. However, in Zhou Chun's view, Su Yunyang's attempt to become the mistress and take over was simply outrageous. From a man's perspective, if he were the current Master Beiyu, he would absolutely not compromise with Su Yunyang. After all, in terms of cultivation strength and power, Master Beiyu was far superior to the golden core cultivators of the Su and Zhou families. Did the golden core cultivators of the Su and Zhou families really dare to defy the Sect's orders for Su Yunyang? Zhou Chun didn't know whether Su Yunyang was blinded by the title of sect leader's wife or harbored resentment because she couldn't have what she wanted, and that her resentment led her to such thoughts. However, he knew this was absolutely forbidden. The harm would far outweigh the benefits. For example, in the history of the previous dynasty he knew, there were very few instances where concubines, by relying on their family's power to forcibly rise in rank, saw their families ultimately meet a bad end. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow the Zhou family to be involved in such a dangerous matter. Although he had already made up his mind, Zhou Chun did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Zhou Ming and privately communicated via telepathy, reaching a consensus within their own families. After reaching an agreement with Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun calmly looked at the Su family patriarch and asked, "Patriarch, what are your thoughts now? Are you prepared to fully support her?" "I'm also in a dilemma," the Su family patriarch sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Yunyang is determined to make this happen. If I don't support her, I'm afraid she'll ignore me completely. She's absolutely capable of doing something like this, but I also know that forcing things won't work. Not only is the chance of success slim, but even if it does, it will be like planting a thorn in the heart of that sect leader, and it will deeply offend the powerful Chu family." He looked at Zhou Chun with a troubled expression and said, "Zhangjin, you usually have the most ideas. This time, I'm at a loss. I only hope you can help me think of a way to resolve this peacefully." Clearly, he knew that expecting the Zhou family to fully support Su Yunyang was unrealistic. His attitude relieved Zhou Chun. In Zhou Chun's view, the most troublesome part of this matter wasn't how to persuade Su Yunyang to abandon her plans, but rather the opinion of the Su family patriarch. If the Su family patriarch was also momentarily blinded by the benefits of Su Yunyang becoming the sect leader's wife and wanted to fully support her ascension, then both he and the Zhou family would be in a difficult position. After all, the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen had previously exerted great effort in eliminating the traitor Yu Jinghua, and could be said to have done the Zhou family a great favor. Now that the Su family patriarch was clear-headed, everything was much easier to discuss. Zhou Chun immediately stated, "This junior believes that this matter must not be forced, otherwise, even if it succeeds temporarily, the backlash in the future will plunge both our families into ruin." "Yes, that's what I think too," the Su family patriarch nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhou Chun's statement. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Chun then asked, "Did Auntie ever tell the ancestor why she's so determined to become a Taoist partner with Master Beiyu at this time? Is it really just for the empty title of the sect leader's wife?" Hearing Zhou Chun's question, the Su family patriarch smiled bitterly and replied, "She did mention it. After she successfully formed her core, she had this idea, but since that master was still alive, she naturally didn't dare bring it up. Now that master has been gone for decades, she thinks the affection and influence he left behind should have faded. Plus, with Master Beiyu's promotion to sect leader and his greatly increased status, she decided to formally push forward with this matter. This answer was not unexpected for Zhou Chun. If there were no genuine feelings involved, Su Yunyang wouldn't need to do this for the title of sect leader's wife. After all, her current status as an elder of the Moonwheel sect already gave her a very high position within the Jing kingdom. Unfortunately, Master Beiyu is clearly not a person driven by emotion and wouldn't risk his reputation like Su Yunyang did for this. Perhaps in their eyes, supporting Su Yunyang's successful core formation was already enough to repay their feelings in Su Yunyang. In short, from Zhou Chun's perspective now, Su Yunyang's feelings were ultimately misplaced. He couldn't help but say to the Su family patriarch, "But Auntie should know that since Master Beiyu doesn't agree to this, he has no intention of becoming her Taoist partner. She's a identified golden core cultivator, does she need to be so shameless and force herself on him?" Hearing this, the Su family patriarch clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's the problem." Master Beiyu's words were ambiguous. He didn't directly refuse her, only expressing his concerns and asking her to wait a few more years. This has allowed her to still harbor illusions and develop a cognitive bias, believing that Master Beiyu hesitated to agree to become her Taoist partner because he felt she couldn't offer any assistance, and therefore wanted to get our two families involved to support him. At this point, the Su family patriarch said with a frustrated expression, "Yazin and I have thoroughly explained the situation to her, but she, who is usually so intelligent, simply won't listen. Instead, she suspects I'm cowardly and unwilling to help her. That really makes things difficult," Zhou Chun muttered to himself, somewhat perplexed. He had heard of many similar cases like Su Yunyang's in his previous life, all of which ultimately harmed their friends, family, and themselves. Solving this problem wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. The best and simplest solution would undoubtedly be for the moon-worshipping immortal to either directly reject her or marry her. But clearly, both were difficult to achieve now. The moon-worshipping immortal was certainly aware of Su Yunyang's temperament. The reason he hadn't directly rejected her was probably because he feared that rejection would cause her to harbor resentment and create trouble for him. After all, Su Yunyang was now a golden core cultivator and a fellow elder. If she were single-mindedly seeking revenge, it would be a major headache. As for marrying Su Yunyang as a Taoist partner, that was also out of the question. Zhou Chun didn't believe that the other party would self-destruct, offending those who supported his rise to power so soon after taking office and ruining his own reputation. This simplest approach won't work. Getting Su Yunyang to abandon her ideal without letting her be blinded by hatred and recklessly pursue revenge against Beiyu's Henren is proving to be a difficult task. Zhou Chun pondered for a while but still couldn't come up with a good solution. He then looked at the Su family patriarch and said, "Perhaps for professional matters, we should consult professionals. We're not people burdened by emotions, so we might not be able to think of a perfect solution. Why not we weave this into a story and ask those with rich experience in relationships for their opinions and perspectives? Perhaps that will have a surprising effect." Upon hearing this, the Su family patriarch and Zhou Ming reacted in completely opposite ways. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 Mid-Stage Golden Core Realm, Supernatural Powers Greatly Increase. The Su family patriarch initially disagreed with telling others a fabricated story about Su Yunyang. He didn't want to wear his family's dirty laundry and become a laughingstock. However, after persuasion from Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, and with assurances that no one would associate the story with the Su family or Su Yunyang, he reluctantly agreed to give it a try. The rest was simple. Zhou Chun selected several skilled lovers among the family's cultivators and mortals, told them Su Yunyang's story, and asked them to devise a way to resolve the situation peacefully. Through the suggestions of these experts, several seemingly feasible solutions were found. In Zhou Chun's view, two methods were most likely to succeed. One was to manipulate the moon-worshipping immortal, forcing him to reveal his true colors. Once Su Yunyang saw through his true intentions, she would naturally no longer desire to be the sect leader's wife. However, this matter was not easy to handle, especially since the degree of manipulation was difficult to control. Excessive force would severely offend the moon-worshipping immortal, causing future trouble for both the Su and Zhou families. Another method was to exert pressure on the moon-worshipping immortal, negotiating a performance to make Su Yunyang understand that even with the help of the Su and Zhou families, she couldn't force the moon-worshipping immortal to immediately marry her, thus buying time. The former method was a fundamental solution, a one-time fix, but could backfire if not handled properly. The latter, while not a fundamental solution, was more reliable and had a higher success rate. Zhou Chun ultimately entrusted the choice to the Su family patriarch. He had initially thought this would cause the patriarch considerable trouble. However, to his surprise, the patriarch immediately chose the second method without hesitation. I will discuss this with the moon-worshipping immortal, but to increase my leverage, Zheng Chun, you and fellow Taoist Zhou must jointly issue me a letter, the Su family patriarch stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming exchanged a glance and quickly nodded in agreement. The two golden core cultivators from the Zhou family immediately presented a letter, earnestly requesting that Master Baiyu cooperate with the Su and Zhou families to persuade Su Yunyang to abandon her idea. In short, they were expressing their commitment to stand together on this matter. Having received the letter, the Su family patriarch was somewhat relieved and led his team back to the Su family the next day to handle the matter. However, subsequent events greatly surprised Zhou Chun. He had prepared for several golden core cultivators from the Zhou family to visit Master Baiyu at the Moon Wheel Sect to demonstrate the Zhou family's sincerity to Su Yunyang. A mere formality with Master Baiyu would suffice. But in reality, it didn't need to go that far. No one knew what the Su family patriarch discussed with Master Baiyu, but less than a month after leaving the Zhou family, the Su family patriarch received a nascent soul decree from the Moon Wheel Sect. This nascent soul decree came from True Person Silver Moon, ordering the Su family patriarch to remain confined to the mountain gate for 100 years, forbidden from leaving even a step without being summoned. Strictly speaking, this wasn't an excessive punishment. However, the fact that a nascent soul cultivator personally issued the decree indicated that the Su family patriarch had offended a nascent soul cultivator in some way, sending a signal that was quite intriguing. Su Yunyang, who had been clamoring to become the sect leader's wife, was completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. She hurriedly went to True Person Worshipping Moon to inquire about the details, only to find that True Person Worshipping Moon had suddenly announced a short period of seclusion, refusing to see her. This only made her more panicked. So she quickly returned to the Su family to ask the Su family patriarch. The Su family patriarch was, of course, prepared for this. Faced with Su Yunyang's question, he sighed softly, his face darkening. Alice. Yunyang, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you this time, but there's truly no way to maneuver. I merely mentioned this matter to that fellow Taoist from the Chu family, and that angered Senior Silver Moon. Do you think we, the Su and Zhou families alone, can truly influence the thoughts of a senior from the upper sect? He earnestly advised, we cultivators should prioritize cultivation above all else. Titles and power are merely empty names and external things. Why bother scheming and risking our lives to force them? However, Su Yunyang seemed unmoved by his words, calmly replying, I understand what you're saying, patriarch, but I know even more clearly that with your talent and aptitude, you might not even be able to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm in the future. You'll most likely be stuck at the early Golden Core stage for life, just like me. Why be so anxious about cultivation? She waved her hand, saying, anyway, I have my own plans for this matter, so please don't say any more. The Su family patriarch shook his head helplessly, saying, all right, you've been a Golden Core cultivator for hundreds of years. There's no need for me to teach you these principles. I just hope you won't act too extremely, and think more about how difficult it has been for you to cultivate to this point, and how difficult it has been for you Zhen and the family to get to where they are today. I will. I'm sorry I caused you to be punished this time. Su Yunyang nodded slightly, bowed deeply to the Su family patriarch to express her apology, and then left without lingering. Seeing her like this, the Su family patriarch knew she hadn't given up. But as long as she didn't harbor resentment towards him and the Su family because of this, the Su family patriarch was already satisfied. As for what she would do next, the Su family patriarch really couldn't control it and didn't want to get too involved. Now that Su Yuzhen was continuing the family's legacy and the Zhou family was a reliable ally, the Su family patriarch wasn't worried that the Su family would fall from the ranks of Golden Core families after his death. Under these circumstances, he naturally didn't want to gamble the family's fate for Su Yunyang's personal gain. Zhou Chun, knowing that the matter was temporarily resolved, also breathed a sigh of relief and focused on continuing his painstaking efforts to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. 2 more years passed, and Zhou Chun had gathered all the 5 elemental spiritual materials needed to cultivate the second level of the minor 5 elements, breaking restriction profound light. He then began cultivating the second level of this secret technique. Cultivating the second level of the minor 5 elements, breaking restriction profound light, was much more difficult than the first level. Even with the auxiliary materials and the first level as a foundation, it still took Zhou Chun 3 years to even begin to grasp the basics. However, once the second level was mastered, the power of the breaking restriction profound light would be formidable. If Zhou Chun were to unleash his full power, even a truly forbidden formation like the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation could have its power weakened to the greatest extent, allowing him to forcefully break through the formation. Based on this calculation, once he mastered the second level of the minor 5 elements breaking forbidden light, he might be able to quietly break through the barrier of a forbidden formation like the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, without alerting anyone. This discovery both surprised and delighted Zhou Chun, further increasing his appreciation for the minor 5 elements breaking forbidden light secret technique. He directly designated it as the highest level inherited secret technique of his family, accessible only to Golden Core cultivators. At this moment, the barrier that had held Zhou Chun back for many years was riddled with cracks and on the verge of complete shattering. Seeing this, he immediately announced his seclusion, dedicating himself entirely to attacking a higher realm. Boom! Approximately 2 years after his seclusion, when Zhou Chun once again attacked that invisible barrier with all his might, it was like a flood finally breaching a dam, producing a deafening roar. Then, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him, as if the world before him stretched out before him, allowing him to roam freely. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, rushing into his body. He then took out several bottles containing pure golden energy, releasing all the energy that would have sustained him for years of cultivation. After several months of secluded cultivation, Zhou Chun finally solidified his mid-stage Golden Core realm. Although he had only recently broken through, his total mana had increased by nearly 50% compared to before, and he expected it to double completely in the future. Naturally, the quality of his mana was also far superior. The same amount of mana used to activate magical artifacts could now unleash the power of 2 times the previous amount. Furthermore, although he hadn't compared it with others, his own experiments showed that his divine senses coverage range had exceeded 80 miles. Based on information he had gathered from conversations with other Golden Core cultivators, the divine sense coverage range of a typical late-stage Golden Core cultivator, unless they had cultivated a particularly powerful technique to enhance their divine sense, was only 60 or 70 miles. As for ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivators, their divine sense coverage might only be around 30 miles. Such powerful divine sense not only gave Zhou Chun an attack range far exceeding that of other cultivators of the same level in combat, but also greatly enhanced the power of his god-slaying technique. Furthermore, the stronger his divine sense, the easier it was to cultivate certain secret techniques and supernatural abilities. After consolidating his cultivation, Zhou Chun didn't rush out of seclusion, but immediately began to comprehend the golden escape technique, which he had previously been unable to grasp. Sure enough, with his breakthrough in cultivation, the golden escape technique, which he had previously been unable to master, was now easily mastered. Inside his cave, Zhou Chun made hand seals and cast a spell. His figure instantly transformed into golden light and escaped from the cave, appearing by a stream on the back mountain of Tuyun Ridge. This place was more than 30 miles away from his cave. Ignoring terrain and most restrictions, this golden escape technique truly lives up to its reputation as the most difficult and powerful of the 5 elements escape techniques. By the stream, Zhou Chun glanced at the direction of his cave dwelling, a smug smile playing on his lips. He was undoubtedly very satisfied with the effects of the golden escape technique, except for the difficulty of using it in fire. The golden escape technique could be used freely underground, in the air, or underwater, making it an absolute superior divine ability for self-defense, survival, and combat. As for the current limitation of only being able to escape 30 miles at a time, Zhou Chun wasn't too worried. As his mastery of this divine ability deepened, this distance would certainly continue to increase. What he needed to worry about was the consumption of mana. With his current profound and pure mana, using this divine ability once consumed almost 2% of his mana, and he could only use it about 50 times with all his mana remaining. Therefore, Using this divine ability for escape would probably be insufficient, and he would have to be careful to conserve mana when using it in battle. Seeing the immense benefits of breakthroughs in cultivation realms for mastering secret techniques and divine abilities, Zhou Chun turned back to his arduous training in other secret techniques and divine abilities, while simultaneously strengthening and refining his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. After this period of training, aside from the somewhat unique Beast Spirit Fusion technique, secret techniques like Zhengjin Sky-Splitting Thunder, Fiend Yuan Drill, and God-Slaying Technique all saw significant increases in power. Even the minor 5 elements breaking restriction Mystic Light felt considerably easier. This finally made Zhou Chun understand why cultivators were so eager to break through their realms. Sometimes it wasn't a lack of effort or talent, but rather an insufficient cultivation level, rendering their efforts ineffective. Besides secret techniques and divine abilities, his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, which Zhou Chun had refined with a damaged top-grade magic weapon, Mysterious Fiend Soul-Destroying Spear, also experienced a surge in power, gaining another extremely powerful killing ability. As a result, Zhou Chun's personal strength skyrocketed. Having learned his lesson from his previous experience, Zhou Chun was wiser this time. His breakthrough to the mid-stage Golden Core realm was known only to a few of his closest confidants. Even many of the Zhou family's Purple Mansion elders were unaware. As long as he avoided meeting other Golden Core cultivators, he wasn't afraid of his unusual cultivation level being discovered. Zheng Chun, you're going to travel to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom? Why? Is it because of the assassination attempt by the Ice Prison Sect assassins, inside Zhou Ming's cave? Upon hearing Zhou Chun's purpose for visiting, he was taken aback, somewhat bewildered by Zhou Chun's rather sudden decision. Investigating the Ice Prison Sect is just a side matter. The real reason I'm traveling to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom is to find the bloodline of the Taine Moon Toad, demon beast, so I can obtain its essence and blood to cultivate the secret technique of 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, and fully unleash the power of the Moon Toad Pearl. Zhou Chun calmly stated his plans, appearing as if he had been prepared all along. He had indeed planned this for a long time. In fact, he hadn't even thought he could break through the barrier to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm so quickly. Therefore, his initial plan was to help Su Yuzhen overcome the desire tribulation before setting off. However, after cultivating his soul and spirit, he discovered a breakthrough opportunity and changed his plans to break through his realm first. After his cultivation broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, when he used the spiritual treasure technique to refine the Moon Toad Pearl, again, he vaguely discovered the incompatibility between himself and this spiritual treasure. He realized that it was because he hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, which prevented him from truly unleashing the true power of this spiritual treasure. Otherwise, with the power of a complete spiritual treasure, even if he could only unleash 1 or 2/10 of its power due to his insufficient cultivation level, it should far surpass the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, a flawed high-grade magic weapon. In view of this, for Zhou Chun, finding the bloodline of the Taine Moon Toad, demon beast became the most important thing to do now. If he could successfully cultivate the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, with the power of the secret technique itself and the power of the Moon Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, he would probably have the chance to kill even ordinary late-stage Golden Core cultivators. At that time, he would have no need to be afraid of assassin organizations like the Ice Prison Sect. After all, it's highly unlikely that a nascent soul stage cultivator would come to assassinate a Golden Core stage cultivator like him. There's no need to explain this to Zhou Ming, lest it cause him unnecessary worry. It's enough to let Zhou Ming know that he didn't make this decision on a whim. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Chun's explanation, Zhou Ming didn't try to persuade him further. Zhou Chun's strength had long surpassed his, and now his cultivation level was also higher. He felt he had nothing more to teach Zhou Chun and wouldn't easily interfere with his decision. He simply nodded and said, "Since that's the case, go if you want to. I'll keep an eye on things at the family level, then I'll leave everything at the family level to you." Zhou Chun bowed respectfully and set off on his journey a few days later. However, before departing, he went to the wilderness and brought along the heavenly frost bees that he hadn't used in a long time. Perhaps there would be a use for these strange insects in places like the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. After years of breeding and growth, The population of the frost bee has now exceeded 500, with over 150 mature frost bees. Such a large population would be a formidable challenge for even an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. After leaving Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun didn't go directly to Bingai Kingdom, but instead went to Dazhou Kingdom first. I never imagined that while I've been stuck at the barrier for so long, fellow Taoist Zhou has already surpassed me in a single step. Truly, people cannot be compared. Inside Kingni residence, Luo Kingni looked at Zhou Chun, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and her emotions surged. She sighed with a look of desolation. She had formed her golden core many years before Zhou Chun and had reached the mid-stage golden core barrier earlier, even having the opportunity to use the Jade Golden Glow pill to break through. However, despite all her preparations, she failed, while Zhou Chun succeeded silently, achieving a reversal of his cultivation level. This left Luo Kingni, who had witnessed Zhou Chun's growth all along, with incredibly complex emotions. But that was only her. Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, who were already used to this kind of situation, were completely unsurprised by Zhou Chun's rapid breakthrough, taking it all for granted, as they had been surprised far too many times before. Zhou Chun, naturally, wouldn't be as casual with her as he was with the two elders. He immediately waved his hand modestly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you flatter me. I only stumbled upon this breakthrough opportunity by sheer luck. In terms of talent and aptitude, I am far inferior to you." He then looked at Luo Kingni with a serious expression and said, "Moreover, with your talent and aptitude, you certainly won't be trapped by this mere mid-stage golden core realm barrier forever. I imagine it won't be long before we hear news of your successful breakthrough." But Luo Kingni took it as mere self-deprecation to comfort herself and didn't take it seriously. In her turbulent state, she couldn't help but look at him and ask, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, could you tell me how you broke through?" She quickly added, "Of course, if you find it difficult, just pretend Kingni never said that." "Well, it's not that I can't tell you, but even if I did, fellow Taoist Luo, you might not be able to learn it," Zhou Chun said awkwardly, then recounted how he had glimpsed a breakthrough opportunity through dual cultivation of the soul with his Taoist partner. He didn't mention the desire tribulation, as that involved Su Yuzhen's privacy and was irrelevant to the topic. Even so, upon hearing that he had obtained his breakthrough opportunity through dual cultivation of the soul, Luo Kingni blushed, understanding why he had said she couldn't learn it. Not to mention that she herself was still a virgin and didn't have a cultivation partner. Even if one were to find a golden core cultivator as a dual cultivation partner to break through the cultivation barrier, it's not guaranteed that one could enter the profound state of dual cultivation of spirit and soul. "I see," Kingni was being presumptuous. "Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Zhou, being a golden core cultivator with considerable skill." Luo Kingni quickly composed herself and bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun in apology. "Fellow Taoist Luo, you're too kind. Let's talk about something else." Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, and proactively changed the subject. He patted his storage pouch at his waist, directly retrieving the formula for the Four Spirits Breakthrough Pill, and handing it to Luo Kingni. "This is..." Luo Kingni glanced at the formula and stared at Zhou Chun with wide-open eyes, her expression one of utter astonishment. This expression was exactly the same as when Zhou Chun had given her the formula for the Jade Golden Glow pill. Zhou Chun, after appreciating her rare expression of shock, smiled and said, "This is what I gained after participating in the Kanglan Sect's grand ceremony. Fellow Taoist Luo, you deserve some credit for it too." He then dropped another bombshell. "Moreover, the original owner of these materials has already collected 2 main ingredients and several auxiliary ingredients. In the future, we only need to collect the remaining materials to try refining pills." As expected, upon hearing this, Luo Kingni's eyes widened even more. After staring at him for a long while, she finally exclaimed in one breath, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are truly a blessed person." She then waved the pill formula in her hand and said, "Even sects and families that have never produced an nascent soul cultivator would struggle to collect a single formula of this caliber, even after thousands of years of tradition. Yet you have produced 2 formulas in just 100 years, each accompanied by some alchemy ingredients." She couldn't help but tease Zhou Chun, saying, "If Kingni didn't know your background, fellow Taoist Zhou, and understand that your family isn't particularly skilled in alchemy, she might have suspected that your family once produced a Grandmaster alchemist and left behind a complete Grandmaster's legacy." Chapter 581 Luo Kingni's Repayment. Just as Zhou Chun had predicted, the allure of the Four Spirits Breakthrough Pill was immense for Luo Qingni. Especially after her failed attempt to break through her cultivation barrier using the Jade Golden Glow pill, her desire for this specific pill for breaking through barriers was even stronger. As Zhou Chun had said, with her talent and the resources she could mobilize, breaking through the mid-stage golden core barrier should only be a matter of time. However, the late-stage golden core barrier she would face in the future would be a huge problem. There were many rogue golden core cultivators in Xianyun Immortal City, but only a handful could reach the late stage. After her previous failed breakthrough, Luo Qingni no longer considered herself significantly stronger than others, or a special individual. Therefore, the preciousness of the Four Spirits Breakthrough Pill, an aid in breaking through the late-stage golden core barrier, became immediately apparent. If she could truly refine this elixir and break through to the late-stage golden core with it, she could even leverage the advantage of mastering the elixir's formula to accumulate resources for her own core formation and nascent soul stage. Therefore, she deeply understood the immense opportunity Zhou Chun had given her. She was someone who knew how to reciprocate kindness and repay favors. After calming down, she frowned and pondered for a long time before looking at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and saying, "I, Qingni, have no way to repay fellow Taoist Zhou's kindness. From now on, whenever fellow Taoist needs my help to refine pills, I will not accept any payment." She had made this promise before when Zhou Chun gave her the formula for the Jade Golden Glow pill, but at that time it was Zhou Chun who proposed it, and it only lasted for 100 years. This time, she proactively extended the 100-year period to a lifetime of free service, truly showing her utmost sincerity. If Zhou Chun were shameless enough to frequently ask her to refine pills, she might become the Zhou family's full-time alchemist. Of course, based on her understanding of Zhou Chun, he shouldn't do something so short-sighted. However, what surprised Zhou Chun even more was the sentence she added next. Luo Qingni hesitated for a moment, then looked at him and added, "Furthermore, if any of your family's descendants show talent in alchemy in the future, they can come to Xianyun Immortal City to learn alchemy from me. I will certainly not hesitate to share my experience." This was practically an indication that she was willing to pass on her alchemy skills to the Zhou family's alchemists. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with a smile, knowing that his efforts had finally paid off. He immediately bowed to Luo Qingni with a beaming smile and said, "Then I, Zhou, will thank you on behalf of my family's younger generation. Thank you for your trust. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Zhou." "It should be Qingni who thanks you for your trust." Luo Qingni shook her head slightly and returned the bow to Zhou Chun. After discussing the alchemy plan with Luo Qingni, Zhou Chun left Xianyun Immortal City. However, after leaving the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun did not immediately go to the Bingai Kingdom, but instead went to the Liang Kingdom. Liang Kingdom, Misty Immortal Ridge. Returning to this place after many years, Zhou Chun stood outside. Gazing at the misty mountains in the distance, his emotions a complex mix. He could sense that the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle, Stone, had successfully broken through to the 4th rank. However, it seemed to be currently in a mountain-bearing state, its consciousness dormant and unable to communicate with him. And to avoid disturbing the Chongsun Demon King and Stone's cultivation, Zhou Chun dared not forcibly awaken it using a secret technique. Stone, don't worry, when you wake up, I will definitely come to take you home," Zhou Chun murmured to himself, standing outside Misty Immortal Ridge for a long time before turning and leaving. The journey from Liang Kingdom to Bingai Kingdom was tens of thousands of miles, traversing 6 or 7 kingdoms. It took Zhou Chun nearly 2 months to finally set foot on Bingai Kingdom's territory. This place was indeed as rumored. Most of the border was covered in snow year-round, and mortals mostly lived in a few areas suitable for farming and grazing. The various cultivation sects and families of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom are mostly located in regions perpetually covered in snow. Perhaps due to the environment, people born in this country tend to have spiritual roots that lean towards ice, wind, water, and metal. Cultivators with wood, earth, and fire attributes are very rare and generally don't choose to cultivate here. However, cultivators from neighboring countries with ice and wind attribute spiritual roots mostly choose to cultivate in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Zhou Chun had previously clashed with the Ice Prison Sect, and this country was their stronghold. After arriving in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, he specifically used the 100 Illusion Pearl to change his identity, adopting the identity of Zhang Liang, which he had previously used in the Great Zhou Kingdom. He dared not use this identity in the Great Zhou Kingdom, but using it here in the distant Ice Barbarian Kingdom was fine. After some reconnaissance, he quickly arrived at a place called Snow Lotus Valley in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. This Snow Lotus Valley was the largest stronghold of rogue cultivators in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, with as many as 5 rogue cultivators at the Golden Core stage, including even a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Under the protection of these 5 Golden Core cultivators, Snow Lotus Valley developed into a unique location, a blend of market and stronghold. Many mid to high-level rogue cultivators from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom chose to settle here, exchanging cultivation experiences and trading items. However, according to rumors Zhou Chun had heard, most of the 5 Golden Core cultivators in Snow Lotus Valley were not rogue cultivators at all, but rather ice attribute cultivators from powerful forces in other countries. Because the environment of Snow Lotus Valley was particularly suitable for ice elemental cultivators, these people occupied the place and established a cultivation base. However, to avoid provoking the hostility of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom's native forces, they dared not establish it as a separate residence for their sect or family, but could only establish a stronghold as rogue cultivators, open to all cultivators. This model was said to have continued for thousands of years. This was also the reason why Zhou Chun chose to come here. For him, since the Golden Core cultivators in Snow Lotus Valley were only staying here for a suitable place to cultivate, and were not native Ice Barbarian cultivators, it should be easier to interact with them. Moreover, the large number of independent cultivators gathered here made it convenient for him to gather information about the bloodline of the Taiyan Moontoad, demon beast. Snow Lotus Valley got its name from the many snow lotuses that grow within it. Upon entering, Zhou Chun saw that many areas of the valley retained their original landscape, covered with vast fields of snow lotus medicinal herbs, including many precious herbs over 500 years old. It was said that in the deepest part of Snow Lotus Valley, there were even 1,000-year-old treasure-level snow lotuses. The area where the cultivators gathered and moved about in the valley was an enclosed city. This city was walled with ice and divided into north and south sections. The north section, occupying 2/3 of the area, was the residential area, where cultivators who stayed for extended periods resided and cultivated. The south section was the commercial area, with various permanent shops and a free trading area. Senior Zhang, the 3rd elder of the valley, happens to be free now. If you have nothing else to attend to, I can take you to visit him now. Outside the Ice City, Zhou Chun was surveying its surroundings when a Snow Lotus Valley Purple Mansion cultivator who was entertaining him suddenly raised his hand to receive a communication flame. The cultivator then respectfully told him the information he had just received. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, fellow Taoist. Zhou Chun withdrew his gaze and waved, following the man around the Ice City, heading straight for the deepest part of Snow Lotus Valley, where the cave dwellings of several Golden Core stage elders were located. Snow Lotus Valley was vast, spanning hundreds of miles. The Ice City area Zhou Chun had seen only occupied 1/3 of it. The majority of the remaining area belonged to the private cave dwellings of the elders, and even ordinary Snow Lotus Valley cultivators were not allowed to easily venture there. After following the guide around the Ice City for over 100 miles, Zhou Chun arrived at an area shrouded in a thick white mist. As soon as the two landed outside the white mist area, a female cultivator in a white dress with a cold demeanor immediately emerged. Upon appearing, she bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Junior Zhang Zuning greets Senior Zhang. My master has prepared tea and water in the cave and is waiting for you. Please come in with me for a chat, then I'll trouble you, young friend Zhang." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and followed the female cultivator, who only had a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, into the white mist ahead. The white mist was formed by the power of an array, and within it were several connected snow-capped peaks, the tallest being about 600 or 700 feet high, covered with snow lotuses, a specialty of the valley. Zhou Chun followed a white-clad female cultivator to the front and back of an ice crystal palace on the mountain top. A figure suddenly flashed out from inside the palace and appeared on the steps in front of the palace entrance. He looked closely and saw that the person was an old man in white robes with white hair and a youthful face. His cultivation level was the same as Zhou Chun's, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, Zhou Chun was new to this realm. While the old man was only one step away from entering the late-stage Golden Core realm. After taking a few steps out of the hall, the old man immediately bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "Honored guest, I am sorry for not welcoming you properly. I hope fellow Taoist Zhang will forgive me. Fellow Taoist Zhang is too kind. It was I who presumptuously came and disturbed your cultivation. I should be the one apologizing to you." Zhou Chun politely returned the bow and then followed the old man into the Ice Crystal Palace. Since he had chosen to come to Snow Lotus Valley, he had naturally learned about the 5 golden core cultivators here beforehand. According to the information Zhou Chun had gathered, the third elder who was receiving him was named Zhang Meng. He had been in Snow Lotus Valley for over 300 years and had successfully joined the sect by passing the elder's examinations with his golden core cultivation level. After leading Zhou Chun into the hall, Zhang Meng clapped his hands lightly. Zhang Zuning, the white-clad female cultivator who had previously escorted Zhou Chun, brought tea into the hall and served it to both of them. Zhang Meng then took a sip and smiled slightly at Zhou Chun, saying, "This, Snow Needle Immortal Tea, is a specialty spiritual tea of my Snow Lotus Valley. It's a rare find outside of this place. Fellow Taoist Zhang, why don't you try it?" "Oh, then I must try it," Zhou Chun said, immediately picking up the teacup to examine it. Inside the teacup, fine, golden yellow tea leaves, as thin as silver needles, settled, turning the tea a golden color. It turned out that this so-called Snow Needle Immortal Tea was made from the stamens of the snow lotus. After examining it, Zhou Chun brought a tea to his lips and took a sip. A refreshing floral fragrance immediately filled his mouth and nose, his mouth filled with a sweet tea aroma, quite similar to the honey flower tea of the Zhou family. After gulping down the entire cup of tea in a few sips, he nodded repeatedly with a smile, praising, "Truly excellent tea. Fragrant and delightful, leaving a lingering aroma on the lips and teeth. It certainly has a unique flavor." Seeing that he had indeed drunk the tea, Zhang Meng was slightly surprised, then laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I'm glad fellow Taoist Zhang likes it." After laughing, he said to his disciple Zhang Zuning, "Zuning, go to my tea room and fetch half a pound of top-grade, Snow Needle Immortal Hair tea. It's rare for a fellow Taoist to like this tea, I can't be stingy." "Yes." Disciple obeys. Zhang Zuning knew that these 2 golden core cultivators wanted to have a private conversation, so she obediently agreed and immediately withdrew. After dismissing his disciples, Zhang Meng calmly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Since fellow Taoist Zhang cultivates the metal element, you must not have come to Bingai Kingdom for cultivation. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Fellow Taoist Zhang has keen eyesight. "I indeed did not come to Bingai Kingdom for cultivation, but rather to search for an ice attribute demonic beast. I hope to use the power of Snow Lotus Valley to help post a bounty among the independent cultivators." Zhou Chun nodded, frankly stating his purpose. He was only searching for a demonic beast and wouldn't have any conflict with anyone, so there was nothing he couldn't say. Hearing his words, Zhang Meng was slightly surprised and followed up, "Oh. What kind of demonic beast is fellow Taoist Zhang looking for?" "A demonic beast possessing the bloodline of the Taiyan Moon Toad. The descendants of this demonic beast are certainly toad-like demonic beasts with ice attribute supernatural powers, and most likely have the talent to absorb the power of the Taiyan Moon essence." Zhou Chun briefly described the situation, revealing all the information he knew. Zhou Chun had researched the Taiyan Moon Toad demonic beast extensively, but very little information was available. He only knew it was a very special beast, seemingly unable to reproduce normally, only able to mutate through bloodline reversion. Moreover, once this beast appeared, its strength was never below the 4th rank. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Meng looked at him strangely and said, "According to what fellow Taoist Zhang says, I do know where you might find something that matches your desires." "Really? Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Zhang." Zhou Chun's spirits lifted, and he immediately looked intently at the other man. "I'm sure fellow Taoist Zhang has heard of the Flying Snow Palace, a major sect in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Within its mountain gates, inhabiting the Snow Mountain Heavenly Pool, dwells a type of toad-like demonic beast called the Ice Moon Toad, many of which are at the 4th rank, and as far as I know, the Ice Moon Toad has the habit of surfacing at night to absorb the power of moonlight, and it can also exhale pure, cold air." Zhang Meng didn't keep him in suspense and quickly informed Zhou Chun of the information he knew. Upon hearing his answer, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy. From Zhang Meng's description, the so-called Ice Moon Toad was indeed very likely to possess the bloodline of the Taiyan Moon Toad. He immediately bowed solemnly to the other party, saying, "Thank you for informing me of this, fellow Taoist Zhang. I will remember this favor, fellow Taoist Zhang is too kind." This matter is not a secret in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, many golden core cultivators know about it. Fellow Taoist Zhang only needs to interact with a few more people to find out. Zhang Meng waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he dared not take credit. Then, with a kind reminder, he added, "However, I must tell you, fellow Taoist Zhang, the Ice Moon Toad is extremely important to the Flying Snow Palace. It's a vital source of revenue for their sect, and we've never heard of them selling this kind of demonic beast to outsiders." Zhou Chun easily understood the implied meaning in these words. He immediately nodded solemnly and replied, "I understand, thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Zhang." Then, to reciprocate, Zhou Chun immediately suggested that the two exchange some spiritual items, offering some rare spiritual herbs, magical treasures, and materials to Zhang Mengde in exchange. The two indeed completed several exchanges, each acquiring some useful spiritual herbs and materials. Afterwards, Zhou Chun exchanged some cultivation insights with Zhang Mengde before leaving his cave dwelling, satisfied. "Well, it's a holiday, time to take a break. I'm going for a walk to admire the moon. Happy holiday everyone." Chapter 582, A Glimmer of Hope. After bidding farewell to Zhang Mengde, Zhou Chun immediately began investigating intelligence about the Flying Snow Palace and the Ice Moon Toad. Just as Zhang Mengde himself had said, the Ice Moon Toad was indeed quite famous in the Ice Kingdom, and many cultivators familiar with the Flying Snow Palace had heard of it. However, this was not a good thing. According to the information Zhou Chun gathered, the Ice Moon Toad was extremely important to the cultivators of the Flying Snow Palace. Its toad venom and blood were essential ingredients for refining certain elixirs. A rather convincing rumor was that the toad venom of a third-tier, Ice Moon Toad, could be used as the main ingredient in refining the Ice Essence Pill, a spiritual elixir that aided in opening the Purple Mansion. This elixir was most effective for cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques, not much less effective than the Purple Dust Pill, a universal spiritual elixir, and could also be used in combination with other spiritual items that aided in opening the Purple Mansion. Every year, the shops run by Fixu Palace release one Ice Essence Pill for bidding, and sometimes multiple pills appear at auctions. Even other major sects in Bingai Kingdom seek to purchase these pills in bulk from Fixu Palace. Leveraging its advantage in mass-producing these pills, Fixu Palace has become the power with the most Purple Mansion and Golden Core stage cultivators in Bingai Kingdom. It is said that there are currently over 400 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, and at least one Foundation establishment cultivator from Fixu Palace successfully opens their Purple Mansion stage every year. This large base of Purple Mansion stage cultivators has also greatly increased the number of Golden Core stage cultivators in Fixu Palace. Currently, there are nearly 30 Golden Core stage cultivators, comparable to the Moonwheel Sect, the #1 sect in Jing Kingdom. However, Fixu Palace is not the #1 power in Bingai Kingdom. Furthermore, the toad venom of the Ice Moon Toad can not only be used to refine the Ice Essence Pill, but also as a material to refine other highly effective pills. Its demon core is the best material for refining certain barrier-breaking pills. There are even rumors that the toad venom from the 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, has the effect of replacing extreme cold ice marrow liquid. Given the Ice Moon Toad's great uses, it's clear how much the Flying Snow Palace values this type of beast. Frankly speaking, the importance of a single Purple Mansion stage cultivator in the Flying Snow Palace is less than that of a 3rd-tier Ice Moon Toad. To prevent the Ice Moon Toad from falling into the wrong hands and to protect the beast's population, the Flying Snow Palace doesn't even allow its disciples to form contracts with this beast, keeping its entire population free range within the mountain gates. Even ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Flying Snow Palace have no opportunity to come into contact with these beasts. Zhou Chun also heard a rumor, its veracity unknown, that the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Flying Snow Palace would scan the Snow Mountain Heavenly Pool with their divine sense every day during their cultivation to count the Ice Moon Toad population. It was through these various methods of strict control and defense that, despite the covetousness of many major sects in the Ice Kingdom and their desire to obtain the Ice Moon Toad, no one had yet succeeded. After understanding this, Zhou Chun's joy vanished. According to his own estimation, to successfully cultivate the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, he either needed to obtain the spiritual blood of a purebred, Taine Moon Toad, or a large quantity of the life essence blood of 4th-tier demonic beasts with Taine Moon Toad bloodlines. If it was the latter, he would either have to kill a 4th-tier demonic beast and extract its life essence blood, or capture one and keep it by his side, extracting some of its life essence blood periodically. Either way, it meant he had to take a 4th-tier, Ice Moon Toad with him. However, 4th tier Ice Moon Toads were extremely rare. Even after thousands of years, the Flying Snow Palace had only cultivated a handful, each one immeasurably valuable. If Zhou Chun dared to touch the 4th tier Ice Moon Toad of the Flying Snow Palace, even the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Flying Snow Palace would likely personally hunt him down. Moreover, killing or capturing such a 4th tier demonic beast within the Flying Snow Palace's mountain gates was simply unrealistic. Therefore, this seemingly easily obtained information appeared to be the most difficult thing to accomplish. However, difficult didn't mean impossible. For Zhou Chun, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would strive for it. However, he wouldn't place all his hopes on the Ice Moon Toad. His original plan to gather intelligence through the vast number of cultivators in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom would continue. But before putting everything into action, Zhou Chun had one more thing to do. First, find a way to obtain some Ice Moon Toad spirit blood. It didn't necessarily have to be 4th tier Ice Moon Toad spirit blood, even 3rd tier would be fine. He only needed this to determine if the Ice Moon Toad truly possessed the Taine Moon Toad bloodline. Compared to directly obtaining a corpse or even a live Ice Moon Toad, this matter, while challenging, wasn't particularly difficult. After all, the Flying Snow Palace frequently used the Ice Moon Toad's spirit blood for alchemy and medicine. As long as Zhou Chun's demand wasn't too high, the relevant personnel had room to smuggle some out. It took Zhou Chun about 6 months to successfully obtain a bottle of 3rd tier Ice Moon Toad spirit blood from a Purple Mansion stage cultivator in the Flying Snow Palace through an intermediary. This single bottle of 3rd tier Demon Beast spirit blood cost him a whopping 30,000 spirit coins, enough to buy an ordinary low-grade 3rd tier magic weapon. Unfortunately, scarcity drives up the price, and even knowing he was being ripped off, Zhou Chun had no choice but to accept it. Once he had the spirit blood, he immediately followed a method recorded in the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter to first purify the blood, and then used it as a medium to cultivate this secret technique. To Zhou Chun's delight, this cultivation session was indeed effective, proving that the Ice Moon Toad truly possessed the bloodline of the Taine Moon Toad. Unfortunately, the spiritual blood of a 3rd tier Ice Moon Toad was extremely ineffective for cultivating the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter secret technique, making it impossible to master the basics. It seemed everything was as he had feared. Unless he killed or captured a 4th tier Ice Moon Toad, cultivation was simply out of the question. Therefore, he truly needed to plan carefully. Immediately, Zhou Chun settled permanently in the Bingai Kingdom, and under the guise of traveling and making friends, he frequently visited Golden Core cultivators from various forces within the kingdom to inquire about the Taine Moon Toad demonic beast bloodline, naturally excluding the Ice Moon Toad from his list of options. In an icy, snowy environment like the Ice Kingdom, toad-like demonic beasts are extremely rare. If other toad-like demonic beasts were to be found in the wild, Zhou Chun could easily obtain information from those who knew about them by offering a high reward. For 2 years, Zhou Chun had received news of another type of ice attribute 3rd tier toad-like demonic beast, but when he went to find it, he didn't discover it possessed the bloodline of the Taine Moon Toad, only obtaining the corpse and demon core of a low-grade 3rd tier demonic beast. Naturally, Zhou Chun had been secretly and openly gathering intelligence on the Ice Moon Toad. However, just as he had initially feared, the fact that even other forces in the Ice Kingdom coveted the Ice Moon Toad's uses yet hadn't been able to obtain it showed how difficult it was to acquire. During his 2 years of investigation, Zhou Chun had heard numerous stories of failed attempts to steal the Ice Moon Toad. There was even a powerful force in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom that spent hundreds of years cultivating a Foundation Establishment cultivator to core formation, hoping he could steal the Ice Moon Toad. However, that core formation cultivator ultimately failed. He had barely brought the pair of 3rd tier Ice Moon Toads out of the Flying Snow Palace gates when he was inexplicably exposed and immediately captured by the Flying Snow Palace's nascent soul cultivators. In the history of the Flying Snow Palace, such failed attempts to steal the Ice Moon Toad are commonplace. Yet, to this day, no one has ever truly succeeded. Therefore, Zhou Chun no longer harbors any hope of taking the Ice Moon Toad from the Flying Snow Palace. For him, cultivating the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter is important, but not to the point where he needs to risk his life. Even if he fails to cultivate it to the core formation stage, he can simply wait until he reaches nascent soul stage to cultivate it. He believed that if he successfully formed his nascent soul, he could probably obtain a dead 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, from the Flying Snow Palace, or have the Flying Snow Palace provide him with the life essence of a 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, long term, provided he was willing to pay a sufficient price. Therefore, after carefully weighing the difficulty of obtaining a 4th tier, Ice Moon Toad, Zhou Chun began to have second thoughts, preparing to shelve the matter if it really didn't work out and return to cultivate diligently. However, just as he was preparing to head back and begin purchasing a large quantity of special spiritual items from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom to bring back to Jing Kingdom, he suddenly received another clue. This time, the person who provided him with the clue was a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. According to him, he had heard the sound of a toad in a frozen lake deep in the ice plains northeast of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, and confirmed that it was at least a cry of a 4th-tier demonic beast. This junior dares not deceive you, senior. I wasn't the only one who heard that thunderous toad croak. Several fellow Daoists traveling with me also heard it. One of them, whose low-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, the Ice Wind Python, was instantly terrified upon hearing the croak and frantically warned him, "If you don't believe me, senior, I can summon those fellow Daoists to testify." Inside a tea house, Zhou Chun sat quietly sipping fragrant tea. Beside him, a burly man in white robes with a rugged face bowed and cautiously shared his knowledge. According to this man, he was originally a rogue cultivator from outside the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Because he cultivated ice attribute techniques, he had been in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom for over 100 years. He regularly invited familiar Purple Mansion stage cultivators to venture deep into the ice plains in search of treasure. The eastern and northern parts of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom were uninhabited ice plains, sparsely populated with life, but some areas contained spiritual veins and spiritual lands, nurturing rare ice attribute spiritual treasures. Many cultivators from the Ice Kingdom venture there in search of these rare and wondrous creatures. The 3rd-tier ice toad that Zhou Chun had previously slain was also a special creature of the ice plains. Therefore, after listening to the white-robed giant's detailed description, he pondered for a moment and then looked at the man, saying, "I'll trust you this once, but navigation on the ice plains is difficult, and large-scale blizzards frequently break out. If you want the bounty, you must guide me." Blizzards on the ice plains can vary in size, some sweeping across thousands of miles, with howling winds that can prevent Foundation establishment cultivators from flying. Even if golden core cultivators could fly, the mana cost would increase several times, and their speed would be extremely slow. It's also easier to get lost, straying thousands of miles from one's destination. Furthermore, there are few reliable landmarks on the ice plains, and the terrain is easily altered by blizzards. Even with a map and the ability to navigate, finding one's target after getting lost is incredibly difficult. Furthermore, once lost, it's easy to stumble into dangerous places or monster lairs due to unfamiliarity with the environment. Therefore, if one wants to venture deep into the icy plains in search of anything, it's generally necessary to find a familiar cultivator to guide them. However, the white-robed giant already knew he wasn't a native cultivator of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom before coming to see him, so how could he dare to follow a mid-stage golden core cultivator like him into the icy plains? What if Zhou Chun killed him and then left the Ice Barbarian Kingdom? Even if the matter were exposed, there would be no one to avenge him. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, the man immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Senior Zhang, please forgive me for not being able to agree to this request. I can only provide you with a map. I absolutely dare not agree to lead the way. Are you worried that I might harm you?" Zhou Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the white-robed man and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I can go with you to find someone to vouch for you and offer some collateral sufficient to buy your life. You should be relieved then. The matter of finding someone to vouch for you was a unique service that had emerged from the practice of guiding people across the ice plains in the Ice Kingdom. Some mid to low-level cultivators, when guiding someone stronger than themselves, would require the person to pledge valuable items to a trusted elder or senior to prevent the other party from discarding them after using them. In this way, if they failed to return alive, the pledged items would be used as compensation to be given to designated relatives or friends. He had done the same thing when he had someone lead him to kill that 3rd-tier ice toad. However, the white-robed man seemed unwilling to take any risks. After he finished speaking, he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Senior Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly have no intention of leading the way. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Zhou Chun didn't try to persuade him further, but simply nodded and said, "Since you are really unwilling, I won't force you. Could you introduce your companions to lead the way for me?" Unexpectedly, the white-robed man shook his head again, saying, "I'm afraid that won't work. My companions all have their own concerns, and I've never heard of them leading the way for anyone. This won't work, that won't work. Are you perhaps toying with me, fellow Taoist? Do you think I should risk venturing deep into the ice plains based solely on your word? And pay you a hefty reward?" Zhou Chun's face darkened, and his tone and demeanor instantly became unfriendly. He was good-tempered, not without temper. How could he tolerate someone who wanted to ask for a reward based solely on one side of the story? His anger caused the white-robed giant, a cultivator at the late-stage Purple Mansion realm, to feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. This startled him, and he hurriedly lowered his body, bowing repeatedly and pleading for forgiveness. "Senior, please calm down. Senior, please calm down. I absolutely have not deceived you in any way. I swear to prove my words are true. What use is an oath? Can you even form a core formation?" Zhou Chun looked at the white-robed giant with an unfriendly expression, speaking coldly, seemingly unwilling to let the matter rest easily. The white-robed giant immediately regretted his actions. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would never have been so greedy. He would have preferred to forego Zhou Chun's reward rather than offend a mid-stage golden core cultivator. But now the mistake had been made, and it was too late for regrets. He was extremely anxious. Just as Zhou Chun was considering whether to increase the intensity of his divine sense pressure to force the man to agree to lead the way, the white-robed man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly cried out as if he had found a lifeline. "I've got it! I've thought of someone who can lead the way for Senior Zhang." He looked at Zhou Chun excitedly and said, "Senior Zhang, you are wise. I know someone who can lead the way for you. He has been there before, and as long as you can give him the reward you want, he will definitely be willing to lead the way for you." "Oh, tell me about it first." Zhou Chun looked at him with an unchanged expression and slightly relaxed his divine sense pressure. Feeling the pressure on his body lighten, the white-robed man secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly explained his plan. It turned out that among the Purple Mansion stage cultivators the white-robed man knew, someone had also been to the ice lake where a suspected fourth-order toad-like demon beast had appeared, and that person also had a seriously ill daughter who needed care and needed to earn money for medicine to alleviate her injuries. Therefore, as long as Zhou Chun could afford the reward and was willing to pledge something valuable enough, the man would definitely be willing to risk leading the way for Zhou Chun. Moreover, to show his sincerity, the white-robed man also offered to forego any reward for providing information. After learning of this, Zhou Chun thought for a moment and agreed to go with him to meet the man mentioned. "We're here, this is it. Senior Zhang, please wait a moment, I will contact fellow Taoist Wu to come out." Outside a courtyard located in a secluded corner of the market, the white-robed man led Zhou Chun there and immediately bowed and clasped his hands in a fawning manner, then took out a communication talisman to notify the owner inside. After a moment, the courtyard gate opened from the inside, and a middle-aged man with a worried expression came out. This middle-aged man only had the cultivation of the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and seemed to be injured, his breathing somewhat labored. Upon seeing Zhou Chun standing with the white-robed giant, he was immediately startled and bowed deeply, saying, "Junior Wu Yishan greets Senior, fellow Taoist Wu, there's no need for such formalities." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the white-robed giant, gesturing for him to come forward for communication. The white-robed giant, knowing he couldn't avoid this, immediately took a breath and smiled at Wu Yishan, saying, Come, let me introduce you to fellow Taoist Wu. This is Senior Zhang Liang." He then whispered his purpose. "Senior Zhang Liang has come to hire fellow Taoist Wu to guide you to the Fisheye Ice Lake deep within the ice plains. This is a lucrative deal." "Fisheye Ice Lake? That's deep within the ice plains, beyond the 5-dash line." Wu Yishan was slightly startled, and a look of apprehension immediately appeared in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, the white-robed man, fearing he might refuse, quickly said, "It's just a matter of leading the way. Besides, with Senior Zhang, who has a mid-stage golden core cultivation, watching over us, there won't be any danger. We might even find a spiritual object along the way to suppress my niece's injuries." Upon hearing him mention his daughter's chronic illness, Wu Yishan's expression changed slightly, immediately becoming filled with sorrow. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Then please, Senior Zhang and fellow Taoist Liu, come to my humble abode for a cup of tea. I'll gather information before making a decision." With that, he stepped aside and gestured for Zhou Chun and the other man to enter the courtyard. Once inside the living room, Wu Yishan, naturally not daring to act like the host, immediately invited Zhou Chun to the head seat, while he and the white-robed man sat at the lower end. Shortly after the three sat down, a haggard-looking woman in white brought tea into the living room and offered it to them. "This is my daughter, Yazhu. She suffers from a chronic illness and has difficulty moving around. She can only manage tasks like serving tea and water." Seeing Zhou Chun's gaze linger on the woman in white, Wu Yishan quickly explained for his daughter, then bowed slightly and said, "My humble abode is simple and lacks fine tea. Please forgive any shortcomings, Senior Zhang." Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Zhou Chun suddenly said, "Although your daughter appears weak and frail, there seems to be a hidden heat within her. Could it be that she is suffering from some kind of fire poison?" Wu Yishan seemed to have heard this before, and after a slight pause, he couldn't help but sigh softly. "Senior's insight is truly remarkable," he then nodded sadly, saying, "That's right, my daughter is indeed suffering from fire poison and has no choice but to rely on the power of an ice attribute spiritual object to suppress it." Seeing his admission, Zhou Chun couldn't help but become more curious and immediately asked, "There are many golden core cultivators in the ice barbarian kingdom who cultivate ice attribute techniques. Did fellow Taoist Wu ever ask them for help?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yishan couldn't help but smile bitterly and spread his hands, saying, "Of course I've asked for help. And not just 2 or 3, then, with a look of despair in his eyes, he murmured softly, "Even those with late-stage golden core cultivation, even Elder Li, the Grand Elder of the Cold Mountain Sect, who personally tried, said he wasn't confident he could completely eradicate the fire poison she was born with without harming her life. Who else can I turn to for help?" Upon hearing this, the white-clad woman standing beside him immediately lowered her head deeply, tears streaming down her face as she whispered self-reproachfully, "It's all my fault for being unfilial. If it weren't for me, Father, you wouldn't have had to leave your family homeland to come to the Ice Kingdom, wouldn't have had to waste the resources you risked your life to obtain on me, and wouldn't have stagnated in your cultivation for decades without making any progress." Seeing this, Wu Yishan quickly hugged his daughter and comforted her. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your father. As long as I have a breath left, I won't let anything happen to you. This was your mother's dying wish." After saying that, he quickly looked apologetically at Zhou Chun and said, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Senior Zhang. I'll take my daughter back to her room first and then entertain you." Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun then said, "If fellow Taoist Wu doesn't mind, I can take a look at your daughter." "Of course, if you mind, just pretend I didn't say anything." This, Wu Yishan was slightly taken aback, seemingly hesitant, and didn't agree immediately. He had experienced too many disappointments, and hope had turned into despair time and time again, so he dared not have any hope for Zhou Chun's suggestion. After all, he could sense that Zhou Chun was not a cultivator of ice attribute or water attribute techniques, and didn't even seem to be a cultivator of fire attribute or wood attribute techniques. His daughter, Wu Yazhu, seemed to have a better attitude, or perhaps she had already resigned herself to her fate. She quickly spoke on his behalf, saying, "Since Senior Zhang is willing to lend a helping hand, this junior is naturally extremely grateful." "Yes, yes, yes, then we'll trouble Senior Zhang." Wu Yishan quickly recovered and nodded in agreement. Then Wu Yazhu took the initiative to walk to Zhou Chun's side and offered him her delicate hand. Zhou Chun, seeing this, didn't hesitate and immediately raised his hand to grasp the fair wrist before him, channeling a wisp of magic power and divine sense to examine the state of the fire poison within Wu Yazhu's body. After a while, he released the woman's hand and lowered his head in deep thought. Seeing this, Wu Yishan's hope waned even further. But he still habitually said, "So that Senior Zhang may know, the fire poison in my daughter's body was brought from her mother's womb. Before giving birth to her, her mother was injured by a third-tier poisonous fire lizard. Although she had taken an antidote and refined the toxins afterward, she never expected that residual poison would remain lurking in the fetus. Later, after Yazhu was born, tests showed that she had a superior grade ice attribute spiritual root. My husband and I were overjoyed, thinking it was a blessing from heaven, but we never imagined that the seeds of disaster had already been sown." At this point, a look of pain flashed in his eyes, and he said with a pained expression, "After Yazhu cultivated to the 12th level of key refining, During a training session before Foundation establishment, she was accidentally injured by the poisonous mist sprayed by a first-tier superior-grade crimson fire serpent. As a result, the fire poison lurking in her body was awakened, causing the fire poison power to be integrated into her entire bloodline. Fortunately, my deceased wife was by my side at the time, and she sacrificed herself to use a forbidden technique allowed her to transfer most of the toxins into her own body, preventing her from dying on the spot. But unfortunately, my deceased wife also succumbed to the combined effects of the forbidden technique and the fire poison, and passed away not long afterward. After saying this, he took a deep breath and continued, "Later, I searched far and wide for renowned doctors and finally obtained a temporary remedy from a senior physician. As long as I regularly use some precious ice attribute spiritual materials to prepare a potion for my daughter to take, it can suppress the fire poison in her body for a period of time. However, this method also has drawbacks. The higher my daughter's cultivation level, the more precious the spiritual materials required. Moreover, if she attempts to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, she may fail and perish due to the increased fire poison." Hearing this, Zhou Chun finally understood where the fire poison in Wu Yezhu's body came from and why it hadn't been able to kill this mere key refining stage 12 cultivator. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try using purifying essence water to see the effect. He then said to Wu Yishan, "I possess a spiritual water that is highly effective in neutralizing fire poison. If you trust me, fellow Taoist Wu, could you prepare a quiet room for me to try it out?" Hearing this, Wu Yishan's heart stirred, his previously dormant spirit seemed to regain some vitality. He quickly replied, "No problem. I'll take Senior Zhang to my meditation room right away." He then apologized to the white-robed man and led Zhou Chun and his daughter, Wu Yazhu, directly to his meditation room. Once inside, Zhou Chun first had Wu Yishan wait outside. Then, using an illusion, he deceived Wu Yazhu, who was only at the key refining stage, and transformed the purifying heaven and earth divine jar into a jade bottle, feeding her half a jar of purifying essence spiritual water. As it turned out, the purifying essence spiritual water lived up to its profound origins. After consuming half a jar of purifying essence spiritual water, the fire poison in Wu Yezhu's body was instantly cleared, and she visibly became much more energetic. About an hour later, her face turned pale again, and new fire poison began to grow in her body. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this fire poison has truly become one with your bloodline. Becoming one with the bloodline means that as long as the bloodline doesn't perish, or if the bloodline is fundamentally strengthened to resolve the fire poison, it will be difficult to completely eradicate it. No wonder Wu Yishan had sought help from so many golden core cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques, yet none could completely cure Wu Yazhu's ailment. Wu Yazhu seemed to have known this outcome all along, and now, with a joyful expression, she bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, "Senior Zhang's spiritual water has been very effective. This treatment is even better than Father's secret technique used to suppress and resolve it. I should be able to hold on for the next 2 or 3 years." Similarly, when Wu Yishan learned of the effectiveness of Zhou Chun's treatment from his daughter, he instantly showed a look of delight. After a series of changes in expression, the man suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Senior Zhang, your kindness and virtue are beyond measure. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your servant, at your beck and call." "What are you doing, fellow Taoist Wu? Please rise." Zhou Chun frowned and immediately flicked his sleeve, using his magic to forcibly lift the man up. Wu Yishan, his face full of pleading, repeatedly bowed and said, "Senior Zhang, you are wise. Every word I've said is true, without the slightest falsehood." He then added excitedly, "If you are willing to alleviate my daughter's internal fire poison every few years, I would gladly serve you like a slave." End of this month. Chapter 583 Murderous Intent in the Snowstorm. The hearts of parents are all the same. Zhou Chun could only sigh at Wu Yishan's actions. He never denied the greatness of paternal and maternal love, and he always knew that there were indeed many great parents in the world who were willing to sacrifice everything for their children. However, for Wu Yishan, a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, to be willing to serve as a slave and servant simply because he saw a glimmer of hope to lessen his daughter's suffering, was truly moving. Having seen so many selfish and self-serving cultivators, how could one not be moved by such selfless love? However, moved as he was, Zhou Chun had no intention of taking in any servants, much less of anyone. He could only shake his head and say, I understand fellow Taoist Wu's meaning, but I don't have time to treat your daughter often, and I have no intention of taking you as a servant. Let's not bring this up again, senior. Wu Yishan wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Chun's calm yet aloof gaze, he swallowed his words. In the end, he could only lower his head reluctantly, muttering in a muffled voice, "This junior was too optimistic. A master like you, senior, surely has servants at your disposal. Why would you willingly add a burden to yourself?" His words, though harsh, were true. In the cultivation world, most golden core cultivators came from sects and families. For these golden core cultivators, commanding Purple Mansion cultivators to do their bidding was truly effortless. Wu Yishan's promise of servitude seemed sincere, but that was all it was, sincere. Few golden core cultivators would willingly add a burden to themselves for a servant who is utterly useless. It's not entirely what you think. Zhou Chun looked at the middle-aged man before him, whose expression had shifted from hope to despair, and seemed to feel a pang of pity. He immediately said, "How about this? I will offer you a scroll of poison cultivation techniques as payment. Please help me guide you through the icy plains." Poison cultivation techniques? Senior means. Wu Yishan's expression shifted, and he looked at Zhou Chun with some suspicion. Meeting his surprised gaze, Zhou Chun slowly nodded and said, "You're right. In your daughter's condition, unless we can find a nascent soul stage cultivator skilled in medicine to help, it's highly unlikely that we can completely eliminate the fire poison in her blood. In that case, it would be better to let her switch to cultivating poison techniques, using poison to fight poison and enhance her own poison resistance. If she can successfully endure this, she might be able to turn this fire poison into an asset in the future, cultivating a powerful poison technique." Saying this, Zhou Chun glanced at Wu Yishu beside him and said in a deep voice, "Of course, cultivating poison techniques is a matter of life and death, and it's difficult to succeed without great perseverance and great opportunities. If you are not willing to take the risk, I can also offer other spiritual items as payment." This junior is willing. Wu Yishu immediately agreed before Wu Yishan could speak. With a resolute expression, she looked at Wu Yishan and said, "Father, you don't need to say anything more. I've had enough of the torment of the fire poison in my body, and I'm even more fed up with my own incompetence, causing you and mother to sacrifice your own cultivation paths and lives for me. Now that there's hope of curing this fire poison that has destroyed our family, I must try my best." At this point, she said excitedly, "If I really die during the process of converting to poison cultivation, then it's my fate, and I won't be a burden to you anymore." In fact, compared to Wu Yishan, the pressure and pain she endured were no less. She had personally witnessed her mother sacrifice herself with forbidden techniques to save her, directly leading to her mother's death, which filled her with self-blame and immense pain. And over the years, her father, Wu Yishan, had risked his life time and time again to enter the icy plains to obtain spiritual items to suppress the fire poison, even refusing to buy elixirs to heal himself when injured, and daring not to take long breaks to recuperate. She witnessed all of this, her heart aching with unbearable self-reproach, wishing she could end her own life to free her father. But after her first failed suicide attempt was discovered, Wu Yishan solemnly told her that if she committed suicide, it would mean her mother's sacrifice had been in vain, and she herself would have no reason to live. Therefore, she could only endure the agonizing self-reproach time and again, watching her father, Wu Yishan, risk his life and his cultivation for her. As she said, she had long since had enough of this torment, but she couldn't bear to see her mother sacrifice herself and her father perish with her, which was why she had endured it so bitterly. Now, Zhou Chun's words gave her a glimmer of hope, a hope she could seize herself. This filled her with immense excitement and joy. Because now she was no longer a useless person, no longer forced to watch helplessly as her loved ones risked their lives for her. Perhaps she didn't understand just how dangerous and difficult cultivating poisonous arts truly was. But that didn't matter to her. Because all she wanted was to be a useful person, so she wouldn't be a burden to her father anymore. Even if she died from the backlash of the poison, she would be free. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. Wu Yishan had cared for his daughter for a long time, watching her grow up. How could he not know what Wu Yishu was thinking? Naturally, he didn't want his daughter to take this risk, but seeing her current state, he knew that if he refused, he might only push her to her death. He was currently in a state of turmoil, moved by his daughter's understanding yet terrified of losing her forever. After his wife's death, his daughter was the person he cared about most, and now she was practically his motivation to live. He looked at his daughter with a complicated expression for a long time before suddenly turning to Zhou Chun and asking, "Senior Zhang, are you sure that cultivating poison techniques can really help Yuzhu resolve the fire poison in her body?" The fire poison in her body is a mutated form of a third-tier demon beast's poison. Can a mere key refining stage poison technique really be effective against this kind of poison? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately answered truthfully, "I dare not guarantee that, but the poison technique I have was created by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It has extremely strong effects in detoxification. If your daughter can successfully cultivate it, it will definitely greatly enhance her poison resistance, at least prolonging the time between her poison attacks without any problem. If she can successfully establish her foundation, then with the effects of the poison technique, she will most likely be able to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the fire poison, and even use the fire poison as resources to improve her cultivation, a technique created by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator." Wu Yishan was also shocked upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, and immediately began to believe his theory of using poison to fight poison. If Zhou Chun hadn't deliberately deceived him, then there was indeed a possibility of curing the fire poison in Wu Yizhu's body. Thinking of this, he looked at his daughter Wu Yizhu's expectant and pleading eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded with difficulty, saying, "Then thank you for your kindness, Senior Zhang." Hearing this, Wu Yizhu's face immediately showed a relieved and joyful smile. Then, with a face full of gratitude, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Zhou Chun. "Thank you so much, Senior Zhang. I have no way to repay your great kindness, so I can only kowtow to you in gratitude, young friend. You're too kind. Please rise quickly." Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to help her up. The rest was simple. Zhou Chun made a copy of the pre-golden core stage cultivation method of the 10,000 poisons, true scripture as payment, and gave it to Wu Yishan in advance. After carefully studying the poison technique, Wu Yishan was impressed by its ingenuity and completely believed Zhou Chun's previous explanation. However, he still harbored concerns about the dangers of practicing this poison technique, wondering if his daughter, Wu Yizhu, could withstand it. Wu Yizhu, on the other hand, seemed confident and fearless. Based on Zhou Yuanlian's experience in practicing, Zhou Chun offered his opinion. "Your daughter has suffered from fire poison for a long time, and the fact that she has persevered for so many years shows that she has extraordinary willpower. Her tolerance and resistance to the harmful effects of poison should be stronger than others. It shouldn't be a big problem for her to switch to poison technique during the key refining stage." Hearing this, Wu Yishan, although still somewhat worried, could only keep his concerns to himself and went to buy the various poisons needed for the medicinal bath. As agreed, he would only take Zhou Chun to the ice plains after witnessing his daughter Wu Yizhu successfully complete the first 3 rounds of medicinal bath practice. Zhou Chun, also moved by his love for his daughter, did not rush the process. 3 months passed in a flash. Wu Yizhu, as expected, did not disappoint Zhou Chun, successfully enduring the first 3 rounds of poisonous water baths. While she was still some distance from fully mastering the 10,000 poisons true scripture, judging from her performance in the 3 rounds and the changes in her body, completing the poison-based cultivation should not be a problem. Wu Yishan, as an observer, was also aware of this and thus felt relieved. He then asked Zhou Chun for another month to handle some miscellaneous matters, which Zhou Chun agreed to. Another month passed, and with everything settled, Wu Yishan finally left the market with Zhou Chun, heading straight for the ice plains. It's worth mentioning that Zhou Chun initially offered to pledge valuable items as collateral according to the rules, but Wu Yishan, grateful for Zhou Chun's previous free use of the pure essence water, to help his daughter Wu Yizhu remove the poison, and for offering an advance payment of the precious 10,000 poisons, true scripture as payment, voluntarily offered to waive the collateral. In this respect, Wu Yishan was indeed a grateful person. Zhou Chun knew that the other party had actually sold many of his belongings over the past month to raise materials needed for cultivating the 10,000 poisons, true scripture, which he then entrusted to his daughter, Wu Yizhu, giving it a hint of entrusting her with his final affairs. Clearly, the other party was concerned that the journey into the depths of the icy plains was fraught with danger, and worried that if he didn't return, his daughter wouldn't be able to complete the 10,000 poisons true scripture on her own. Under these circumstances, the person was still willing to waive Zhou Chun's guarantee, demonstrating his character. This made Zhou Chun think even more highly of him. If they encountered any danger on the icy plains, he would definitely do everything in his power to protect the person's life. After the two entered the icy plains, Zhou Chun, to conserve his mana and avoid attacks from unsuspecting demonic beasts, immediately summoned the golden-winged tiger for transportation. Upon seeing the third-tier high-grade demonic beast, the golden-winged tiger, Wu Yishan was slightly startled, but being a seasoned veteran, he quickly composed himself and, following Zhou Chun's instructions, climbed onto the tiger's back to guide the way. The weather on the icy plains is unpredictable, with frequent blizzards. While these ordinary blizzards aren't exactly blizzards, they still obstruct visibility, making it difficult to fly too fast lest one lose their way. Fortunately, the golden-winged tiger is also a wind attribute demon beast, and while flying, it can use its magic to create a light blue shield to block the blizzard, allowing Zhou Chun and Wu Yishan on its back to better observe their surroundings. The cultivators of the Ice Kingdom have divided the ice plains into 9 sections based on different distances and depths. Each section varies in distance and depth from 2 to 3,000 li, with the first section being the shallowest and the 9th section the deepest. The danger increases significantly with each deeper section of the ice plains. This danger includes the strength of the demonic beasts, the frequency of blizzards, and even the temperature. Generally speaking, ice plains below the 4th section rarely see 4th-tier demonic beasts, making them relatively safe for cultivators in the Purple Mansion stage. Blizzards are also less frequent and less powerful there, and the map is still somewhat useful. After the 5th section, the temperature of the ice plains drops drastically. Even key refining stage cultivators wearing thick, warm clothing will find it difficult to survive there. Foundation establishment stage cultivators will also need to expend mana to maintain their body temperature. Furthermore, there is a higher probability of encountering 4th-tier demonic beasts there. The monsters on the ice plains are different from those outside. Because food is scarce, high-level monsters roam everywhere in search of prey. So even if you know where their lairs are and deliberately avoid them, you might still encounter them elsewhere. Moreover, the monsters on the ice plains are very vengeful. Once you injure them or take their prey, they can follow you for months, all the way to the 7th level, and above the 7th level, it is said that even golden core cultivators dare not easily venture there. The extreme cold alone is enough to freeze foundation establishment cultivators to death, and the resulting extreme cold storms can even trap and kill golden core cultivators. Amidst this whirling snow, Wu Yishan guided the golden-winged tiger, while also sharing as much information he knew about the ice plains as possible with Zhou Chun, lest Zhou Chun unknowingly violate any taboos. Zhou Chun, however, did not underestimate the survival experience summarized by these local cultivators, relying on his higher cultivation level. While Wu Yishan was describing the situation on the ice plains, he proactively asked, "Fellow Taoist Wu, could you tell me about blizzards and extreme cold storms? If one were to encounter these two natural disasters, how should one avoid them?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yishan immediately replied, "Blizzards vary in size. Small blizzards only affect an area of less than 1,000 miles, and are common on the ice plains. Generally, those with foundation establishment cultivation can simply dig holes in the ice to avoid them when they form, and they will subside in a few days or 10 days. Large blizzards are unpredictable. I once encountered a particularly severe blizzard on the 3rd section line. It is said that at that time, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sections in the same direction, the entire domain was covered and affected by this blizzard, which lasted for more than a month before it ended. When the blizzard ended, there were dozens of feet of ice and snow above the ice cave that we had dug. When we came out, we found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. In the end, it took us more than 2 months to return to the Ice Kingdom, and we also lost 2 companions with a cultivation level of late foundation establishment. As for the extreme cold storm, since it basically does not appear below the 7th segment line, I have never seen it. I have only heard that if you encounter it, it is not advisable to dig a cave in the ice, because the ice there is very hard and difficult to dig, and it is easy for the ice layer to flow during the extreme cold storm, which can lead you into an unpredictable danger. Is that so?" Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully and did not ask any more questions. In the following month, Wu Yishan directed the golden-winged tiger to travel at a stop-and-go pace, going deep into the ice field for thousands of miles, and entered the so-called 4th segment line in one go. The reason why it took so long was naturally because of the time wasted in avoiding the blizzard and identifying directions. And this was only after Zhou Chun intervened and forced his way through several small blizzards. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Zhou Chun also deeply appreciated the importance of a good guide. Even Wu Yishan, who was familiar with the terrain, often had to travel hundreds of miles to find distinctive, towering snow-capped peaks and glaciers to pinpoint his location in order to find the fisheye ice lake. If Zhou Chun were alone, simply flying in one direction, he might not find his destination even after a year or two. The ice plains of the fourth segment are extremely cold. Even ordinary people wrapped in thick fur coats would find it difficult to survive. Even wild beasts like ice bears, wolves, and foxes, which are adept at keeping warm, have disappeared. Most of the animals found here are demonic beasts. Their main food consists of fish and shrimp living in the ice plain lakes, as well as other demonic beasts. Many lakes and rivers lie beneath the ice plains, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough moisture to condense such a thick layer of ice. Geographically, the terrain of the Ice Kingdom is significantly lower than that of the surrounding countries. Therefore, it's speculated that the underground water veins of these countries eventually converge on the ice plains, which act as a reservoir similar to the Dragon Abyss, storing massive amounts of water vapor as ice and snow. While the ice on the ice plains is thick, it can also flow, sometimes creating lakes or huge basins out of thin air. Furthermore, some areas on the ice plains have unique environments that allow for the formation of unfrozen lakes. In short, the ice plains is a place devoid of life yet full of miracles. Zhou Chun wasn't a natural scientist and didn't care about how the ice plains formed or the phenomena that defied meteorological laws. After all, the cultivation world was full of strange and unusual places. Trying to explain these strange phenomena with knowledge from his previous life was not only far-fetched but also absurd. Now that they had entered the fourth segment of the ice plains, the golden-winged tiger was no longer a suitable means of transportation. It consumed too much energy here, its recovery speed couldn't keep up with its consumption, and it was also an easy target for fourth-tier demonic beasts. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no choice but to summon the Azure Silver Boat himself to carry Wu Yishan on their journey. A silver streak of light streaked through the snow and whined above the vast ice plains, covering hundreds of miles in an instant. While this made navigation more difficult, it actually increased their speed. In just 7 days, Zhou Chun led Wu Yishan into the fifth segment region. Their destination, Fisheye Ice Lake, was precisely a dividing point between the fifth and sixth segments. However, as Wu Yishan had previously mentioned, blizzards became extremely frequent at this depth. That day, Zhou Chun was flying when his divine sense suddenly stirred, and he discovered that another blizzard was approaching. If it were before, he might have avoided it. But half an hour ago, Wu Yishan had said that if he flew another 500 or 600 miles in this direction, he would reach his destination. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he didn't try to dodge and directly plunged into the blizzard at his current speed. The silver-blue flying boat was seen cutting through the wind and snow against the blizzard, and Zhou Chun, controlling the boat, clearly felt his magical energy being consumed much more. He thought it was only a few hundred miles away, and he could just endure it. Unexpectedly, after traveling several hundred miles against the direction of the blizzard, his divine sense still couldn't find the fisheye ice lake that Wu Yishan had mentioned. That was a rare, unfrozen lake. In the most extreme cases, its surface could remain unfrozen for dozens of miles. Damn it! We might be lost. Wu Yishan's expression changed, and he uttered words that made Zhou Chun's heart sink. Fellow Taoist Wu, I'm certain the direction is correct. Could it be that you misjudged it? Zhou Chun stared intently at Wu Yishan, his tone grave. He didn't directly blame him, but his words alone were enough to put pressure on him. Wu Yishan, his face pale, replied, that shouldn't be the case. The iceberg I referenced had the same temperature and ice hardness as before. He then suggested to Zhou Chun, Senior Zhang, I suggest we land here immediately and wait for the blizzard to pass. It's not advisable to move around recklessly now, lest we go further astray. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Zhou Chun nodded, knowing that blaming him was useless at this point, and immediately landed on the ground with him. But just as Zhou Chun summoned the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, and began carving an ice cave in the ground, suddenly his divine sense stirred, and he roared, unleashing a burst of brilliant golden light that protected himself and Wu Yishan within it. At the same time, a beastly claw gleaming with a cold white light slammed into the golden glow, instantly tearing apart a large section of it and nearly touching Wu Yishan's back. A fourth-tier demonic beast, the Ice Crystal Snow Wolf, having narrowly escaped death, Wu Yishan had no time to celebrate before his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. Outside the golden glow, a wolf-shaped demonic beast, Its entire body crystal clear as if formed of ice crystals, was staring at the two with wide, cold, and ferocious blue eyes. Having missed its target, the wolf-shaped demonic beast swiftly retracted its claw, then a surge of white light erupted from its body, and it vanished from their side in an instant. Seeing this, Wu Yishan immediately shouted a warning, "Senior Zhang, be careful. This ice crystal snow wolf's ice escape technique is very special. It possesses both ice escape and invisibility effects." Invisibility. Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly. He immediately released his divine sense with all his might, then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his powerful divine sense, equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator, did not disappoint. His opponent's invisibility was still somewhat ineffective against him. Happy National Day. I'm not happy at all. I have no holidays at all. Since I started writing this book, I've lost all my holidays. Chapter 584 Surprise and Astonishment. So-called invisibility is nothing more than deceiving the senses. Inferior invisibility techniques can only deceive the visual senses, making it difficult to see the user's form. More advanced techniques can deceive not only sight but also smell and hearing. Superior invisibility techniques can even deceive divine sense, making it difficult to detect. The Ice Crystal Demon Wolf, a 4th-tier low-grade demon beast, had the advantage of the terrain on this icy plane. Its innate invisibility ability could exert an effect beyond its cultivation level, making it difficult for ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivators to detect its whereabouts. But unfortunately for it, this time it encountered a powerful being it couldn't afford to offend. Zhou Chun, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, possessed the powerful divine sense of a late-stage golden core cultivator, enough to detect it even in its invisible state. Previously, relying on its invisibility ability, it had roamed the icy plane with impunity, rarely encountering an opponent, and had long since developed a blind trust in this ability. After its initial sneak attack failed, the ice crystal wolf didn't immediately flee. Instead, it observed from dozens of miles away before stubbornly closing in on Zhou Chun and his companion again, using the blizzard as cover. Seeing this, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't hold back. Killing a 4th-tier demonic beast would yield at least 1,000,000 spirit coins, a huge gain for him. He looked around with a mixture of surprise and anxiety, appearing extremely tense, and summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, casting a layer of golden light to protect himself. The Tamer dragon-slaying sword also circled around him, displaying an air of formidable readiness. This situation, seen by the ice crystal wolf, strengthened its resolve to continue its attack. Since its target couldn't detect it, it was already in an invincible position. Even if the sneak attack failed, it could immediately turn and flee. However, wolves are cunning and extremely patient. Even though it had already made up its mind, it didn't rush to attack. Instead, it hid somewhere a dozen miles away from Zhou Chun, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to strike. For it, living on the ice plains, the blizzard had no effect whatsoever. But for an outsider like Zhou Chun, it had to constantly expend its magical power to withstand the blizzard. So, if it waited, its chances of winning were undoubtedly greater. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately took Wu Yishan and tried to leave. But he soon discovered that the Ice Crystal Demon Wolf didn't rush to attack him after he left, but instead followed him unhurriedly. What a cunning beast, Zhou Chun cursed inwardly, but he didn't stop moving and continued to advance against the wind and snow. After traveling another 300 or 400 miles in one go, he landed on the flying boat. He first deliberately manifested his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after confirming that there were no problems, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued to use the Tamer dragon-slaying sword to carve ice caves in the icy ground. A short while later, the flying sword forcefully carved out an ice cave dozens of feet deep. Just as Zhou Chun was about to enter the cave with Wu Yishan, the ice crystal wolf, which had been hiding several miles away, struck again, using ice escape techniques to appear behind him and swung its claws at him. Now, a flash of yellow light appeared on Zhou Chun's body, and an earthen yellow shield flew out from his back, transforming into a giant shield the size of a door, protecting him and blocking the attacking claws. At the same moment, the golden cauldron floating above his head suddenly burst into golden light, instantly transforming into a golden spear that shot towards the ice crystal wolf. A mournful wolf howl suddenly rang out in the blizzard, even drowning out the sound of the endless snow. Above the snow, the golden spear formed by the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron struck the ice crystal wolf in the abdomen like a crossbow bolt, nearly piercing it through. Its crystalline outer shell, resembling ice crystals, was nothing more than a thin layer of cardboard before the golden spear, easily pierced. This was the new divine power unlocked by the myriad transformations golden cauldron. After it smelted the damaged top-grade magic weapon, mysterious fiend soul-destroying spear, which Zhou Chun named Golden Soul-Destroying Spear. This spear was incredibly sharp, with unparalleled armor-piercing ability. In terms of armor-piercing ability alone, it was already comparable to some high-grade magic weapon flying swords, far surpassing mid-grade magic weapon flying swords like the tamer dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, the spear struck the ice crystal demon wolf, and an extremely sharp Zheng metal power surged wildly within its body, continuously destroying its meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs. However, the ice crystal demon wolf was, after all, a fourth-tier demon beast, with powerful vitality. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to kill it with just one spear. After letting out a miserable howl, it immediately transformed into a white afterimage and retreated rapidly, trying to create distance between itself and Zhou Chun. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye. The icy plains weren't a particularly good environment for Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, but they weren't too bad either, not enough to hinder its strength. This was also the reason for the strength of the Flood Dragon clan. They were largely unaffected by most environments and possessed the ability to adapt to various conditions. In a sense, human cultivators were the same. Once released by Zhou Chun, Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye immediately pursued the fleeing Ice Crystal Wolf. The Ice Crystal Wolf had been severely injured by Zhou Chun, with a golden spear formed from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, still embedded in its body. Its so-called invisibility technique was no longer effective, and even its ice escape technique was unreliable. Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye caught up with it effortlessly. Although the icy plains were the Ice Crystal Wolf's home ground, how could it, heavily injured, be a match for Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye? Even if it burrowed underground into the ice, the Thunder Flood Dragon could still lock onto it using the aura emanating from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, directly unleashing its lightning powers to bombard it. And ice and snow, unlike rocks and soil, could absorb or neutralize the lightning's power, offering it little protection. As a result, it would be blasted out again, its body smoking, shortly after hiding underground. "Don't move around here, I'll be right back." While Wu Yishan was still stunned and dumbfounded by Zhou Chun's sudden summoning of a fourth-tier Thunder Flood Dragon, Zhou Chun's figure vanished beside him, leaving only Zhou Chun's voice echoing in his mind. A mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, a fourth-tier Thunder Flood Dragon pet, and the ability to casually produce a poison cultivation technique created by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Could this senior Zhang be one of the legendary elders of one of the top sects in the Great Zhou Kingdom? Remembering Zhou Chun's claim of being from the Great Zhou Kingdom, Wu Yishan couldn't help but speculate about his true origins. His awe of Zhou Chun grew even stronger. He didn't have to wait long before he saw Zhou Chun return, riding a fourth-tier Thunder Flood Dragon. Judging from Zhou Chun's slightly pleased expression, the hunt for the Ice Crystal Demon Wolf had clearly gone very smoothly. Seeing this, Wu Yishan quickly offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, Senior Zhang, on successfully slaying the Ice Crystal Demon Wolf." That beast was courting death, running right into the line of fire. Zhou Chun chuckled, not denying it. The Ice Crystal Demon Wolf had indeed died at his hands, not even having time to self-destruct its demon core at the last moment. After slaying the demon, Zhou Chun not only obtained a low-grade fourth-tier ice attribute demon core, but also its entire set of materials. The flesh and blood of a fourth-tier demon beast were highly nourishing, and its claws, teeth, and bones were all high-grade materials for refining magical artifacts. Opportunities to slay a fourth-tier demon beast like this were rare. Although such demon beasts existed in the wilderness, Zhou Chun dared not hunt them, lest he anger the Flood Dragon clan. In other areas, fourth-tier demonic beasts either hide from human cultivators or are protected by fifth-tier demon kings, making them difficult to approach. Only on this icy plain do fourth-tier demonic beasts roam freely far from their lairs, so killing them wouldn't cause any trouble. Next, Zhou Chun and Wu Yishan hid inside the dug ice cave, patiently waiting for the blizzard to end. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted a month and a half. This is a huge problem. A blizzard lasting a month and a half will definitely cause drastic changes to the icy plain environment. Finding Fisheye Ice Lake will likely require even more time and effort. Amidst the icy landscape, Wu Yishan looked at the snow piled dozens of feet thick in all directions, expressing his worries with a troubled expression. However, perhaps because of the unexpected gain of the ice crystal demon wolf, Zhou Chun was no longer in a hurry. He simply said, "It's already like this, there's no use rushing. Let's search slowly. Yes, please rest assured, senior. No matter what, this junior will definitely lead you to Fisheye Ice Lake." Wu Yishan's heart tightened, and he immediately made a solemn pledge. Following his instructions, Zhou Chun led him flying around the surrounding area to find landmarks for location. This went on for a full 9 days before Wu Yishan finally found a familiar landmark, thus confirming their location. A small difference can lead to a huge error. When they finally reconfirmed their location, Zhou Chun and the others had already retreated back to the 4-segment area. But there was nothing they could do. This was the harshness of the environment on the ice plains. According to Wu Yishan, many cultivators who ventured deep into the ice plains and never returned to the ice kingdom did not die at the hands of the ice plains' demonic beasts, but rather lost their way, exhausted their supplies, and could only absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to recover their mana. Gradually, they were eroded by the turbid evil energy, their mana, physical body, and soul, ultimately leading to demonic possession. Fortunately, Zhou Chun always carried many pills to restore his mana, and also had 4 spirit crystals on him. Furthermore, he was not afraid of the turbid evil energy, so he didn't need to worry about these things. After re-establishing his location, he continued his journey under Wu Yishan's guidance. However, due to the blizzard, finding landmarks was still extremely difficult, and he encountered several smaller blizzards along the way. Thus, by the time Zhou Chun finally saw the so-called Fisheye Ice Lake, it was already more than 8 months after he entered the ice plains. The Fisheye Ice Lake was also a miraculous place on the ice plains. Standing high in the sky and looking down, one could see a patch of blue suddenly appearing in a certain spot on a vast white landscape. A closer look reveals it to be a circular lake shaped like an eyeball, its waters a clear, deep blue. The size of the Fisheye Ice Lake varies, sometimes reaching 300 to 500 miles in width, and at its narrowest, less than 100. Even in the fiercest blizzards, it never freezes completely. The lake teems with fish and shrimp, attracting many icy beasts to forage nearby. Zhou Chun even spotted a flock of red-clawed white geese, renowned for their long-distance flight and cold resistance, feeding in the water. Focusing his gaze, he easily spotted the schools of fish and shrimp swimming within. Perhaps due to limited food, there weren't many large fish, most were smaller than a palm. However, the sheer number of fish was enormous. The shrimp were also quite interesting, a transparent white species with only blue eyes, and their population was equally vast. Many ice-filled monsters live around Fisheye Ice Lake, many of which are unique to the ice field. Whether it's their fur, claws, or cubs, they are very popular in the Ice Kingdom. Therefore, I have teamed up with others to adventure here before. However, because this place is home to a large number of ice-filled monsters, it has become a frequent hunting ground for 4th-tier monsters. For us, it is quite dangerous, and we dare not stay here for long. Seeing Zhou Chun gazing at the lake below from the air for a long time without landing, Wu Yishan took the initiative to explain the situation. Then there are no 4th-tier monsters nesting and living here. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked a question that had been bothering him. Upon hearing this, Wu Yishan was slightly taken aback, then immediately replied in a low voice, "There will definitely be 4th-tier demonic beasts that want to build their nests here. But the problem is that demonic beasts have a very strong sense of territory. Once a 4th-tier demonic beast builds its nest here, it will become the mortal enemy of all other 4th-tier demonic beasts that rely on this place for survival, and will be besieged by the other 4th-tier demonic beasts. So even a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast wouldn't dare to monopolize this place." Unexpectedly, after hearing this answer, Zhou Chun looked at him and said, "Is this just your guess, or is there any evidence?" This is probably just a guess, but it is indeed reasonable." Wu Yishan hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply nodded and did not continue the topic. Then he landed on the ice not far from the lake. After landing, Zhou Chun looked at Wu Yishan and asked, "Logically speaking, now that we've arrived here, fellow Taoist Wu, your mission is complete. What are your plans now? Will you wait here for me to return together, or will you return alone?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yishan hesitated only slightly before quickly answering honestly, the ice plains are dangerous. If I were alone, the chances of returning to the Ice Kingdom alone would be slim. If Senior Zhang won't be staying for too long, I'd like to return with you. Hearing this, Zhou Chun thought for a moment and then spoke frankly, I came to this fisheye ice lake for the 4th tier toad-like demon beast that fellow Taoist Liu mentioned. It's hard to say exactly how long it will take, but since I'm already here, I can afford to wait 2 or 3 years. 2 or 3 years? Wu Yishan's expression changed slightly, his face immediately filled with worry. Zhou Chun naturally understood his concern. In the past, Wu Yazu's internal fire poison required precious ice attribute spiritual items to neutralize and suppress it every 2 or 3 years. They've been out for over half a year now, and considering the time spent protecting her while she switched to cultivating the 10,000 poisons, true scripture, the fire poison in her body will reach its limit in another year or 2. Seeing that he remained silent for so long, Zhou Chun knew his inner turmoil, so he decided to go all the way and said again, how about this, if you're worried about the fire poison in my daughter's body, you can return first. I have 2 high-grade 3rd-tier magic talismans here to give you. He then took out 1 offensive and 1 defensive high-grade 3rd-tier magic talisman from his storage bag and handed them to him. After thinking for a moment, he also took out a bottle of Great Replenishing Yuan Pill to replenish mana and handed it over. Zhou Chun now had quite a few of these kinds of magic talismans and pills in his storage bag, mostly spoils from previous battles against powerful enemies. His words and decision seemed to give Wu Yishan motivation and leverage, causing the previously hesitant and conflicted man to immediately make up his mind. He accepted the talisman and pills, then bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, Thank you for your understanding and reward, Senior. I have no way to repay your great kindness and virtue, except to wish you all your wishes come true. With that, he resolutely embarked on his return journey alone. After watching Wu Yishan's figure disappear into the distance, Zhou Chun looked back at the frozen lake before him and quickly made a decision. He patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the thunder flood dragon bye-bye, and then sent it into the frozen lake to search for any possible 4th-tier toad-like demon beasts. Although Wu Yishan said no 4th-tier demon beasts would use this fisheye frozen lake as their territory to nest and roost, Zhou Chun felt that if a 4th-tier toad-like demon beast did exist, it would most likely be hiding at the bottom of the lake. After all, toad-like demon beasts have a home field advantage underwater, making it easier to fight or escape. More importantly, these kinds of demonic beasts are generally more sedentary, and their territorial instincts aren't as strong as other 4th-tier demonic beasts. They might not be so domineering as to claim the icy plains on the shore as their own territory. Flood dragons are the kings of the water, and Lei Jiao Bai, being a 4th-tier flood dragon, still possesses the ability to escape and survive even when encountering a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast underwater. Zhou Chun wasn't worried about its safety. He patiently waited on the shore for about half a day before Lei Jiao Bai returned. However, the answer Lei Jiao Bai brought back left Zhou Chun somewhat disappointed. Didn't find it? It seems Wu Yishan's words were indeed true, he muttered to himself, and immediately chose to put Lei Jiao Bai back into his spirit beast pouch, patiently digging a cave on the edge of the icy lake to live in, silently waiting. If that 4th-tier toad-like demonic beast really existed, then it would definitely return to Fisheye Ice Lake, since it wouldn't be easy to have a good meal outside of this place. With a purifying heaven and earth divine jar in his possession, Zhou Chun could still meditate and cultivate freely even on this icy plain, though the effect wouldn't be as good as in his own cave. So he could afford to wait. Time passed slowly, and half a year went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, 2 4th-tier demonic beasts came to Fisheye Ice Lake, both hungry and hunting for food. After a hearty meal, they would quickly leave, showing no intention of staying. Zhou Chun had considered hunting these 4th-tier demonic beasts himself. However, after careful consideration, he restrained his greed and patiently waited for his target to appear. 4th-tier demonic beasts were quite intelligent, and Zhou Chun feared that hunting them nearby would alert them, or even worse, he would be surrounded and attacked by other 4th-tier demonic beasts. However, once a 4th-tier demonic beast had a full meal, it could often go without food for several years if it didn't move around frequently. Therefore, Zhou Chun had no idea how long he would have to wait for his target. He could only set a limit for himself, 3 years. Once the 3-year period is over, he will immediately return to the Ice Kingdom. Having stayed at Fisheye Ice Lake for a long time, Zhou Chun has witnessed the wonders of this place. Even during the blizzard that lasted for more than a month, the surface of Fisheye Ice Lake only shrank by a small portion. At most a thin layer of ice formed on most of the lake. Once the blizzard stops, the frozen lake surface quickly thaws. Zhou Chun wasn't quite sure why this was the case. He only knew that the water temperature in the lake was indeed not low, not quite frozen. However, Zhou Chun's luck seemed to have been consistently good. After waiting at Fisheye Ice Lake for about 16 months, he finally saw his target appear. On this day, Zhou Chun was meditating and cultivating in the ice cave as usual. Suddenly, a muffled, thunderous toad croaking sounded from outside, instantly making him open his eyes and hurriedly stop his cultivation and walk out of the ice cave. He carefully concealed his aura, came to a high place, and looked towards the direction from which the toad croaking sound came. About 100 miles away, on the shore of an icy lake, a flock of red-clawed white geese, which had been resting in the lake, were now frantically taking off from the water, letting out mournful cries as they flew rapidly away from the lakeside. Despite this, several adult red-clawed white geese were unable to escape and were frozen to the lake's surface by streaks of white ice light. A giant white toad was opening its mouth wide, chewing and swallowing the red-clawed white geese one by one. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun immediately thought of an old saying, "A toad eating swan meat." Red-clawed white geese were far rarer and more powerful than swans. They were true mid-level demonic beasts, with the lead goose even being a third-tier demonic beast. Yet, even so, facing the giant white toad exuding the aura of a mid-tier fourth-tier demonic beast, they still couldn't escape their fate as food. This giant white toad was 7 or 8 zang long from head to tail, its belly so large it seemed capable of swallowing mountains and seas. 1 or 2 red-clawed white geese, only slightly smaller than it, couldn't possibly fill its belly. After devouring 5 shrimp in one go, it let out a satisfied croak, then swallowed a large amount of white shrimp and lake water in one gulp, seemingly treating it as a dessert and drink. Having eaten and drunk its fill, the beast didn't rush to leave, but instead floated on the lake and closed its eyes for a nap. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and an idea formed in his mind. To be honest, Zhou Chun didn't recognize the origin of this white giant toad. It did look somewhat similar to the third-tier ice toad he had previously killed, but upon closer inspection, he could see silver spots on its white skin that the third-tier ice toad lacked. However, these silver spots were rather pale and inconspicuous under the white cover. The only noticeable one was a ring of silver markings on its head. But not recognizing the white giant toad's origin didn't matter, killing it would reveal whether he had chosen the right target. For Zhou Chun, the cultivation level of the white giant toad, a mid-grade fourth-tier demonic beast, was indeed a considerable challenge. However, this also meant that if he successfully killed it, and it truly possessed the bloodline of the Tian Moon Toad, he could directly cultivate the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit Moon Toad chapter using the life essence extracted from its body. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate at all about whether to make a move. He quietly moved to the other side of the frozen lake, about 200 or 300 miles away from the white giant toad. This distance was more than enough to avoid being detected. Then, Zhou Chun released the Thunder Flood Dragon, directly using the Beast Spirit Fusion technique to merge with it, transforming it into a human-faced Thunder Flood Dragon. Because Zhou Chun was already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, the merged human-faced Thunder Flood Dragon's cultivation level also directly became mid-grade 4th tier. Then, the human-faced Thunder Flood Dragon plunged into the lake and instantly disappeared into the water. However, because their combined aura was difficult to conceal, the human-faced Thunder Dragon was instantly detected by the white giant toad, which was feigning a nap on the lake's surface, once it entered the area within 100 miles of the human-faced Thunder Dragon. A furious croak rang out, and the white giant toad immediately plunged into the water, charging towards the human-faced Thunder Dragon. Boom! Soon, a series of muffled thunderous roars echoed from the lake, and flashes of silver lightning could be seen on the surface. Simultaneously, some lake water suddenly froze, freezing an area of dozens of miles. The white giant toad's strength was far greater than Zhou Chun had anticipated. Its ice attribute abilities were formidable, with no obvious weaknesses in either offense or defense. No wonder it dared to attack after sensing the human-faced Thunder Dragon's aura. Unfortunately, it wasn't simply facing a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, but a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Zhou Chun dared not hold back in the slightest when dealing with such a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast. Not only did he unleash all of Lei Jiao Bai's lightning powers, but he also took out the superior grade magic treasure, the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle. With his current cultivation level, activating the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle allowed him to fully unleash the power of his twin dragons snatching the pearl technique. This attack quickly brought him a gratifying victory. 2 beams of divine light, one blue and one white, shot out from the bottle, like 2 divine dragons chasing straight towards the white giant toad, as if it were the dragon pearl to be fought over. They first collided with the white ice mountain that the white giant toad had conjured with its divine power, easily piercing 2 curved holes in the 100 Zhanghai ice mountain. Seeing this, the white ice toad inside hurriedly activated its divine power to condense a white ice crystal armor on its body. However, this white ice crystal armor also shattered instantly under the impact of the 2 beams of divine light. Immediately afterwards, the white giant toad, which no longer had any protection, could only rely on its physical body to withstand the impact of 2 divine lights. The final result was that 2 bloody holes were blasted out of its body, and its flesh and blood flew instantly. This time the beast's arrogance was completely knocked down. It screamed, immediately froze the wound, then turned around and ran away. How could Zhou Chun sit back and watch this beast escape? He first used the water control ability mastered by the Thunder Dragon to gather all the blood flowing out of the white giant toad into a blood bead and collected it. Then he chased after him with a swing of the dragon's tail. In this lake, the thunder escape technique can still be used at will, and the white giant toad cannot escape Zhou Chun no matter what. But this beast really resisted being beaten. Zhou Chun chased it all the way and gave it dozens of wounds, large and small, but the beast used its own freezing power to freeze the wounds, minimizing its own injuries. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only use another trump card again, activating the Moon Toad Orb to display the Tai in Extinction Divine Light. But something happened that surprised him. The white giant toad, struck by the Tai in Extinction Divine Light, was instantly frozen into a block of ice. However, it quickly broke free from its icy confinement, glanced at the Moon Toad Pearl, with a mixture of fear and longing in its eyes, and then continued its escape without looking back. This was the first time Zhou Chun had failed to kill his target with the Tai in Extinction Divine Light since refining the Moon Toad Pearl. Moreover, judging from the white giant toad's easy escape, it hadn't even suffered any significant damage. This situation was undoubtedly very unusual. Zhou Chun had reason to believe that the white giant toad's ability to escape the Tai in Extinction Divine Light so easily was because it possessed the Tai Moon Toad bloodline. This naturally granted it extraordinary resistance to power of the same origin. Just like how Lei Jiao Bai survived an attack from a 5th-tier Lei Jiao when it first broke through to the 4th tier. Therefore, Zhou Chun had even more reason to kill the white giant toad. However, since the magical powers of the Moon Toad Pearl were rendered useless, it meant that Zhou Chun's difficulty in killing the white giant toad had increased dramatically. He could no longer rely on the freezing power of the Tai in Extinction Divine Light to stop the 4th-tier demon beast from self-destructing its demon core, and he also lacked a finishing move. Therefore, he had to deliberately dissolve the fusion state to avoid damaging Lei Jiao Bai's vital energy due to the prolonged fusion, which would allow the white giant toad to escape. In the following days, Zhou Chun and his servant, along with the white giant toad, engaged in a chase across thousands of miles in the icy lake beneath the ice. After chasing for thousands of miles, the white giant toad was exhausted under Zhou Chun and his servant's pursuit, its body covered in various wounds. But they had arrived at a peculiar place. The deep lake water had suddenly turned black, and the temperature was unusually cold. Despite being at a freezing temperature, the lake water had not frozen. This strange sight made Zhou Chun more wary. However, knowing the giant white toad was already at its last gasp, he resolutely gave chase with his spirit pet. A National Day Gift. Chapter 585 The Grandmaster of Weapon Forging in the Frozen Ice. Suddenly, a 7-colored flame appeared in the deep, dark lake. This flame seemed to have startled something. From within a black eye of the lake, an old man in red robes, frozen in solid ice, suddenly twitched his eyelids, opening his eyes a crack. His lips moved slightly, as if he were conversing with someone, or perhaps silently shouting. Looking at the source of the 7-colored flame, a fiery phoenix engulfed in 7-colored flames had appeared in the deep, icy lake. The white giant toad, now covered in the inextinguishable, glazed pure fire, screamed in agony from the burning. At this moment, taking advantage of the white giant toad's desperate attempt to extinguish the glazed pure fire, by channeling its internal cold energy, Zhou Chun activated the myriad transformations golden cauldron, and unleashed the golden soul-destroying spear attack once more. A golden light pierced the darkness, instantly striking the white giant toad's back, impaling its entire body and skewering it. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao Bai darted to the side of the white giant toad, its dragon claws crackling with infernal lightning slamming into its body, injecting a massive amount of lightning power into its body and dispersing its magical energy. That wasn't all. After unleashing the golden soul-destroying spear, Zhou Chun swiftly formed hand seals and cast a spell, also using the long unused, heart-to-heart golden lock, secret technique. Using the technique's effect, he suppressed the demon core's magical energy within the white giant toad, preventing it from self-destructing. With these combined efforts, the white giant toad indeed failed to detonate its demon core. Taking advantage of the white giant toad being bound by Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao Bai, Yan Yuho Fengfei leaped forward and tore open its body with a claw, directly extracting a demon core shimmering with white, icy light. Once the demon core was separated from its body, self-destruction was impossible. Soon, both the demon soul and the demon core were imprisoned and sealed in a black jade bottle by Zhou Chun, who then carefully stored it away. Zhou Chun then hurriedly had Lei Jiao Bai create a waterless space to expedite the treatment of the white giant toad's corpse. He squeezed out all the blood and essence from its body and stored it in a specially made spirit sealing bottle to prevent a loss of spiritual energy due to improper preservation. After quickly treating the white giant toad's corpse, Zhou Chun put away the fiery phoenix, which was extremely unsuited to the environment, and then sat on Lei Jiao Bai, gazing in a certain direction, lost in thought. When he killed the white giant toad, he vaguely seemed to have heard a voice coming from that direction. However, at the time, he was completely focused on killing the white giant toad and hadn't paid any attention to it. The bottom of the abyss, the Zuanming water eye, the opportunity to form a nascent soul. Zhou Chun carefully pondered the words conveyed by the voice, a cold sneer appearing in his eyes. Is the opportunity to form a nascent soul so easy to obtain? Even if a normal person discovered this, why would they tell others? Using the opportunity to form a nascent soul to lure him, there must be malicious intent. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Lei Jiao to return to Yumu Ice Lake by the same route. Indeed, after chasing the white giant toad for thousands of miles, Zhou Chun was no longer in Yumu Ice Lake. Beneath the ice plains lay a well-developed water system, and Yumu Ice Lake itself was connected to other water systems. Zhou Chun had already entered an unknown lake within the ice plains. He didn't know where this place was located within the ice plains. It might be a region 7 or 8 levels deep. Being in such an unfamiliar area, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't wander around aimlessly. He only wanted to return to Yumu Ice Lake. But just as he set off to return, that voice faintly echoed in his ears again. I am the Grandmaster of Weapon Forging, True Man Yan Kang. If you, fellow Taoist, can come and help me, I will surely reward you handsomely, Grandmaster of Weapon Forging. Zhou Chun's expression jolted, his face immediately filled with surprise. The title of Grandmaster couldn't be bestowed upon him casually. One had to forge a spiritual treasure to be called a Grandmaster, of course. Given the extreme difficulty and reliance on chance in creating spiritual treasures, many Grandmaster weapon refiners might only forge one such treasure in their entire lives. However, regardless, the weapon refining skills of Grandmasters in the cultivation world have reached an unparalleled level. Given suitable materials, they can easily refine low-grade and mid-grade magic weapons. Even high-grade and top-grade magic weapons have a considerable chance of being forged, provided the materials are of sufficient quality. With a skill alone, Grandmaster weapon refiners would be considered on par with the late-stage nascent soul cultivators in any country, even the Great Zhou Kingdom, earning the respect and favor of countless high-level cultivators. Even nascent soul cultivators would be willing to give them face. After all, for an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator, possessing an additional top-grade magic weapon would significantly enhance their strength. Moreover, most nascent soul cultivators belong to sects or families, creating a great demand for low-grade and mid-grade magic weapons. Zhou Chun originally didn't want to pay attention to that voice. However, now that the other party had revealed his identity as a Grandmaster of Weapon Forging, he had no choice but to stop. He did indeed possess several valuable items that required a Grandmaster-level expert to fully utilize their potential. For example, the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon Fang and Dragon Soul he had obtained could, if forged by a Grandmaster, be guaranteed to be at least a high-grade magic weapon, with a considerable chance of even becoming a top-grade one. Another example was the high-grade magic weapon, the 2 Dragons Overturning the Sea Bottle. If a Grandmaster were willing to help repair it, it could most likely be completely restored to its original state. Furthermore, the 5-colored dragonfish Zhou Chun had killed on that secret island still had its scales and demon core, which Zhou Chun hadn't yet found a suitable way to dispose of. Perhaps a Grandmaster could forge them into a special magic weapon. Additionally, the Thunderworm Beast Horn he possessed also required the assistance of a Grandmaster-level forging master to ensure it could be forged into a tribulation-transforming magic weapon. Given this, Zhou Chun had to stop and consider whether to go and help as the other party suggested. He didn't know how a nascent soul cultivator could have fallen to the point of needing help from a golden core cultivator like himself. At this moment, Zhou Chun only regretted his lack of experience. He had never heard of this Yan Kang's Hunren, otherwise he might have known whether the other party was truly a Grandmaster of weapon crafting and what his reputation was like. Let's wait and see if he has anything else to say. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chun stopped rushing to leave and instead took out spirit crystals to recover his mana, also feeding Lei Jiao some pills to replenish his mana and stamina. However, even after Zhou Chun had fully recovered his mana, he hadn't received any further communication. He didn't know if it was because the other party was too weak to send any more messages, or if they felt their previous words were enough to move him and there was no need to say more. In any case, this put Zhou Chun in a passive position. To go or not to go? Zhou Chun looked in the direction from which the voice came, his heart caught in a difficult decision. On one hand, there was the unknown danger that even nascent soul cultivators were trapped in. On the other hand, there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet and help a Grandmaster of weapon crafting escape. It was indeed a very difficult choice. Fine. Let's go take a look first. If there's any danger, I'll just relay a message for this Grandmaster. I definitely won't risk my life myself. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Chun sighed softly, unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity. Having made his choice, he quickly and without hesitation sent the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye swimming towards the direction from which the sound came. As the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye swam deeper and deeper, Zhou Chun noticed that the chill in the lake water was getting stronger and stronger. After traveling about 100 miles, even he felt the cold emanating from the water. If a Purple Mansion cultivator were here, they would probably have to exert all their magical power to resist the chill. Fortunately, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, being a 4th-order dragon, could easily resist the chill and was unaffected. However, after they traveled another 100 miles, the chill emanating from the water reached a new level. Even Zhou Chun had to use his magic to resist the chill, and even Lei Jiao Bye-Bye felt uncomfortable. After realizing this, Zhou Chun understood why the giant white toad had fled here. An ice attribute giant white toad would certainly be less afraid of this cold, and might even thrive in it. If it had truly escaped into a colder body of water, even if Zhou Chun summoned the fiery phoenix, he might not be able to subdue it. The abyss of extreme cold, the eye of the profound netherworld. Zhou Chun recalled the words he had heard from the true man Yan Kang at the beginning, and seemed to understand something. Then his expression became very solemn. If it was really as he thought, then continuing forward would be quite dangerous. However, remembering the Moon Toad Pearl within his body, Zhou Chun felt relieved. The Moon Toad Pearl itself could absorb cold air. Zhou Chun had been able to subdue the Heavenly Frost Bee, thanks to this pearl. So if it was just getting colder the further he went, he wouldn't necessarily be unable to endure it. After giving Lei Jiao Bye-Bye some instructions, he let it continue onward. They traveled another 100 miles, and the lake water had completely turned black. It's chill enough to freeze even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator to death. Here, even a 4th-tier dragon like Lei Jiao Bye-Bye had to activate its protective magic to avoid frostbite. Despite the frigid environment, the water hadn't frozen, indicating that the lake itself was extraordinary. Moreover, although the water hadn't frozen, the resistance had increased many times over. Even for a dragon like Lei Jiao Bye-Bye, naturally adept at water control, progress here was no longer as swift as when chasing the white giant toad. If it were Zhou Chun himself, he would likely have expended a great deal of magic just to move through the water. After another 100 miles, The chill in the water intensified, to the point where even Lei Jiaobai struggled, and Zhou Chun had to activate the Moon-Toad Pearl to ward off the cold. Furthermore, the pitch-black lake water was like mercury, making it impossible to move an inch. Upon reaching this point, Lei Jiaobai's innate water control ability seemed to have completely failed, rendering it largely useless. Moving forward still required a significant expenditure of mana. Seeing this, Zhou Chun decisively retrieved it into his spirit beast pouch to rest, then activated the Tai Ba dragon-slaying sword to clear a path through the waves, continuing forward alone. The next few dozen miles proved to be more taxing for Zhou Chun than traveling thousands of miles. After struggling for about 70 or 80 miles, the sight before him shocked him greatly. 20 or 30 miles ahead, a deep, dark eye suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. It was a pure, unadulterated darkness, so dark that it couldn't contain any light, like a black hole. Zhou Chun's divine sense, merely approaching it, was nearly frozen and annihilated by the extreme cold. Before his divine sense was completely frozen and destroyed, he discovered a piece of black ice within it and touched another piece of divine sense. Unfortunately, before he could even communicate with that divine sense, his own divine sense was frozen and annihilated by the extreme cold. Fortunately, the other party also detected his divine sense and quickly spread its divine sense to contact him. Suddenly, an aged voice rang in his ear. "Young friend, what is your name?" "I am true person Yan Kang, from the Fire Luo Kingdom." "Fire Luo Kingdom?" Zhou Chun's eyes flashed slightly, and he immediately showed surprise. He had heard of this country before, but it seemed to be located in the far west, probably hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Ice Kingdom. Why would true person Yan Kang come from so far away to this far eastern ice plain? This seemed to explain why he had never heard of true person Yan Kang, this grandmaster of weapon crafting. After all, the Fire Luo Kingdom in the far west, even if it was tens or hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Great Zhou Kingdom, was already a completely different region. Although he was extremely surprised, he quickly replied, "This junior is Zhang Liang, a rogue cultivator from the Great Zhou Kingdom, who greets Senior Yan Kang, so it's young friend Zhang. I myself have been to the Great Zhou Kingdom and even exchanged refining insights with several master craftsmen there. It's a pity that was over 200 years ago," Yan Kang said calmly, as if discussing something quite ordinary. However, Zhou Chun was secretly shocked by his words. Judging from his tone, it seemed this person had been trapped here for many years. This made Zhou Chun very curious about the reason why the other party was trapped. Thinking of this, he simply asked directly, "Senior Yan Kang, why are you trapped here? Is there anything I can do to help you? This place is an extreme abyss in the eastern ice plains. The water eye below is the Zuanming water eye, from which the Zuanming cold key that emanates is extremely yin and cold, the coldest key in the world, with endless uses. If you, young friend Zhang, cultivate ice attribute or water attribute techniques, after you reach the golden core stage, come here to collect this Zuanming cold key and melt it into your own magic power. This will increase your chances of forming a core and nascent soul by half, even if you don't cultivate these two attribute techniques. As long as you can withstand the impact of the Zuanming cold key, you can refine this substance to purify your magic power and temper your body. For us weapon refiners, this Zuanming cold key is an excellent quenching agent and also an excellent material for refining certain cold attribute magic treasures." Yan Kang spoke eloquently, seemingly not in a hurry to talk about his escape, but instead introducing the benefits of the Zuanming cold key to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was indeed drawn to his words. The ability to increase the success rate of a half-stage core formation nascent soul stage cultivator was an irresistible temptation for any golden core cultivator. After all, far too many so-called geniuses had fallen at this hurdle. Even those with top-grade spiritual roots often failed. The spiritual items that could increase the success rate were all extremely rare, seldom found on the market. Even for nascent soul cultivators who had already successfully formed their core, obtaining such items was incredibly difficult. Therefore, although the half-stage success rate was low, Zhou Chun believed that many late-stage golden core cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques would still be willing to go bankrupt for it. The very real problem was that many late-stage golden core cultivators, even if they went bankrupt, could obtain a spiritual item that could even increase their chances of a half-stage success rate. For a moment, Zhou Chun even regretted not practicing an ice attribute technique. However, if true person Yan Kang wasn't lying, Even if he couldn't use the Zhuanming Cold Key to increase the success rate of core formation and nascent soul formation, he could still use it to purify his mana and strengthen his physical body, so it wasn't entirely useless. Furthermore, his spirit pets should also be able to enjoy this benefit, at least the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye certainly could. Thinking this way, Zhou Chun felt a little better. But he wasn't in a hurry to ask how to collect the Zhuanming Cold Key. He simply waited patiently for true person Yan Kang to continue. He wasn't the one trapped now, he had no need to follow the others' lead. Sure enough, seeing that Zhou Chun seemed unmoved, the red-robed elder, frozen in black ice, also twitched slightly. Then he let out a long sigh. Alice. I originally came here to collect Zhuanming Cold Key to refine a top-grade ice attribute magic weapon, but unfortunately I encountered a fully fledged Zhuanming water python. Although I managed to destroy its spirit with the power of my magic weapon, I was also frozen by the Zhuanming Cold Key it unleashed before its death, and trapped here, he added, rather resentfully. If I were in another place, even if I were frozen, I could break free after some time. But this place is the Zhuanming Water Eye, where Zhuanming Cold Key constantly leaks out. These leaking Zhuanming Cold Key, upon sensing a power of the same origin, will automatically gather and reinforce the seal, making it almost impossible for me to break free on my own. I can only rely on my powerful cultivation to wear it down, so that's how it is? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly, and he tentatively accepted the other party's explanation. Then, however, he asked very sharply, if what you said is true, Senior, how did you recover your magic power after being trapped here for so many years and having to be worn down by the Zhuanming Cold Key? Did you directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine it? Upon hearing this, true person Yan Kang was immediately displeased and couldn't help but lower his tone, asking in a deep voice, what do you mean by this, young friend? Are you worried that I have been corrupted by the turbid evil energy and have lost my mind? This junior wouldn't dare. This junior is just curious. Zhou Chun quickly softened his tone, but the meaning in his words showed no intention of backing down. Whether Yan Kang's Henren truly had no other choice or not, seeing that Zhou Chun had been given a way out, he could only go along with his words, saying, young friend, your knowledge is shallow, of course you don't know. We nascent soul cultivators have various methods to refine the turbid evil energy. For example, the heavenly Yang-Gang fire that I cultivate is a supreme Yang true fire refined from the Yang-Gang energy of the 9 heavens. Refining mere turbid evil energy is naturally no problem. This was the first time Zhou Chun had heard this explanation, and he was quite intrigued, knowing that this was something only nascent soul cultivators might know. He didn't doubt that Yan Kang's Henren was lying. Reaching the nascent soul stage indeed meant standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, and mastering some methods to resolve turbid evil energy was not impossible. Even if, as Master Yan Kang said, his heavenly Yang-Gang fire could refine the turbid evil energy, it would probably only make him immune to its erosion, not help others. Having satisfied his curiosity, Zhou Chun, to save face, tactfully asked, then what can I do to help you escape, Senior? Upon hearing this, Master Yan Kang immediately replied, I sensed a burst of pure fire attribute power from afar, which is why I didn't hesitate to expend my divine sense to send you a message. Could you show me the true fire divine power you possess? This, Zhou Chun hesitated, somewhat reluctant to reveal the existence of the fiery phoenix. Seeing his hesitation, Master Yan Kang grew impatient and quickly questioned, what? Is my request making things difficult for you? Not at all. It's just that the fire attribute power you sensed, Senior, doesn't belong to me, but comes from one of my spirit pets. Zhou Chun shook his head, deciding to tell the truth. Leaving aside the fact that true immortal Yan Kang is currently trapped, even if he knew the fiery phoenix couldn't do anything, given his status as a grandmaster of weapon forging, a low-grade 4th-tier fire phoenix wouldn't be worth his attention. After all, for a grandmaster of weapon forging, obtaining a fire phoenix feather of this level wouldn't be difficult. Some major forces in the cultivation world also keep dragons, fire phoenixes, and other demonic beasts as guardian spirit beasts. Then I'll trouble you, young friend, to release that spirit pet so I can have a look. Perhaps my chance to escape will depend on it. True immortal Yan Kang naturally sensed Zhou Chun's insincerity, but since his own escape was at stake, he could only pretend not to know and urged Zhou Chun to release the spirit pet quickly. Since Zhou Chun had made his decision, he couldn't delay any longer and risk offending him. He could only pat the spirit beast pouch at his waist and release the fiery phoenix. But the place he was in now was not a good place. As soon as the fiery phoenix emerged, it shivered from the extreme cold, hastily letting out a clear cry to enhance its glazed pure fire, divine ability, causing its body to blaze with 7 colored flames. So it's a 4th-tier fire phoenix that has awakened the glazed pure fire, divine ability. No wonder its fire attribute power is so pure. Master Yan Kang swept his divine sense over the fiery phoenix and immediately understood everything. He then commented calmly, it has condensed 5 true fire phoenix feathers, its bloodline aptitude is quite good. It might have a chance to reach the 5th tier in the future. To receive such praise from a grandmaster of weapon crafting, it was clear that the fiery phoenix's aptitude was indeed quite good. Zhou Chun was somewhat pleased. However, Master Yan Kang's subsequent words immediately dampened his joy. He calmly said, I know that most fire phoenixes can forcibly enhance their innate divine power by consuming their true fire phoenix feathers. With your cultivation level as a 4th-tier fire phoenix, if you consume 2 true fire phoenix feathers at once, you should be able to raise the power of your glazed pure fire to the peak of the 4th tier. This should have a certain destructive effect on the Zhuanming frost that is sealing me. At that time, I will unleash my cultivation using a secret technique. With a combination of internal and external forces, there is a 50% chance that I can successfully break through the ice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's face froze. True person Yan Kang was not wrong. The fiery hellfire phoenix did indeed possess such an ability. However, that was a divine power used desperately in critical moments. Once used, it was tantamount to losing half one's life. Moreover, although the consumed true fire phoenix feathers could slowly recover in the future, the recovery speed and time would be measured in centuries. Furthermore, before the true fire phoenix feathers recovered, the fiery hellfire phoenix's strength and cultivation would be greatly affected. How could he possibly agree to that? He immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, Senior, you jest. The fire phoenix true feather concerns the cultivation path of my spirit pet. How can I waste it so easily? In my opinion, why don't you tell me the name of a friend or fellow disciple, and I'll convey your information about being trapped here and ask them to come and help you escape. In Zhou Chun's mind, it was best not to let him take action himself. After all, since the Zhuanming cold key could even freeze a nascent soul cultivator like Yan Kang's Hunren, how could he dare to touch it so easily? Even if the other party said that this thing was extremely useful, he wouldn't try it at his current cultivation level. At the very least, he would wait until he cultivated to the late golden core stage and mastered the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter before trying it. At that time, with the profoundness of this secret technique, refining the Zhuanming cold key should not be a problem. I'm not joking with a junior like you. Since you know I'm a grandmaster of weapon refining, you should know I possess spiritual treasures and numerous magical artifacts. Even those who were once on good terms with me, once they learn I'm trapped here, might choose to kick me while I'm down for the sake of treasures, even putting me to death. How could I entrust my safety to the kindness of others? The majestic voice of true immortal Yan Kang echoed in Zhou Chun's heart, causing his expression to change several times. Indeed, true immortal Yan Kang's concerns were not without reason. Treasures are coveted. How much wealth does a grandmaster of weapon refining possess? Probably only true immortal Yan Kang himself could persuade him. But it was certainly a vast fortune that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would covet. And given true immortal Yan Kang's current state of being trapped in the ice, if he attracted a nascent soul cultivator with malicious intent, it would be difficult for him to resist. If this were to happen, Zhou Chun, the messenger and guide, would likely be silenced. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun felt a growing urge to back down. He slowly said, Senior's concerns are indeed not without merit, but I cannot agree to your proposed solution. He had always cherished his spirit pet. The Thunder Dragon had been forced to bleed and have its scales plucked, which was understandable. However, now that he held the initiative, he couldn't bring himself to severely weaken the Flame Phoenix for any potential benefit. Doing so would likely greatly damage the relationship between master and servant. Master Yan Kang seemed to sense Zhou Chun's thoughts and immediately transmitted his voice, Young friend, don't rush to a conclusion. Why don't you hear my conditions before making a decision? Without waiting for Zhou Chun's refusal, he stated his terms. If you help me escape this predicament, I will reward you with a high-grade magic weapon perfectly suited to your attributes, and I will also forge one for you free of charge. You should know that I am a grandmaster of weapon crafting. As long as the materials you provide are of decent quality, Crafting a mid-grade magic weapon is not difficult at all, and it will absolutely meet your needs. Yan Kang's Henren was clearly very confident about this reward. He knew the allure of a high-grade magic weapon to Golden Core Cultivator, not to mention the opportunity to have a custom-made magic weapon crafted for him. These conditions were more than enough to get a nascent soul cultivator to help him even once. In the past, many nascent soul cultivators had chosen to incur favors by asking him to craft magic weapons for them. However, to his surprise, Zhou Chun immediately refused after hearing his offer, saying without hesitation, "Senior, you misunderstand. I don't mean to overcharge, but I really don't want my spirit pets to damage their own essence and delay their cultivation for some external things." Without waiting for Yan Kang's Henren to believe him, he quickly added, "I am a beast-taming cultivator, and I treat each spirit pet like family. I cannot do such a thing as betraying my friends for personal gain." Finally, he added, "Moreover, I already possess a high-grade magic weapon. One more would be excessive." He even took out the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, to show that he wasn't lying. This immediately left Yan Kang's Henren speechless and silent. Regardless of whether Yan Kang's Henren believed Zhou Chun's words about treating spirit pets like family, the fact that Zhou Chun casually produced a high-grade magic weapon was indeed very surprising to Yan Kang's Henren. After all, he had already discovered that Zhou Chun also possessed a 4th-tier dragon spirit pet. With 2 4th-tier demonic beast spirit pets, a dragon and a fire phoenix, and a high-grade magic weapon by his side, Yan Kang's Henren felt a strange sense of unease. He feared that Zhou Chun had a powerful nascent soul cultivator elder behind him, and that Zhou Chun would return with his elder to destroy him. Therefore, when he saw Zhou Chun suddenly put away the fiery phoenix and prepare to leave, he could no longer remain silent. "Young friend, wait. We can discuss everything, a slightly ingratiating voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Chun's mind. He almost doubted whether he had misheard. However, he was always quick-witted and quickly guessed the reason for Yan Kang's Henren's change in tone. This immediately sparked a bold idea in his mind. Speechless. "Doesn't my update deserve a few monthly tickets? Monthly tickets are less valuable than some non-featured books with hundreds of thousands of words." Chapter 586 An Unexpected Surprise, a scheme to exploit the Grandmaster of Weapon Refining. An opportunity to extort a Grandmaster of Weapon Crafting was presented before him. Should he take it? Of course he would. Zhou Chun was unwilling to let the fiery phoenix consume its fire phoenix true feather to rescue true person Yan Kang, simply because it would severely damage the fiery phoenix's essence, delaying its future cultivation. However, damage to essence wasn't without ways to remedy it. True person Yan Kang, a Grandmaster of Weapon Crafting, certainly possessed such a treasure. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to part with it. And if he could obtain such a treasure to replenish essence, making the fiery phoenix consume its fire phoenix true feather wouldn't be out of the question. Of course, Zhou Chun actually had another potentially feasible way to save him, using the Moon Toad Pearl, to help true person Yan Kang absorb the Zuanming Cold Key, allowing him to safely break free from the seal. However, he certainly wouldn't choose this method, as the allure of a spiritual treasure was too great for a nascent soul cultivator, and the Moon Toad Pearl wasn't an ordinary spiritual treasure, but rather a legacy spiritual treasure of the once mighty heavenly spirit sect. As for the possibility of summoning a nascent soul cultivator to attack him, as Yan Kang's Henren feared, Zhou Chun definitely couldn't do that. Leaving aside the possibility of being silenced by the summoned nascent soul cultivator, Yan Kang's Henren himself wasn't so easy to kill. Nascent soul cultivators possessed the ability to self-destruct their nascent souls. If it came to that, Yan Kang's Henren would rather self-destruct his nascent soul than let his treasures fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, attempting to murder this master craftsman and obtain his treasures was far from easy. It was much more reliable to wait for him to die of old age. In short, if he could replenish the essence consumed by the fiery phoenix and have the master craftsman forge weapons for him, Zhou Chun was willing to help. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "It's not that I don't want to help Senior Yan Kang, but when I subdued this fiery phoenix, I promised it that I would never take its fire phoenix true feathers. If you want it to use its fire phoenix true feathers to save people, you can only do so if you can make it recover its energy quickly afterward without harming its origin or delaying its path." At this moment, true person Yan Kang was worried that after Zhou Chun left, he would find a nascent soul cultivator behind him to deal with him, and he was thinking about how to make him stay and save him. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, he immediately replied, "That's easy to discuss. My cave contains a fiery ice spring, directly connected to the core of an underground fire vein. With this fire phoenix's abilities, it can easily descend through that spring to the core of the fire vein and capture and devour the fire essences born there. With its cultivation level, it only needs to devour a dozen or so fire essences to recover one fire phoenix true feather, and it might even be able to use this opportunity to advance further and condense a sixth fire phoenix true feather." Zhou Chun was immediately intrigued. He had heard of fire essences before. They could only be born in large underground fire veins, formed from the essence of earth fire, and were considered highly beneficial for golden core cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques. Even nascent soul cultivators could slightly increase their cultivation by refining such spiritual objects. However, Zhou Chun also knew that since the flaming spirit spring led directly to the core of the underground fire vein and contained fire essence, it was likely that true person Yan Kang had already consumed it all, and there might not be much fire essence left. Therefore, whether the fiery phoenix could truly gain anything there, and how long it would take to recover its original essence, was highly uncertain. After weighing the options, he immediately shook his head and said, "Senior Yan Kang, your plan is too slow and full of uncertainties. I cannot agree to it. Since that's the case, I have another way. After I escape, I can give you a fire essence immortal mushroom from our sect that is over 5,000 years old. Even if you swallow it whole, it will at least allow the phoenix to recover one of its true feathers, and its opportunity to cultivate in the fiery spirit spring will remain unchanged until it is fully recovered." True person Yan Kang remained silent for a while before stating his new condition. As he said this, true person Yan Kang felt his heart bleeding. After all, that fire element immortal mushroom was originally a spiritual herb he had prepared for his future breakthrough to the mid-nascent soul stage, enough to make even ordinary nascent soul cultivators envious. Upon hearing his condition, Zhou Chun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of interest. As true person Yan Kang had said, if he could truly consume the fire element immortal mushroom, which was over 5,000 years old, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the flame prison fire phoenix, not to mention the opportunity to enjoy the cultivation rights of a nascent soul cultivator's cave. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior Yan Kang's condition is indeed very sincere, but it can only compensate for the loss of my spirit pet's essence, and I don't know how long it will take to fully recover." Hearing this, true person Yan Kang immediately knew he was tempted, that he wanted to take advantage of him. However, since he was now in need of someone's help, Master Yan Kang wasn't angry. He simply said in a deep voice, "What benefits do you want, young friend? Talking with you has taken a toll on my spiritual energy. If you want any benefits, just say it directly. As long as the conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them at my discretion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately showered him with flattery. "Senior Yan Kang is wise. I know my cultivation is low. In another place, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be qualified to meet a grandmaster like you." After saying this, he quickly changed the subject. "But now that I've had the good fortune to meet Senior Yan Kang and have the opportunity to do you a small favor, I naturally want to ask you to help me refine a few defensive treasures. So, young friend, you think the one treasure refining opportunity I promised before wasn't enough? Then how about this? I'll give you 2 more treasure refining opportunities, for a total of 3 times. What do you think, young friend?" Master Yan Kang was quite straightforward and immediately increased the number of treasure refining opportunities according to Zhou Chun's suggestion. For him, as long as he could escape, refining the treasure once or 3 times was the same. It would just take more effort. Seeing how readily he agreed, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, wondering if he could ask for 1 or 2 more refining opportunities. However, after careful consideration, Zhou Chun felt it was best to stop there. Therefore, he quickly and sincerely praised, "Senior Yan Kang is very righteous, and I admire him greatly." Then he continued, "However, I would like to ask you to exchange one of your refining opportunities for repairing this somewhat damaged high-grade magic treasure in my possession. Is that possible?" Hearing this, true person Yan Kang immediately replied, "Repairing high-grade magic treasures is not easy, and I dare not guarantee it. If it cannot be repaired, I can still give you 1 refining opportunity. Then I thank you in advance, Senior." Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly thanked him. Finally, with a serious expression, he looked towards Yan Kang's Henren's location and said, "Senior Yan Kang, Please forgive my petty suspicion. Our cultivation levels are vastly different. If you renege on your promise after escaping, I will have no recourse. Therefore, I would like to ask you to give me a guarantee that I can trust. A guarantee that you can trust? Do you want me to swear an oath? Yan Kang's Henren said, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. While a Dao heart oath certainly has strong binding force, in reality, for nascent soul cultivators, the binding force of an oath is far less than that for golden core cultivators. For example, Yan Kang's Henren could certainly swear an oath to Zhou Chun and then fulfill the conditions of that oath. However, this did not guarantee that he wouldn't kill Zhou Chun later and take back all the treasures. Even if Zhou Chun asked him to add a clause that he wouldn't retaliate afterward, he had plenty of ways to use his influence to use others to deal with Zhou Chun without violating his oath. Zhou Chun himself was well aware of these circumstances. If he were a nascent soul cultivator, even without a formal oath, true immortal Yan Kang would likely not dare to go back on his word. Otherwise, his revenge would be devastating, ruining the other's reputation among cultivators of the same level. However, he is currently only a golden core cultivator. Even if true immortal Yan Kang were to renege on his promise afterward, and he were to publicize the matter, it wouldn't cause him any harm whatsoever. Therefore, Zhou Chun doesn't entirely trust oaths of the Dao heart. He has something else that is more practically binding. He calmly said, so that Senior Yan Kang may know, I was fortunate enough to receive a ghost cultivation inheritance, from which I learned a secret technique called the Netherworld Soul Contract. As long as both parties contribute a portion of their divine soul essence to the contract, a contract can be formed under the witness of the Lord of the Netherworld. Those who violate the contract will be punished by the Lord of the Netherworld. Oh, you actually possess such a secret technique as the Netherworld Soul Contract. However, as far as I know, only ghost cultivators can practice and use such ghost cultivation techniques that draw upon the power of the Lord of the Netherworld. You are not a ghost cultivator, so even if you possess such a secret technique, how can you communicate with the will of the Netherworld? True person Yan Kang, hidden within the black ice, slightly raised his eyelids, quite surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Chun to possess such a secret technique that could even bind nascent soul stage true persons. However, he seemed to have some understanding of the path of ghost cultivation and immediately pointed out the key to it. But since Zhou Chun had proposed this solution, he naturally had a way to resolve it. He calmly said, although I am not a ghost cultivator, I happen to possess a netherworld artifact that can assist in communicating with the will of the netherworld. If I use a secret method to activate it with my essence blood, I can barely attract the attention of the netherworld's will and complete the writing of the Netherworld Soul Contract. With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out the ghost face token that recorded the ghost cultivator's inheritance. Since this item recorded the ghost cultivator's inheritance, it was naturally a ghost path artifact, and it had been personally crafted by a powerful ghost cultivator. As an artifact bearing inheritance, it naturally had the effect of communicating with the will of the netherworld. Zhou Daoquan was able to complete his cultivation transformation so easily thanks to this item. After becoming a ghost cultivator, Zhou Daoquan delved into the ghost cultivator's inheritance and found a way for cultivators to temporarily use this item as a substitute, and he gave both the item and the method to Zhou Chun. This was originally prepared for Zhou Chun to use the Netherworld Soul Contract secret technique in certain special situations in the future. What a waste. 5th grade soul nourishing wood is being used to refine such a crude, ghostly item. If I were to refine it, I could certainly forge a rare and exceptional high-grade defensive magic weapon, perhaps even a top-grade one. Yan Kang's Henren's divine sense swept over the ghost face token Zhou Chun had produced. His first reaction wasn't surprise that Zhou Chun actually possessed such a ghostly artifact, but rather regret for the 5th grade soul nourishing wood used to refine it. Even a grandmaster like him, finding spiritual wood of this level required a stroke of luck. Without sufficient opportunity, it was impossible to obtain. Zhou Chun deeply agreed. When he first obtained this item, he also felt the same sense of waste. However, after receiving the ghost cultivation inheritance from it, he felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. But now was not the time to discuss this matter. He quickly spoke again, saying, Senior Yan Kang, if you don't object, this junior will begin. Hey, since you're willing to sever your own soul to go through this, why should I object? I haven't personally experienced this kind of ghostly technique yet, so I want to see if it's really as mysterious as the rumors say. True person Yan Kang sneered, Whether he had something to rely on or knew he couldn't avoid it, he agreed on the spot. Zhou Chun's heart sank slightly upon seeing this. But there was no turning back once the arrow was released. It was worth taking some risks to gain benefits from a nascent soul cultivator. How easy is it to find a situation where you only gain advantages and don't suffer losses? Immediately, he quickly calmed his mind, reviewed the method of casting the Netherworld Soul Contract secret technique in his mind, and began to act directly. The Netherworld Soul Contract was not a profound technique, at least for Zhou Chun, who was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. It was easy to understand and cast. The most difficult aspect of this technique lies not in how to execute it, but in the spiritual power it consumes. Because the essence of this technique is actually a sacrificial ritual, offering the cultivator's own spiritual power to the mysterious and unpredictable will of the Netherworld, that is, the Lord of the Netherworld. For Zhou Chun to execute this technique and to make it sufficiently binding on a nascent soul stage cultivator, he would have to sacrifice at least 10% of his own spiritual power. This loss of spiritual power is almost impossible to recover without the aid of miraculous elixirs and rare treasures. If it weren't for the incredibly tempting benefits promised by true immortal Yan Kang, and if he hadn't previously strengthened his spiritual origin through dual cultivation of spirit and soul, he would never have used such a forbidden technique. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Now that Zhou Chun had made up his mind, he acted without hesitation. He first spat out a mouthful of blood essence, then took out a talisman made by Zhou Daoquan after he switched to the path of ghost cultivation, using his blood essence to activate the talisman and unleash power far exceeding its own. Instantly, Zhou Chun exuded a chilling ghostly aura, temporarily gaining a portion of yin attribute magic power. He then used the void as paper and his divine soul power as ink to condense and write a peculiar black script. This black script was called Netherworld Script, rumored to be the script of the underworld, possessing the power to communicate with the Netherworld. Soon, a contract written in Netherworld Script appeared in the black water before Zhou Chun. Then, Zhou Chun used his magic power to activate the ghost face token, causing it to float above the contract. A bizarre scene unfolded. After the ghost face token landed above the contract, the ghost face on it seemed to sense something. Suddenly, two beams of black light shot from its ghostly eyes and landed on the contract, adding two new Netherworld Script characters. Then, the ghost face turned, looking at Zhou Chun with a half-smile. This scene startled Zhou Chun slightly. When his divine sense touched the two new Netherworld Script characters, he immediately understood their meaning. The meaning of these two new Netherworld Scripts was quite simple. If Zhou Chun were to perish in the future, he would have to offer half of his divine soul power to the Lord of the Netherworld. In return, the backlash against those who violated the contract would be doubled. It's a bit like making a deal with the devil, he muttered to himself, but quickly nodded in agreement. Anyway, it was something that would happen after his death, and he didn't care too much about what would happen after his own death. It actually attracted the attention of the Netherworld's will. Yan Kang's Hunran, who had been observing coldly, was now startled and greatly surprised. He hadn't really believed that Zhou Chun could do this. Even if a nascent soul cultivator possessed a secret technique like the Netherworld Soul Contract, they would still need to make various preparations beforehand to use it successfully. Zhou Chun, a mere mid-golden core cultivator, didn't know he would encounter him here beforehand, so how could he have done this so easily? But unexpectedly, Zhou Chun had actually done it. Now, he was truly in a difficult position. What he thought of had come true. Just as Master Yan Kang sensed something was amiss, Zhou Chun urged him, "Senior Yan Kang, I'm ready. Please spare a wisp of your divine soul power to sign the contract." Hearing this urging, Master Yan Kang's eyelids twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed inwardly and sent a wisp of his divine soul power towards the contract. At this point, he had no room for regret. Going back would only bring unpredictable disaster, even killing Zhou Chun wouldn't prevent it. After all, if Zhou Chun truly had a nascent soul cultivator elder, killing Zhou Chun would surely allow the elder to find this place through their senses. Then, he would have no way to explain himself. As soon as his divine soul power touched the contract, he instantly understood the meaning of the Netherworld Script on it. Zhou Chun didn't tamper with the contract. The contract was simple. After Zhou Chun helped him escape, he would pay the agreed-upon reward and wouldn't reveal anything about what happened that day, nor would he harbor any thoughts of retaliation. After confirming there were no problems, Yan Kang's Henren's divine soul power immediately left its mark on the contract. Instantly, the contract burst into flames, forming a black flame that split into two, one large and one small, flying towards Yan Kang's Henren and Zhou Chun, flashing into their bodies. Inside the black ice, the black flame, after entering Yan Kang's Henren's body, directly attacked his nascent soul within his purple mansion. At that moment, his nascent soul opened its eyes, and a ball of golden red flame suddenly ignited on its body. However, to the nascent soul's surprise, this extremely heavenly yang fire, offered no resistance to the black flame, allowing it to directly penetrate his nascent soul. Then, an inexplicable sense of constraint arose in his heart, letting him know that if he violated the contract he had just signed, he would surely face dire consequences. The fact that even a nascent soul cultivator like him felt such impending doom showed just how powerful the binding force of this netherworld soul contract was. It seems I was careless this time. Yan Kang's Henren's nascent soul face shifted uncertainly, feeling as if he had been tricked. Meanwhile, after the small black flame entered Zhou Chun's body, a piece of information also surfaced in his mind. This information concerned the execution and witnessing of the contract's contents. If Yan Kang's Henren violated the contract signed today in the future, he would suffer severe backlash, and he would also sense the breach through the contract's mental connection. Meanwhile, judging from the information relayed to him by the contract, it was highly likely that true person Yan Kang's cultivation level was insufficient to withstand the consequences of violating the contract. If that's the case, perhaps, Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but recall a method he had previously rejected. He hadn't considered using the Moon-Toad Pearl to save him because he was worried that the allure of treasures might lead true person Yan Kang to renege on his promise after escaping. However, he now realized that if the backlash of the netherworld soul contract was truly that severe and its deterrent effect that great, then it wasn't impossible. After all, while spiritual treasures were incredibly attractive, true person Yan Kang, as a grandmaster of weapon crafting, already possessed one, and his greed for such an item shouldn't be as great as that of other nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, the attributes of the Moon-Toad Pearl were completely opposite to those of his own cultivation technique. In that case, it wasn't worth risking his life for a spiritual treasure whose full power he couldn't unleash. Just as Zhou Chun was pondering these thoughts, true person Yan Kang finally emerged from his regret and whispered in his ear with a complex tone, "Good lad, I truly underestimated you. The binding force of your netherworld soul contract is far more powerful than some similar secret techniques I know. I wonder if you could trade it to me afterward." Hearing this, Zhou Chun, who had been hesitant about using the second plan to save the person, instantly stopped hesitating. His own judgment was certainly not as accurate as the experience of the person involved. If the user said it was good, then it must truly be good. Since even true person Yan Kang was praising the binding force of the netherworld soul contract, and wanted to trade this secret technique with him, it was clear that the information he had obtained earlier was entirely accurate. His face, which had been somewhat pale from the loss of 10% of his divine soul power, suddenly regained an unnatural rosy hue, and he immediately replied with a smile, "Of course, no problem. It's my honor that Senior Yan Kang would approve of this technique." His appearance immediately put Yan Kang on guard, who exclaimed repeatedly, "Something's not right. What are you up to now?" "Ahem, Senior Yan Kang, you misunderstand me. I didn't mean anything by it." Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly, quickly trying to explain. But the next moment, he revealed his intentions. He looked intently in Yan Kang's direction and said, "So that Senior Yan Kang knows, I suddenly thought of a far more ingenious way to help you escape, far more effective than the method you mentioned before, and without causing any harm to you or me." Upon hearing this, Yan Kang's eyelids twitched. His first reaction was that he'd been tricked. Then, he couldn't believe it. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, his composure was still quite good. Although various thoughts flashed through his mind, he calmly said, "Neither pleased nor sad." "Oh, then tell me, what is this so-called brilliant method you're talking about?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun then became mysterious, not in a hurry to reveal the answer, and gently smiled, saying, "Senior Yan Kang, don't you find it strange that I was able to endure for so long in such a cold place?" Upon hearing this, true person Yan Kang frowned, realizing something was amiss. Indeed, he had been so focused on getting Zhou Chun to help him escape that he hadn't paid attention to such details. Now that Zhou Chun spoke, he sensed something was wrong. However, he still said, Although this matter is somewhat strange, your strength is exceptionally outstanding, so it's normal for you to possess a treasure that wards off the cold. Hey, Senior Yan Kang, you've guessed wrong this time. The reason I can stand here so easily isn't because I possess any treasure that wards off the cold. Zhou Chun's smile flashed as he spoke, and he spat out the moon-toad pearl. As soon as the white pearl came out of Zhou Chun's mouth, the cold air emanating from the surrounding lake water involuntarily gathered towards it and was absorbed into it. This scene caused Yan Kang Zhenren's expression to change drastically, and even his outward divine sense trembled. A spiritual treasure. You actually possess a spiritual treasure. And it's a perfectly intact ice attribute spiritual treasure. Words filled with shock escaped from the mouth of this grandmaster of weapon crafting, showing just how shocked he was. As the saying goes, experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. Laymen only know that spiritual treasures are rare and incredibly powerful. A nascent soul cultivator possessing one can dominate among their peers. Only a grandmaster craftsman like true immortal Yan Kang truly understand how rare and precious the creation of a spiritual treasure is. Although he is a grandmaster craftsman, he has only successfully crafted one spiritual treasure in his entire life, and even that was largely due to luck. If you were to craft another spiritual treasure, while not entirely impossible, the chances would be extremely slim. Most spiritual treasures in the cultivation world are not actually crafted directly by craftsmen, but rather transformed from the natal magic weapons of nascent soul cultivators. Once one's cultivation reaches the late nascent soul stage, if one is willing to expend their own nascent soul essence to infuse a magic weapon with spirit, imbuing it with spirituality, there is a considerable chance of transforming their natal magic weapon into a spiritual treasure. However, the number of late nascent soul cultivators is incredibly small. Moreover, expending one's nascent soul essence to infuse a magic weapon with spirit is tantamount to cutting off one's future path. It is generally only done after one is certain that they have no chance of reaching the deity transformation stage. Furthermore, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator can typically only leave behind one such spiritual treasure in their lifetime. Of course, if one can break through to the deity transformation stage, their natal magic weapon can easily be upgraded to a spiritual treasure along with their breakthrough, and a very powerful one at that. Moreover, it's much easier for a deity transformation cultivator to refine a spiritual treasure than for a nascent soul cultivator. However, there are far too few deity transformation cultivators in the cultivation world, and they wouldn't bother refining spiritual treasures for nascent soul cultivators. The materials for refining spiritual treasures are also not easy to find. In short, due to these various practical difficulties, spiritual treasures are extremely rare in the cultivation world. Most of the time, only nascent soul true persons from long-established powerful forces can possess them, and not everyone can have one. As for those major sects that haven't produced a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, without any fortuitous encounters or good fortune, they basically lack spiritual treasures to suppress their sect's foundation. Given how rare spiritual treasures are, how could true person Yan Kang not be extremely shocked that Zhou Chun, a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator, actually produced one right before his eyes? Zhou Chun had anticipated Yan Kang Zhenren's shock, which was why he had kept this spiritual treasure hidden as his biggest trump card. After waiting a while for the other to process the shock, Zhou Chun smiled and flattered him, saying, "Senior Yan Kang truly lives up to his reputation as a grandmaster of weapon crafting. Your insight is excellent." He then nodded and said, "That's right, this spiritual treasure of mine is called the Moon-Toad Pearl. It was crafted using the demon core of the 5th-tier demon king, Taine Moon-Toad, as its material, and it naturally possesses the ability to absorb and refine various kinds of cold energy. If I use this spiritual treasure to help you, Senior Yan Kang, absorb the overflowing Zunming cold energy, preventing it from further reinforcing the ice seal binding you, with your abilities, escaping should no longer be difficult." He generously revealed the name and origin of the spiritual treasure. Of course, even if he hadn't said this, Yan Kang Zhenren, the grandmaster of weapon crafting, would have seen it when he used the spiritual treasure later. Revealing it now only showed his sincerity. After hearing his words, true person Yan Kang remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. The Taine Moon Toad is a rare species of heaven and earth. If it is truly a spiritual treasure refined using its demon core as material, absorbing and refining the Zunming cold key is indeed no problem. He then turned serious, his voice filled with displeasure as he questioned Zhou Chun in his ear, But you only brought out this treasure now. Are you sure I won't dare to back out later? Or were you plotting against me from the beginning? Absolutely not. This junior has absolutely no such intention, Zhou Chun hurriedly protested, hastily defending himself. Yan, Senior Kang, you are wise. I truly dared not reveal this treasure before, and therefore had absolutely no intention of plotting against you. It was only by chance that I discovered the binding force of the Netherworld Soul Contract was much stronger than I had anticipated, and I was worried that your method might not be reliable, so I risked taking this item out. His explanation naturally failed to completely satisfy true person Yan Kang, but he knew there was nothing he could do at this point, so he could only snort coldly and say, HMPH, now that the contract is signed, whatever you say goes. Do you think I can go back on my word? He thus tacitly accepted this loss, 3 consecutive days of 8,000-word updates. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Transforming into a Moon Toad, Yan Kang escapes trapped. Having successfully outmaneuvered a nascent soul stage cultivator, Zhou Chun, though somewhat by accident and with an element of luck, still felt a surge of immense satisfaction. However, when he tried to use the Moon Toad Pearl to help Yan Kang's Henren absorb and neutralize the Zhuanming cold key, he quickly discovered an awkward problem. Once the Moon Toad Pearl was placed inside the Zhuanming water eye, he himself would struggle to withstand the onslaught of the cold. Furthermore, the more Zhuanming cold key the Moon Toad Pearl absorbed, the more he needed to continuously assist in its refinement with the spirit communication treasure technique, making it even more difficult for him to remain outside the Zhuanming water eye for long. Therefore, after one attempt, he could only ask Yan Kang's Henren to wait patiently for a while longer, until he had mastered the basics of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, greatly improving his control over the Moon Toad Pearl, and his resistance to the cold, before returning to help him escape. To prove his sincerity, he swore an oath, guaranteeing that he would return within 3 years, even if it meant having the fiery phoenix consume its true feathers, to help the other party escape. Having gained the trust of true person Yan Kang, Zhou Chun finally left. However, he stopped about 500 miles from the Zhuanming water eye, instead of returning to Bingai Kingdom as he had promised true person Yan Kang. Returning to Bingai Kingdom now would take an unknown amount of time, and finding them later would be even more troublesome. 3 years might not be enough. Therefore, Zhou Chun decided to cultivate the secret technique 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter here. Because of its proximity to the Zhuanming water eye, the spiritual energy here was extremely rich, and the environment was very suitable for cultivating 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter. He quickly summoned his flying sword and carved a deep hole, several dozen feet deep, into the ice on the top of the ice lake, then hid inside to begin his cultivation. Hidden inside the ice cave, Zhou Chun first took out the white giant toad's spiritual blood he had collected earlier. He had previously inquired with Master Yan Kang and learned that the white giant toad he had slain was a rare ice toad called the moon-gazing ice toad, which indeed possessed the bloodline of the Taiyan moon toad. At this moment, he extracted the moon-gazing ice toad's spiritual blood, directly applying a portion to his body and silently circulating the cultivation method of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, absorbing and refining the essence within the spiritual blood. Perhaps due to his higher cultivation level, or perhaps due to the blessing of the Moon Toad Pearl, Zhou Chun's progress in cultivating the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter was remarkably gratifying. In just 3 months, he successfully mastered the basics of this secret technique. After using up all the life essence blood extracted from the moon-gazing ice toad, he spent another 1.5 years cultivating the secret technique to the minor completion stage. Having reached the minor completion stage, the 3rd divine ability of the Moon Toad Pearl, Moon Toad Possession, could now be officially used. Zhou Chun couldn't wait to use this divine ability. He silently activated the secret technique of 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, channeling his magic power to power the Moon Toad Pearl, a spiritual treasure. Instantly, a phantom image of the Taiyan moon toad materialized and plunged into his body. Then, his body shone with white light, transforming into a giant silver white toad several meters long. Upon transforming into the silver white giant toad, Zhou Chun experienced a very peculiar sensation. He seemed to have truly become a Taine moon toad, automatically mastering many ice attribute spells and possessing the various divine abilities of the Taine moon toad. At the same time, he became very adapted to the icy environment, feeling extremely comfortable, and even wanted to jump into the icy lake for a few laps. To verify some of his suspicions, Zhou Chun had the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai, who was protecting him, come to test it. Sure enough, even the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai, a 4th-tier flood dragon, could not see any flaws in Zhou Chun's transformed Taine moon toad. If it weren't for the lingering mental connection between them, Lei Jiao Bai would almost certainly have mistaken him for a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed. This meant he now had another incredibly powerful means of survival. He just didn't know if those 5th-tier demon kings could see through his disguise. If he could even fool a 5th-tier demon king, that would be truly formidable. Immediately, Zhou Chun had Lei Jiao Bai attack him again, fighting him in his moon toad form. The result of this battle filled Zhou Chun with both surprise and delight, leaving him extremely happy. His intuition was correct. With the power of the moon toad pearl, the Taine moon toad he transformed into was indeed a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast, possessing the same physical strength and magical abilities. In this state, Lei Jiao Bai was no match for him, and even breaking through the protection of the Taine protective immortal robe was extremely difficult. Even without using the Taine extinction divine light, a spiritual treasure, he could easily defeat Lei Jiao Bai with the various spells and divine abilities mastered by the Taine moon toad, and even have the chance to freeze and kill it using his home field advantage. So this is the correct way to use the moon toad pearl, spiritual treasure. Looking at Lei Jiao Bai, whom he had easily defeated, Zhou Chun suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Ever since his cultivation level reached the same realm as Lei Jiao Bai, he had never been so easy to defeat his spirit pet in a one-on-one fight. Even before, when he possessed the moon toad pearl, spiritual treasure, he could only manage a 50-50 match with his spirit pet, and only when the Taine extinction divine light hit could a winner be decided. But judging from the battle just now, let alone Lei Jiao Bai, even if the Flame Hellfire Phoenix were included, the dragon and phoenix working together might not be a match for him at full power. This was the first time Zhou Chun had ever experienced such an explosive increase in his strength despite only cultivating one secret technique, and it felt incredibly unreal. Only now did he truly understand the preciousness of spiritual treasures and experience their true power. Compared to now, when he had found the correct way to use spiritual treasures, before, although he possessed them, he was like a primitive man with a machine gun, only knowing how to swing it and smash people, completely unaware of how to truly unleash the weapon's power. Based on the strength he had just displayed, it was hard to say what would happen outside, but on the icy plane, Zhou Chun felt that even a late-stage golden core cultivator might not be his match. This powerful force under his control made him feel incredibly good, comfortable, and safe. He even almost didn't want to revert to human form. Phew, that was close. I almost lost my mind to the surge of power. It seems my mental cultivation still needs improvement. In the icy lake water, Zhou Chun, now back in human form, wiped his forehead, his face showing lingering fear. Previously, he had been so engrossed in the immense power he gained from transforming into the moon toad that he didn't even want to revert to human form, swimming in the lake in his toad form for several days. Fortunately, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai stayed by his side, allowing him to regain his senses in a moment of inspiration and immediately cast a spell to dispel the transformation. Now, upon regaining his human form, he discovered his condition was quite dire. Due to maintaining the toad form for so long, his body had been eroded and mutated by icy attribute magic power. Both his physical body and magic power showed signs of mutation. His magic power was like sand mixed in, containing a large amount of impurities. Furthermore, his soul also seemed to have some problems. His thinking and reaction speed seemed to have slowed down. These were the prices he had paid for acquiring power that didn't belong to him for so long. Upon realizing this, Zhou Chun immediately became vigilant, resolving never to use the moon toad possession ability lightly again, or to immediately withdraw it after use, to avoid repeating the same mistake. Afterwards, Zhou Chun returned to his previous cultivation location and began to meditate and recuperate to restore his condition. After achieving minor success in cultivating the secret technique of 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, his resistance to the power of ice and cold had indeed increased significantly. Now, even swimming naked in the icy lake, he didn't need to use any magical power for protection, so helping true person Yan Kang escape should no longer be a problem. After 3 months of quiet cultivation and recuperation, Zhou Chun had finally completely eliminated and repaired all the after effects of his prolonged transformation into a moon toad, returning to his perfect state. He then rode the Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye towards the Zuanming Water Eye. "Oh, you're back so quickly, kid? Have you already mastered that secret technique?" When Zhou Chun reappeared outside the Zuanming Water Eye, true person Yan Kang seemed to sense something and proactively extended his divine sense to speak with him. "Senior is wise, this junior is ready, and today I will help Senior escape completely," Zhou Chun said confidently, his tone full of assurance. Hearing this, true person Yan Kang's eyelids twitched, and his usually calm heart stirred with excitement. Having been trapped here for nearly 200 years, it would be impossible for him not to want to escape. Now that the opportunity to escape was right in front of him, it was impossible not to be excited. He immediately said in a concise tone, "All right, then make your move. As long as I can truly escape, the benefits I promised you will be in no small amount." After saying that, he waited quietly for Zhou Chun to make his move. Zhou Chun did not hesitate and immediately opened his mouth to summon the Moon Toad Pearl, then commanded this treasure to fly towards the Zuanming Water Eye. With the protection of the Moon Toad Pearl, Zhou Chun's divine sense quickly reached the Zuanming Ice and saw Yan Kang's Henren inside. Then, following Yan Kang's Henren's previous instructions, he let the Moon Toad Pearl land under the Zuanming Ice and urged the treasure to actively absorb the Zuanming Cold Key emanating from the depths of the Water Eye. Without the protection of the Moon Toad Pearl, Zhou Chun's true form faced immense pressure as he directly confronted the profound chill of the place. He could only silently circulate the secret technique of the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter to dispel the chill surging into his body, while simultaneously using the spirit communication treasure technique to assist the Moon Toad Pearl in refining the Zuanming Cold Key. Once it was confirmed that the Moon Toad Pearl had absorbed most of the dissipated Zuanming Cold Key, true person Yan Kang began to act. Suddenly, a dazzling red flame erupted from his body, burning fiercely within the black ice like a humanoid flame. The originally pitch-black Zuanming Water Eye finally gained a glimmer of light due to the appearance of this red flame. However, this light only appeared within a radius of several hundred feet, as if an invisible force was restraining its spread. It seemed that true person Yan Kang's method of breaking the seal was to use his exquisite fire attribute magic to incinerate the Zuanming cold ice. However, that piece of Zuanming ice had absorbed nearly 200 years of Zuanming Cold Key, and had long since become a rare and precious spiritual object. It wasn't so easily incinerated. Half a day passed, and Zhou Chun didn't notice any change in the Zuanming ice, as if Yan Kang's Henren was wasting his time. But seeing Yan Kang's Henren seemingly unaffected and continuing to exert himself, he could only hope that what the other was doing was truly effective. Time slowly passed, and soon 3 days had gone by. Zhou Chun continuously manipulated the Moon Toad Pearl to devour and refine the Zuanming Cold Key, and now he was clearly showing signs of strain. Even the Moon Toad Pearl itself seemed to be about to burst. Zhou Chun knew that the limit of this spiritual treasure was certainly not this low, it was just that his own cultivation was insufficient to help it quickly refine and devour the Zuanming Cold Key, leading to this feeling of bursting. This was also a dangerous signal, meaning that once the Moon Toad Pearl reached its devouring limit, even if he could continue, he would no longer be able to help Yan Kang's Henren escape. "Senior Yan Kang, how is things going on your end?" "I'm almost at my limit." Zhou Chun didn't try to be brave and quickly told Yan Kang's Henren about his predicament. Only now did he realize how much suffering Yan Kang's Henren had endured over the years. The Zuanming Cold Key emanating from the Zuanming Water Eye was almost entirely used to suppress Yan Kang's Henren. It was as if Yan Kang's Henren was fighting against the power of this world single-handedly. To be able to hold on for so long under such circumstances, Zhou Chun now felt genuine admiration for Yan Kang's Henren. "I'm almost done here too. Young friend, just hold on for another half day, another half day will be enough." Yan Kang's Henren's deep voice echoed in Zhou Chun's ears, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. "Alright, then I'll try my best to hold on for another half day." Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and readily agreed. The overeating phenomenon of the moon toad pearl, was due to the limitations of his cultivation and magical power. If he temporarily increased his cultivation, the efficiency of the spiritual treasure in refining the Zhuanming cold key would naturally increase, allowing it to last longer. Therefore, after about 2 hours, Zhou Chun used a secret technique to stimulate his potential, burning some of his essence blood to enhance his own cultivation and increase the speed at which the moon toad pearl refined the Zhuanming cold key. He stumbled and barely managed to hold on for half a day. Feeling his limit, Zhou Chun shouted to Yan Kang's Henren, "Senior Yan Kang, half a day is up. This junior will retreat first." Without waiting for Yan Kang's Henren's response, he quickly retrieved the moon toad pearl and immediately moved away from the Zhuanming water eye. This is a wise man avoids dangerous situations. The commotion of Yan Kang's Henren's escape would be considerable, and it was hard to say what unforeseen consequences it might cause. Zhou Chun was unwilling to put himself in danger just to watch the spectacle. As it turned out, Zhou Chun's choice was correct. Not long after he left the Zhuanming water eye, true immortal Yan Kang erupted. A clear, resonant dragon's roar suddenly echoed from within the Zhuanming water eye, and a fiery red dragon shadow burst forth from the Zhuanming ice. Instantly, the Zhuanming ice that had imprisoned true immortal Yan Kang for nearly 200 years was struck as if by lightning, instantly sprouting countless cracks. "Open for me," true immortal Yan Kang roared, and a fiery red dragon-headed staff before him suddenly unleashed tremendous power, striking the Zhuanming ice. Boom! With a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible Zhuanming ice was blasted open by a crimson flame from the dragon-headed staff. Immediately, true immortal Yan Kang's figure flashed, instantly transforming into a streak of crimson flame as he escaped through the hole. "Ho ha ho ha, I'm finally out," a joyous laugh echoed across the lake, and anyone who heard it could feel the joy of its owner. But just as the overjoyed Master Yan Kang was about to put away the Zhuanming ice after escaping his predicament, a sudden change occurred. A tremendous suction force erupted from the Zhuanming water eye, drawing the Zhuanming ice directly into its depths from Master Yan Kang's grasp. This sight drastically changed Master Yan Kang's expression, his pupils shrinking sharply. Golden flame surged in his eyes as he immediately used his spiritual eye divine power to look into the depths of the Zhuanming water eye, vaguely seeing an enormous figure. Before he could clearly see what it was, he suddenly let out a strange cry and transformed into a streak of fire, shooting away from the Zhuanming water eye. The next instant, an incomparably powerful Zhuanming cold aura erupted from the Zhuanming water eye, instantly freezing all the surrounding lake water into black ice. If Master Yan Kang had been any slower, he would likely have been imprisoned again. What level of being is that? Why, after being trapped in the water eye for so many years, have I never seen even a trace of it? Dozens of miles away, Master Yan Kang looked at the frozen lake, recalling the enormous figure he had glimpsed earlier, and a chill ran down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had never imagined that there were other creatures deep within the water eye, and that their strength was so unfathomable. And he had been trapped in the water eye for so many years without discovering anything. This was simply unbelievable. "Go, get out of here quickly." Master Yan Kang composed himself and hurriedly flew away. However, he didn't abandon him after using him, he also took Zhou Chun with him. Zhou Chun also took this opportunity to experience the powerful flying speed of a nascent soul stage cultivator. After Master Yan Kang carried him about 1,000 miles away from the Zhuanming water eye, he directly chose to break through the ice layer that was thousands of feet thick, appearing above the blizzard-ravaged ice plain. Then, after determining the direction, he directly carried him towards the direction of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. In less than a day, the two traversed tens of thousands of miles of icy plains and returned to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. "Senior Yan Kang, what happened at the Zhuanming water eye? I seemed to sense a powerful burst of cold air on a snow-capped peak within the Ice Barbarian Kingdom." Zhou Chun, after Yan Kang's Henren landed, couldn't hide his curiosity and asked the question that had been nagging at him. Throughout the journey, he had clearly sensed Yan Kang's Henren's panic, but he hadn't dared to ask then. Now, seeing that Yan Kang's Henren was no longer fleeing in panic, he no longer restrained himself. "I can't explain the specifics, but you only need to know that a powerful being is hidden deep within the Zhuanming water eye." Yan Kang's Henren glanced at Zhou Chun, pondered for a moment, and then revealed some information. Hearing this answer, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. For Yan Kang's Henren, a nascent soul cultivator possessing spiritual treasures, to flee in such a panic, this being, who called himself a powerful being, must be at least a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, or even higher. This made Zhou Chun immediately resolve that he would avoid going to the Zhuanming Water Eye unless absolutely necessary, lest he lose his life. Just then, true person Yan Kang suddenly said, "When I escaped, I lost a lot of vital energy, and the years of fighting against the Zhuanming cold key have also greatly depleted my strength. If I were to start refining weapons, I'm afraid it would take me 8 to 10 years to recover to my peak condition. Young friend, if you're not in a hurry, you can come to the Heavenly Fire Sect in the Fire Luo Kingdom to find me in 10 years. At that time, I will definitely return everything I promised you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback. But considering the binding force of the Netherworld Soul Contract, and the fact that the Fire Essence Immortal Mushroom, promised by true person Yan Kang could only be obtained from his cave, he nodded and said, 10 years isn't a long time. I can wait that long. In that case, young friend, keep this token safe. When the time comes, just show this to the disciples of the Heavenly Fire Sect, and someone will take you to see me." True person Yan Kang nodded slightly, then waved his hand, tossing a fiery red token covered with flame patterns to Zhou Chun. Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he moved and suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson fire, disappearing into the distance. Seeing this, Zhou Chun swallowed the words he was about to say and couldn't help but look at the token in his hand. This item was actually crafted from the magical material, fire crystal black iron, and it seemed to be a magical artifact. After Zhou Chun infused it with a little magical power to refine it, he quickly learned its information. It turned out that this item was called the Heavenly Fire Token, the highest level token of the Heavenly Fire Sect in the Fire Luo Kingdom, which could only be issued by nascent soul stage cultivators and the sect leader. Anyone carrying this item to the Heavenly Fire Sect would receive the highest level of hospitality. At the same time, this item also possessed excellent fire-repelling effects, capable of protecting cultivators briefly when entering and exiting volcanic lava. Zhou Chun, possessing the fiery phoenix of the inferno, naturally didn't care about this fire-repelling effect, and simply kept it as an important token. In fact, the 10-year buffer period wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. This gave him enough time to consider which types of magical artifacts he should ask true immortal Yan Kang to craft, and to collect the necessary magical artifact materials. Next, after briefly determining his direction, Zhou Chun flew away from the nameless snow-capped peak. Several days later, Zhou Chun's figure appeared in the market town where Wu Yishan and his daughter lived. He had a good impression of Wu Yishan, and his encounter with Master Yan Kang was largely thanks to the latter's guidance. Therefore, before leaving Bingai Kingdom, Zhou Chun planned to leave his contact information with him. If Wu Yizhu were to reach the late Purple Mansion stage and wish to form her core using the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture, Zhou Chun would be willing to consider establishing a good relationship with her and impart his subsequent golden core cultivation techniques and insights into core formation. However, when Zhou Chun arrived at Wu Yishan's house, there was no response to his knocking. This made him frown, and he immediately disregarded any taboos, using his powerful divine sense to forcefully penetrate the courtyard's array and probe the situation inside. The next moment, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he immediately used the minor 5 elements breaking restriction mystic light to open a gap in the courtyard's array, leaping over the wall and entering the courtyard. Once inside, he quickly broke through the stone door of a secret chamber and appeared inside where Wu Yizhu was practicing. Inside the secret chamber, Wu Yizhu lay unconscious on the floor, her face deathly pale, a thin layer of frost covering her body. Her life force was extremely weak. Her internal fire poison erupted, and she could only suppress it by forcibly consuming ice attribute spiritual items. Zhou Chun's divine sense swept over her, easily discerning the reason for Wu Yizhu's current state. His expression darkened, and he sighed softly. So, Wu Yishan encountered trouble on his return journey. Given Wu Yishan's love for his daughter, Wu Yizhu, he would never have allowed her to risk her life like this unless she had already perished on the icy plains. The situation was now clear. While Wu Yishan's demise on the icy plains wasn't Zhou Chun's fault, he still felt deeply guilty. After all, Wu Yishan had gone to the icy plains to guide him, and it was because of him that he had wasted so much time, forcing him to return alone. Very well. Since that's the case, I, Zhou, will take good care of your daughter. Fellow Taoist Wu, rest in peace. Zhou Chun's expression turned solemn, and he immediately cupped his hands towards the direction of the icy plains, as a way of comforting Wu Yishan's spirit in heaven. He then first completely neutralized the ice attribute power within Wu Yazhu's body, and then diluted a drop of the fiery phoenix's spiritual blood and fed it to her. Wu Yazhu had now switched to cultivating the 10,000 poisons true scripture, and it was no longer suitable to use the purifying essence water for treatment, otherwise all her poisonous abilities might be purified. While the fiery phoenix's spiritual blood also had the effect of neutralizing all poisons, it wasn't as efficient and potent as the purifying essence water. After suppressing the fire poison within Wu Yazhu's body, Zhou Chun would naturally help her resolve it. After Zhou Chun's treatment, Wu Yazhu quickly woke up. When she woke up and saw Zhou Chun sitting in the room, she immediately understood what had happened. She looked at him with gratitude and apology, saying, "So it was Senior Zhang who saved me again. I'm so incompetent, I've caused you trouble again. You're too kind, young friend. It was just a small favor, nothing to worry about." Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be so polite. Wu Yazhu quickly seemed to realize something and suddenly looked at Zhou Chun with worry, asking, "Since you're back, Senior Zhang, has my father returned too? Why haven't I seen him?" Hearing her question, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then turned his head away, but still chose to tell the truth, letting out a soft sigh. "Alice. Fellow Taoist Wu parted ways with me 3 years ago and embarked on her return journey alone. Since she hasn't returned yet, she's probably already..." Before he could finish, a soft sound was heard. Wu Yazhu, who had just sat up, had fallen back onto the bed, her face ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Wu Yazhu herself knew that her father, Wu Yishan, hadn't returned before the fire poison erupted in her body, most likely because something had happened. She had held on to a sliver of hope that the delay was simply due to a blizzard, something that had happened once or twice before. Therefore, she endured the pain until she could no longer bear it, then risked consuming the 1,000-year-old ice attribute spiritual herb her father had given her. She had finally waited for Zhou Chun's return, only to receive this despairing news. She felt utterly hopeless, losing all will to live. Zhou Chun, seeing Wu Yazhu's state, could understand her thoughts to some extent. But since he had promised to take care of Wu Yishan's daughter, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. He then slowly spoke, "Although fellow Taoist Wu has most likely met with misfortune, we cannot rule out the possibility that he got lost in the blizzard and became lost on the ice plains. And even if fellow Taoist Wu has indeed met with misfortune, you shouldn't give up on yourself and wait to die. Don't forget, your parents sacrificed their lives so that you could live. If you just give up on yourself and wait to die, wouldn't it be a waste of their lives and all those years of suffering?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Wu Yazhu's previously despairing and lifeless eyes. She quickly sat up in bed, then swiftly got out and kowtowed repeatedly to Zhou Chun, pleading, "This junior knows that Senior Zhang is a kind-hearted person. Please help this junior, please help this junior go back to the ice plains to find my father." Her actions were not unexpected by Zhou Chun. In fact, this was the intention behind his previous words. He looked at her and said, "I'll try to help you find fellow Taoist Wu. It's not that I can't, but you must promise me that if fellow Taoist Wu has truly perished, you must continue your cultivation until you completely eliminate the fire poison from your body. Only then can you repay the sacrifices fellow Taoist Wu and your mother have made over the years." Hearing this, Wu Yazhu immediately replied without hesitation, "This junior promises, Senior. I will never forget your great kindness, Senior Zhang." Zhou Chun knew that this was just her response because she still held on to a sliver of hope. However, he didn't expose her. He simply left some pills to help her recover and took some of Wu Yishan's belongings before leaving. However, when Zhou Chun left Wu Yazhu's house and used the residual aura on Wu Yishan's belongings as a medium to cast a certain secret technique for finding people, the technique failed immediately. In this situation, excluding the possibility that the owner was trapped in some secluded secret realm, it could be basically concluded that the person being sought had perished. Therefore, after a soft sigh, Zhou Chun did not go to the ice plains, but instead turned and went to the free trade zone in the market. Chapter 588 Six-Winged Ice Silkworm. Now that it was confirmed that Wu Yishan had perished, Zhou Chun couldn't possibly venture into the vast icy plains to search for a corpse whose existence was uncertain. However, if he told Wu Yazhu the truth directly, Zhou Chun worried that she might do something rash. Therefore, he decided to have someone cooperate in staging a play, a white lie to keep Wu Yazhu alive. About a month later, Zhou Chun returned to Wu Yazhu's home. "Senior Zhang, you My father, in the courtyard, Wu Yazhu swayed upon seeing that only Zhou Chun had returned, and collapsed to the ground. I regret that I was unable to find fellow Taoist Wu's body, but I did find some things he specifically left for you before his death, Zhou Chun said softly, waving his hand, and several items appeared before Wu Yazhu. These items were indeed old belongings that Wu Yishan had previously owned, but they were things he had sold before he set off. Zhou Chun had also sought the help of a golden core cultivator stationed in the market, and it took considerable effort to collect them again. Mixed with these items was a recording bead, which Zhou Chun had deliberately fabricated as a keepsake from Wu Yishan. When Wu Yazhu, guided by Zhou Chun, activated the recording bead, she saw Wu Yishan, his clothes stained with blood, slumped in an ice cave, recording his last words into the bead. Yazhu, my poor daughter, I may never see you again in this life. I can't imagine how you would cope with the erupting fire poison without my help. I can't imagine your suffering. I have failed your mother's dying wish, unable to care for you until the end, unable to see the day you completely resolve the fire poison. But Yazhu, if you are truly destined to see these words I left you, I hope you will live on strongly, live well. Only if you live can prove that your mother and father's sacrifices were meaningful and worthwhile. Otherwise, then all the suffering your father and I have endured over the years has been in vain. Back then, because of the fire poison in your body, your father didn't hesitate to break with the family and travel to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. I truly feel ashamed of the family's cultivation and the elders who trusted me. This is the thing I regret most besides your mother's passing. The so-called debts of the father are repaid by the son. Since your father can no longer repay the family's kindness in this life, Yazhu, if you can live, and if you can achieve success in your cultivation in the future, I hope you can help your father repay the family's kindness and allow my spirit tablet to return to the family ancestral hall. At the end of the video, a roar of a demonic beast suddenly broke in, and Wu Yishan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly ended the recording process. After watching the entire video, Wu Yazhu immediately burst into tears. Seeing this, Zhou Chun did not rush to comfort her, but only let her cry and vent her emotions. The video in the recording bead was naturally a forgery by Zhou Chun. He used the 100 illusion pearl to transform into Wu Yishan's likeness and recorded this video on the icy plains, all to persuade Wu Yazhu to live. Since it was just a photograph, and with the collected items Wu Yishan used in life as evidence, Zhou Chun believed that Wu Yazhu would have difficulty distinguishing the real from the fake. As for when she came to her senses and understood the truth, she probably wouldn't blame him for deceiving her with a lie. A well-intentioned lie to persuade someone to live shouldn't be condemned. After waiting for a while, until Wu Yazhu was exhausted, Zhou Chun slowly spoke. Fellow Taoist Wu must have been chased by demonic beasts and could only leave these things behind before departing. You've read his last words. Even in his final moments, his greatest concern was still for you, young friend Wu. If I were you, young friend Wu, I would never let his sacrifice be in vain, nor would I fail his last wish. I would strive to cultivate and fulfill his last wish. Having said this, Zhou Chun said no more and turned to leave. I will return in 3 days. If you have changed your mind by then, you may leave Bingai Kingdom with me and cultivate alongside me. This is the last thing I can do for fellow Taoist Wu. Zhou Chun's calm voice echoed in Wu Yazhu's ears, and his figure quickly disappeared into the courtyard. At this point, Zhou Chun had done all he could. If Wu Yazhu still insisted on dying, he had nothing more to say. 3 days later, Zhou Chun reappeared outside the Wu family courtyard. Wu Yazhu seemed to have been waiting for him. He had barely made a sound when the gate opened. Very good. It seems you have changed your mind. In that case, come with me. Zhou Chun looked at the female cultivator dressed in white mourning clothes, nodded slightly, and turned to walk out of the market. Seeing this, Wu Yazhu silently followed behind him, turning back every few steps to look at the small courtyard until it was completely out of sight. After leaving the market, Zhou Chun released the golden-winged tiger to carry him and Wu Yazhu on their journey. Soon after, they arrived at another market within the Ice Kingdom, which was also the largest market in the country. Zhou Chun had learned that a large-scale auction would be held in this market in 2 months, featuring many rare items from the Ice Plains. For Zhou Chun, who currently needed to collect materials for alchemy and weapon crafting, this auction was not one to be missed. I come from a cultivation family very far from the Ice Kingdom. Young friend Wu, after you return to my family, you will temporarily serve as my maid. Someone in my family has already reached the Purple Mansion stage in cultivating the 10,000 poisons. True scripture, which you are practicing. You can then consult her for cultivation insights, and related cultivation resources can also be obtained from my family, of course. While cultivating by my side, you should also do what you can for me or my family. Once you cultivate to the point where you are no longer threatened by the internal fire poison, you can decide for yourself whether to stay or leave. In a newly rented courtyard, Zhou Chun looked at Wu Yazhu, who had followed him there, and solemnly revealed some information about his background and his plans for her. For Zhou Chun, taking in Wu Yazhu was merely out of pity for her background and a sense of guilt towards Wu Yixin. He didn't intend to use her for anything, nor did he truly intend to provide for her for life. Therefore, ensuring that the other party was not threatened by the internal fire poison and could live independently outside was already more than enough. After listening to Zhou Chun's words, Wu Yazhu bowed deeply to him and said, "Senior Zhang's great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my father and me. To be protected by you is already a blessing beyond measure. I dare not ask for more." This answer satisfied Zhou Chun. He was afraid that Wu Yazhu would be unreasonable and not know when to stop, wanting to rely on him. If that happened, he would have to seriously consider whether he should really take her back to the Zhou family. He nodded and said, "Then you should cultivate diligently. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me when I have free time." In the following 2 months, Zhou Chun waited for the auction to begin while also strolling around the market, preparing to buy a batch of special spiritual items from the Bingai Kingdom before leaving. Because the Ice Kingdom is home to a large number of cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques, it also boasts many unique spiritual items that are hard to find elsewhere. These include magical artifacts suitable for ice attribute cultivators, elixirs to enhance cultivation, and various ice attribute demonic beasts. The Zhou family also has some cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques, and more are expected to emerge in the future. Therefore, after discovering that some of the Ice Kingdom's unique spiritual items were suitable for their clansmen, Zhou Chun planned to purchase more to take back and store in the family treasury for his clansmen to exchange. This was something that several high-ranking members of the family would do when traveling. One day, while strolling through the free trading area of the market, Zhou Chun suddenly sensed unusual agitation in the Heavenly Frost Bee, in his spirit beast pouch, as if it had been stimulated by something. This made him stop and, with a look of surprise, he used his divine sense to communicate with a demonic insect. Through this communication, Zhou Chun learned that the reason these demonic insects suddenly became unusually agitated was because they sensed the aura of a natural enemy. And it should be noted that the Heavenly Frost Bee is a rare insect listed on the list of strange insects of heaven and earth. The being capable of causing such strange insects to become restless and regard them as natural enemies must be far stronger than them. This immediately aroused Zhou Chun's great curiosity. He glanced at the free trade zone and found that he was the only golden core cultivator present, with the highest cultivation level among the others being only an early purple mansion cultivator. Without hesitation, he immediately and quietly released his divine sense to scan the various stalls. Given the significant difference in cultivation levels, no cultivator could detect Zhou Chun's divine sense. After several scans, he identified some suspicious items and approached them one by one for inspection. After this inspection, Zhou Chun stopped in front of the stall of a burly man with a thick beard and a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. This man was wearing a warm fur coat commonly worn by cultivators of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, which appeared to be made from the pelt of an ice attribute demon wolf. On his stall were various materials such as claws, teeth, furs, ores, wood, and spiritual herbs from demonic beasts, all of which were probably second-tier items. Seeing Zhou Chun, whose cultivation level he couldn't fathom, standing before his stall for a long time without moving, the burly man's expression changed slightly. He quickly spoke up, saying, "Senior, if you've taken a fancy to anything, I'm willing to sell it at market price. I won't be greedy for a single penny more." Hearing this, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, then looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Is that really what you're thinking? Aren't you afraid of missing out on some treasures, which I might then snatch up?" Hearing this, the burly man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied with a serious expression, "This junior wouldn't dare deceive you, senior. I've carefully inspected these items many times before bringing them here. If anything is missing, it just means I'm not destined for it, and it's your turn to snag a bargain, senior." "Interesting, you're quite the smooth talker, young man." Zhou Chun smiled faintly, then patted his storage bag at his waist, took out a second-tier high-grade defensive magic weapon shield of unknown origin, and threw it onto the stall. This magic weapon in exchange for everything on your stall. Is that enough? Enough. Enough. Absolutely enough. Thank you for your gift, Senior. The burly man's face lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly in gratitude. He then quickly took out a spare storage bag, packed up everything on the stall, and handed the bag to Zhou Chun with both hands. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony, directly accepted the storage bag, and turned to leave. Watching Zhou Chun's departing figure, and then looking at the magic weapon shield on the stall, the burly man felt both melancholy and joy. He knew in his heart that he must have misjudged and missed some treasure. However, he was even more aware that if he raised the price or simply stopped selling altogether, the consequences would likely be dire. He had already made a huge profit by trading these items, which combined weren't even worth a single low-grade second-tier magic weapon, for a high-grade second-tier defensive magic weapon, and he certainly had reason to be happy. The burly man, having cultivated to his current level as a rogue cultivator, naturally understood the art of making choices and had witnessed many deaths caused by excessive greed. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun returned to his temporary residence and retrieved everything he had obtained from the burly man's stall. He casually discarded the demon beast materials without even glancing at them, keeping only the ores, wood, and spiritual herbs in front of him. Then, he took out a heavenly frost bee from his spirit beast pouch and sent it near the items. Using the heavenly frost bee's perceived fear as evidence, he quickly identified his target. The target was a section of yellowish spirit wood, possibly a specialty of the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. Zhou Chun couldn't identify the species, but judging from the spiritual energy it contained, it should be the heartwood of a second-tier spirit wood, about 5 feet long. Zhou Chun concentrated his divine sense and scanned the piece of spirit wood with all his might, examining it carefully several times before finally discovering its mystery. He suddenly raised his finger and gestured, cutting the spirit wood into several pieces, leaving only a palm-sized piece in front of him. Then he lit a piece of spirit wood and held the flame near the palm-sized piece to heat it. Soon, a faint white, transparent cocoon appeared on the piece of wood. This cocoon was only the size of a thumb, like an ordinary silkworm cocoon, stuck to the spirit wood. Without the heat of the flame, it was impossible to see with the naked eye, and divine sense would completely ignore its existence. Even now that he could see it, Zhou Chun's divine sense could not penetrate the thin layer of the cocoon to observe the creature inside. This showed how extraordinary this thing was. What kind of demonic insect has spun this cocoon? Even my late-stage golden core divine sense almost couldn't completely see through its invisibility, let alone penetrate its thin layer of silk to see what's inside. Zhou Chun stared at the cocoon in shock, instantly recalling the descriptions of various strange insects and the list of strange insects of heaven and earth. However, even after searching through all the records of demonic insects and the list of strange insects of heaven and earth, he couldn't find a single match. Thinking about it carefully, this didn't seem surprising. After all, the Thousand Spirits Sect, which compiled the list of strange insects of heaven and earth, was located very far from the Ice Barbarian Kingdom and had never had an ancestral cultivator there. It was perfectly normal that they hadn't included information about this strange insect that might have originated from the Ice Plains. It was even unknown whether the cultivators in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom knew about this strange insect. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Chun didn't immediately open the cocoon to check what was inside. Instead, he put the wooden block in a jade box and put it back into his storage bag. He planned to first gather relevant information in the Bingai Kingdom. If he couldn't find any records about this strange insect, he would then dismantle the cocoon. For the next 10 days or so, Zhou Chun frequented several bookstores in the market, consulting various books on the Bingai Kingdom's unique monsters and insects, but he couldn't find any records of that strange insect. This forced him to temporarily stop his work and focus his attention on the auction. Soon after, the auction officially began, and Zhou Chun entered his reserved private room early. At the auction, Zhou Chun made 3 bids, winning 2 magical treasure materials and a special elixir, the Ice Soul Resurrection Pill. The Ice Soul Resurrection Pill was a pleasant surprise. It was a rare item capable of replenishing the essence of the divine soul. Although it could only restore and replenish the damaged essence of the divine soul, not strengthen it, it was still an extremely rare elixir. Zhou Chun spent a full 550,000 spirit coins to win it from among many competitors. Fortunately, He didn't have to pay for these spirit coins, they were deducted directly from the materials and magical artifacts he had consigned for auction. That's right, when Zhou Chun participated in the auction, he also consigned most of the materials from the ice crystal demon wolf and the moon-gazing ice toad he had previously killed. These high-end magical artifacts and materials wouldn't be sold cheaply just because they came from their place of origin. On the contrary, they were easier to sell for higher prices than elsewhere, because the Ice Kingdom itself had a large number of ice attribute cultivators from other regions. After all, not every golden core cultivator had the ability to hunt 4th-tier demonic beasts on the ice plains. However, Zhou Chun didn't bring out the most precious demon cores. Although the Zhou family didn't have a decent ice attribute demonic beast, high-grade demon cores were a kind of hard currency. Whether used to exchange for 4th-tier demon cores suitable for spirit pets like the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, or to exchange for other precious treasures, they were excellent bargaining chips. After leaving the auction and returning to his residence, Zhou Chun quickly consumed the Ice Soul Returning Pill. 7 days later, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, having fully refined the medicinal power of the Ice Soul Rejuvenation Pill. The spiritual power I lost using the Netherworld Soul Contract has recovered by half. If I can find another spiritual item similar to the Ice Soul Rejuvenation Pill in the future, I should be able to completely make up for it, he muttered to himself, accepting the result. Spiritual power is extremely important for cultivators, especially when breaking through to a higher realm. Since Zhou Chun's original spiritual power was stronger than other cultivators, he would have a better chance of successfully forming his core and nascent soul. If he couldn't replenish his lost spiritual power before then, this advantage would disappear, and it might even become a disadvantage. Therefore, if he encountered a spiritual item like the Ice Soul Rejuvenation Pill that restores spiritual power in the future, he would definitely do everything in his power to obtain it. Originally, Zhou Chun planned to leave the Ice Kingdom after the auction. But in order to find out the origin of the cocoon, he decided to stay for another 6 months and travel around to ask around and inquire about it. So he let Wu Yazhu cultivate in the courtyard he rented, while he went to various places to consult relevant materials and books, and to ask around and inquire about the cocoon. Persistence pays off. After more than 5 months of investigation, Zhou Chun finally obtained some useful information from a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the Ice God Palace, a major sect in the Ice Kingdom. According to this cultivator, he had seen a record in the Ice God Palace's library about a strange demonic insect found on the ice plains. According to the record, a special demonic insect resembling a silkworm with 6 wings exists on the ice plains, which he called the 6-winged ice silkworm. This insect possesses powerful stealth abilities. Its silk also has an invisibility effect, making it difficult to detect with divine sense and extremely resilient. The Ice God Palace cultivator was able to see through the 6-winged ice silkworm's stealth ability only because he had cultivated a powerful spiritual eye technique. According to the records he left behind, he had personally witnessed a 6-winged ice silkworm almost toying with a 4th-tier ice claw giant bear, known for its thick hide and tough flesh, and turning it into a pile of minced meat with its silk. Having witnessed the power of the 6-winged ice silkworm, the senior cultivator from the Ice God Palace, despite possessing late-stage golden core cultivation and being able to see through its invisibility, still dared not fight it, choosing instead to stay away and recording the incident to warn the younger generation of the sect. So this thing could be a 6-winged ice silkworm. In the quiet room, Zhou Chun stared at the barely visible cocoon before him, his eyes filled with solemnity. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't choose to act within the market, but instead left the market and entered a deserted, desolate mountain. Zhou Chun then carved out a stone chamber within the mountain peak. First, he used the dragon transformation secret technique to condense silver dragon scales to protect himself. Next, he activated the Moon Toad Pearl to enhance his Taine protective immortal robe divine power, then summoned the Mountain Shield for defense, and finally even summoned the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, transforming it into golden armor to don. After setting up several layers of protection in succession, and being certain that even a late-stage golden core cultivator wielding a high-grade magic weapon would find it difficult to break through these multiple layers of protection in one strike, Zhou Chun then activated the Tabe dragon-slaying sword to begin cutting along the edge of the cocoon. Chapter 589 Hidden Dangers. A second trip to Thunder Lizard Island. The Tabe dragon-slaying sword was a mid-grade magic weapon, and Zhou Chun was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, even with this combination, cutting through the cocoon was extremely difficult, not something that could be done in one go. This showed the toughness of the cocoon silk. Fortunately, after some effort, Zhou Chun successfully cut a small opening, using his divine sense to see what was inside. Unexpectedly, instead of the 6-winged ice silkworm he had expected, there were 9 white insect eggs, each the size of a mung bean. This discovery brought both disappointment and relief to Zhou Chun. He quickly removed all protective measures and then took out the 9 eggs to examine them. After inspection, Zhou Chun confirmed that all 9 eggs were alive and had the potential to hatch. But that was all. Since they had remained hidden inside the cocoon for an unknown period without hatching, it was clear that hatching was not easy. As far as Zhou Chun knew, some special types of strange insects on the list of strange insects of heaven and earth required hatching times measured in centuries and had extremely high requirements for the hatching environment. If these insect eggs before him were truly laid by the 6-winged ice silkworm, then hatching them would be a matter of pure luck. Even so, these eggs represented an opportunity. If they were indeed 6-winged ice silkworm eggs, then once hatched and raised, Zhou Chun would possess an insect whose combat power would at least rank among the top 40 on the list of extraordinary insects of heaven and earth. This was undoubtedly a valuable supplement for him, as he was gradually becoming less impressed with the strength of the frost bee. Moreover, the 6-winged ice silkworm had one advantage that the frost bee could never match: the value of its silk. Given the extraordinary properties of the silk on the cocoons, if used to forge a magical robe, it could very well create a legendary invisibility cloak. Furthermore, this invisibility cloak not only possessed the ability to conceal and shield against divine sense, but also had powerful defensive capabilities at the level of a magic treasure. Such a treasure would likely be coveted even by a nascent soul stage cultivator. In conclusion, after confirming that all 9 insect eggs were alive, Zhou Chun quickly performed the bondage ceremony. Once the ceremony was successfully completed, Zhou Chun placed the eggs back into the cocoon and sealed the incision. Having thus unlocked the secret of the cocoon, there was no need for Zhou Chun to linger in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. After collecting and purchasing some items in the market, he quickly left with Wu Yazhu and officially began his return journey. On the way back, the golden-winged tiger served as his mode of transport. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on the tiger's back, guiding it to fly in the directions he indicated, while also taking stock of his gains from the trip to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. This trip to the Ice Barbarian Kingdom had undoubtedly been extremely fruitful for Zhou Chun. First, he had successfully cultivated the secret technique 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter to a minor level, fully exploring the uses and power of the Moon Toad Treasure Pearl, spiritual treasure. Second, he had encountered true person Yan Kang and helped him escape from his predicament, gaining significant benefits. A top-grade magic weapon, 3 opportunities to refine treasures, a fire element immortal mushroom, spiritual herb over 5,000 years old, and the chance to cultivate in the flaming spirit spring. These benefits combined are immense, an opportunity many golden core cultivators would never encounter in their entire lives. Compared to these 2 major benefits, the eggs suspected to be from a 6-winged ice silkworm, and the demon cores of the ice crystal demon wolf and the moon-gazing ice toad, are insignificant. It's a pity that true person Yan Kang left too quickly, otherwise, I would have made him redeem that top-grade magic weapon first. Zhou Chun sighed regretfully after recalling his gains from this trip. Although he possessed the Moon Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, it could only be used as a last resort, something he dared not use unless absolutely necessary. But with a top-grade magic weapon, there were fewer such restrictions. With his mid-golden core cultivation and several 4th-tier spiritual pets by his side, he was fully qualified to possess such a treasure. This way, when encountering enemies at the late golden core stage, he might be able to win without the Moon Toad Pearl, reducing the possibility of his spiritual treasure being exposed. Fortunately, he could go to the Fire Luo Kingdom in 10 years to fulfill his promise to true person Yan Kang, so Zhou Chun's slight regret didn't need to be too much of a concern. Since there was no rush, on his return journey, Zhou Chun traveled at a leisurely pace, taking the opportunity to visit various countries along the way to see if he could collect any necessary alchemy materials. This itinerant travel meant that by the time Zhou Chun returned to the Jing Kingdom, 3 years had passed since he left the Bingai Kingdom. It's worth mentioning that after these years of cultivation, Wu Yazhu's 10,000 poisons true scripture had also been successfully upgraded, and her poison cultivation had reached a late key refining stage. During this time, the fire poison within her body erupted again, and Zhou Chun used the method her father, Wu Yishan, had previously used, employing several ice-attribute spiritual objects to help her suppress the fire poison. According to Zhou Chun's estimation, she should be able to attempt foundation establishment before the next fire poison eruption. If he could successfully establish his foundation, even if he couldn't completely suppress the fire poison's outbreak with his own cultivation, he could at least greatly prolong the duration of the outbreak. Moreover, after arriving at the Zhou family, with Zhou Yuanlian, whose poison skills were superb, looking after him, even if the fire poison broke out, Zhou Chun probably wouldn't need to help. After arriving in Jingguo, Zhou Chun also reverted to his original appearance. This surprised Wu Yazhu, who had been with him for several years and was used to his disguise. Don't be surprised, it's just a way to deceive people. Zhou Chun smiled faintly and quickly took her back to Tuan Ridge. At this time, Zhou Chun had only been away from home for 6 or 7 years, and there hadn't been much change in the family. His disciple, Zhou Ziyang, was still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, so there was no more unexpected surprise for him. Zhou Chun first briefly told Zhou Ming about his gains from the trip and explained Wu Yazhu's background. Then he called Zhou Yuanlian to his cave and introduced Wu Yazhu to her, encouraging the two to get closer in the future. Perhaps because they practiced the same cultivation technique together, or perhaps because Zhou Chun recounted Wu Yazhu's tragic experiences and felt a sense of empathy, Zhou Yuanlian, who is usually indifferent to others, treated this little sister quite well and readily agreed to take care of her. This made Zhou Chun even more certain that entrusting her with the task was the right one. After settling Wu Yazhu in, Zhou Chun went to the wilderness. He first returned the heavenly frost bee to its nest, and then headed to Zhou Daoquan's secluded cultivation place. There, at the former side of the Blood Dragon branch altar, as soon as Zhou Chun stepped into this yin sha land, a gust of yin wind swept towards him, revealing Zhou Daoquan's figure. This was the ghost escape technique, an ability almost innate to ghost cultivators. Within the yin sha land, ghost cultivators could easily transform into wind and escape, even more mysterious and efficient than wind escape techniques. This was because ghost cultivators had no physical body, somewhat similar to the nascent soul of immortal cultivators. I've only just arrived, yet you sensed me, granduncle. It seems your grasp of the ghost cultivation path is deepening, Zhou Chun said with a smile, flattering Zhou Daoquan who had suddenly appeared. Zhou Daoquan smiled in response, saying, the ghost cultivation path truly has its unique aspects. I underestimated it before. He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, Zhangjin, didn't you say you were going on a long journey? Why are you back so soon? My trip went smoothly, so I returned much faster than expected, Zhou Chun replied, adding softly, and I've come here to ask you something, granduncle. He then explained his transaction with Yan Kang's Henrin using the Netherworld Soul contract. Frankly, Zhou Chun was wary and worried about the Netherworld while adding a new condition to the contract. However, the situation was complex at the time, and he didn't have time to think too much, so he agreed. Looking back now, I realize this matter might have left some hidden dangers, which is why I am preparing to consult Zhou Daoquan, who has already switched to the path of ghost cultivation. In my years of cultivation, besides my own practice, I've also carefully studied all the records about ghost cultivation within my family many times. Combined with the ghost cultivation knowledge you brought back, Zheng Chun, I've come to some conclusions about the netherworld that ghost cultivators speak of. In my opinion, firstly, the so-called netherworld definitely exists, otherwise, the will of the netherworld and the ghostly energy of the netherworld couldn't appear out of thin air, and the claim that the netherworld and the real world overlap, being two sides of the same coin, is probably not unfounded. It might indeed be true, however, the saying that all of us cultivators who perish return to the netherworld is probably a misconception. Not everyone can enter the netherworld. Furthermore, in my opinion, even if one soul truly enters the netherworld, reincarnation might not be so easy. One might most likely become food for certain special beings within the netherworld. In fact, after we became ghost cultivators, we also, it's like being marked with a netherworld's mark. Potentially being led into the netherworld at any time to become food for some being. That wisp of netherworld ghost energy is proof of that. I suspect that the appearance of ghost cultivation methods in this world is a conspiracy by the netherworld. They want to spread this method to lure people into cultivation, and then reap the rewards when needed, Zhou Chun said, looking at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression. As for Zhou Chun, because you attracted the attention of the netherworld's will by using the netherworld soul contract, and had its contents modified, I estimate that you, like us ghost cultivators, have been branded with the netherworld's mark, but Zhou Chun, you are not a ghost cultivator after all. Even if the soul contract method left a mark on your soul, the netherworld cannot directly take your soul away. At most, it can only lead your soul into the netherworld after your physical body perishes and your soul has nowhere to belong. I see. After hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Chun suddenly felt enlightened. He was puzzled. How could the will of the underworld bestow such benefits out of thin air? It turned out that every gift came with a price already marked in the unseen realm. His intuition hadn't been wrong. He had indeed made a deal with the devil regarding his soul. He immediately said, in that case, as long as I protect my physical body and prevent my soul from leaving it, I shouldn't have to worry about the hidden dangers brought by the underworld soul contract. That should be correct. Zhou Chun nodded, confirming this. Then, with a serious expression, he advised him, however, Zhou Chun, you are not a ghost cultivator after all. Even if you can use such ghost cultivation techniques, it's best not to use them in the future, lest you create deeper karmic entanglements with the underworld and sow seeds of future trouble for your cultivation path. I understand. I will remember your admonition, granduncle, and try my best not to use such ghost cultivation techniques again. Zhou Chun nodded solemnly, truly taking Zhou Chun's words to heart. After Zhou Chun's explanation, he was filled with apprehension about the legendary netherworld, not wanting his soul to actually enter it and become food for some being. He then spoke again. By the way, during my recent travels, I obtained the eggs of a rare and wondrous insect. However, I don't know how to hatch them, and I'm worried I won't have the time to research it. I would like to ask you, granduncle, for help in researching the hatching method. He then recounted how he obtained the eggs and the information he had gathered about the six-winged ice silkworm. Zhou Chun had always trusted Zhou Chun's expertise and skills in beast taming. The spirit beast egg containing the thunder dragon Bai, which the Mu family of Bian Lake had kept for many years, was unable to hatch properly and was eventually given to Zhou Chun as payment for saving the family's spirit beast. After obtaining the egg, Zhou Chun, with Zhou Chun's years of research, successfully hatched the snake egg under his guidance. Now that Zhou Chun has become a ghost cultivator, his lifespan is comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Unable to leave this Yin-Sha land, he has more time to dedicate to studying beast taming techniques, and his expertise in this area will only deepen. Therefore, entrusting him with the eggs, suspected to be six-winged ice silkworms, to study their hatching methods is clearly the most suitable approach. Having heard Zhou Chun's explanation, Zhou Chun also became interested and immediately nodded solemnly, saying, I understand. Leave this matter to me, I will do my utmost to accomplish it. However, he didn't let Zhou Chun give him all the eggs, only 4. According to him, since he couldn't leave this Yin-Sha land, there was no guarantee that the eggs wouldn't encounter any abnormalities while hatching here, so splitting them up was the safest approach. This way, even if the eggs he was hatching died unexpectedly, the possibility of hatching the six-winged ice silkworms wouldn't be completely lost. Zhou Chun naturally didn't object to this cautious approach. After leaving 4 eggs, Zhou Chun left with the remaining eggs. After leaving Zhou Chun's secluded residence, Zhou Chun did not immediately return to his family. After hesitating for a while, he headed towards Longyuan's. Standing at the edge of Longyuan's, he gazed at the vast marshland ahead and pondered for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he suddenly used the moon toad possession divine power, transforming into a white Taiyan moon toad. Immediately afterward, the Taiyan moon toad transformed into leap into the marshland and quickly disappeared without a trace. This was Zhou Chun's second time transforming into a moon toad, and he was already very accustomed to this state. He slightly used the powerful innate divine power of toad-like demon beasts in concealing their aura, and then, based on his memory, headed straight for Thunder Lizard Island deep within Longyuan's. This time, he didn't need to deliberately detour or avoid anyone, he simply traveled in a straight line. Along the way, he passed the habitats of some third-tier demon beasts, who were frightened away by the fourth-tier aura he emitted. In just over an hour, he arrived at Thunder Lizard Island, which he had visited once before. Over 200 years have passed, and the number of Tier 3 Thunder Dragon Lizards on Thunder Lizard Island has increased, now totaling 4. The 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards that the Zhou family fought against have also grown into Tier 3 high-grade demonic beasts. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't hold back, immediately freezing the 2 Tier 3 high-grade Thunder Dragon Lizards to death with his cold energy, leaving them with intact corpses. He then collected all the beast eggs laid by the Thunder Lizards on the island, and also took some spiritual herbs beneficial to their growth. After doing this, he ignored the fear and anger of the remaining 2 Tier 3 Thunder Dragon Lizards and the other Thunder Lizards, and quickly left the island. Just over an hour after Zhou Chun left, the Thunder Dragon that had appeared over 200 years ago arrived on the island in extreme fear and rage. At this time, the aura emanating from this Thunder Dragon had reached the level of a Tier 4 high-grade demonic beast. After learning what had happened from the remaining 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards, it was furious. Who among the 4th-tier demonic beasts in Dragon Abyss Swamp didn't know that the Thunder Lizard Beast clan on Thunder Lizard Island was under its protection? Where did this toad come from, daring to attack its offspring? Enraged, it flew directly into the water, chasing after Zhou Chun in the direction he had left. However, once it reached the shore, it completely lost its target. Even after capturing several demonic beasts on the shore and questioning them, it couldn't get any useful information. Enraged, it slaughtered a nearby scaled frog tribe to vent its anger. The Thunder Dragon, however, didn't notice that after it left, a flash of green light appeared in the nearby forest, indicating an unusual fluctuation of escape techniques. What? A 4th-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon has caught up with us, on a mountain in the wilderness. Zhou Chun was also greatly surprised after hearing the news brought back by Mu Mei and Mu Sang. He had guessed that Thunder Lizard Island's smooth development was likely due to the protection of a 4th-tier demonic beast. Therefore, after killing 2 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Dragon Lizards, he felt that it might have attracted the 4th-tier demonic beast behind it. So after landing, they specifically left the skilled spies, Mu Mei and Mu Sang, to keep watch. Unexpectedly, this move actually brought back crucial intelligence. So, back then, successfully taking that foundation-building fruit tree was truly a stroke of luck. Zhou Chun recalled the entire Zhou family's higher-ranking members' mobilization to seize the foundation-building fruit tree, and couldn't help but feel terrified. If they had known that Thunder Lizard Island was protected by a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, the Zhou family wouldn't have dared to covet that foundation-building fruit tree even if they had 10 lives. And if they had been caught by that 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, the Zhou family probably wouldn't exist today. It just goes to show how things are. Sometimes a single successful adventure, a stroke of luck, can create 2 completely different outcomes. The Zhou family successfully obtained the foundation-building fruit tree back then, and over the years, countless family members have successfully established their foundations using it, greatly enhancing the family's strength. Conversely, if 1 or 2 high-ranking members had died at the hands of a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, the Zhou family might not have been as stable as they have been in the subsequent series of events. Although I don't know if there are any 5th-tier dragons left in the Dragon Abyss Thunder Dragon clan after the Thunder Dragon King's fall, since that Thunder Dragon has already grown to a high-grade 4th tier, it will definitely receive attention and care from 5th-tier dragons. It seems that we can't go to Thunder Lizard Island anymore. Fortunately, we obtained quite a few Thunder Lizard Beast eggs this time, enough to breed a population within the family. We don't need to worry about those Thunder Lizard Beasts on the island anymore. Zhou Chun smiled as he thought of this. He'd been eyeing the Thunder Lizards on Thunder Lizard Island for more than a year or two. He'd been filled with regret ever since he failed to seize the beast eggs when he took the foundation fruit tree. After discovering that even 4th-tier demonic beasts couldn't recognize him as a human cultivator while he was in Moon Toad possession mode, he conceived the idea of using this identity to forcibly seize the beast eggs. This time, he tried it out himself, and it proved incredibly effective. Unfortunately, now that he'd provoked the 4th-tier high-grade Thunder Flood Dragon, he'd have to be extremely careful using this identity in Dragon Abyss and the wilderness to avoid being caught red-handed. Several days later, Zhou Chun returned to his clan and handed the 18 Thunder Lizard eggs he'd brought back to Zhou Zinayan, instructing her to arrange for the clansmen to incubate and nurture them, taking good care of and strengthening this species. As for the 2 3rd-tier high-grade Thunder Lizards he'd instantly killed, Zhou Chun used their demon cores as a reward for Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, letting it absorb them to boost its cultivation. The remaining materials were given to Zhou Ming for weapon forging. Lei Jiao Baibai was overjoyed to receive 2 top-grade 3rd-tier demon cores with attributes perfectly suited to its own as a tonic. Because it needed to fulfill the tribute of 81 dragon scales from the Moonwool Sect, its cultivation had barely progressed in recent years. Consuming 2 top-grade 3rd-tier demon cores was roughly equivalent to the effects of 20 or 30 years of cultivation, which was much better. Crucially, Zhou Chun kept his word. He promised to compensate it, and he truly did. This unique favor naturally made it exceptionally happy and pleased. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, not wanting to reveal his mid-stage golden core cultivation, kept a low profile for several years, cultivating within the family and training his disciples. In the 3rd year after his return, Zhou Ziyang's cultivation advanced again, breaking through to the late-stage foundation establishment stage, at a time when she was not yet 50 years old. This rapid cultivation speed made Zhou Chun worry that if she stayed in the family any longer, the secret of her top-grade spiritual root aptitude might be exposed. Therefore, he sent her to the wilderness under the guise of traveling, isolating her from outsiders. Soon after, Wu Yazu also successfully established her foundation with Zhou Yuanlian's help, greatly enhancing her resistance to the fire poison in her body, so Zhou Chun no longer needed to worry about her. Chapter 597 Order Methods. 3 years passed, and then another 3 years. Including the time spent in the Ice Barbarian Kingdom, the 10-year agreement with true person Yan Kang was drawing near. The journey from the Jing Kingdom to the Fire Luo Kingdom involved traversing a vast area of tens of thousands of miles, including many treacherous and difficult-to-pass regions. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't even wait for Zhou Ziyang to open his purple mansion before embarking on his journey once more. The journey to the Fire Luo Kingdom was long and the time required was unknown. Zhou Chun had made ample preparations before leaving. He didn't carry many spirit coins, but he did bring many local specialties, especially those from the Dragon Abyss and the Ice Barbarian Kingdom. This way, if he encountered anything he wanted to buy or exchange there, these items should be easy to sell for spirit coins or spirit goods. Furthermore, considering that the Fire Luo Kingdom was said to be mainly desert and arid plateau terrain, Zhou Chun didn't bring the wood spirit and wood mulberry this time, leaving them with Zhou Ziyang for close protection. Even the Thunder Flood Dragon, Bye-Bye, was allowed to rest and recuperate at the Su family mountain gate. Therefore, the only spirit pets he truly kept by his side were the golden-winged tiger and the fiery phoenix. This was only after Zhou Chun had unlocked the true power of the Moon-Toad Pearl, spirit treasure. Otherwise, given his cautious nature, he certainly wouldn't have given up carrying the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye as a trump card. Zhou Chun traveled westward, and within a few months, he arrived at a place called Xia Kingdom. Xia Kingdom was separated from Holuo Kingdom by several countries, but it was a necessary route to Holuo Kingdom for a quick trip. From Xia Kingdom, traveling west across a narrow canyon highland would lead to the far west of Holuo Kingdom. If one didn't choose to cross this canyon highland, one would have to travel north along this stretch of tens of thousands of miles, a detour of nearly 100,000 miles, passing through several countries before getting back on track, including traversing some dangerous areas. However, since this canyon highland was so important for communication between the two regions, yet it also isolated them, it was naturally not a pleasant place. The environment here is extremely complex and harsh. Many places within the canyon are teeming with malevolent energy. Cultivators passing through, if unknowingly contaminated by this energy, are highly likely to suffer from demonic possession and mental confusion. This malevolent energy also dissipates into the high altitudes, merging with the strong winds. Even those flying overhead can easily become tainted by it unknowingly. Furthermore, the canyon highlands are home to ferocious beasts and venomous insects. These creatures are not only unaffected by the malevolent energy, but they also integrate it into their own magical powers. Anyone injured by them will be contaminated with its malevolent energy. In addition, some wicked individuals and bandits lurk in this region, often using their familiarity with the environment to ambush and kill cultivators attempting to traverse it. Before this, Zhou Chun had only heard of this canyon highlands and knew little about its specifics. After he actually entered the Xia Kingdom and learned about the relevant information in detail, he realized that he had probably underestimated this place, which the Xia Kingdom cultivators called the Valley of Evil Spirits. In the minds of the Xia Kingdom cultivators, the Valley of Evil Spirits was absolutely the most dangerous place in the country, without exception. Many past examples proved that even golden core cultivators would be greatly affected, or even die, if they were touched by the malevolent energy there. It was said that even nascent soul cultivators would inevitably be affected if they were exposed to too much malevolent energy. Therefore, in many cases, if Xia Kingdom cultivators wanted to go to the far west, they would rather take a detour of 100,000 miles than cross the Valley of Evil Spirits, which might only be 1,000 miles away as the crow flies. Similarly, the cultivators on the opposite side of the Valley of Evil Spirits were also unwilling to cross this valley to come to the Xia Kingdom. Under these circumstances, even if Zhou Chun wanted to buy a map and information about the Valley of Evil Spirits, it would be difficult to find a way, and he didn't know who actually had it. The malevolent aura. Is it really as mysterious as the legends say? On a bare stone peak, Zhou Chun gazed at the undulating mountains ahead, the Netherworld Canyon, composed of peaks, cliffs, valleys, and highlands, his eyes filled with curiosity. He had initially thought that with a purifying essence water, capable of purifying even malevolent aura, traversing this region would be easy. However, after hearing so many terrifying tales from local Xia Kingdom cultivators about the malevolent aura, he couldn't help but have his doubts. After much thought, Zhou Chun decided to give it a try. According to the rumors, even if a golden core cultivator couldn't completely resist the malevolent aura, they wouldn't die instantly upon contact like lower or mid-level cultivators. If the purifying essence water truly couldn't dispel the malevolent aura, Zhou Chun would have to take a detour. If it worked, he could proceed with his original plan. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun immediately flew into the Netherworld Canyon without hesitation, actively searching for the so-called malevolent aura. Not long after, Zhou Chun made a discovery in a forest of withered leaves. This forest was located in a canyon, and it contained a broad-leaved tree with a grayish-white trunk, somewhat resembling birch. At this moment, a grayish-white mist permeated the forest, spreading and flowing with a mountain wind. In the cultivation world of Xia Kingdom, there is a saying about the malevolent energy of the Netherworld Valley: when you see it, it is already beside you. This means that the malevolent energy only appears as a grayish-white mist when its concentration is extremely high. When it is thin, it is actually colorless and difficult to see. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun still made a hand seal and cast a spell, drawing a wisp of malevolent energy onto himself. Sure enough, as soon as the materialized malevolent energy touched him, he immediately felt his consciousness sink, as if he heard some kind of whispering in his ears, and a restlessness arose within him, with nowhere to vent or release it. Fortunately, his consciousness was still largely clear, and he quickly withdrew from this area and then drank the purifying essence water he had prepared beforehand. As the cool spiritual water entered his stomach, Zhou Chun's internal dryness quickly dissipated, and even his consciousness cleared instantly, restoring his clarity. Excellent, excellent, excellent. As expected of the purifying essence spiritual water, it truly did not disappoint me, Zhou Chun exclaimed repeatedly, very satisfied with the results of this experiment. But then, as if he had thought of something, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. It turned out that he had suddenly realized something: the quantity of purifying essence spiritual water. The purifying heaven and earth divine jar currently stored a limited amount of purifying essence spiritual water. Even if he used 20% at a time, it would only last for 5 uses. To create another jar of purifying essence spiritual water, he would have to wait 49 days. And even the narrowest section of the Demon Spirit Canyon was over 1,000 miles wide, not something that could be traversed in a short time. Moreover, as far as Zhou Chun knew, that area was actually the most dangerous, inhabited by many powerful beasts and poisonous insects, including some powerful beings with 4th-tier combat strength. Therefore, if he thought he could force his way into the Demon Spirit Canyon just because he possessed the purifying essence water, he would likely suffer greatly. It seems I still need to find a map. Thinking this, Zhou Chun quickly turned and left the canyon, returning to the Xia Kingdom. Although very few cultivators dared to traverse the Demon Spirit Canyon, and successful examples were few, there were always some lucky ones who succeeded. Zhou Chun, being willing to spend money and being a golden core cultivator himself, quickly found such a lucky individual. This person was now a white-haired old man with one foot in the grave, and his cultivation was at the late purple mansion stage. It was said that he was at the mid-purple mansion stage when he traversed the Demon Spirit Canyon. You must be well aware of the dangers of the Demon Spirit Canyon, Senior. The map I have here, though called a map, merely records the areas I've luckily traversed. Moreover, so many years have passed, the conditions in those areas have certainly changed. If you encounter any unusual situations, Senior, I will not be responsible. In a tea house in a market town, after Zhou Chun arranged to meet the lucky man he had scouted, the man immediately gave him a heads up upon hearing his purpose, wanting to avoid any responsibility. However, this man was the most suitable candidate Zhou Chun could find in a short time, so he could only calmly look at him and say, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured. As long as the map you have is generally correct, even if you encounter any danger, I will not hold it against you." With your words, Senior, I am relieved. The old man's expression relaxed, and he immediately took out a map and handed it to Zhou Chun. Judging from his practiced manner, he had probably done this more than once or twice. Zhou Chun was not surprised. After all, while the Demon Spirit Canyon was treacherous, traversing it would save a significant amount of time and avoid many other dangers. Naturally, many cultivators and forces in the Xia Kingdom would be interested in this. A lucky individual like the old man who had successfully crossed the Demon Spirit Canyon would undoubtedly have a highly sought-after map. After studying the map, he paid a substantial reward. Not long after, Zhou Chun left the market with a map. Above a canyon thousands of feet wide, countless fist-sized black insects swarmed, blotting out the sun, and swept towards a cultivator in a silver-white robe. Each of these black insects was only equivalent to a key refining stage cultivator, but their sheer number, hundreds of thousands, was overwhelming. Simultaneously, their black acidic liquid, infused with the unique malevolent energy of the Demon Spirit Canyon, could still harm its target even when burned to smoke. The silver-robed cultivator was Zhou Chun, now deep within the Demon Spirit Canyon. Having obtained the map earlier, he had quickly entered the canyon following its guidance. The journey so far had been relatively smooth, except for the inevitable contamination from the malevolent energy permeating the void. There had been no significant threats. However, as he flew over this canyon, he was suddenly blocked by these strange black insects. After a brief exchange, realizing how troublesome they were, he immediately abandoned his pursuit and used the golden escape technique to break free. A flash of golden light, and he instantly traveled over 50 miles, shaking off the swarm of black insects. But before he could even rejoice at his escape, his expression changed, his eyes darkening as he looked towards a distant mountain peak. Suddenly, a swarm of dark golden bat-like demonic beasts emerged from that peak, their auras suggesting they were at least second or third rank, and their speed was comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. Damn it, that old man didn't record these two things on his map. Did he trick me? Zhou Chun cursed inwardly, knowing he couldn't continue his desperate escape. He was still following the map, at least the terrain along the way was roughly similar to it. If he hastily fled now and deviated from the map's route, it was hard to say whether he would encounter even more dangerous enemies than he was now. Immediately, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate, and directly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the fiery phoenix. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a fourth-tier demon beast like the fiery phoenix would surely cause some second- and third-tier bat demon beasts to flee at the mere sight of it. However, those dark golden bat demon beasts seemed completely unaffected by the aura emanating from the fiery phoenix. After entering the attack range, they launched ultrasonic attack abilities and spat out arrows of black energy towards Zhou Chun and the fiery phoenix. This greatly angered the fiery phoenix, which immediately let out a clear cry, and with a flap of its wings, feather-shaped fire arrows shot towards the dark golden bat demon beasts. Boom boom boom. Just like rockets hitting their targets, the dark golden bat demon beasts that were hit by the fire arrows immediately exploded into fireworks in midair. However, only second-tier bat demonic beasts were directly blasted apart. Third-tier bat demonic beasts were often wounded but not killed, demonstrating a defensive and vitality far exceeding that of other demonic beasts of the same tier. Moreover, although these bat demonic beasts weren't as numerous as the black worms, there were still over 1,000 of them. The fiery phoenix's attack could only wipe out about 10% of them in one round. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to personally intervene, summoning his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, unleashing a barrage of golden arrows that shot towards the bat demonic beasts. Together, master and servant, they quickly annihilated half of the bat demonic beasts. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. One of the third-tier high-grade bat demonic beasts suddenly let out a fierce howl, and a massive surge of black energy erupted from its body, transforming into countless small black bats that flew into the bodies of the dead or severely wounded bat-demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, the corpses and severely wounded bat-demonic beasts rapidly withered, losing their essence and life. Then, one by one, the small black bats flew back into the body of the third-tier superior-grade bat-demon beast, forcibly pushing it into a fourth-tier demon beast. Upon reaching the fourth tier, this demon beast's speed immediately increased dramatically. It not only easily dodged the attack of the fiery phoenix, but also unleashed a sonic attack that even Zhou Chun had to take seriously. Furthermore, perhaps influenced by the malevolent energy, Zhou Chun's inner turmoil and sense of mental confusion were noticeably stronger under the fourth-tier bat-demon beast's sonic attack. The fiery phoenix, on the other hand, seemed less affected by the malevolent energy, possibly due to the protection of the glazed pure fire. Damn it, I must finish this quickly. Zhou Chun shook his head, silently circulating the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to maintain his composure, and immediately unleashed his true strength. He activated his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and several golden sword beams shot towards the fourth-tier bat-demon beast. Just as the fourth-tier bat-demon beast used its powerful flight speed to dodge the golden sword rainbow attack, a golden halberd had already locked onto it, leaving it with no way to avoid it. After it spread its wings and released a black aura shield to withstand the attack, a torrent of black and red flames poured down on it, engulfing it. Screech! With a sharp screech, the tattered and charred fourth-tier bat-demon beast staggered out of the flames, trying to use its escape technique. Suddenly, a golden divine lightning bolt struck down, instantly exploding its head. After using the Zhengjin sky-splitting lightning to kill the fourth-tier bat-demon beast, Zhou Chun and the Flame Hellfire Phoenix joined forces and quickly killed all the fearless second and third-tier bat-demon beasts in mid-air. However, after killing this group of bat-demon beasts, Zhou Chun felt no joy, because he suddenly discovered that none of these bat-demon beasts left behind demon cores after death, and their auras had all weakened after death. The key issue is that the corpses also emitted an ominous aura, giving him a very bad feeling. He asked the fiery phoenix. Sure enough, even this spirit pet, which used to enjoy eating all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes, had no desire to eat the bat monster corpses, showing disgust and aversion from the bottom of its heart. As a result, the monsters he had painstakingly killed yielded no beneficial harvest. What bad luck, Zhou Chun cursed with a grim face, immediately activating some of the purifying essence water to refine the malevolent energy he had accumulated, then put away the fiery phoenix and continued flying forward. However, what Zhou Chun did not notice was that shortly after they left, the bat corpses on the ground turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared into the ground. At the same time, a strange black bird that had witnessed everything suddenly fluttered up from a rock and flew towards some unknown place. On the other side, after Zhou Chun slayed the bat-like demon beasts, he soon encountered a flock of black, crow-like birds that could breathe black flames. The bird king among them even possessed a fourth-tier cultivation level. This immediately made him realize that the map he had was definitely faulty. It wasn't necessarily that the map was entirely fake, but the old man certainly didn't have the ability to traverse this region. However, even knowing this, turning back now was inappropriate. Zhou Chun could only remember this grudge and brace himself to fight the crows. As before, the blackbirds were completely unafraid of the fiery phoenix and launched a fierce attack on the master and servant. After Zhou Chun exhausted himself slaying the crows, he still couldn't obtain even a single demon core. He even deliberately spared the fourth-tier bird's life to see if its demon core would self-destruct, but it didn't. This time, for some reason, Zhou Chun deliberately lingered at the scene, and then witnessed the strange bird's corpses turning into black mist and disappearing. Upon seeing this scene, his expression changed drastically. He finally understood why these demonic beasts lack demon cores. Ki gives rise to all things. Isn't this a characteristic of the void refinement stage in Legends? Could it be that there are seventh-tier demonic creatures beneath this demonic spirit canyon? Zhou Chun stared at the canyon below with a grim expression, utterly shocked. He had read about Ki giving rise to all things in an ancient book. It said that void refinement cultivators, above the nascent soul stage, could create living beings with flesh and blood from a wisp of their magic power, and these beings even possessed sentience and intelligence. However, when they died, they would return to their original Ki. Such creative abilities were no different from those of the legendary immortals, hence void refinement cultivators were also known as half-immortals. However, The void refinement stage was simply not a force that this world could contain. Logically, this world could only contain the power of the nascent soul stage at most. Demonic spirit, could this name have a deeper meaning? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly. Recalling the name of the demonic spirit canyon beneath his feet, he seemed to understand something. If it is as he thinks, this place is indeed not a safe place. No wonder the major powers in Xia Kingdom would rather take a long detour to trade with countries in the far west, such as Holuo Kingdom, than put in the effort to open up a safe passage here. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather that he couldn't. It seems I can only go this way once more. Next time I return, I absolutely cannot risk going through here again. Zhou Chun pursed his lips, suppressing his inner shock, and continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit crystal to restore his mana while continuing his journey. Soon after, he encountered many more black poisonous bees and had no choice but to continue eliminating these transformed demonic creatures. But just as he was eliminating these black poisonous bees, Zhou Chun suddenly felt a stirring in his divine sense, a feeling of being spied on. With his current powerful divine sense, once this feeling arose, it was almost certainly true. After understanding the true nature of the demons in this demonic spirit valley, Zhou Chun had a rough idea of the identity and origin of this spy. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately unleashed the full power of the fiery phoenix, using the glazed purifier to incinerate all the black poisonous bees into black mist and dissipate them. Then, with a calm expression, he looked in a certain direction behind him and said, "Since you fellow Daoists have already arrived, why hide any longer and dare not show yourselves?" Huh? He actually discovered us. This guy's got some skills. On a certain mountain peak, a black-robed man couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation, concealing the emerald light emanating from his eyes. Just now, he had been spying on Zhou Chun from afar using a spiritual eye technique. Unexpectedly, even from a distance of over 100 miles, his spying had still been discovered by Zhou Chun. "Boss, is this guy a tough opponent? Should we still go for it?" Behind the black-robed man, a particularly burly man, as strong as an iron tower, saw his serious expression and couldn't help but ask in a muffled voice. "Why should we go for it? He's fought several battles along the way. Even an Iron Man should be tired by now. We finally waited for this fat sheep to enter the canyon. How can we let him escape so easily?" The black-robed man's face surged with murderous intent, and he spoke in a chilling tone. Then, he stopped hiding and directly led the burly man away from their hiding place, flying straight towards Zhou Chun's location. The cultivation levels of these two individuals were exactly one in the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm and the other in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 591 The World's Only Spiritual Root. In the Valley of Demonic Spirits, Zhou Chun's expression turned serious as he watched the black-robed man and the burly man with the iron tower appear. He wouldn't underestimate any opponent of the same realm just because of his own strength. Besides, since the two dared to rob in the Valley of Demonic Spirits, they must be familiar with the terrain, have a way to dispel evil energy, and their cultivation was extraordinary. So before making a move, he looked at the two with a serious expression and said, "Is this battle unavoidable today? You two should know that this is no peaceful place. After a fierce battle between us, it's hard to say that someone else might benefit from it." Hearing this, the black-robed man chuckled and said, "Hey, if you don't want to fight, you only need to hand over your storage bag. We brothers are only after your money and don't want to force you to fight to the death." As soon as he heard this, Zhou Chun knew there was no room for negotiation. For a golden core cultivator, while their most precious possessions are their natal magic weapon and the magic weapons they've refined, the items in their personal storage pouch are also the fruits of their hard-earned savings. They wouldn't easily relinquish them unless absolutely necessary. HMPH, then let's see who's stronger, he sneered, and with a thought, the Tabe dragon-slaying sword shot towards the black-robed man. "Well done," the black-robed man shouted, a beam of black light shooting from his mouth, transforming into a longsword burning with black flames that clashed with the Tabe dragon-slaying sword in midair. Then, he raised his hand, producing a black-purple bell-shaped magic weapon that released rings of soul-capturing demonic sounds to disturb the minds of Zhou Chun and his servant. Behind the black-robed man, the burly giant roared, his body instantly rising to a height of 3 zang, approximately 10 meters, his body surging with gray-white light that coalesced into a gray-white rock armor. He then raised his hand, and a dark golden giant axe appeared in his grasp, which he swung, unleashing a sharp and incomparable blade of energy towards Zhou Chun. Judging from their seamless teamwork, this was clearly their first encounter with such an opponent. However, their current adversary was Zhou Chun, a powerful opponent with few weaknesses in any aspect. The soul-capturing demonic sound released by the bell-shaped magic weapon was indeed potent, but for Zhou Chun, with his strong divine sense, it was far from enough to cause him to lose consciousness. He only felt slightly dizzy and uncomfortable. A beam of yellow light shot out from his body, and the mountain shield immediately conjured a mountain phantom to block the blade of energy unleashed by the burly giant. Immediately afterward, several golden rays shot out from the myriad transformations golden cauldron, piercing directly towards the burly giant. The fiery phoenix, naturally, wouldn't let its master face a powerful enemy alone. It immediately let out a clear cry, breaking free from the soul-sealing demonic sound, and spat out a ball of black-red poisonous flames towards the burly man. Be careful, those flames are poisonous. The black-robed man, having already scouted through his spirit pet, knew the power of the black-red poisonous flames and hurriedly warned his companion. At the same time, he rapidly formed hand seals and cast a spell. A ball of black flame instantly appearing in his palm. It quickly absorbed his magical power and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a black fire dragon that lunged at Zhou Chun. This person, whether in terms of magical treasures or supernatural abilities, gave Zhou Chun a strange feeling, unlike those of the righteous path. Yet, he was also different from the demonic cultivators he had seen before, lacking that chilling demonic aura. Even the burly man seemed to cultivate some kind of physical focus technique. His magical power was unremarkable, but his physical body seemed stronger than even that of the demonic beast. This made Zhou Chun both curious and wary, and he dared not be careless. He silently channeled his secret technique, opened his mouth, and unleashed a white, chilling aura towards the black fire dragon. Having cultivated the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, Zhou Chun had reached a new level in his mastery of the Moon Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure. Even without using the treasure to unleash his divine abilities, he could still harness its power. The Moon Toad Pearl, having absorbed and refined a large amount of Zhuanming cold Qi, had essentially recovered its full power. Zhou Chun was only using a portion of its power, yet its might was comparable to a spell of the same rank. However, the white, chilling aura, upon striking the black fire dragon, failed to disperse it, only dimming its form, and it continued its attack on Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly activated the mountain shield to block the fire dragon. Unexpectedly, the moment the magic weapon made contact with the flames transformed from the fire dragon, its defensive aura crumbled, and even the weapon itself showed signs of scorching. This scene caused Zhou Chun's expression to change drastically. Without hesitation, he raised his finger again and unleashed a white blast of cold air onto the mountain shield, forcibly freezing the black flames. The remaining flames quickly retreated under the black-robed man's control, transforming back into a small fire dragon that flew back to his side and gradually absorbed his mana to recover. This was the troublesome aspect of true fire-type divine abilities. As long as the fire seed retained its spiritual essence, it could absorb the cultivator's mana to restore its power at any time, with almost no limit on the number of uses. However, after his earlier probing, the black-robed man seemed to sense that Zhou Chun was not easy to deal with. He did not rush to send the fire dragon forward to attack again, but instead narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Chun probingly, saying, "You clearly cultivate a metal attribute technique, yet you can use such a pure ice attribute divine ability. That's quite strange. Could it be that you possess some kind of extraordinary treasure? Do you think I would tell you?" Zhou Chun replied coldly, suddenly raising his hand to pat his storage bag at his waist and taking out the 2 dragons, overturning the sea bottle. A top-grade magic treasure. Upon seeing the blue-white bottle appear, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. He then urgently said, "Fellow Taoist, please hold your hand. How about we call it quits today? Let's talk after you've withstood this attack from Zhang," Zhou Chun said calmly. With a surge of his magic power, blue and white divine light erupted from the bottle, transforming into 2 beams of light, one blue and one white, chasing after the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man roared angrily. A dark black spiritual veil flew from his sleeve, emitting a dense cloud of dark black spiritual light that protected him. Simultaneously, black malevolent energy surged around him, condensing into 8 black ghost face shields that swirled around him. The 2 beams of blue and white divine light first struck the ghost face shield, quickly and easily piercing through 4 sides. Before the remaining 4 shields could take turns defending, they struck the protective aura emanating from the black spiritual gauze magic treasure. Instantly, the black protective aura trembled violently, ultimately unable to withstand the power of the superior grade magic treasure and being forcefully pierced. A scream rang out, and the black-robed man's left arm and half his shoulder were severed from his body. However, this man was a decisive individual. Seeing his severe injury, he immediately ignited the severed limb, turning it into a stream of bloody light that landed on his body. His body instantly transformed into a streak of bloody light and fled the battlefield. I, Shan Xian Long, will remember you. Don't let me encounter you again, or I will avenge the loss of my arm and body today. The blood-red shadow flashed through the air, instantly disappearing 100 miles away, leaving only its resentful and unwilling voice echoing across the battlefield. Seeing that he could no longer capture the man, Zhou Chun immediately turned his attention to the burly, iron-towered man. This man was clearly not skilled in escape techniques, and trying to escape like the black-robed man wouldn't be easy. He was already struggling against a fiery phoenix, and now that Zhou Chun had turned his attention to him, Zhou Chun quickly pierced a bloody hole in his body with a Tabe dragon-slaying sword. The man cried out, "Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I surrender. I surrender." Surrendering when you can't win? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Chun coldly smiled, completely ignoring the man's cries. A short while later, he unleashed the golden soul-destroying spear, piercing the man's heart, and then captured the severely injured man alive. Of course, Zhou Chun's purpose in capturing this man wasn't to subdue him, but to search his soul. He was very curious about how these two had managed to survive in the Demon Spirit Canyon, and also wanted to find their lair and eliminate the one who had just escaped. However, this was Zhou Chun's first time attempting soul searching on a cultivator of the same level, and he wasn't sure if he could succeed. He could only give it a try. Sure enough, when he attempted to search the iron-towered giant's soul, the man resisted fiercely, and progress was slow. It wasn't until Zhou Chun had a flash of inspiration and released a god-slaying sword to attack the giant's soul that he managed to break through his defenses and suppress his resistance. However, because the giant's resistance was so strong, Zhou Chun couldn't obtain as much of his memories as before, only able to gather the information he wanted within a limited time. After about 15 minutes, Zhou Chun wearily withdrew his hand from the giant's head and beheaded him with a single sword stroke, ending his wicked life. After killing the giant, Zhou Chun recalled the information he had obtained from the soul search, and his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of excitement flickering within them. I never imagined they would resist the erosion of evil energy in this way. It seems this Demon Spirit Canyon isn't entirely useless after all, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, immediately collecting the belongings from the burly man and having the fiery phoenix burn his corpse to ashes. He then put away the fiery phoenix and, based on the burly man's memories, swiftly flew towards a certain area within the Demon Spirit Canyon. After flying for over 1,000 miles, Zhou Chun arrived at the outside of a valley filled with evil energy. From a feng shui perspective, this valley was a classic evil place. The surrounding peaks were either steep, piercing the clouds like swords, or broken and fragmented, creating a sense of disjointedness. Furthermore, the vegetation around the peaks was sparse, lacking vitality. If it weren't for the burly man's memories revealing a hidden world within the valley, Zhou Chun wouldn't have given it a second glance, even if he had just passed by. Standing atop a mountain peak outside the valley, he gazed at the valley shrouded in a grayish-white mist. With a flick of his wrist, a pure white leaf appeared in his hand. The leaf resembled an osmanthus leaf and emitted a faint, sweet fragrance. Zhou Chun put it in his mouth and immediately felt refreshed, as if he had taken some kind of invigorating drug. Then, he moved, flying directly towards the valley filled with malevolent energy. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded. After Zhou Chun entered the malevolent mist, the energy didn't surge into his body. Instead, it slowly avoided him, easily allowing him to enter the valley's interior. Inside the valley lay a vast area completely free of malevolent energy. In the center of this vast area, there was a white spring, beside which grew a towering white jade osmanthus tree, several meters tall, covered with leaves that resembled the leaf Zhou Chun had held in his mouth. The black-robed man who had escaped was meditating and healing beneath the tree. When Zhou Chun appeared in the valley, the black-robed man was immediately startled and awoke. "It's you." You actually found this place." The black-robed man, Shan Xianlong, stared at Zhou Chun in shock. When he saw the leaf in Zhou Chun's mouth, his pupils constricted, as if he understood everything. "Did Shan Meng tell you about this place?" "He's so stupid," Shan Xianlong said through gritted teeth, his words filled with hatred for the burly man. After scrutinizing the white jade osmanthus tree with a gleam in his eyes, Zhou Chun slowly spoke. "You've misunderstood him. He didn't want to talk about it, but unfortunately, he ran into me. You performed a soul search on him." Shan Xianlong immediately reacted, his tone filled with shock and anger, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhou Chun didn't deny it, but looked at him with a sigh and said, "You two are quite fortunate to have discovered such a treasure land and spiritual objects, but unfortunately, you're not following the righteous path. You're only interested in killing and robbing, and now you're wasting your opportunity." Zhou Chun didn't mean to mock them, he truly thought so. As the discoverers of this white jade osmanthus tree, Shan Xianlong and his companion could have easily used this secret place and the leaves to become merchants between the two places, using their immunity to evil energy to traverse the demon spirit valley and profit from trading spiritual objects between the two regions. Unfortunately, the two had put the cart before the horse, using this to engage in banditry, frequently robbing and killing cultivators from various sects and families, and even looting the entire market. They then used the unique environment of the sinful spirit valley to evade the powerful figures behind their victims. This kind of blatant disregard for the true value of the product was, in Zhou Chun's eyes, utterly foolish. However, Shan Xianlong clearly didn't think so. He felt Zhou Chun was mocking him. He immediately roared angrily, "Do you really think you've won? Fine, we'll just part ways, and I'll destroy this pure spirit immortal osmanthus." Pure spirit immortal osmanthus was the name Shan Xianlong gave to the white jade osmanthus tree. The actual name of this spiritual root was probably unknown even to most in the cultivation world. This was because it was likely unique in the world, a spiritual plant mutated in the special environment of the sinful spirit valley. Faced with his threat, Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "So what if you destroy it? Anyway, I'm not a cultivator from the Xia kingdom, I can't benefit from this osmanthus tree. And I never intended to cultivate in this desolate place like you. HMPH, stop trying to fool me with your empty words. I don't believe you don't know the true value of this thing and don't want to monopolize it." Shan Xianlong didn't believe Zhou Chun's words at all, convinced that he was bluffing, and immediately summoned his black flame flying sword to slash at the pure spirit osmanthus. But to his disappointment and horror, even after the black flame flying sword cut off a branch, Zhou Chun's face showed no panic, and he calmly watched him. "Are you really not afraid that I will destroy this pure spirit osmanthus?" Shan Xianlong looked at Zhou Chun in disbelief and shouted angrily, finding it hard to understand Zhou Chun's thoughts. If it were him, he would not sit idly by and watch such a spiritual root of heaven and earth be destroyed as long as there was even a sliver of hope. Little did they know that Zhou Chun possessed the purifying heaven and earth divine jar, capable of producing purifying essence water, with effects far superior to the pure spirit osmanthus. Why would he care so much about a spiritual root that was difficult to transplant? For Zhou Chun, obtaining the pure spirit osmanthus was desirable, but not obtaining it was acceptable. With this mindset, how could he be threatened by Shan Xianlong? Facing Shan Xianlong's angry roar, Zhou Chun merely shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Pathetic, laughable, lamentable. Before the words were finished, he directly activated his magic weapon to attack his opponent. Seeing his decisive action, Shan Xianlong roared and directly severed the pure spirit osmanthus with his sword before turning and fleeing. He knew he was no match for Zhou Chun, so he dared not fight him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Zhou Chun's murderous intent. Zhou Chun didn't even glance at the severed pure spirit osmanthus, immediately unleashing all his abilities in pursuit. The two fought their way out of the valley and soon disappeared into it. With the severed pure spirit osmanthus tree, the malevolent energy that had previously prevented it from entering the valley surged towards the spiritual spring in the center, seemingly intent on defiling it. Under the pressure of this malevolent energy from all directions, the spring water churned violently like boiling water, as if enduring immense pressure. When Zhou Chun returned to the valley after chasing the black-robed man, Shan Xianlong, for hundreds of miles, he witnessed a strange scene. Most of the valley had been eroded by the malevolent energy, except for the area around the spiritual spring and a 10-foot radius around it, which was still resisting its erosion. The lower half of the severed pure spirit osmanthus tree was now emitting a shimmering jade-like light, seemingly undergoing some kind of transformation. It seems the spiritual energy from the spring is surging into the tree. Is it trying to sprout new buds? Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he quickly discovered the source of the tree's anomaly. This piqued his interest, and he wanted to see how the tree trunk would eventually mutate, so he didn't even touch the fallen half of the trunk. Upon closer observation, Zhou Chun discovered that the erosion by the evil mist wasn't completely stopped, it was still slowly advancing inch by inch. He only waited a little over an hour, and the evil mist had advanced another 3 zang, approximately 13 meters, but the resistance seemed to increase with each step. After about a day, only the area within 3 zang around the kindling immortal osmanthus stump remained unaffected by the evil mist. Even the spiritual spring had been partially corrupted. The kindling immortal osmanthus stump, however, did not sprout new buds as Zhou Chun had expected. It seemed to have merely become a container for spiritual energy. At this moment, Zhou Chun only regretted not bringing the wood spirit and wood mulberry, otherwise, he might have been able to help the kindling immortal osmanthus tree. Zhou Chun waited another 2 days, and the evil mist completely eroded and submerged the area within 1 zang, approximately 3.3 meters, of the kindling immortal osmanthus stump, even corrupting several of the underground branches. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately drew his sword, dug the tree stump out of the ground, and left a valley with it. From then on, this idyllic valley was completely transformed into a place of evil spirits. Half a day later, Zhou Chun flew out from the other end of the Sinful Spirit Canyon and successfully entered the territory of the Cheyenne Kingdom, which faced the Xia Kingdom across the canyon. Like the Hualuo Kingdom, the Cheyenne Kingdom belonged to the cultivation world of the Far West, and the Sinful Spirit Canyon was a major border of this region. In truth, Zhou Chun's ability to cross the Sinful Spirit Canyon so quickly was thanks to Shamshian Long. While waiting for the evil mist to erode the kindling immortal osmanthus tree stump, he opened Shamshian Long's storage bag and obtained a relatively detailed map of the Sinful Spirit Canyon, which marked several shortcuts that made crossing between the two regions easy. Of course, these shortcuts were those that didn't require protection from the evil energy. Anyone else without such means who dared to take these shortcuts would easily perish along the way. Is this the Cheyenne Kingdom? Let's find a place to rest. Looking down at the severely desertified Gobi Desert, Zhou Chun immediately flew towards a towering mountain in the distance. After flying for over 300 miles, Zhou Chun arrived above a range of mountains. This mountain range was generally desolate, with exposed, severely weathered mountainsides, sparse vegetation, and low spiritual energy concentration, not exactly a blessed land. However, several nomadic tribes were camped here, and some low-level cultivators could be seen moving about. Zhou Chun had no immediate plans to seek information, so he simply carved out a temporary cave on an uninhabited peak for shelter. He first meditated for 2 days in the cave to recover, and then began to tally his gains in the Demon Spirit Valley. Crossing the Demon Spirit Valley had been arduous and frightening, but the gains were equally substantial. First were the magical treasures and storage bags contributed by Shamshian Long and Shan Meng. Shamshian Long himself possessed 4 magical treasures, a black flying sword, a purplish-black bell, a jet-black veil, and a flame pearl. The flying sword and veil were both mid-grade magical treasures, with the flying sword being his natal magical treasure. However, during the battle, the black gauze scarf was first torn apart by the attack of the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, and then ripped to shreds by the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, during Zhou Chun's pursuit of Shamshian Long, almost rendering it destroyed. Simultaneously, the flaming pearl was also damaged at its source by the Tei in extinction divine light when Zhou Chun killed Shamshian Long, resulting in a significant loss of its power. Furthermore, Shamshian Long's cultivation technique was very unique. Even other golden core cultivators would likely find it difficult to refine and use his natal flying sword, making it useless for the time being. Therefore, the only truly usable magical treasure Zhou Chun gained was the purplish-black bell. On the other hand, Shan Meng, having been quickly defeated by Zhou Chun, had his natal magical treasure, the dark golden giant axe, perfectly preserved, and even contributed a slightly damaged black iron ring defensive magical treasure. Both of these were low-grade magical treasures. With gains came losses. Zhou Chun's mountain shield was severely burned by Shamshian Long's true fire, and it would likely take decades of nurturing to fully recover. Even the Tabe dragon-slaying sword, was damaged by demonic flames in its clash with Shamshianlong's natal flying sword, its sharpness slightly diminished, requiring several years of nurturing to recover. Of course, these losses were insignificant compared to the gains. Besides the magic weapons, Zhou Chun also obtained the storage bags of the Shan brothers. These two were notorious bandits who had committed numerous crimes, so their storage bags naturally contained a great many valuable items. There were as many as 13 different magic weapons and spiritual materials. The reason for so many was that the Far West region naturally produced various kinds of spirit gold ores, and the number of cultivators was far less than in countries like the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Moreover, 4 or 5 of the 13 magic weapons and spiritual materials were of the same type. Even so, this was still a huge gain. Compared to the quantity of magic weapons and spiritual materials, the number of spiritual herbs in their storage bags was much smaller. With only 1,000-year-old treasure-level ginseng and a dozen thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. However, Zhou Chun found 2 spirit crystals in Shan Xianlong's storage bag, which was a significant gain. If Zhou Chun hadn't searched Shan Meng's soul, he might have been puzzled by the meager contents of their storage bags, finding it hard to believe that 2 golden core cultivators who made a living by robbing would be so poor. However, during the soul search, he learned something. 100 years ago, the two sold a large amount of their wealth to help Shan Xianlong purchase a spiritual pill to aid in breaking through the late-stage golden core barrier, but unfortunately, the breakthrough failed. This incident significantly reduced their assets, and coupled with the traps set against them by the Shanyan Kingdom and the Xia Kingdom in recent years, they dared not rob those countries anymore. This is why they were so eager to strike when they discovered Zhou Chun in the sinister Spirit Valley. Unexpectedly, this time they kicked a hornet's nest and lost their lives. After counting the loot in the 2 storage bags, Zhou Chun put the treasures aside and focused his attention on several ancient books. The Shan brothers' storage bags contained a considerable number of books, including even a rather exquisite weapon refining technique, the possession of some unfortunate cultivator who had died at their hands. However, the Zhou family wasn't actually lacking in such techniques. What they lacked was a master capable of truly carrying them forward. Zhou Chun was currently focusing on the cultivation methods of Shan Xianlong and Shan Meng. He had previously noticed that their methods differed significantly from popular ones, a fact confirmed later when he searched Shan Meng's soul. Shan Xianlong's method was called the Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique, which required collecting and refining various poisonous fire and fiendish energies. After forming a core, one would master a true fire divine power called Black Sun Fiend Fire, possessing extraordinary power. However, refining poisonous fire and fiendish energies was far from easy. Direct refining could easily lead to key deviation and death. Therefore, the Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique contains a cruel and vicious method that allows other cultivators to collect and refine a certain poisonous fire energy. If the person can refine the poisonous fire energy, they can condense a fiend seed within their body. Then, by simply extracting the fiend seed from their body using a secret method and refining it with one's own Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique, one can obtain the cultivation results of another with little danger. The cultivator whose fiend seed is taken will inevitably die. Shan Xianlong successfully formed his core using the Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique, killing countless fiend slaves. It can be said that although the Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique is not a demonic cultivation method, it is more cruel and vicious than many demonic cultivation methods. As for the cultivation method practiced by Shan Meng, it is called the Earthly Fiend Slaughtering Spirit Technique, which is also an evil cultivation method that requires killing to improve one's cultivation. Zhou Chun has traveled extensively, visiting many places. He had never seen such unorthodox cultivation techniques as the Black Flame Fiend Pill Technique and the Earthly Fiend Slaughtering Spirit Technique before, and could only marvel at the vastness and wonder of the cultivation world. He guessed that these two techniques must have originated in the cultivation world of the Far West. Only in the relatively isolated environment of this region could practitioners of such techniques possibly find a place to survive. Otherwise, in a place like Jing Kingdom, if the secret of practicing such techniques were to spread, it would definitely be met with hostility and rejection from other cultivators in the cultivation world. After briefly looking at the cultivation content of the two techniques, Zhou Chun quickly shook his head and put them away, intending to keep them only in his private library as a collection and not allow the Zhou family cultivators to practice them. After taking stock of the Shan brothers' gains, Zhou Chun took out the pure spirit immortal osmanthus. To be honest, If this pure spirit immortal osmanthus were intact, it would be an absolute priceless treasure. The special barrier that this tree formed in that valley not only isolated it from the erosion of evil energy but also allowed spiritual energy to gather there, making it a blessed land for cultivation. Even the turbid evil energy couldn't enter that valley. If Zhou Chun possessed this complete pure spirit osmanthus, the demon spirit valley would no longer be an insurmountable danger, and the evil energy within would no longer be an obstacle, but rather a protection. Unfortunately, this pure spirit osmanthus couldn't be transplanted and could only exist in that valley, which greatly reduced its appeal to Zhou Chun, so he never considered trying to save it. Now that the pure spirit osmanthus is destroyed, the shielding and isolation effect of its leaves against evil energy will expire within 6 months, and such a rare treasure will never exist again. However, the destroyed pure spirit osmanthus still has its uses. Through studying the pure spirit osmanthus stump, Zhou Chun easily discovered that it had the effect of gathering spiritual energy, naturally gathering the surrounding spiritual energy to enhance cultivation effects. In addition, sitting cross-legged on the stump is equivalent to having a calming and spirit-concentrating treasure with you, greatly reducing the chance of going into key deviation, and even nourishing and accelerating the recovery of divine consciousness. Moreover, a large amount of spiritual energy is currently accumulating inside the stump, and slow changes are still occurring inside, so there may be other gains in the future. Zhou Chun felt that its ability to isolate a malevolent energy within the demon spirit valley would continue, unlike the fallen leaves which would lose their effectiveness after 6 months. In short, this was definitely a rare and invaluable artifact for aiding cultivation. As for the remaining trunk, Zhou Chun thought it might be possible to craft some calming beads for his family's cultivators to wear, provided the calming and concentration effects could last. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, looking at the white jade tree stump he sat on. Chapter 592 What I Saw and Heard. In the nameless mountains of the kingdom of Sin, Zhou Chun, after taking stock of his spoils in the Kneeling Valley, didn't linger in his temporary cave dwelling and quickly continued his journey. He did have a rough map of the cultivation world in the far west, purchased from the Xia kingdom, but such maps only provided a general direction and didn't even mark the national borders, or the markings themselves were unclear. Therefore, he decided to first explore the markets of the kingdom of Sin and purchase a more detailed map. By asking local cultivators in the mountains, Zhou Chun flew westward for over 800 li and arrived at a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters. This place was called Jianzhou, one of the 11 states of the kingdom of Sin, roughly the size of half of Lingzhou. Most countries in the far west share a common characteristic: their total land area is vast, but places where spiritual veins converge are relatively few, and places capable of accommodating a large number of mortals and cultivators are even fewer. The 11 states of the kingdom of Sin refer to 11 places capable of housing over 1 million mortals. These places are often where spiritual veins converge, places teeming with life. According to the information Zhou Chun obtained from the cultivators of Xian Kingdom, there were no nascent soul stage cultivators in Jianzhou, only a mid-level sect and a golden core family. The only market there was also jointly managed by these two families. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't need to worry and could go directly there. However, to avoid disturbing the two golden core forces, Zhou Chun concealed his cultivation level, disguising himself as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Such cultivation wasn't high in Jianzhou, but it wasn't low either. After entering the Jianzhou market, Zhou Chun quickly gained a general understanding of the cultivation world in Xian Kingdom. Generally speaking, it wasn't much different from what he had imagined. The prices of magical artifacts and formations in the cultivation world here were relatively cheaper than in Jing Kingdom, and there were also more varieties. However, the prices of pills were much higher, averaging at least 20–30% higher. Therefore, if one could cross the Kneeling Valley to resell goods between the two places, it would definitely be a huge profit. This made Zhou Chun shake his head even more at the foolishness of the Shan brothers. Although reselling goods carries risks, it's far better than being a bandit. It just goes to show how much one's perspective and mindset influence a person. Those short-sighted people, those who only want quick money, even when presented with real opportunities and profits, will only get a superficial taste, doing foolish things like picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. Due to the limited size of the market itself, Zhou Chun, after confirming that the Jianzhou market was unlikely to contain anything he wanted, didn't linger. After obtaining a relatively detailed map of the far west, he left. About 3 months later, Zhou Chun arrived at the bustling heart of the Far West, appearing in the Sunrise Market, known as the largest market in the Far West's cultivation world. In terms of scale, the Sunrise Market was no less than the immortal capital market of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and perhaps even larger, though it couldn't compare to immortal cities like Xian'an Immortal City. This place was the most prosperous area in the Far West, gathering the essence of various countries in the Far West. Zhou Chun didn't need to pass through this place on his way to the Heavenly Fire Sect of the Fire Luo Kingdom, but he was willing to take an extra 10,000 miles to come here. I heard your shop accepts custom-made magic weapons. How does that work? Inside the Sunshine Market, Zhou Chun, a golden core cultivator, entered a shop called 100 Refinements Workshop and immediately told the shopkeeper his purpose. Indeed, this was a major reason why Zhou Chun chose to come to the Sunshine Market. He found it hard to believe that several shops here accepted custom-made magic weapons. Even in the Great Zhou Kingdom, such a thing was difficult to achieve. The master craftsmen of the Great Zhou Kingdom were all trained by various sects. How could they be allowed to casually craft magic weapons for others? And even if rogue cultivators possessed the ability to craft magic weapons, they were often recruited by various powerful forces. Otherwise, Zhou Chun wouldn't have been so overjoyed after receiving Yan Kang's Henren's promise to help him craft magic weapons 3 times. Who would have thought that asking a master craftsman to craft magic weapons could be done this way? Therefore, after hearing about this, Zhou Chun insisted on coming to the Sunshine Market to take a look. Upon hearing his words, the shopkeeper was initially taken aback, then whispered, "Senior, you must be from out of town." Then this junior must first explain the rules for customizing magic weapons. He then began to explain the rules for customizing magic weapons. It turned out that although several weapon refining workshops in the Sunshine Market accepted custom magic weapons, actually getting a magic weapon to be refined by a master refiner behind it wasn't so easy. First, because of the individual skills of the master refiners, some could only refine low-grade magic weapons, while others could refine mid-grade ones, resulting in different prices. Second, each shop had a strict condition for refining magic weapons. Once the magic weapon was successfully refined, in addition to paying the required refining fee, the customer had to swear a vow of Dao heart, promising not to actively oppose the master refiner or their sect in the future, and to act on their behalf once. It's like hiring a master craftsman to forge a magic weapon. Once successful, not only will you have to pay a hefty crafting fee, but you'll also incur a favor. After hearing these rules, Zhou Chun completely abandoned the idea of commissioning a custom magic weapon. He couldn't possibly incur a favor for a low-grade or mid-grade magic weapon, nor did he want to be controlled by favors. Furthermore, if they knew he came from a remote place like Jing Kingdom, those master craftsmen might not be willing to forge a magic weapon for him. Because if they wanted to repay the favor later, they would have to send someone all the way to find him. Having given up the idea of commissioning a custom magic weapon, Zhou Chun went to do his second thing at the Sunshine Market, purchase the golden energy for cultivation. The cultivation world in the Far West is rich in various spiritual gold mines, so the collection and utilization of golden energy is very efficient. The kind of golden energy of the profound golden energy that Zhou Chun used to reforge his broken cauldron was not difficult to buy in the Sunshine Market. As his cultivation level increased, the amount of golden energy Zhou Chun needed for daily cultivation was not small. If he were to leave his family and not seek a place to replenish his energy, the gold energy he carried would only last for 5 years. Therefore, upon hearing that there was a large gold energy trading market in the Sunrise Market, he considered buying more to keep on hand. He also wanted to inquire whether there was any gold energy of a higher quality than profound gold energy for sale. I'm sorry to disappoint you, fellow Taoist Zhang, but the highest quality gold energy in our shop is this, White Tiger Heavenly Zen Key. If you truly want higher quality gold energy, you can only seek out nascent soul stage cultivators who practice gold attribute techniques. Only they, with their profound cultivation, can refine gold energy of a higher quality than this, White Tiger Heavenly Zen Key. In a shop called Heavenly Gold Pavilion, Zhou Chun, after exchanging ideas with a golden core stage cultivator stationed there, unsurprisingly received this disappointing answer. He hadn't dared to hold out much hope, he had only asked since he was there. Now, having received this answer, he gave up hope. He nodded calmly and said, I understand. In that case, I won't disturb fellow Taoist kin's business any longer. I'll take my leave now. Hearing his intention to leave, The golden core cultivator in charge of the heavenly golden pavilion couldn't persuade him to stay any longer. He could only reply with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is too kind. If you have any other needs for materials or gold energy in the future, you are welcome to come to our heavenly golden pavilion again. I will definitely give you the most favorable price. I will consider it," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately left the heavenly golden pavilion. He didn't go to inquire at other shops afterward, because the heavenly golden pavilion was already the most famous shop in the sunrise market. He had purchased enough gold energy for 10 years of cultivation in one go, and the shop could quickly mobilize enough supplies to meet his needs, which showed its strength. Speaking of which, there were indeed many good things in the sunrise market. Some common magic weapons and spiritual materials could be bought directly in shops like the heavenly golden pavilion with spirit coins, and the prices were not more expensive than at the auctions in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Even magical artifacts are displayed as prized possessions by some shops. Of course, the prices are much higher, even exceeding those at auctions. But if you find the prices too high, don't worry. Every 10 years, the Sunrise Market holds an auction where various shops jointly offer their rare and precious treasures for bidding, guaranteeing at least 1 or 2 magical artifacts will be sold. On the rarest auctions, even mid-grade or high-grade magical artifacts might appear. In short, in this far western cultivation world, it's much easier for a golden core cultivator to acquire a magical artifact than in Jing Kingdom. However, Zhou Chun understands that this doesn't mean that golden core cultivators from other regions can simply come here to stock up. Magical artifacts are rare even in the far western cultivation world. And an outsider buying them here is bound to attract unwanted attention. If their cultivation level isn't high enough, the long journey back to their home country might not be as safe as the journey there. Without the uncertainties and dangers of the journey, long-distance trade wouldn't be something everyone could do. Although Zhou Chun was very confident in his own strength, feeling that he had nothing to fear within the golden core stage, he wouldn't easily flaunt his wealth and invite trouble. Otherwise, if he really revealed that he possessed a spiritual treasure, he might never be able to leave the cultivation world of the far west. Therefore, after staying in the sunshine market for some time, buying and exchanging some magical treasures and spiritual materials, he left this prosperous place and embarked on his journey to the Fire Luo Kingdom again. That day, as Zhou Chun passed over a desert, he suddenly saw black smoke billowing in the sky hundreds of miles away, mixed with a large amount of magical light, as if a large number of cultivators were fighting. Out of curiosity, he summoned his golden-winged tiger and quietly approached to investigate. Soon after, he arrived near the battlefield. He saw that the battlefield was an oasis in the desert, where immortals and mortals lived together, seemingly the mountain stronghold of a cultivation family. This was a unique feature of the far west. Because places suitable for mortal survival are often located near blessed lands and spiritual mountains, mortals and cultivators are not far apart, and many mortals are aware of the existence of cultivators. Some cultivation families, occupying secluded blessed lands and spiritual mountains, live in a mixed community of mortals and immortals. The oasis Zhou Chun saw was not large, only about 100 miles in circumference, and the number of mortals living there was estimated to be less than 100,000. At this moment, there were about 100 cultivators participating in the battle, the highest being an old man in the early purple mansion stage, seemingly belonging to the invaders. However, despite his advantage in cultivation level, this early purple mansion cultivator failed to quickly defeat his opponent, an old woman in the late foundation establishment stage. The black smoke Zhou Chun had seen earlier was the work of that old woman. She was actually a very rare poison cultivator. Yuichzi, your poison skills are indeed strange and troublesome, but your cultivation level is still a notch below mine. You can only stall me for now, but I wonder if you'll be able to unleash such a large-scale wolf venom black smoke once your magic power is depleted. In the sky, the red-robed elder, at the early stage of the purple mansion realm, activated a gourd-shaped magic artifact to release billowing flames that burned the black smoke, while his face darkened as he sneered at the black-robed old woman within the smoke. As a purple mansion cultivator, being forced into defensive posture by a late foundation establishment cultivator naturally filled him with immense frustration and anger. Unable to defeat her immediately, he could only resort to verbal attacks. The black-robed old woman, though knowing he was telling the truth, naturally wouldn't admit it. Instead, she looked at him sarcastically and said, "Old Ghost Gong, how dare you mention your cultivation level? A dignified purple mansion stage cultivator. Yet you can't even deal with an old woman like me who's only at the late foundation establishment stage. You're a disgrace to Purple Mansion stage cultivators, unworthy of being called a Purple Mansion cultivator. If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago." These words clearly struck a nerve with the red-robed old man, who immediately snorted coldly with a grim expression, "HMPH, I just don't want you to bite me before you die. If I really used my full strength, killing you would be no problem." Seemingly to prove his words were true, he immediately activated his divine sense, urging a flaming spear magic weapon to shoot towards the black-robed old woman shrouded in black smoke. Facing this incoming third-tier magic weapon, the black-robed old woman dared not be careless and hurriedly activated her magic power to intercept a black flying fork flying beside her. After several clashes in midair, the flaming spear, a third-tier magic weapon, was no match for the flying fork and was sent flying. The red-robed elder was not surprised. If it weren't for the protective talisman, even with the old woman's strange poison techniques, he would have already defeated her. "Let's see how many more times you can activate this talisman," he said fiercely, immediately ignoring the risk of damaging his magic weapon, and launched another attack with the flaming spear. After this fierce assault, the flaming spear did indeed develop many cracks and gaps from its clashes with a black flying fork, but it also successfully increased the black-robed elder's mana consumption, pushing her, who had been able to hold out for some time, to the brink of despair. Seeing this, she couldn't help but shout, "Stop! I'm willing to give this place to you, old man Guang, as long as you give me a day to pack up. We'll move out immediately." "Too late. I already gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it," the red-robed old man coldly refused, and then his attack became even more fierce. Seeing this, the black-robed old woman immediately showed a look of despair, her heart filled with regret. If she hadn't harbored any illusions and had agreed to the other party's conditions earlier, perhaps she could have saved the lives of her entire tribe. She never expected that a single wrong decision would bring annihilation to her tribe. But just as the red-robed old man was about to finish off the black-robed old woman in one fell swoop, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly making him feel as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. He quickly looked towards the source of the aura and saw a silver-robed youth who had appeared above the battlefield at some point. Although the silver-robed youth didn't appear very old, the red-robed elder dared not underestimate him. On the contrary, upon seeing him, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped his attack, bowing deeply and saying, "Junior Gong Young Greets Senior." The black-robed old woman opposite him also brightened up upon seeing this, and quickly followed suit, bowing deeply and saying, "Junior San Nyong Greets Senior. I was unaware of Senior's arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me." Her words clearly indicated that she considered herself the host of the place. This caused the red-robed elder's expression to change. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, but perhaps fearing to anger the silver-robed youth. He ultimately remained silent. "I was just passing by and was feeling a bit tired, so I decided to rest for a while. You won't object, will you?" Zhou Chun seemed oblivious to their subtle motives, speaking calmly and indifferently. "How dare you? Your esteemed presence is a great honor for Wuxia Prefecture. We are more than happy to welcome you. How could we possibly object?" The old woman in black responded with a smile, then gestured, "I will take you to our clan's mountain gate to rest. Please follow me, then I will trouble you, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and actually followed the old woman in black into the depths of the oasis. This scene caused the red-robed elder's pupils to shrink, and his expression immediately changed drastically. After a series of changes in his expression, he immediately waved to the cultivators he had brought and slunk away. He knew that since Zhou Chun had appeared just as he was about to capture the old woman in black and accepted her invitation to rest in the depths of the oasis, he had already shown his support for the old woman in black. If he didn't know when to leave, he would probably be buried here. "Damn you, Z the witch. You're lucky today. I don't believe this strange golden core cultivator will stay in this tiny Wuyan prefecture forever." The red-robed elder glanced back at the oasis before leaving, his face full of resentment. Meanwhile, deep within the oasis, in a stone hall, the black-robed old woman, after leading Zhou Chun there, immediately knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my clan from dire straits. Your great kindness is beyond repayment. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even unto death." She then kowtowed several times. Clearly, she understood that Zhou Chun hadn't just happened to be passing by and needed rest. He had specifically appeared to save her and her tribe. She knew she had never met Zhou Chun before, nor had she heard of any of her clan's elders having any acquaintance with such a powerful figure. Since Zhou Chun had appeared to save her and her tribe, he must have a use for them. You're quite sensible. This saves me the trouble of explaining. Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the old woman's understanding. Then he said, the reason I saved your life is because I'm curious about your poison technique and would like to learn more about it. Hearing this, the old woman in black immediately replied without hesitation, that's easy. The poison technique I cultivate is a family heirloom. I will immediately retrieve the original manual and the cultivation insights of my ancestors who have practiced this poison technique and give them to you. This sensible answer left Zhou Chun speechless, and he could only nod slightly and say, well, then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. Not long after, the old woman in black returned to the hall, bringing with her the poison technique she had cultivated in several cultivation materials. She also brought with her several jade bottles and boxes, the contents of which were unknown. Senior, please forgive me, she said, but to achieve any success in my poison technique, I need to consume and refine various poison pills and substances. These jade bottles and boxes contain all the corresponding items from our clan's inventory. Before Zhou Chun could even ask, the old woman in black had already revealed the contents of the jade bottles and boxes. Her self-awareness was truly impeccable. He gave the old woman a deep look and nodded, saying, you are thoughtful. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored the items in his storage bag. Then he took out 2 magic talismans and tossed them to her, saying, I don't like owing favors. These 2 talismans are my payment to you. Without waiting for the old woman's thanks, he left the small oasis without lingering. A high-grade 3rd-tier magic talisman. This is wonderful. Inside the stone hall, when the old woman in black came to her senses and carefully examined the magic talismans Zhou Chun had thrown at her, she was overjoyed, her face filled with delight. She clutched the 2 talismans tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline, her heart overflowing with boundless gratitude for the senior who hadn't even left his name. For Zhou Chun now, 2 high-grade 3rd-tier magic talismans were nothing. After leaving the oasis, he had a golden-winged tiger carry him on his journey, and then, while on the tiger's back, he examined the poison technique he had obtained from the old woman in black. In terms of sophistication, the poison technique the old woman in black cultivated was naturally far inferior to the 10,000 poisons. True scripture, this technique couldn't even be cultivated to the golden core stage. However, Zhou Chun had his reasons for demanding this poison technique. Just as he had thought, although the power of this poison technique couldn't compare to the 10,000 poisons true scripture, it had a unique feature. It excelled at combining poison with magical power to create smoke to harm enemies. In this way, the toxicity of the poison technique might not be as potent, but the area of effect would be greatly increased. From Zhou Chun's perspective, practitioners of the 10,000 poisons true scripture could integrate the essence of this technique into their own, developing even more potent poisonous smoke to enhance its large-scale destructive power. This reminds me, Zhou Chun muttered thoughtfully, putting down the poison technique manual. There are quite a few unique poisonous creatures in the far west. I can collect some to bring back to Xiaolian. He held Zhou Yuanlian in high regard and was very willing to help her form her core. If Zhou Yuanlian successfully formed her core, she would be a terrifying force. A poison cultivator at the golden core stage, if she were to retaliate against a powerful force without regard for the cost, could cause devastating damage even to a major sect with a nascent soul cultivator. She would be an absolute strategic deterrent. Chapter 593 Insect Pill. Heavenly Fire Sect. In the far west, in the kingdom of Hualuo. When Zhou Chun entered the fiery sands of the flowing fiery sand sea, he knew he had arrived in Hualuo. Looking down from the sky, the red sand sea under the blazing sun resembled a sea of red fire, the flowing sand like flames, hence the name Flowing Fiery Sand Sea. Even in the generally desertified cultivation world of the far west, Hualuo, situated within the flowing fiery sand sea, remained one of the most arduous places. However, hardship did not equate to barrenness, or rather, it did not signify the barrenness of the cultivation world. While this flowing fiery sand sea was unfriendly to mortals and even low-level cultivators, it contained abundant mineral resources beneath, with a very high concentration of fire attribute spiritual energy. Therefore, the strength of the cultivation world in Hualuo was actually much greater than that of countries like Xin. Zhou Chun, having come to seek out true immortal Yankang for treasure refining, had naturally already thoroughly investigated the situation regarding Hualuo and true immortal Yankang. According to the intelligence he gathered, the overall strength of the whole Luo kingdom should rank among the top 5 in the cultivation world of the Far West. Although it doesn't have any late-stage nascent soul cultivators, it does have several mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, making it slightly stronger than the Jing kingdom. As a grandmaster of weapon forging, true person Yan Kang is naturally very famous throughout the cultivation world of the Far West. After all, there are only 2 known grandmasters of weapon forging in the entire cultivation world of the Far West. However, the Cheyenne Sect, from which true person Yan Kang originated, is not the largest cultivation force in the whole Luo kingdom, nor even the second largest. Before true person Yan Kang became a grandmaster of weapon forging, the Cheyenne Sect was just an ordinary large sect, with its nascent soul cultivator lineage being intermittent. It wasn't until the emergence of a weapon forging genius like true person Yan Kang that the Cheyenne Sect rose to prominence in the whole Luo kingdom, becoming a powerful force renowned throughout the cultivation world of the Far West. Currently, the Cheyenne Sect has 2 true persons of the nascent soul stage. Besides true person Yan Kang, there is also a junior nascent soul true person whom he supported and nurtured. Master Yan Kang has been famous for over 1,000 years, and his lifespan seems to be dwindling. His disappearance for nearly 200 years had caused quite a stir among high-level cultivators in the Far West. If it weren't for the Heavenly Fire Sect's unwavering assurance that his soul lamp was intact, many would have believed this Grandmaster of weapon crafting had perished. Only after Master Yan Kang's return a few years ago did the rumors subside, and people flocked to the Heavenly Fire Sect to see him again. However, those who actually met Master Yan Kang were all nascent soul cultivators. These people could naturally see that Master Yan Kang's condition was somewhat off, so they didn't mention weapon crafting. As long as Master Yan Kang was alive, given the recovery speed of a nascent soul cultivator, they would have plenty of opportunities to ask him for help in crafting treasures in the future. For Zhou Chun, the Heavenly Fire Sect wasn't a particularly powerful sect, which was undoubtedly a good thing. It meant that the probability of danger arising from asking Master Yan Kang to craft treasures was much lower. Although it's not yet the 10-year deadline agreed upon with true person Yan Kang, it wouldn't hurt for me to go to the Heavenly Fire Sect to pay my respects first, at least to give true person Yan Kang some time to prepare. Thinking this, Zhou Chun immediately ordered the golden-winged tiger to travel along the edge of the fiery sand sea towards a certain location. The fiery sand sea was extremely vast, even larger than the Great Zhou Kingdom, and cultivators could easily get lost within it. Therefore, foreign cultivators going to the Fire Luo Kingdom usually sought out merchant caravans to travel with them. Zhou Chun didn't try to be reckless, relying solely on his high cultivation level to forge his own path. His previous experience on the ice plains had taught him that having a guide would definitely save a lot of trouble. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry. Thus, at a cultivator's stronghold on the edge of the fiery sand sea, Zhou Chun, disguised as a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, easily boarded a merchant caravan heading to the Fire Luo Kingdom and became one of their guards. Amidst the vast sand sea, a caravan of camels, braving the scorching sun, slowly snaked its way into the depths of the desert. As night deepened, the camel caravan stopped behind a sand dune. The camels formed a circle and lay down to rest, with tents quickly appearing inside the circle. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'll be entrusting you and fellow Taoist Sen with a night watch for the rest of the night. Since this is your first time in the fiery sands, you might be unfamiliar with the area. Feel free to talk to fellow Taoist Sen when you have free time. He'll be happy to share his knowledge. Around a campfire, after instructing Zhou Chun, who had come to relieve him on watch, one of the caravan's Foundation establishment cultivators quickly returned to his tent to rest. Around the campfire, another middle-aged man with a dark complexion nodded to Zhou Chun, and the two exchanged greetings. Fellow Taoist Sen, I am new to the fiery sand sea and have only heard of the 3 great dangers: sand bandits, sand beasts, and sandstorms. I don't know much more about them. Could you tell me more about them? Zhou Chun asked the middle-aged man opposite him, gently poking at the firewood. Then I will tell you, fellow Taoist Sen. The middle-aged man nodded and readily agreed. Then he slowly explained, sand bandits are bandit cultivators within the blazing sand sea. Their main targets are various merchant caravans, so they usually gather in large groups, often numbering in the dozens. Their strength varies. Small teams of a few people are rare in the sand sea and are often more difficult to deal with. Sand beasts are the demonic beasts that inhabit a blazing sand sea. Due to food scarcity, these beasts have a very wide range of activity. There are also several types of gregarious demonic beasts and poisonous insects. Once encountered, they are difficult to escape. However, third-tier demonic beasts are not common and generally do not want to attack caravans with cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. Sandstorms are a type of natural disasters. Once you encounter a sandstorm, without the cultivation of a golden core cultivator, it's best to stay on the ground and wait for it to pass. Otherwise, even if you exhaust your mana, you won't be able to fly out of the sandstorm's range. He glanced at Zhou Chun and continued, we've only recently entered the desert. At night, aside from some low-level sand beasts that might be attracted by the scent of the sand beasts, we're unlikely to encounter sand bandits or sandstorms. So, fellow Taoist Zhang, you don't need to worry too much. Just maintain normal vigilance. I see, I understand. Zhou Chun nodded, bowed to the middle-aged man in gratitude, and then stared at the campfire in front of him, lost in thought. Zhou Chun was very clear about the strength of this caravan. It consisted of a large merchant and many smaller merchants. The strongest protector among the large merchants was a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, who hid in the carriages pulled by sand beasts during the day, never appearing in sight. The remaining Foundation Establishment stage guards numbered about 11 or 12, along with 4 other Foundation Establishment cultivators like Zhou Chun who wanted to use the caravan to reach the Fire Luo Kingdom. As for the other key refining stage cultivators, although there were over 100 of them, their actual combat strength was negligible. Therefore, the caravan's overall strength far surpassed that of an ordinary major cultivation clan. Most bandit groups in the flowing fire sand sea couldn't handle such a caravan. Only some of the top-tier bandit groups could pose a threat. That's why the caravan leader dared to include a temporary recruit like Zhou Chun in such important duties as night watch. According to the information Zhou Chun had received from the caravan leader, if everything went smoothly, they would reach the oasis where the Heavenly Fire Sect was located in about 2 months. While this time frame wasn't short, it was still within Zhou Chun's acceptable range, which was why he chose to join the caravan. For the rest of the night, things unfolded exactly as the cultivator surnamed Sen had predicted. Aside from the occasional approach of low-level demonic beasts that elicited the howls of the sand beasts, nothing noteworthy warranting their intervention. Speaking of the sand beasts, they were indeed excellent mounts. These sand beasts were a specialty of the Far West. They resembled dromedary camels but were several times larger, possessing incredible stamina and carrying capacity. They were indispensable mounts for traversing desert regions like the fiery sand sea. Zhou Chun's caravan had 27 sand beasts. During the day, most of the cultivators rode in the wooden frames carried by the sand beasts, or in the pulled carriages. The carriages in the sand sea had no wheels, their surfaces were smooth, like skateboards. Most of the caravan's goods were stored in storage bags, piled in the carriages, and guarded by dedicated cultivators. These sand beasts could serve as mounts during the day and act as windbreaks and sentries at night, making them multi-purpose and extremely valuable. Naturally, their price was extremely high, comparable to the dragon-scaled horses sold by the Zhou family. If Zhou Chun hadn't known that these beasts were only suited to the environment of the Far West and were prone to acclimatization problems in rainy places like Jing Kingdom, and were not adept at traversing mountains and rivers, he would have considered taking some back with him to keep in his family. For the next half-month, Zhou Chun followed the caravan steadily forward through the desert, traveling about 1,000 miles a day. However, they didn't travel in a straight line, but had to bypass some dangerous areas. These areas were either inhabited by powerful demonic beasts and poisonous insects, riddled with quicksand traps, or far from the main oases of Luo Kingdom. It was because of these detours through many dangerous areas that, even after traveling more than 10,000 miles, the caravan finally reached the real Luo Kingdom and arrived at an oasis for supplies. This oasis was not large, only 200 or 300 miles in size, and had a small market where the caravan could resupply and sell some of its goods. Some small caravans, upon arriving here, would immediately unload their goods and purchase local specialties and spiritual items from the Fire Luo Kingdom to transport back. For example, after Zhou Chun's caravan arrived, 2 small merchants abandoned their journey and decided not to continue. However, some cultivators from the oases in the heart of the Fire Luo Kingdom attempted to join their caravan. But the caravan leader refused these offers, fearing that some of them might be spies of the sand bandits. Ultimately, after resting for a day in the oasis, Zhou Chun and his group continue their journey into the heart of the Fire Luo Kingdom. After traveling for several more days, a sudden sandstorm trapped the caravan. Compared to the blizzard Zhou Chun had experienced on the icy plains, the sandstorm in the fiery sand sea was far more difficult to withstand. The sand and dust within the sandstorm, amplified by the fierce winds, could easily turn ordinary mortals into thieves. The key refining stage cultivators in the caravan could only hide under the sand beasts or cover themselves completely with hides made of demon beast skin to block the sandstorm attacks without expending their magic power. However, compared to blizzards that could last for a month or even several months, sandstorms were usually very short-lived, often ending in half a day or a day, and at most only 3 or 4 days. Today's sudden sandstorm was no exception. After lasting for most of the day, the sandstorm gradually subsided around midnight. Just as everyone was relieved that the sandstorm had finally passed, and the caravan leader began to direct everyone to check the camels and prepare to set up camp, Zhou Chun suddenly noticed a group of sand bandits approaching the caravan dozens of miles away. This group of sand bandits had clearly not stumbled upon the caravan by chance, but had come prepared. The leader was a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, and the group also included 7 foundation establishment stage cultivators, as well as 2 second-tier demon beast battle pets. This level of strength was enough to pose a devastating threat to the now weakened caravan. Should he remind that purple mansion stage cultivator in the caravan? Zhou Chun frowned, hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and chose to act directly. Get lost. Dozens of miles away, a scarred, burly man with late-stage purple mansion cultivation was riding a second-tier demon wolf, leading a group of henchmen towards the caravan, when suddenly a majestic shout rang in his mind, shaking his very soul. Ah! The scarred man suddenly screamed, clutching his head and falling from the wolf demon's back. This scene immediately stunned his henchmen, and even the wolf demon hurriedly stopped, turning to look at its master. Not understanding what had gotten into him. Boss, what's wrong with you? A foundation establishment cultivator, a trusted follower of the scarred man, mustered his courage and asked. The scarred man glanced fearfully in the direction of the caravan ahead, then shouted, Go! Let's go back! Head straight home. Why? The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, but one couldn't help asking. This immediately made the scarred man's eyes widen, his gaze filled with malice. What? You want to question my orders? He demanded. No, I wouldn't dare. I had no such intention. The man shook his head frantically, afraid that if he hesitated, the scarred man would kill him on the spot to establish his authority. In bandit groups, it was common for leaders to kill to establish their authority. This man didn't want to be the one killed. Seeing this, the other bandits, though still full of doubts, could only obediently follow the scarred man back home. After traveling over 100 miles, the group saw the scarred-faced giant spit out a mouthful of spittle and curse. Damn it, we yellow-winged bandits almost all perished today. There was actually a golden core cultivator hidden in that caravan, and most likely not just at the early golden core stage. What? A golden core cultivator? The bandits' expressions changed drastically. They finally understood why their leader had suddenly ordered a retreat, and each of them couldn't help but reveal a look of relief at surviving a disaster. These guys are quite sensible. If we weren't trying to avoid trouble, we would definitely have acted on behalf of heaven today and slaughtered all these bandit cultivators. Inside the caravan, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly pretended nothing had happened and went into a tent to rest. The cultivators inside the caravan were unaware that a catastrophic disaster had quietly passed them by. For the next half-month, the caravan was not targeted by the bandits again, successfully passed through 2 more oases, and was approaching the heart of the Fire Luo Kingdom. Just when Zhou Chun thought he could reach his destination smoothly, the caravan encountered another crisis. This time, the crisis came from sand beasts, specifically the most terrifying insect plague in the blazing sands. That night, Zhou Chun was resting in his tent when his externally projected divine sense detected a dense hum beneath the sand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the area around the camp was completely surrounded by swarms of insects. These ant-like creatures surrounding the camp were called quicksand fire ants, a specialty of the blazing desert. Their characteristic was to silently approach their target from underground and then engulf it like quicksand. By the time Zhou Chun discovered them, they were already preparing to attack. Therefore, he didn't have time to warn the caravan to retreat. He immediately took to the air and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, take to the air immediately." The ground is surrounded by quicksand fire ants. As he spoke, Zhou Chun unleashed a sword aura towards a spot on the sand. The sand sea was torn open by the sword energy, shredding countless thumb-sized quicksand fire ants. This was like throwing a match into an oil drum, instantly igniting the ant colony's fury. Soon, countless quicksand fire ants crawled out of the ground. The sand beasts were the first to suffer, their bodies quickly covered in the ants, howling as they collapsed and became food. Some key refining cultivators, caught off guard or lacking the means to levitate, were also caught off guard, their bodies crawling on them, screaming as they experienced the torture of being devoured by thousands of ants. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators and the Purple Mansion cultivator hiding in the carriage reacted extremely quickly. The moment Zhou Chun spoke, they immediately regained their senses and took to the air. Even the cultivator guarding the cargo used magic to levitate the carriage, preventing it from being eaten by the quicksand fire ants. Fellow Taoist Zhang, no, Senior Zhang, please help protect these goods. The Zixia Merchant Guild will reward you handsomely. The caravan leader, heartbroken at the loss after seeing the sand beasts devoured by the sand fire ants, urgently sought help from Zhou Chun, whose aura he sensed was unfathomable in midair. Zhou Chun knew his concerns and nodded, saying, "For the sake of our past as fellow travelers, you may leave first. I will cover your retreat." Hearing this, the caravan leader breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Zhang. Thank you so much. Please take care of yourself." Then, together with a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, he escorted the carts full of goods away. At this moment, a series of faint flapping sounds suddenly arose. Some winged flying ants within the ant colony were preparing to pursue them. However, since Zhou Chun had agreed to help cover their retreat, he naturally wouldn't let these insects have their way. He patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the golden winged tiger flew out, creating a gust of wind that blew the flying ants to the ground, their wings broken off in countless places. But this action clearly angered the ant swarm. Soon, countless flying ants took to the air, sweeping towards the golden winged tiger and Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't tolerate these insects and released the fiery phoenix. The fiery sand sea was exactly the kind of environment the fiery phoenix preferred, because the fire attribute's spiritual energy was extremely concentrated. Moreover, insects like the quicksand fire ants were also on its diet. Upon its appearance, it suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled, sucking in hundreds of flying ants to taste them. Then, it flapped its wings, and 7 colored flames surged forth, transforming into a 7-colored fire cloud that swept towards the flying ants, easily burning a large number of them to ashes. Zhou Chun, lacking such large-scale enemy annihilation methods, did not attack the flying ants, but instead used his divine sense to search for the queen ant within the swarm. His staying behind to cover the retreat was not simply out of kindness, but because he had heard that within the queen ant of the quicksand fire ants, something called an insect core might condense. This substance was somewhat similar to demon core, but much rarer, only produced within the kings and queens of a few demon insect groups, a treasure that many insect cultivators would risk everything to obtain. It was said that the insect core not only had a high probability of causing other demon insects to mutate and evolve, but could also greatly accelerate the growth rate of certain slow-growing demon insects. Zhou Chun had originally planned to wait until he reached the heart of the Fire Luo Kingdom to see if he could acquire the insect pill. Now that he had the opportunity to obtain it personally, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Found you. Relying on his powerful divine sense, coupled with the intense anger of the queen ant caused by the golden winged tiger and the fiery phoenix annihilating a large number of quicksand fire ants, Zhou Chun quickly discovered the queen ant hiding deep underground. This queen ant was indeed very good at hiding, concealing herself dozens of feet deep in the sea of sand without ever revealing herself. If it weren't for Zhou Chun's exceptionally strong divine sense, and the fact that sand's ability to penetrate and block divine sense was not as good as that of muddy ground, it would have been truly difficult to find her. Having found his target, in order to deliver a fatal blow, Zhou Chun did not hesitate to summon the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure, directly unleashing a Tai in extinction divine light towards the queen ant's location. A white icy light fell to the ground, instantly freezing an area of hundreds of feet in radius. Even the red sand dozens of feet below was frozen into ice pillars. The queen ant, along with the many quicksand fire ants guarding her, was frozen into ice sculptures, resembling specimens encased in amber. Zhou Chun then unleashed a sword beam, easily exhuming the queen and dissecting the 5-foot-long giant ant. Inside her body, he found a peanut-sized insect core. Though called a core, it resembled more of a crystal, irregularly shaped and emitting a dark red luster. Zhou Chun could sense a pure energy within, somewhat similar to a demon core. Perhaps this was why it was called an insect core. After carefully placing the core in a jade bottle, he ignored the scattered ant swarm, now reduced to sand, and put away the fiery phoenix, riding his golden-winged tiger away. Soon after, Zhou Chun reunited with a caravan that had previously evacuated. This time, however, he did not travel with them. After requesting a detailed map drawn by the caravan, he rode away alone on his tiger. Over the past month, Zhou Chun had mingled with merchant caravans and had already learned how to navigate the desert. Now, with a map in hand, he arrived at the Fire Basin Oasis, where the Heavenly Fire Sect was located, in less than 3 days. The Fire Basin Oasis was roughly shaped like a round basin, with a diameter of nearly 2,000 miles. It was the third largest oasis in the Fire Luo Kingdom, inhabited by over 10 million mortals. The Heavenly Fire Sect was the largest cultivator force in the Fire Basin Oasis, the undisputed overlord of the area. The Sect's mountain gate was located on Heavenly Fire Peak in the north of the Fire Basin Oasis, on the edge of the oasis. Upon arriving, Zhou Chun was immediately stunned by what he saw. The originally flat oasis suddenly rose abruptly near Heavenly Fire Peak, giving rise to a majestic peak thousands of feet high. But this wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking thing was that this majestic peak was an active volcano. Even with a protective array of the Heavenly Fire Sect concealing the entirety of Heavenly Fire Peak from the outside, the thick sulfurous smoke billowing from its summit still revealed it to be a highly active volcano. Zhou Chun wondered what the founding patriarch of the Heavenly Fire Sect was thinking. Daring to establish this sect atop an active volcano. Wasn't he afraid that a major eruption of the volcano would destroy the entire sect? Weren't the disciples of the Heavenly Fire Sect afraid that one day, while in seclusion for cultivation, they would suddenly be engulfed by lava? Zhou Chun was instantly filled with intense curiosity, wanting to enter Heavenly Fire Peak to uncover the truth and see what methods the Heavenly Fire Sect possessed to dare to so blatantly defy the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, he seemed to understand why the Yankang True Person's cave contained a spiritual spring fire eye that directly connected to the core of the underground fire vein. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the Heavenly Fire Sect. No one is allowed to approach without permission. As Zhou Chun flew within 300 miles of Heavenly Fire Peak, a fiery red flying boat immediately came from the direction of the peak. The leader, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, showed no fear of Zhou Chun's golden core cultivation level and solemnly stated the rules of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Zhou Chun knew these were patrolling cultivators near the sect and didn't want to argue with them. He immediately revealed an item in his palm and asked, "Do you recognize this?" This seems to be." The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's expression changed slightly. He stared at the Heavenly Fire token in Zhou Chun's hand for a while before bowing deeply and saying, "Pang Feng, a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect, greets Senior. Since Senior possesses the Heavenly Fire token, I will inform the sect leader for you." Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately put away the token. Led by this junior named Pang Feng, they slowly flew towards Xianhero Peak, where he then sent out a 1,000-mile communication talisman to notify the Xianhero sect leader. They had only flown halfway when a crimson flame shot out from Xianhero Peak, quickly arriving before Zhou Chun and revealing the dignified figure of an elderly man in purple robes. This purple-robed elder possessed the cultivation of the late Golden Core stage, but his full head of white hair indicated that he seemed to have no strength left to break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon seeing the purple-robed elder, Pang Feng and the others hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple greet sect leader. All right, you all continue your patrol. I will handle this fellow Taoist." The purple-robed elder waved his hand, dismissing them. Then, with a look of curiosity, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist, could you perhaps be the fellow Taoist Zhang of the Great Zhou Kingdom, whom Ancestor Yan Kang previously instructed?" "I am Jin Zingli, the current sect leader of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Indeed, I am Zhang. I have long admired your name, Sect Leader Jin." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and offered a polite compliment. Before Jin Zingli could make a suggestion, he took out the Heavenly Fire token and handed it to him. "Indeed, it is the Heavenly Fire token from Ancestor Yan Kang." Jin Zingli took the Heavenly Fire token from Zhou Chun and looked at it, immediately having no more doubts. He returned the token to Zhou Chun and then gestured, saying, Since fellow Taoist Zhang is an old friend of ancestor Yan Kang, then you are an honored guest of our sect. Please come with me to our sect for tea and rest. I will inform the ancestor later. Then I thank sect leader Jin for his hospitality, Zhou Chun replied, and then entered the Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate together. After passing through the protective array, the true scenery of Heavenly Fire Peak came into Zhou Chun's view. Surprisingly, Shanhou Peak was not desolate at all. Instead, it was planted with many spiritual trees and herbs. Golden sunwood, fire maple wood, fire jujube wood, fire pear wood, all sorts of fire attribute spiritual trees, some Zhou Chun recognized and some not, were planted on Shanhou Peak, forming forests. This surprised him, and he vaguely understood the methods Shanhou sect used to mitigate volcanic eruptions. However, this matter concerned the secrets of Shanhou sect, and despite his curiosity, he couldn't ask Jin Zingli. He looked up at the summit again, but it was still shrouded in mist, obscured by the power of the array, making it impossible to see what lay above. Before he could examine it closely, he had quickly followed Jin Zingli to the mountainside and entered a grand hall built of purplish-red stone. Come, fellow Taoist Zhang, try our Heavenly Fire Sect's Fire Dragon Spirit Wine. This is a unique spirit wine recipe passed down from our sect's founder, a spirit wine that even ancestor Yan Kang and the others often drank. Inside the main hall, after Jin Zingli and Zhou Chun took their seats as host and guest, he didn't have any servants serve tea. Instead, he personally took out a wine gourd from his storage bag and poured a cup of dark red spirit wine, as red as lava, for both of them. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he immediately smiled and said, "Then I, Zhang, must really have a good taste." He took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. However, he seemed to have underestimated the power of this spirit wine. As soon as the spirit wine entered his stomach, his face turned red, and he felt as if he had drunk a cup of lava, with an incomparably hot power burning fiercely within his body. Just as he was about to use his magic to suppress it, he heard Jin Zingli suddenly laugh and say, "It's best to let the fire dragon wine take effect on its own. The first time you take it, it has a good body tempering effect." Fellow Taoist Zhang, don't waste the opportunity. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, The Heavenly Fire Sect's Foundation, Choosing a Treasure. Although he knew he had been slightly tricked by Jin Zingli, Zhou Chun wasn't truly angry. The reason was simple: the Fire Dragon Spirit Wine was indeed incredibly effective. Zhou Chun's physical body was far stronger than that of other cultivators of the same level, and many spiritual items that possessed body tempering effects had almost no effect on him. However, the Fire Dragon Spirit Wine was different. The power of this spirit wine surged violently within his body, like a raging fire dragon coursing through his limbs and bones. While intoxicating him, it also cleansed his meridians and tempered his flesh and bones. Zhou Chun felt that this spirit wine might also have the effect of clearing accumulated toxins from pills and medicines, but because he frequently consumed purifying spirit water, this effect was less noticeable. After enduring this for about an incense stick's time with a flushed face, the power of the Fire Dragon Spirit Wine within Zhou Chun finally subsided, and his complexion quickly returned to normal. At this moment, he felt a warm, comfortable sensation all over his body, as if he had just soaked in a hot spring. How is it? Does this Fire Dragon Spirit Wine meet fellow Taoist Zhang's standards? Jin Zingli asked Zhou Chun with a smile, seemingly unafraid that Zhou Chun would hold his earlier teasing against him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sincerely praised, "It is indeed a rare and excellent wine. It is as strong as fire, as powerful as a dragon, and has a very sweet aftertaste. It is truly the most unique spiritual wine I have ever drunk." Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhang is indeed a connoisseur of wine. I have not misjudged you. Jin Zingli laughed heartily, quite satisfied with Zhou Chun's answer. You should know that although he had a little intention of teasing, he had gone to great lengths to offer Zhou Chun such a precious spiritual wine as Fire Dragon Spirit Wine. This kind of spiritual wine is not easy to brew. It was originally only supplied to the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Heavenly Fire Sect. The Golden Core stage cultivators of the sect could only get a small pot every 100 years. There was not enough for their own consumption, let alone extra to entertain others. It was only because Jin Zingli, As the sect leader and a late-stage golden core cultivator, possessed a slightly larger supply of fire dragon spirit wine than ordinary sect elders, that he could occasionally spare a cup or two to entertain distinguished guests. Zhou Chun arrived bearing the heavenly fire token of true person Yan Kang, and true person Yan Kang had specifically instructed him on this matter upon his return. Jin Zingli, out of respect for the sect patriarch, was willing to go to such lengths. Otherwise, even a late-stage golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to obtain this fire dragon spirit wine from him. However, there was no need to elaborate on these matters. He believed Zhou Chun himself understood the value of such spiritual wine and his sincerity. After a brief smile, Jin Zingli quickly got to the point. He looked at Zhou Chun solemnly and said, after Ancestor Yan Kang returned, he instructed that fellow Taoist Zhang would visit our sect in more than 10 years, and asked me to treat him well. Now, the 10-year period has not yet arrived, and fellow Taoist Zhang has already arrived ahead of schedule. I will now inform the ancestor on your behalf and await his arrangements. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed and said, then I will trouble sect leader Jin. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please wait a moment. I will send a message to the ancestor, Jin Zingli said, taking out a communication flying sword, attaching the message of Zhou Chun's arrival to it, and sending it out. While waiting for ancestor Yan Kang's reply, he also smiled and chatted with Zhou Chun about various things he had seen and heard in the cultivation world, commenting on the various forces and celebrities of the cultivation world in the far west, not letting Zhou Chun wait in vain. In this exchange of their experiences with Jin Zingli, Zhou Chun did not notice the passage of time. It wasn't until Yan Kang's Henren's message flew into the main hall that the two were forced to interrupt their conversation, still not finished. Jin Zingli reached out and caught the returning communication sword. After briefly examining the message, he smiled and said to Zhou Chun, Ancestor Yan Kang already knows fellow Taoist Zhang's purpose. He has asked you to stay in our sect for a while. Once he has completed his seclusion, he will immediately meet with you. Hearing this, Zhou Chun frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, did Senior Yan Kang specify how long he will need to remain in seclusion? No, he didn't. Jin Zingli shook his head slightly. Then, seeing Zhou Chun's furrowed brow, he added, fellow Taoist Zhang need not worry. Ancestor Yan Kang is not currently in seclusion for cultivation. He also needs to help some seniors refine weapons. He should emerge in 3 to 5 years at most. Alright, in that case, I will trouble sect leader Jin. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, agreeing. Hey, no trouble at all, no trouble at all. It's a rare treat to have such an honored guest as fellow Taoist Zhang come from afar. I and the elders of our sect would also like to exchange ideas with fellow Taoist Zhang and learn about the situation beyond the far west. Jin Zingli chuckled, speaking very warmly. Following Jin Zingli's arrangements, Zhou Chun stayed in a cave dwelling on Heavenly Fire Peak, specially designed for honored guests. In terms of cultivation environment, this cave dwelling was even better than Zhou Chun's cave dwelling on Earth Cloud Ridge. However, the dense fire attribute spiritual energy here wasn't very favorable to him, and the cultivation effect was actually not as good as in his own cave dwelling. Nevertheless, the fiery phoenix greatly enjoyed this place, finding the spirit beast chamber very comfortable. In the following days, at Jin Zingli's invitation and introduction, Zhou Chun often sat and discussed the Dao with the golden core cultivators of the Heavenly Fire Sect, exchanging experiences from various places, cultivation insights, and cultivation resources. It must be said that the Heavenly Fire Sect truly lived up to its reputation as a sect that produced a Grandmaster of weapon forging. The golden core cultivators within the sect were all incredibly wealthy, each possessing more than 3 magic treasures. Besides Master Yan Kang, the Grandmaster of weapon forging, the Heavenly Fire Sect also has 2 other Grandmasters. One is another nascent soul cultivator from the Heavenly Fire Sect, and the other is a mid-golden core cultivator. Under the tutelage of these 2 Grandmasters, the Heavenly Fire Sect has more than enough weapon forgers capable of crafting 3 high-grade magic weapons. Every disciple in the sect possesses exquisite magic weapons and is most adept at using them to intimidate others. When Zhou Chun exchanged treasures with Jin Zingli and others, even a golden core elder from the Heavenly Fire Sect offered to exchange magic weapons. Of course, they knew that magic weapons were rare, so while they didn't necessarily require Zhou Chun to offer magic weapons in exchange, they all requested some equally valuable items, such as pills to enhance magical power cultivation, top-tier magic weapon materials like Zhengjin, or precious items like 4th-tier demon cores. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun didn't lack magic weapons at the moment, and Master Yan Kang had promised to help him tailor-make a magic weapon, so he wasn't particularly tempted. He simply offered some rare elemental materials like water, wood, and ice, uncommon in the cultivation world of the Far West, in exchange for gold, silver, and iron essences suitable for strengthening magical artifacts. Most of the golden core cultivators of the Heavenly Fire Sect practiced fire attribute techniques and possessed considerable weapon refining skills, resulting in the high quality of their refined iron and copper essences. Obtaining such high-quality materials in the Great Zhou Kingdom would not only depend on luck but also be far more expensive. During this exchange, some water attribute spiritual items from the Dragon Abyss Marsh, as well as pills like the fire-clearing pill, to neutralize fire poison, were highly sought after by the Heavenly Fire Sect's golden core cultivators. As a live volcano, even with a Heavenly Fire Sect's powerful array to refine and purify the spiritual energy of Heavenly Fire Peak, the fire poisonous aura contained within it was still difficult to completely eliminate. Therefore, many Heavenly Fire Sect cultivators accumulated a considerable amount of fire poisonous aura in their bodies after long-term cultivation. This fire poisonous aura was highly integrated with their magical power, making it difficult to eliminate using ordinary methods. This forced many Cheyenne Sect cultivators to leave the sect and cultivate elsewhere, slowly dissolving the fire poison and malevolent energy through diligent practice to prevent it from hindering their breakthroughs. However, some Cheyenne Sect cultivators with the means would seek out water attribute spiritual items or fire poison dissolving pills to use in conjunction with their cultivation. This way, they wouldn't have to leave their sect's spiritual grounds, which were perfectly suited for their cultivation, nor would they have to painstakingly refine their magical power to dissolve the fire poison and malevolent energy, allowing them to cultivate at a much faster pace than their fellow disciples who left the sect. However, the cultivation world in the Far West only had a very few places that produced water attribute spiritual items, while the number of people needing to dissolve the fire poison and malevolent energy was enormous. The spiritual items and pills transported from elsewhere were never enough to meet the needs of the local cultivators. Therefore, apart from a few junior disciples most valued by the Golden Core Elders, most Cheyenne Sect disciples could not continue this practice indefinitely. Under these circumstances, the water attribute spiritual items and fire poison dissolving pills that Zhou Chun offered were naturally highly sought after. The cultivators of Jing Kingdom probably never imagined that some spiritual items, intended only for Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion stage cultivators, could actually be used to exchange for precious magical treasure materials like gold essence and iron essence. Jin Zingli even suggested to Zhou Chun that if he could transport a large quantity of these spiritual items to supply the Heavenly Fire Sect, the sect's weapon refining masters could customize magical treasures for him, or they could exchange them for magical treasures. This suggestion seemed very tempting at first glance, but considering the long journey from Jing Kingdom to Holuo Kingdom, it was estimated that only Zhou Chun and the entire Zhou family could do such a thing, and he naturally wouldn't waste his time and energy on it. After all, even at the Heavenly Fire Sect's prices, the amount of water attribute spiritual items and clear fire pills he brought would still be enormous to accumulate enough for a low-grade magical treasure, requiring almost 10 years of the Zhou family's production. 10 years for one low-grade magical treasure seemed profitable, but considering the various dangers and sacrifices involved, it wasn't worth it in Zhou Chun's eyes. If making this kind of money were so easy, why doesn't the Heavenly Fire Sect send people to purchase goods from the Great Zhou Kingdom and other places? Why don't other external forces come here specifically to do this business? Zhou Chun is no longer the penniless cultivator who fantasizes about getting rich overnight. Before, when he and the Zhou family had nothing, they dared to gamble on things that were known to be dangerous but had huge profits. Now, he himself has a bright future, and the Zhou family is steadily developing and moving upwards. They won't easily get involved in things full of uncertainty and danger, even if the profits are considerable. In simpler terms, they've put on their shoes and learned to cherish their reputation. However, Zhou Chun still asked Jin Zingli to do one thing, ask the Heavenly Fire Sect's mid-stage Golden Core Refining Master to help repair the Flame Pearl magic weapon obtained from Shan Xianlong. This magic weapon is only damaged in its essence. With the help of a refining master and the addition of some materials, there is still a great chance of repairing it. And Zhou Chun happens to have no shortage of materials right now. Perhaps to curry favor with Zhou Chun, Jin Zingli readily agreed to this. Furthermore, Zhou Chun received the fully repaired magic weapon less than half a year after handing it over. The fully repaired flame pearl was just as powerful as before, and it could be used for both offense and defense. In terms of quality, it was even superior to the water dragon pearl magic weapon in Su Yuzhen's possession. Zhou Chun no longer needed this item, and he planned to give it to Zhou Ming. On this day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in his cave when he suddenly felt a warning array being activated, indicating that someone had come to visit. He immediately stopped his cultivation, came out of seclusion, and opened the array to let the person in. The visitor was not a golden core elder from the Heavenly Fire Sect, but a female cultivator in a red dress with a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation. Senior Zhang, I have brought the fire jade red lotus seed and purple sunflower spirit seed that you requested. Please inspect them. After entering Zhou Chun's cave, the female cultivator in the red dress respectfully took out 2 jade boxes and handed them over without Zhou Chun needing to ask her purpose. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression brightened slightly. He immediately took the jade boxes and opened them to examine them closely. One of the jade boxes contained about 60 or 70 red seeds resembling peanuts. This was called fire jade red lotus. Although it contained the word lotus, it had nothing to do with lotus flowers. It was a spiritual fruit cultivated in dry spiritual fields. This spiritual fruit was a vine plant, producing fruit the size of a watermelon. Inside, there was white flesh and these red seeds. While the white flesh was sweet and delicious, it only satisfied the palate. The red seeds were the essence, rich in fire attribute spiritual energy, which the fiery phoenix of the inferno greatly favored. The other jade box contained 200 to 300 purplish red seeds resembling sunflower seeds. This was called purple sunflower, also a spiritual fruit. Not only was the flesh delicious, but long-term consumption also helped cleanse the marrow and improve a cultivator's affinity for fire attribute spiritual energy, effectively enhancing their aptitude. The fiery phoenix of the inferno also greatly enjoyed eating this. After tasting the 2 spiritual fruits and learning their uses, Zhou Chun took them to heart. According to his intelligence, these 2 spiritual fruits weren't unique to the Heavenly Fire Sect, it was just that the seeds were hard to find on the market. The purple-clad female cultivator before him had come seeking his help after hearing about his background, so he readily agreed, asking her to find the seeds of the 2 spiritual fruits. Unexpectedly, she accomplished this in less than 2 months. After carefully examining the seeds, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, excellent. They are indeed plump and high-quality seeds. It seems fellow Taoist Bai has put in a lot of effort. Senior Zhang, I'm glad you're satisfied." Then, regarding my request, Bai's Hawking looked at Zhou Chun expectantly, her eyes filled with trepidation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately laughed heartily. "This is easy to discuss. Since I promised you before, I naturally won't go back on my word." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade box, and handed it to her. "Thank you so much for the treasure, Senior." Bai's Hawking's face lit up with joy, and she quickly bowed in gratitude. After a slight hesitation, she carefully opened the jade box to inspect it. Inside the box was a pale blue pearl. This was a spirit pearl nurtured by a second-tier clam demon for 100 years, containing pure and abundant water attribute spiritual energy. Even without refining, low-level cultivators could simply string it together and wear it to nourish their body, improve their complexion, and relieve heat. However, in the hands of the Heavenly Fire Sect disciples, this item could be refined into a magical artifact to help them neutralize poisonous fire and evil energy, making it more valuable than a third-tier magical artifact. Bai's Hawking was already at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, so this spirit pearl was essentially useless to her. She had obtained it for her Foundation Establishment stage cousin, intending to refine it into a cooling pearl as a Foundation Establishment gift. Now that she had confirmed the pearl's authenticity, Bai's Hawking put it away with peace of mind and prepared to bid farewell to Zhou Chun and leave. Before she could even speak, Zhou Chun suddenly said, "By the way, I wonder if fellow Taoist Bai would like more of these spirit beads? Zhang, still have a few left." Hearing this, Bai's Hawking was slightly taken aback, then nodded repeatedly with delight, saying, "Of course I would, but how does Senior Zhang intend to trade?" The cooling pearl, crafted from water attribute spirit beads, has an upper limit and a time limit for neutralizing fire poison and evil energy. Over time, the pearl, due to excessive contact with fire poison and evil energy, will gradually be eroded by it until it becomes completely unusable. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fire Sect could simply equip each disciple with such a magical artifact, and everything would be fine, passed down through generations. Therefore, hearing that she could obtain more spirit beads, Beis-Hicken naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. Zhou Chun had already anticipated this, and at this moment, he said unhurriedly, I am currently a guest in your sect and it is inconvenient for me to travel around. However, I would like someone to help me travel around and collect some spiritual resources unique to the cultivation world in the far west. I wonder if fellow Taoist Bai would be willing to take on this task. Hearing his condition, Beis-Hicken's tense mind immediately relaxed, and she immediately replied respectfully, it would be my honor to serve Senior Zhang. I will certainly do my best to complete this task for you. Very well. In that case, I will trouble fellow Taoist Bai. Zhou Chun smiled slightly and immediately handed her a list and nearly 100,000 spirit coins. Beis-Hicken was a true disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect, and Zhou Chun was not worried that she would run away with the spirit coins he gave her, so he was at ease with receiving the spirit coins in advance. With Beis-Hicken helping him travel around the Fire Luo Kingdom and collect what he wanted, Zhou Chun could focus on cultivating on Heavenly Fire Peak and wait for true person Yan Kang to emerge from seclusion. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Chun had soon been in the Heavenly Fire Sect for 2.5 years. On this day, after waiting for more than 2 years, Zhou Chun finally received the good news that true person Yan Kang had emerged from seclusion and summoned him. Upon receiving the news, he immediately followed Jin Xingli to a certain location on the summit of Heavenly Fire Peak. During these 2 years, Zhou Chun hadn't been completely secluded. He now knew that the Heavenly Fire Sect had been able to peacefully thrive on this active volcano for thousands of years primarily through 3 methods to mitigate the volcanic eruption crisis. First, they used the power of a grand formation to continuously draw upon the power of the fire veins below to nourish a powerful fire attribute spiritual treasure, thus dissipating the fire vein energy. Second, they planted a large number of spiritual plants on the mountain that absorbed fire attribute spiritual energy to stabilize the earth veins, regulate the earth's energy, and digest the fire energy. Third, a nascent soul stage true person oversaw the fire eye, periodically using the power of the grand formation to guide the active volcano into small-scale eruptions, directing the erupted lava through several channels to certain open areas at the foot of the mountain, where it was then transported and cleared away after solidification. Because of this, the Heavenly Fire Sect must always have a nascent soul stage cultivator guarding the sect, so as to ensure that the sect will not be buried by a sudden eruption of lava if the cultivator suddenly leaves. This explains why true person Yan Kang didn't allow Zhou Chun to seek help from another nascent soul cultivator within the sect, and why, even after Zhou Chun's disappearance for many years, this other nascent soul cultivator didn't seek him out. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but rather that they were unable. However, while Xianhou sect's actions essentially imprisoned their nascent soul cultivators, the benefits were also very clear. First, no other major power would be tempted by Xianhou Peak, this blessed spiritual mountain, and they might even help Xianhou sect cultivate nascent soul cultivators to prevent a break in their nascent soul lineage that could lead to volcanic eruption beneath Xianhou Peak. It's important to know that with the scale of the volcano beneath Xianhou Peak, a full-force eruption could destroy half of the fire basin oasis, a devastating blow to the whole Luo kingdom. Secondly, Xianhou Peak is an absolute holy land for fire attribute cultivators, no less than any major sect's mountain gate in the far west. The abundant earth fire resources here are also extremely helpful for refining weapons and pills, eliminating the need to specifically drill through the earth's veins to obtain fire. Furthermore, although suppressing the fire veins is laborious and time-consuming for nascent soul stage cultivators, it also allows them to frequently capture and refine the fire essences born within the fire veins, greatly benefiting their cultivation. The core of the Heavenly Fire Sect's protective mountain array is located atop Heavenly Fire Peak, where the supposedly extremely powerful spiritual treasure is also situated. After arriving at the summit with Jin Xingli, Zhou Chun easily passed through the mountaintop array and entered the summit area. He then witnessed a truly awe-inspiring scene. Above the massive crater at the summit, hundreds of feet in diameter, a 100-foot-long fire dragon lay high within a cloud of fire, its breath accompanied by torrents of tangible, crimson fire attribute spiritual energy surging from the crater below and entering its body. Zhou Chun stared at the fire dragon in utter shock, momentarily speechless. That's the manifestation of the spirit of our sect's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl, Jin Xingli explained casually, then gestured, Ancestor Yan Kang's cave is over there. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please follow me. He clearly didn't want to discuss the fire dragon further. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, despite being filled with shock and curiosity, could only follow him. However, in his heart, Zhou Chun couldn't help but speculate about the fire dragon. He had initially thought that the powerful spiritual treasure mentioned by the Heavenly Fire Sect disciple would be a treasure like the Moon-Toad Pearl. After all, the Moon-Toad Pearl, under his control, had absorbed the Zhuanming cold ki overflowing from the Zhuanming water eye. But now, seeing the fire dragon's power, Zhou Chun immediately knew that the Heavenly Fire Sect's inherited supreme treasure. The Heavenly Fire Divine Pearl, even if it wasn't a legendary, all-powerful spiritual treasure that even nascent soul cultivators might not possess, was certainly a top-tier spiritual treasure. With such a powerful spiritual treasure in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator, and aided by a protective mountain formation, Zhou Chun suspected that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would likely be unable to subdue the reclusive nascent soul cultivator of the Heavenly Fire Sect. The Heavenly Fire Sect's foundation is far from the unremarkable thing I heard about it from the outside, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, not finding it surprising. After all, not everyone is like him, possessing a powerful spiritual treasure at the Golden Core stage and understanding the different levels of spiritual treasure power. Even if a Golden Core elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect came here, upon seeing the fire dragon's might, they would at most assume it was the normal power of a powerful spiritual treasure. Those cultivators who knew the inside story were either nascent soul cultivators or top-tier late-stage Golden Core cultivators. These people naturally wouldn't gossip and needlessly provoke the Heavenly Fire Sect's hostility. Thus, the Heavenly Fire Sect, which on the surface usually only had one nascent soul cultivator, was indeed unremarkable in the eyes of most cultivators. Led by Jin Zingli, Zhou Chun quickly arrived at a cave dwelling located several dozen feet down east of the crater. This cave dwelling was half suspended in midair, embedded in the mountainside, and half deeply embedded within it. Typically, in this type of cave dwelling, the outer pavilions and palaces served as reception areas, while the cultivation chambers, living quarters, and treasure storage areas were located inside the mountain. Reporting to the ancestor, this disciple has brought fellow Taoist Zhang, Jin Zingli reported, bowing respectfully as he led Zhou Chun to the vicinity of the suspended pavilion. Immediately, the majestic voice of true person Yan Kang echoed from within, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please come in yourself. Nephew Jin, you may return now." "Yes, junior, disciple, obeys," Zhou Chun and Jin Zingli responded in unison, nodding to each other before retreating. Zhou Chun stepped forward and quickly followed a suddenly appearing rainbow of firelight, entering the upper level of a suspended pavilion, where he found true person Yan Kang sitting in a chair, sipping tea. Inside the cave of this grandmaster of weapon crafting, there seemed to be not a single servant. He was a rare ascetic. "Junior greets senior Yan Kang," Zhou Chun respectfully bowed, expressing his respect. "Young friend, there's no need for such formalities. I've been in seclusion these past 2 years healing my injuries, and I've neglected you. I hope you won't take offense." Yan Kang's Henren waved his hand and said, his words extremely polite. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly replied politely, "This junior wouldn't dare. Senior, your health is paramount. It's all right if I delay a little. It's good that you understand, young friend." True Master Yan Kang nodded, then looked directly at Zhou Chun and said, "I naturally know your purpose, young friend. I happen to have 2 high-grade magic treasures that suit your attributes. Please choose one. As for the Spirit Spring Fire Eye, you can let your Fire Phoenix use it freely while I'm refining the weapon. I've already communicated with the sect about the Fire Element Immortal Mushroom. You can pick it and take it with you at any time. As for the matter of repairing and refining magic treasures that I promised you, I can only give you an answer after you show me the items and materials you require." After saying all this in one breath, without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he waved his hand and took out the 2 high-grade magic treasures he had prepared for him to choose from. The 2 superior-grade magic treasures were quite different. One was a long, golden arrow, less than 5 feet long, yet exuding an incomparably sharp aura. The other was a pair of rings, one gold and one silver, their aura restrained, like ordinary inanimate objects, a stark contrast to the short spear. Zhou Chun gazed at these 2 superior-grade magic treasures, feeling he wanted both, and reluctant to give up either. After hesitating for a moment, he finally looked at Master Yan Kang and said, "Senior Yan Kang, could you please tell me about the supernatural powers of these 2 magical treasures?" The long arrow is called the Zhangjin Soul-Chasing Life-Stealing Arrow. Its arrowhead incorporates 7 tails of Zhangjin, and the entire body is forged from materials such as gold essence and meteorite iron. Once it locks onto the target's aura, it can chase and steal their life, continuing until its power is exhausted. As for the pair of rings, they are treasures left behind by one of our sect's founders, called the Dragon and Tiger Golden Rings. Both rings can be used simultaneously to attack, or the dragon ring can protect the body while the tiger ring attacks. Using both rings together is a superior grade magical treasure. Separating them makes it a top-tier mid-grade magical treasure. Master Yan Kang glanced at him and briefly introduced the functions of the two magical treasures. After hearing Master Yan Kang's explanation, Zhou Chun felt even more conflicted. The soul-chasing and life-stealing effect of the Zhengjin soul-chasing life-stealing arrow was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Even outside the range of divine sense guidance, it could autonomously track the enemy based on their aura, making it incredibly effective for chasing down fleeing enemies. The key is that this item itself is also extremely lethal, so there's no fear of failing to harm the enemy after chasing them. The Dragon and Tiger Golden Rings are both offensive and defensive, and are a rare set of magical treasures. Their actual power is expected to be just as impressive. Seeing that Zhou Chun was hesitant to make a choice, Master Yan Kang seemed to be getting impatient and immediately said, "Young friend, just choose according to your own needs. You already have a spiritual treasure in hand. These magical treasures are just temporary measures. Why hesitate so much?" These words were like a wake-up call. Hearing Master Yan Kang's words, Zhou Chun quickly realized that the Zhengjin soul-chasing life-stealing arrow was actually less useful to him than the Dragon and Tiger Golden Rings, especially since he already possessed the two dragons overturning the sea bottle. He quickly raised his hand and retrieved the pair of Dragon and Tiger Golden Rings, saying, "This junior chooses the pair of Dragon and Tiger Golden Rings." Seeing this, true person Yan Kang immediately withdrew the golden arrow and nodded, saying, "Good. Since you've made your choice, young friend, let me now see your superior grade magic weapon and the refining materials you've prepared." "This junior understands," Zhou Chun replied, immediately patting his storage bag and taking out the two dragons overturning the sea bottle, and the various refining materials he had prepared. Then, as he expected, when true person Yan Kang saw the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon's dragon teeth and demonic soul, his expression immediately changed. Another 8,000 words. Chapter 595 Upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. Inside the cave of true immortal Yan Kang of the Heavenly Fire Sect. When true immortal Yan Kang saw the dragon teeth and demon soul of the 5th tier Thunder Flood Dragon, his previously calm expression instantly changed, and he looked at Zhou Chun with shock. This was certainly not because he was naive. As a grandmaster of weapon crafting, he had handled far more than one or two pieces of 5th tier Demon King materials, and seen far more than one or two demon souls. After all, many nascent soul cultivators, even if they obtained such materials, did not have the ability to fully utilize their potential, and ultimately still had to rely on grandmasters like true immortal Yan Kang. However, those cultivators who could produce materials of this level were extremely rare, with most being mid-nascent soul cultivators or even late nascent soul cultivators. And what was Zhou Chun's cultivation level? He was merely a mid-golden core cultivator. Even with a spiritual treasure, he couldn't withstand a single attack from a 5th tier Demon King. How could he possess materials from a 5th tier Demon King, and even a 5th tier Demon Soul? The shock Yan Kang Zhenren felt at this moment was no less than, and arguably even greater than, when he first saw Zhou Chun produce the Moon-Toad Pearl, spiritual treasure. It's important to understand that while a 5th tier Demon Soul isn't the same as a 5th tier Demon Core, possessing it is tantamount to holding the life and death of a 5th tier Demon King in one's own hands. Even if a 5th tier Demon King loses their Demon Core, they can still possess another body and rebuild their cultivation. However, if their Demon Soul is captured, their life and death are completely out of their control. This dragon tooth, and the Demon Soul inside, are they your own, young friend? After regaining his composure and suppressing his shock, Yan Kang Zhenren couldn't help but utter a question tinged with doubt. He still didn't believe these two items belonged to Zhou Chun, suspecting that some nascent soul cultivator had used Zhou Chun as a front to commission him to refine the treasure. After all, if a nascent soul cultivator commissioned him to refine a treasure, he would incur a favor. But Zhou Chun's promise to refine a magic weapon for free had given someone else an opportunity to exploit. Zhou Chun, after hearing his words, didn't offer much explanation, but instead asked knowingly, "Senior, why do you say that?" Are you unable to refine these two materials? This answer further confirmed Yan Kang's suspicions. He opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed, "Fine. I promised you." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "However, I must tell you beforehand that although these materials are excellent and have the potential to be refined into a top-grade magic weapon, even if I go all out, the chance of successfully refining it is less than 30%. You need to be aware of this." He wasn't deliberately deceiving Zhou Chun, he was telling the truth. While grandmasters of weapon refining have all refined spiritual treasures, their normal skill level is only capable of refining top-grade magic weapons. Moreover, even with top-grade magic weapons, the success rate is usually no more than 50%. Yan Kang's 20-30% success rate is already considered quite good. It's important to know that many master craftsmen only have a 10-20% success rate when using ordinary magical materials to forge low-grade magical artifacts. However, Grandmaster craftsmen possess a skill that ordinary master craftsmen rarely have. When they discover they cannot forge a top-grade magical artifact, they can successfully forge it by downgrading its grade. In other words, as long as the materials are suitable, even if a top-grade magical artifact cannot be forged, true person Yan Kang can still guarantee to forge a high-quality superior magical artifact using dragon teeth and demon souls. Zhou Chun only learned this knowledge of crafting in recent years through exchanges with the Golden Core Elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect. Otherwise, given the environment of Jin Kingdom, a Golden Core cultivator like him from a wealthy family would truly find it difficult to know this knowledge of the upper echelons of society. Therefore, upon hearing Yan Kang's words, Zhou Chun nodded solemnly and said, "This junior understands. Senior, you only need to do your best. Success or failure is entirely up to fate. Don't worry about that. Every top-grade magic weapon I refine will improve my refining skills. I will definitely go all out," Yan Kang's said, then turned his gaze to the other materials. Previously, he had been so captivated by the Fifth Order Thunder Flood Dragon's fangs and Demon Soul that he had overlooked the other materials. Now, looking at the rare, five-colored dragonfish, demon core, dragon scales, and thunderworm beast, horn, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun with surprise once again. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Young friend, you have truly given me a wonderful surprise." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and said, "These materials you have brought out are all rare and precious. I need to carefully consider how best to utilize them to refine treasures. Do you have any specific requests?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "If possible, I hope that you, senior, can use these materials to refine two treasures, one offensive and one defensive, and I also hope to incorporate the lightning-devouring effect of the Thunderworm Beast's horn into the magic weapon." He then added, "If you feel that these materials are insufficient to complete the refining, senior, I have other magic weapon materials available for you to choose from." He then took out all 20 or 30 kinds of magic weapon materials that he had collected through various means. However, perhaps the previous items had already impressed Yan Kang's enough, or perhaps he was already accustomed to ordinary magic weapon materials. Even though Zhou Chun produced so many different magical treasures and materials at once, true person Yan Kang remained largely unmoved. He merely memorized their names and uses before indicating that Zhou Chun could take them back. "Young friend, I understand your request. Let me see how to repair this superior grade magical treasure." True person Yan Kang nodded, then immediately raised his hand and retrieved the two dragons, overturning the sea bottle, infusing it with his magic power for a careful examination. After about a quarter of an hour, his expression relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying, "There's no major problem. The missing corner of this treasure doesn't damage the main body. The water profound stone and water essence jade mother you prepared are just right for repairing this treasure. Then I'll trouble you, senior." Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed in thanks. "All right then. First, send the fiery phoenix to the spirit spring fire eye for cultivation, then return and await news. Once I have repaired this magic weapon, I will have my nephew Jin bring it to you and inform you of the specific refining plan." True person Yan Kang waved his hand, stating his arrangements. Zhou Chun naturally had no objections and immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, junior obeys." Then, led by true person Yan Kang, he headed towards the Spirit Spring Fire Eye. This so-called Spirit Spring Fire Eye was actually a blazing underground cave entrance, with flames soaring into the sky. If not for the sealing power of the array, it seemed capable of turning the ground into a world of fire. Zhou Chun patted his spirit beast pouch and released a fiery phoenix. The bird's gaze was immediately drawn to the spirit spring fire eye, its heart leaping with excitement as it conveyed its desire to enter. After giving it careful instructions, Zhou Chun relaxed his control over it with a slight nod from Master Yan Kang, allowing it to fly into the spirit spring fire eye. After thousands of years of exploration by our sect, there are no more powerful demonic beasts in the fire veins below. As long as your fire phoenix isn't too greedy and ventures too far into other fire veins, you don't need to worry about encountering any danger. Seeing Zhou Chun's gaze fixed on the spirit spring fire eye, seemingly concerned for his pet's safety, Master Yan Kang couldn't help but reassure him. Hearing this, Zhou Chun could only suppress his worries and tactfully replied, "Thank you for this opportunity, Senior. I'll take my leave now." He then left Master Yan Kang's cave. On his way down the mountain, Zhou Chun couldn't help but glance at the fire dragon above the volcano. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low to sense the fire dragon's true cultivation level from its aura, otherwise, he might have been able to determine its rank. As far as Zhou Chun knew, if it were truly a legendary, all-powerful spiritual treasure, even without a master, it wouldn't be something an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator could subdue. It might even defeat them. Furthermore, treasures of that level would choose their own masters. Even if a nascent soul cultivator had the ability to suppress it, they wouldn't be able to unleash its full power unless it recognized a suitable master. After returning to the foot of the mountain, Zhou Chun quietly cultivated in the cave dwelling arranged for him by the Heavenly Fire Sect, refining the newly acquired high-grade magic treasure, the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring. After spending several months refining it and thoroughly familiarizing himself with the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring's abilities, Zhou Chun was very satisfied with his choice. This Dragon Tiger Golden Ring was both offensive and defensive, a perfect combination. It could directly clash with enemy flying swords and other magical weapons, or be used as a surprise weapon to unleash the Dragon Tiger combined strike for a decisive blow. With this treasure in hand, Zhou Chun had many more options when facing enemies, no longer needing to constantly reveal his trump cards. Shortly after Zhou Chun became familiar with the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring, Jin Zhongli returned the repaired, 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, to him, conveying several ideas from Master Yan Kang regarding the forging of magical artifacts, allowing him to choose 2 options. After listening to Jin Zhongli's suggestions, Zhou Chun pondered briefly before selecting the 2 most suitable options, asking him to relay them along with the necessary materials to Master Yan Kang. He then began refining the repaired, 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, while patiently awaiting the completion of the 2 magical artifacts. Forging magical artifacts takes far longer than repairing them. Even for a grandmaster like Master Yan Kang, forging a low-grade magical artifact takes a year and a half, and the more powerful the artifact, the longer the forging time. After Zhou Chun finished refining the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, there was still no news from Master Yan Kang. The fully repaired, 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, not only possesses an enhanced double dragon seizing the pearl divine power, allowing for continuous use, but also gains 2 other profound divine powers. First, it can absorb and store all water in the world, including naturally occurring true and spiritual water, as well as true and spiritual water generated by cultivators' divine powers. With this treasure in hand, the divine powers of water attribute cultivators or demonic beasts below the late golden core stage will be significantly diminished in Zhou Chun's presence. Second, it can condense 2 true water dragons for protection or attack. The strength of these 2 true water dragons is affected by the quality of the true water stored in the bottle. If the quality of the true water is exceptionally high, the 2 true water dragons can even possess the strength of a late golden core stage cultivator. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun is currently in the cultivation world of the Far West, where finding a water attribute golden core cultivator is no less difficult than finding a nascent soul stage cultivator, and they may not even possess any formidable abilities. Therefore, he has no way to test the power of this superior grade magic weapon. However, judging from the information obtained, this 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle is a masterpiece among high-grade magic treasures, possibly even more valuable than the Dragon and Tiger Golden Ring he acquired. Another fire spirit captured today? Not bad, not bad. It seems true Immortal Yan Kang wasn't lying to me. Perhaps the sixth true feather of the fire phoenix really can condense here, inside the cave. After his daily communication with the fire phoenix from afar, Zhou Chun ended his conversation with a joyful expression. Although he wasn't in true immortal Yankang's cave, because they were on the same mountain, his mental connection with the fire phoenix was still very clear, allowing him to know what the fire phoenix had gained in the core of the fire vein every day. 13 months had passed since he sent the fire phoenix into the spirit spring fire eye, and including today's harvest, the fire phoenix had already captured 10 fire spirits in the core area of the fire vein, a truly impressive haul. Judging from the feedback of the fiery phoenix itself, refining one fire essence is equivalent to 2 or 3 years of cultivation at a place like Heavenly Fire Peak. And it also has a purifying effect on its own fire phoenix bloodline. Therefore, as long as enough fire essence is refined, it's almost certain that its bloodline will advance further and condense 6 true fire phoenix feathers. Comparing this to the golden-winged tiger, which is still stuck at the 3rd tier high-grade demon beast level, it seems to truly confirm the saying, it's better to be lucky than early. The golden-winged tiger has followed Zhou Chun for so many years without encountering the opportunity to break through to the 4th tier. The fiery phoenix, however, has only been with him for less than 100 years and has already obtained the opportunity for bloodline purification. Time passed quickly, and Zhou Chun soon completed 5 years at the Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate, but true person Yankang still hadn't sent any news about refining treasures. This made him somewhat anxious, but he didn't want to disturb him. That day, Jin Zingli suddenly came to visit. Zhou Chun was overjoyed, thinking the man had brought good news from true person Yankang, and hurriedly welcomed him in. However, the result was quite disappointing. Jin Zingli's purpose in visiting was not to convey news from true person Yankang, but to invite him to participate in an exchange event among golden core cultivators of the Fire Luo Kingdom. It was said that dozens of golden core cultivators would participate in this exchange, which would take place on Cheyenne Luo Oasis, the largest oasis in the Fire Luo Kingdom, and would be hosted by a veteran late-stage golden core cultivator from the Holy Fire Sect, the largest sect in the Fire Luo Kingdom. Zhou Chun had always had an extraordinary interest in such exchange events. Moreover, this was his first opportunity to participate in an exchange of this level since arriving in the cultivation world of the Far West. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. Half a year passed, and still no news came from true person Yankang. Zhou Chun could only set off for Cheyenne Luo Oasis with 4 elders from the Heavenly Fire Sect who were also preparing to participate in the exchange. Because the Heavenly Fire Sect elders were familiar with the route, even though Fire Basin Oasis was not close to Cheyenne Luo Oasis, Zhou Chun and his companions encountered no trouble along the way. After traveling for most of the day, they arrived safely at Cheyenne Luo Oasis. As the largest oasis in the Fire Luo Kingdom, and arguably its very foundation, the Cheyenne Luo Oasis is naturally vast. As the largest oasis within the flowing Fire Sand Sea, it is home to over 30 million mortals, a truly dazzling pearl in the desert. While the outer edges are a blend of mountains and grasslands, once inside, Zhou Chun felt as if he had returned to the Jing Kingdom, with mountains, rivers, and lakes everywhere, unlike anything he had ever seen in a desert. Furthermore, many places clearly showed signs of spiritual energy gathering, forming spiritual veins, and traces of array formations. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this must be your first time visiting the Cheyenne Luo Oasis. This place can be considered the essence of our Fire Luo Kingdom, a blessed land favored by the heavens, a blessed place where even a nascent soul cultivator once appeared. After the exchange meeting, fellow Taoist might consider spending some time here. It will surely be a worthwhile trip, atop a red fiery cloud. Zhou Chun and 4 elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect flew high in the sky. Seeing his apparent surprise at the scenery below, one of the Heavenly Fire Sect elders immediately offered this suggestion with a smile. He simply smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Chen. I will consider your suggestion." Then, he couldn't help but recall the intelligence information about the Cheyenne Luo Oasis. As far as Zhou Chun knew, the Cheyenne Luo Oasis was indeed a blessed land. This oasis, less than a fifth the size of Jing Kingdom, had produced a nascent soul cultivator 6 or 7,000 years ago. And that nascent soul cultivator was none other than the founder of the Holy Fire Sect, the largest power in the Cheyenne Luo Oasis today. At that time, the Holy Fire Sect was not only the largest power in Hualuo Kingdom, but also a top-tier power in the cultivation world of the Far West. With a nascent soul cultivator suppressing the sect, all countries and sects had to defer to them. However, it was said that the Holy Fire sect had offended too many forces at that time, so much so that after the nascent soul cultivator's passing was confirmed, many forces in the cultivation world of the Far West united to attack them. They not only severed all their tentacles extending into the fiery sands, but also stormed the Holy Fire sect's mountain gate in the Cheyenne Luo Oasis. However, a sect that has produced a nascent soul cultivator cannot lack a powerful foundation. It is said that when more than 10 nascent soul cultivators stormed the Holy Fire sect's mountain gate, 5 of them were killed by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Holy Fire sect to use the heaven-reaching spiritual treasure left behind by a nascent soul cultivator, including a late-stage nascent soul cultivator of equal strength. After that, even though it was later rumored that the late-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Holy Fire sect had quickly passed away, few nascent soul cultivators dared to cause trouble in the Cheyenne Luo Oasis again. In fact, many nascent soul cultivators simply avoided the Cheyenne Luo Oasis altogether, refusing to set foot in such a place that could potentially threaten their lives. As for the Holy Fire sect, because of the blood feud with the major forces in the Far West, they have been unable to extend their influence beyond the flowing fire sand sea to this day, and their disciples dare not act under the Holy Fire sect's banner after leaving the Fire Luo Kingdom. The reason the late-stage Golden Core cultivators of the Holy Fire sect organized this exchange meeting was to indirectly exchange treasures from the outside world with the Golden Core cultivators from other Fire Luo kingdoms. That's why Jin Zingli invited Zhou Chun, a Golden Core cultivator traveling from elsewhere, to participate, a way of doing the Holy Fire sect a favor. Zhou Chun had already exchanged resources with the Golden Core elders of their Heavenly Fire sect, getting everything they could. In Zhou Chun's view, since the Holy Fire sect was a powerful force whose ancestors had produced nascent soul venerables, even in its current decline, its Golden Core cultivators should still possess some valuable items, making the trip worthwhile, a mutually beneficial arrangement. After flying for another half hour above the Heavenly Luo Oasis, Zhou Chun and his group arrived at the Heavenly Luo Market, established by the Holy Fire sect in the Oasis. Cheyenne Luo Market is over 1,000 miles away from the Holy Fire sect's mountain gate, and it is undoubtedly the largest market in the Hualuo Kingdom. All the large merchant caravans that come to the Hualuo Kingdom ultimately head here, and this place is a hub for specialties and spiritual items from all over the country. However, for Zhou Chun now, it's practically impossible to find any useful spiritual items in the market, so he wasn't very interested in browsing it. He directly checked into a shop owned by the Cheyenne Hero sect with several elders. Over the next few days, Zhou Chun, along with the elders, visited other Golden Core cultivators who had come to participate in the exchange, getting to know them. On the day the exchange began, he and the elders went to the exchange venue. This venue is a tea house owned by the Holy Fire sect, and when everyone arrived, there were as many as 54 Golden Core cultivators present. This demonstrates the Holy Fire sect's influence in the Hualuo Kingdom. Once everyone had arrived, a refined middle-aged man with red hair and purple eyes stood up, looked around at everyone, and then laughed heartily. "Hey, it's great news to have several unfamiliar fellow Daoists here today." He then clasped his hands in a fist salute to Zhou Chun and the other newcomers, saying, "I am Zhu Yan, and I am your host today. If you new fellow Daoists intend to stay in Hualuo Kingdom for a while, you are welcome to come and exchange ideas with me after this exchange meeting. I will certainly welcome you with open arms." Zhou Chun and the others naturally responded with polite formalities. After this exchange of pleasantries, Zhu Yan suddenly said with a smile, "To show my welcome to you new fellow Daoists, let's begin this exchange meeting with you." This sudden suggestion startled everyone, especially Zhou Chun and the others, who looked at him with great surprise. Seeing that he wasn't just being polite, and noticing that the other Golden Core cultivators from the Fire Luo Kingdom didn't object, a foreign cultivator at the early Golden Core stage immediately spoke up, "Since fellow Daoist Zhu is so considerate of us, then I, Wang, will offer a token as a starting point." As he spoke, he patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out 7 or 8 spiritual items. He seemed to have come prepared. These 7 or 8 items contained almost no magic weapons or spiritual materials, but rather rare 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs not commonly produced in the Fire Luo Kingdom, or water attribute spiritual items that were scarce there. What he wanted to exchange was simple, a low-grade magic weapon. What Zhou Chun didn't expect was that, whether it was to get off to a good start or because he was genuinely willing to pay a premium, Zhu Yan actually took out a low-grade magic weapon and exchanged it for the spiritual items in the Wang cultivator's possession. In Zhou Chun's view, even if those 7 or 8 spiritual items were precious, they would only be worth a maximum of 7 or 800,000 spirit coins in the Great Zhou Kingdom, far from enough to buy a low-grade magic weapon, let alone a magic weapon crafted by a master craftsman. Therefore, after the cultivator surnamed Wang, the remaining golden core cultivators from outside the region immediately rushed to display their treasures, hoping to achieve the same goal of getting something for nothing. Similarly, although not everything they brought was traded away like what the cultivator surnamed Wang did, they all exchanged for things that Zhou Chun considered far more valuable than the spiritual items themselves, making their gains quite substantial. This scene greatly excited Zhou Chun. He possessed more valuable items than all of the previous cultivators combined. If he were to exchange everything, even if he didn't need the items he received, he could easily make a 70–80% profit by reselling them back in the Great Zhou Kingdom. No, if it were really that easy to make money, wouldn't all the cultivators outside be rushing here to pan for gold? There must be something fishy going on. Zhou Chun lowered his eyelids, suppressing his restless heart. He had already gained enough from his trip to the cultivation world in the far west. There was no need to cause trouble for himself because of momentary greed. Therefore, when he was the only one left among the newcomers, and all the other cultivators' eyes were on him, he calmly patted his storage bag at his waist and took out several spiritual items, placing them in front of him. Although he didn't take out the truly precious items from his storage bag, the few spiritual items he did take out were clearly a level higher than those of the others. 1 4th-tier ice attribute demon core, 1,000-year-old spirit pearl nurtured by a 3rd-tier clam demon, 1 piece of 1,000-year-old cold jade, 3,000-year-old snow lotuses, and 2,000-year-old ice heart orchids. Zhou Chun introduced the spiritual items he had taken out one by one, then calmly looked at everyone and said, "If any of you fellow cultivators have 4th-tier demon cores with fire, earth, or thunder attributes, or spiritual items that can help 3rd-tier high-grade gold or wind attribute demon beasts break through to the 4th tier, as well as insect cores, 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs, Kyongho Jade, and other spiritual medicines, you can all send me a telepathic message to discuss in detail." What he needed seemed like a lot, but it actually consisted of 3 parts: demon cores that could enhance the cultivation of spiritual beasts, spiritual items that could help the golden winged tiger break through to the 4th tier, and spiritual medicines he needed for alchemy. As for treasures and secret techniques, at least until he formed his nascent soul, he didn't need to strengthen them anymore. However, what he needed were precisely what many golden core cultivators needed, and even if they did have them, they might not be willing to take them out. Therefore, compared to the enthusiastic reception received by the previous guests, the room fell silent for a moment after Zhou Chun stated his needs. This silence lasted for a while before Zhu Yan's expression shifted. After some hesitation, he coughed twice and broke the silence. "Ahem, I do have an insect core, but I doubt it can be exchanged for your demon core, fellow Taoist Zhang. Perhaps I could exchange it for that 1,000-year-old spirit pearl. Fellow Taoist Zhu is willing to part with it. How could I refuse?" Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and he flattered him before waving his hand to hand over the jade box containing the spirit pearl. Zhu Yan quickly returned the favor, handing him a jade bottle containing the insect core. After both parties inspected their items, they smiled at each other with satisfaction, thus concluding the deal. Seeing this, another late-stage golden core cultivator in the building spoke up. "I also have an earth attribute demon core. Fellow Taoist Zhang, could we exchange it for your ice attribute demon core?" He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade box, and handed it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun took the jade box and saw that it indeed contained a demon core with a spiritual energy level of 4, but it had many cracks, and a significant amount of spiritual energy had been lost. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, this demon core is quite damaged. The spiritual energy loss is rather severe." His words clearly showed his dissatisfaction. The cultivator surnamed Lu, aware of the flaws in his demon core, didn't argue, but instead said again, "How about adding a high-grade 3rd-tier wind attribute demon core, a high-grade 3rd-tier wind attribute demon core?" Zhou Chun hesitated, his mind drifting back to Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, since fellow Taoist Lu is so sincere, I, Zhang, will accept this as a friend." He then pushed the ice crystal demon wolf core to the other party. The cultivator surnamed Lu, seeing this, couldn't help but beam with joy and exclaimed, "Good. Fellow Taoist Zhang is indeed straightforward. I'm determined to be your friend." He then took out a jade box containing a third-grade high-quality demon core and handed it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun opened it and saw that the demon core inside was now in perfect condition, completely reaching the quality of the third-grade high-quality demon core from the Thunder Dragon Lizard that he had instantly killed. After putting away the two demon cores, Zhou Chun looked at everyone. Seeing that no one seemed to want to speak anymore, he waved his hand, preparing to take back the treasures. But at this moment, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ear. His outstretched hand paused slightly, and then he put everything away. After waiting for Zhou Chun and the other newcomers to display their treasures, Zhu Yan began to display his own. Zhou Chun thus witnessed the immense wealth of the Holy Fire Sect. Among the treasures Zhu Yan presented were top-grade magic weapons, 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit capable of enhancing the cultivation of golden core cultivators, and 10,000-year-old flame jade, items that even Zhou Chun himself coveted. However, Zhu Yan essentially only displayed these treasures for show, as what they sought were either spiritual objects helpful for nascent soul stage cultivators or other spiritual herbs and materials of equivalent quality. Even if Zhou Chun possessed such items, he wouldn't dare exchange them. Subsequently, one golden core cultivator after another began displaying their treasures, and the transaction rate visibly decreased, completely lacking the initial enthusiasm of Zhou Chun and his companions. This clearly demonstrated why the golden core cultivators of the Fire Luo Kingdom were so eager for outside golden core cultivators to come and exchange goods with them. Chapter 596 Imperial Dew. An important nephew of mine has been trapped in the desert for several years and has unfortunately become tainted with a large amount of turbid evil energy. Therefore, I wish to purchase a spiritual item that can purify this energy. If any fellow Taoist can provide such an item or has a way to help him purify the turbid evil energy within his body, I, Tang, am willing to exchange it for a ball of Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed. During the latter half of the exchange, a mid-stage golden core cultivator's offer immediately piqued Zhou Chun's interest. When it comes to purifying turbid evil energy, perhaps no one in this realm is more skilled than him. Just one jar of purifying essence water is enough to cure the ailment instantly. Crucially, he can easily refine this item with a little time, making it a risk-free business. Therefore, when he heard that the person was willing to exchange it for a Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed, Zhou Chun was immediately tempted. This Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed only originates within underground fire veins, taking thousands upon thousands of years to fully form. It is often devoured by other entities within the underground fire veins, making it extremely difficult for cultivators to obtain. If one were to acquire it, whether to feed the fiery phoenix or to give it to Lin Hongyu and Zhou Ming for refining and cultivating true fire divine powers, it would be of exceptional value. While Zhou Chun was pondering these thoughts, someone had already begun communicating with the Tang surnamed cultivator via telepathy. After all, the cultivation world in the far west is dominated by fire attribute cultivators, and they always crave and demand a Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed the most. While spiritual items that purify turbid and malevolent energy are rare and precious, obtaining one or two at the golden core stage is not particularly difficult, and it's quite normal for some to possess such items. However, the cultivator surnamed Tang seemed to have very high standards for the quality of the spiritual items he sought to purify the turbid evil energy. After examining the spiritual items brought out by several people, he simply cupped his hands towards everyone and said, "I appreciate the kindness of you all, but my nephew is also at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and the turbid evil energy he is tainted with is extremely deep. It is beyond the reach of ordinary spiritual items and methods to purify him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even brought out the seed of the Red Lotus Earth Fire." His words at the end clearly carried a hint of complaint, implying that they shouldn't try to take advantage of him. After he finished speaking, the restless cultivators all changed their expressions slightly, secretly sighing and remaining still. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately moved his lips slightly and transmitted a few words to the cultivator surnamed Tang. After hearing his telepathic message, the cultivator surnamed Tang looked at him with surprise. After a slight hesitation, he cupped his hands and said, "Since none of you fellow cultivators have what I desire, I won't take up any more of your time." He directly chose to relinquish his exchange privilege. This naturally attracted a lot of attention, and some people glanced at Zhou Chun thoughtfully, but ultimately no one said anything. Next, one golden core cultivator after another displayed their treasures. Only after all the participating cultivators had finished displaying their items did Zhu Yan announce the end of the exchange meeting. However, after the exchange meeting ended, only a small number of the cultivators present left directly, because Zhu Yan would later host a Dao discussion and exchange meeting to share their cultivation experiences and insights with everyone. The cultivator surnamed Tang was one of the few who left directly. Zhou Chun, however, stayed and continued to participate in the Dao discussion and exchange meeting calmly. In truth, these kinds of Taoist exchange meetings are all pretty much the same. Most people talk about the confusion and difficulties they encounter in their cultivation, seeking guidance from others, with few directly sharing their genuine cultivation insights. However, if someone can help resolve their doubts, they usually receive compensation in the form of knowledge or experience, or even material rewards. Zhou Chun, lacking a renowned teacher, found these exchanges a valuable opportunity. Even paying for answers was better than wasting his time. During the exchange, he specifically mentioned some obstacles and difficulties he encountered in cultivating the Golden Escape technique, and unexpectedly met a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator who was also a beginner in the technique. The two then began exchanging their cultivation experiences through telepathy, no longer concerned with the situations of others. This was Zhou Chun's first time exchanging ideas with a cultivator of the same realm who had mastered the same technique. Because they were both cultivating the same technique and had already reached the beginner level, he had nothing to hide regarding the taboos surrounding the technique, openly sharing his experiences. After their exchange and sharing, both men gained a great deal, even developing a sense of mutual appreciation. This stemmed from their shared understanding of the immense time and effort the other had invested in mastering this divine ability. While joys and sorrows are not universally shared, common perspectives and experiences can sometimes create emotional resonance between complete strangers. If Zhou Chun were a cultivator from the far west, he would undoubtedly have seized this opportunity to deepen their friendship. However, he was merely a passerby in the far west's cultivation world, and after this parting, he didn't know if they would ever meet again. Therefore, he could only cherish the opportunity to exchange insights and experiences on cultivating the Golden Escape technique, avoiding any romantic discussions. After 3 days of this exchange, Zhou Chun and the others finally dispersed. At this point, the elders of the Heavenly Fire Sect also had differing plans. Some wanted to linger in the Heavenly Luo Oasis, while others simply wanted to return to their cultivation. Zhou Chun also had his own things to do, so he completely separated from the others. He first went to another restaurant in the city, booked a superior private room, and ordered a table full of local specialty spiritual dishes. After he had finished eating and drinking most of the food and wine, the person he was waiting for finally came to the door and triggered the door's protective barrier. "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhu has arrived. Please have a seat. I, Zhang, have been waiting for you for quite some time." Zhou Chun opened the door, and an old man in yellow robes with a sinister face walked in. Upon entering, the man saw the spiritual food on the table, most of which Zhou Chun had already eaten, and immediately showed displeasure, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, this is rather unkind. Since you invited me to the restaurant, you ate first. Did you expect me to eat your leftovers?" Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't admit this, and immediately smiled and explained, "Fellow Taoist Zhu is joking. How could I dare to entertain you with such food? I simply didn't know your preferences, nor when you would arrive, so I ordered some to satisfy my own appetite." He then added, "Since fellow Taoist Zhu is here, I should order another table of spiritual food to suit your taste, so that you won't have come for nothing." Hearing this, the old man in yellow couldn't say anything more. Not wanting to dwell on the matter any longer, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's skip it. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you and I both know that I didn't come here for food and drinks. Let's get straight to the point." "Alright, fellow Taoist Zhu is straightforward. Then let's get down to business." Zhou Chun said alright, and then looked at the old man in yellow and asked, "At the exchange meeting earlier, fellow Taoist Zhu sent a message to me saying that he had a way to help my spirit pet break through to the 4th rank. May I ask what that method is?" Upon hearing this, the old man in yellow smiled mysteriously and asked instead of answering, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, have you ever heard of Emperor's Dew?" "I have naturally heard of Emperor's Dew, such a rare and precious item. Does fellow Taoist Zhu perhaps have such an item?" Zhou Chun looked at the old man in yellow with suspicion and said with a doubtful expression, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you overestimate me. The Emperor's essence, such a rare treasure, can only be obtained by 4th-tier demons who have survived the heavenly tribulation. It grants them enlightenment, reshaping their bloodline and bones. What merit do I possess to deserve such a treasure? The yellow-robed elder shook his head repeatedly, immediately denying this. But he quickly continued, while I don't possess such a treasure, I know a place that definitely has it. If fellow Taoist Zhang is willing to give me those 3,000-year-old snow lotuses and 2 ice heart orchids, I will tell you about this opportunity. Fellow Taoist Du, you've got a good plan. Zhou Chun's face turned cold as he coldly said, trying to exchange 5 rare 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for such an uncertain and dangerous piece of information? Are you treating me like a fool? Given the demand for such spiritual herbs in the cultivation world of the Far West, these 5 herbs could be exchanged for more than half a 4th-tier demon collar. No wonder he was angry. Upon seeing this, the old man in yellow quickly waved his hand and explained, fellow Taoist Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I do swear that everything I've said is true. I really do know where the Emperor's elixir is. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, moreover, with your cultivation level and strength, you will definitely have a chance to obtain the Emperor's elixir from that place. Seeing his confident appearance, Zhou Chun couldn't help but frown and ponder for a moment. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun suddenly looked at the old man in yellow and said, as far as I know, such a rare and precious item as Emperor's elixir is not easy to preserve. Fellow Taoist Du, how can you guarantee that the place you mentioned possesses the complete Emperor's elixir? The old man in yellow simply shook his head and said, I cannot tell you that now. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you must agree to my conditions and hand over the elixir first before I can tell you everything. In that case, it seems this deal cannot be made. I have another appointment, so I will not entertain fellow Taoist Du any longer, Zhou Chun said with a regretful expression, refusing to budge, and directly offered tea to the old man to see him off. His appearance made the old man in yellow frown, and he couldn't help but look at him and say, fellow Taoist Zhang, you should think it over carefully. Once the opportunity is missed, it will never come again, whether it's an opportunity or a trap. I, Zhang, have my own judgment. Fellow Taoist Du, there's no need for further words. Please, Zhou Chun said calmly, unmoved. He was already certain that the old man in yellow's information was not reliable. The other party probably wanted to take advantage of his eagerness to help his spirit pet break through to the 4th rank and extort money from him. Of course, he wouldn't be polite to such a person with ill intentions. After hearing his sarcastic words, the old man in yellow's face also turned ugly. After his expression shifted several times, he lowered his voice and said, how about this, fellow Taoist Zhang, give those 2 ice heart orchids to me first. I can reveal some information to you first, and then you can decide whether to listen to the rest based on the actual situation. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun's face darkened immediately upon hearing this, his aura suddenly erupting as he stared intently at him, saying, fellow Taoist Du, do you really think I'm a sucker? Or are you taking advantage of me because I'm an outsider, thinking you can have me cornered? You, the yellow-robed elder looked at Zhou Chun with shock and anger, never expecting him to turn on him so suddenly. Zhou Chun, however, stared at him coldly and said, it's okay to be greedy, but you should also consider your own cultivation level and know what you can and cannot be greedy for. Fellow Taoist Du, although you are a rogue cultivator without the burden of a family or sect, you are not without a place to stay. At this point, the two were practically at loggerheads. Seeing this, the old man in yellow had no face to linger any longer and immediately said resentfully, very well, fellow Taoist Zhang, I will remember your words. He then turned and left. HMPH, you'd better swallow this insult, otherwise. Watching the old man in yellow's departing figure, Zhou Chun snorted coldly in his heart, a barely perceptible glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Although both were at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Zhou Chun truly didn't take the old man in yellow seriously. If the other dared to attack him outside, he wouldn't show any mercy. However, having his mood spoiled by the old man in yellow, Zhou Chun lost interest in continuing his meal and immediately got up to pay the bill and left the restaurant. Half an hour later, Zhou Chun appeared in an inn in the market and was quickly led to a secluded courtyard. In the courtyard, a man in red robes, upon seeing Zhou Chun's arrival, immediately brightened up and bowed to welcome him, saying, fellow Taoist Zhang, you've finally arrived. I, Tang, have been waiting for you for quite some time. This man was none other than the Tang surname cultivator who possessed the Crimson Lotus Earth Fire, seat at the exchange meeting. Zhou Chun quickly returned the bow, saying, I apologize, something came up and kept me waiting. Fellow Taoist Tang. After this polite exchange, the man in red robes looked at Zhou Chun expectantly and said, "My nephew has already been brought over. Fellow Taoist Zhang, would you like to come and see him first?" "Very well, let's take a look then." Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Actually, with the effects of the purifying spirit water, as long as the person wasn't dead, they could be saved. Whether he saw him or not wouldn't make a difference. However, considering that the man's nephew was a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, Zhou Chun also wanted to know what kind of effect inhaling excessive turbid evil energy would have on a cultivator of this level. Led by the man in red robes, Zhou Chun quickly followed him into the bedroom in the courtyard, where he saw the nephew the man had mentioned. On the bed lay a sallow-faced young man, a faint gray-black aura swirling between his brows. Pinger has been tainted by too much turbid evil energy, which has affected his mind. I can only keep him in a deep sleep most of the time, sealing his cultivation to prevent him from falling into a state of demonic possession. The man in red robes looked at the young man on the bed with pity, speaking in a low voice about the young man's condition. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply nodded slightly and said, "It seems all right. Fellow Taoist Tang, prepare a quiet room for me, and then move your nephew there. I guarantee that within a day, your nephew will be completely cured and able to resume his cultivation." Hearing him speak so confidently, the red-robed man was both surprised and delighted, and immediately replied, "I will take care of it right away. I'll leave everything to fellow Taoist Zhang." A moment later, the sickly young man was moved into the quiet room, and Zhou Chun immediately set up a protective spell to prevent the red-robed man outside from discovering what was happening inside. The red-robed man hesitated for a moment about this, but ultimately agreed, considering his nephew's condition. The rest was simple. Zhou Chun fed the unconscious young man most of a jar of purifying essence water, which easily purified the turbid and evil energy in his body. Then he used other methods to prevent him from waking up too quickly. After waiting in the quiet room for almost a day, Zhou Chun finally woke the young man on the bed, lifted the restrictions he had placed, and summoned the man in red robes. After the man in red robes spoke with his awakened nephew and confirmed that the turbid evil energy within him had been completely eliminated, he was completely relieved. "This contains the Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please check it." In the room, the man in red robes reluctantly took out a crimson gourd and handed it to Zhou Chun. He had risked his life to obtain this Crimson Lotus Earth Fire seed, originally intending to use it to exchange for resources to break through his cultivation barrier, but now he had no choice but to part with it. Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony and immediately opened the gourd to examine the seed inside. Only after confirming that it was a spark-possessing sentience did Zhou Chun put the lid on, and with a satisfied expression, he cupped his hands to the red-robed man and said, "Fellow Taoist Tang is so straightforward. Then I, Zhang, will not disturb you and your nephew any longer. Farewell, goodbye, fellow Taoist Zhang," the red-robed man said politely, and then saw Zhou Chun out of the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard where the Tang family of cultivators resided, Zhou Chun did not linger in the market and immediately set off to return to the Heavenly Fire Sect. Since he was not in a hurry, Zhou Chun traveled around the Xianluo Oasis after leaving the Xianluo market, and even went to pay homage to the Holy Fire Sect's mountain gate from afar. Unfortunately, the Holy Fire Sect's mountain gate's protective array was too powerful, encompassing an area of 1,000 miles, making it impossible for Zhou Chun to see the true face of this blessed land that had once produced a nascent soul venerable. After traveling around the Xianluo Oasis for several days, Zhou Chun finally left the oasis and entered the vast sea of sand. To conserve his mana, Zhou Chun didn't choose to fly himself, but instead used the golden-winged tiger for transportation. However, his luck seemed to be running out. Before he had even covered half the distance, he encountered a sudden sandstorm. Faced with this situation, Zhou Chun, not wanting to expend too much mana, could only have the golden-winged tiger land and wait for the sandstorm to pass. However, after Zhou Chun had been on the ground for a while, a sudden warning struck him. He immediately activated his Jinyuan Golden Glow, protective divine power to take to the air, and also summoned his mountain shield, which he hadn't fully nurtured yet. Boom! Just a few breaths after Zhou Chun took to the air, a beam of earth and yellow light suddenly erupted from beneath where he had been standing, directly slamming into the mountain shield he had summoned. Instantly, this low-grade defensive magic treasure was violently blasted away, and several cracks appeared on its surface. Fortunately, The magic treasure blocked most of the earth and yellow light beam's power, allowing Zhou Chun to withstand the remaining attack with his protective glow. After blocking the powerful blow from the sudden attack, he quickly used his divine sense to identify the attacker. In the underground sea of sand, a bizarre beast, resembling an earthworm, covered in long black fur, and possessing a massive, serrated maw, was rapidly traversing the ground. This beast was over 100 feet long, and its aura had clearly reached a mid-4th rank. If Zhou Chun had seen this beast before arriving in the cultivation world of the far west, he probably wouldn't have recognized its origin. But now, upon seeing it, he immediately recognized it as the infamous beast from the cultivation world of the Fire Luo Kingdom. This beast was called the Abyssal Giant Beast, also known as the Death Sandworm, and it preferred to inhabit deserts and other desolate areas. However, this type of beast was extremely rare, and the chance of encountering it was not high. Therefore, despite its renowned reputation, it was actually less of a threat to cultivators than swarms of insects. Was it just bad luck, or was this premeditated? Zhou Chun's expression turned extremely grave as he watched the Abyssal Giant Beast roaming underground, searching for an opportunity. If it were simply bad luck, then it would be easy. A mere Abyssal Beast couldn't possibly harm him. But if this Abyssal Beast was being controlled by someone, then things were serious. The person who could control an Abyssal Beast, whose cultivation was only one step away from entering the 4th-tier high-grade demon beast realm, was likely already at the late golden core stage, and their methods must be extraordinary. Who knew what other tricks awaited them? Therefore, after a brief moment's thought, Zhou Chun immediately summoned his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, and then, ignoring the Abyssal Beast below, rapidly ascended towards the sky. This action immediately enraged the Abyssal Beast. Suddenly, it emerged from the sea of sand, its enormous mouth, almost the size of its entire head, opened, and a gray-yellow beam of light shot towards Zhou Chun. Just then, a tiger's roar rang out from Zhou Chun. A flash of silver light appeared on his right hand, and a silver ring magic weapon suddenly transformed into a giant silver tiger, pouncing directly at the incoming gray-yellow beam of light. Boom! After a deafening roar, the silver tiger was forced back into its original silver ring form, but the gray-yellow beam of light was also completely shattered and dispersed. Zhou Chun then flew out of the sandstorm's range, appearing above the fiercely windswept azure sky. Looking down from this vantage point, the endless yellow sand surged outwards like a tidal wave, stretching as far as the eye could see. Chapter 597 Heavenly Thunder Slaying Sword and 5-Colored Dragon Scale Armor. Standing high above the azure sky, the earth appeared curved in Zhou Chun's vision, no longer a flat expanse. In terms of altitude, he was now tens of thousands of feet above the ground. The area was rife with fierce winds, unsuitable for a golden core cultivator to linger. Fighting here would easily lead to being overwhelmed by the changing environment, causing weaknesses in one's defenses and giving an opening for attack. Therefore, whether traveling or engaging in combat, most golden core cultivators would not venture to such heights. Only nascent soul cultivators, with a profound magical power and unparalleled strength, could traverse such high altitudes and engage in combat. Only those with such effortless access to the heavens could truly roam freely throughout the world. While the azure sky was not a place he could linger, with Zhou Chun's current abilities, staying for an hour was not impossible. And the Earth Abyss Beast rarely left the Earth. So if he was just unlucky and happened to encounter the Abyssal Beast, traveling with the sandstorm, he should be safe now. Even a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast couldn't possibly attack someone on the 9 heavens azure sky from the ground. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator, at such a distance and with the wind dispersing their divine sense, would find it difficult to achieve such a precise strike. Relatively speaking, this was the best way for Zhou Chun to verify his guess. Could it really be that I'm just unlucky? After staying on the 9 heavens azure sky for a while, seeing no attacks coming, Zhou Chun couldn't help but wonder if he was being paranoid. After pondering for a moment, he waved his sleeve and summoned the Azure Sea Silver Boat, then used this magical artifact to travel on the 9 heavens azure sky. If the danger of the wind wasn't considered, traveling on the 9 heavens azure sky was actually a fantastic experience for cultivators. Flying at this altitude, the flight speed could be increased by 1 or 2 tenths. After flying above the 9 heavens azure sky for half an hour, Zhou Chun escaped the sandstorm's range. Then he steered his flying boat downwards, quickly leaving the uniquely scenic azure heaven. There was no other way. Even with his current cultivation level and magical power, he wouldn't be able to sustain himself until he returned to the Heavenly Fire Sect if he continued traveling in that area. The gale was still a very threatening natural force for golden core cultivators. This wind was tangible yet intangible, and it had the property of dispersing a cultivator's magical power. While golden core cultivators could resist its attack, it would consume a great deal of their magical power. And for Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion cultivators, without special magical artifacts to protect them, a single blow from the gale could be fatal. During the rest of the journey, Zhou Chun simultaneously extended his divine sense without reservation, guarding against any potential attacks. However, until the outline of the Fire Basin Oasis appeared in his sight, he encountered no further attacks. This allowed him to consider his previous encounter as an accident and not dwell on it further. What Zhou Chun didn't notice was that just after he flew into the Fire Basin Oasis, two figures suddenly emerged from beneath the red sands in the sea of sand outside the oasis and landed on a sand dune. Fellow Taoist Han. How are we supposed to explain this to fellow Taoist Zhu after we return to the Heavenly Fire Sect? On the sand dune, an old man in yellow robes complained in a low voice to another man in black robes, his face grim. If Zhou Chun were there, he would have recognized the old man in yellow robes as the Du surname cultivator who had tricked him with the Emperor's Du earlier. And the man in black robes standing next to the old man in yellow robes was a late-stage golden core cultivator. Hearing the old man in yellow robes' complaint, the man in black robes glanced at him and said indifferently, "How to explain this to senior brother Zhu is my business. Fellow Taoist Du, if you are not satisfied with my actions, why didn't you deal with that person yourself earlier?" Upon hearing this, the old man in yellow robes froze, lowered his head, and dared not speak again. He was self-aware enough to know that his strength wasn't particularly outstanding within the mid-stage golden core realm, while Zhou Chun's ability to produce a low-grade 4th-tier demon core indicated that his cultivation was undoubtedly among the strongest. Asking him to deal with Zhou Chun alone would be a mistake. He'd be lucky not to get killed. Fortunately, the black-robed man didn't seem inclined to pursue him relentlessly. After giving him a warning, he looked at him and said, "Since this person has been a guest of the Heavenly Fire Sect for many years, he must have important business. I will return to explain today's situation to senior brother Zhu. Fellow Taoist Du, you stay at the Fire Basin Oasis and gather as much information as possible about this person, awaiting senior brother Zhu's further instructions." "I understand, fellow Taoist Han. Don't worry, I will keep a close watch on this person and ensure he doesn't leave the flowing fire sand sea easily." The yellow-robed elder nodded solemnly, making a slightly excited promise. He wasn't one to hold grudges, and Zhou Chun's previous threats were enough to make him resentful. Therefore, he was absolutely willing to lend a hand in dealing with Zhou Chun. Having agreed to the black-robed man's request, he immediately changed his appearance, transforming into Purple Mansion stage cultivator and flying towards the Fire Basin Oasis. After watching the yellow-robed elder depart, the black-robed man's expression suddenly turned serious, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Originally, according to the plan, he would cooperate in a sneak attack on Zhou Chun after the Abyss Beast made its move. However, when he discovered that Zhou Chun's divine sense was powerful, comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator, and that he also possessed a high-grade magic weapon, he hesitated. Later, once Zhou Chun soared into the heavens, he couldn't make his move. After all, the Abyss Beast wasn't his truly contracted spirit pet, and it was unlikely to obey his commands to leave the safe ground and join the battle in the sky. And without the Abyss Beast's assistance, he wasn't entirely confident that he could capture Zhou Chun with just the yellow-robed elder. Of course, this was only his stated plan. In reality, he cultivated a secret technique that could increase the trigger rate of mental warnings. Just as he was about to make his move, this technique suddenly activated automatically, sending him a warning. This was the real reason he decided not to act against Zhou Chun according to plan. This secret technique was something he obtained through a fortuitous encounter after achieving Foundation Establishment. Although it hadn't been effective many times in the hundreds of years since he successfully cultivated it, each time it had saved his life and averted a life-or-death crisis. Therefore, he no longer doubted the warnings conveyed by this secret technique. Sigh, I should remind senior brother Zhu when I get back. If he doesn't change his mind, I'll have to stay out of it. With a sigh, the black-robed man quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, after returning to the Heavenly Fire Sect, Zhou Chun resumed his usual routine, quietly staying in his cave and only occasionally receiving Bai's hiking, who came to deliver things. Over the years, through Bai's hiking, he had collected many special spiritual items from the cultivation world of the Fire Luo Kingdom, as well as various poisons specifically collected for Zhou Yuanlian. Interestingly, after learning about the situations in Jinggo and Dazhao through her conversations with him, Bai's Hicken also developed a desire to travel there. According to him, while the Heavenly Fire Sect had no shortage of extreme Yang Fire Spirit liquid, for core formation, extreme Cold Ice Marrow liquid was much harder to obtain. In the past, the Heavenly Fire Sect had its nascent soul stage cultivators exchange extreme Yang Fire Spirit liquid with other cultivation worlds that produce large quantities of extreme Cold Ice Marrow liquid. However, the Heavenly Fire Sect had a considerable number of Purple Mansion stage cultivators, and for cultivators with weaker connections, the sect could only provide a portion of extreme Yang Fire Spirit liquid. At most, the rest of the core formation materials would have to be found by the cultivators themselves. Even so, this was already a very good benefit, enough to make countless family cultivators and cultivators from small and medium-sized sects extremely envious. However, the journey from Hualuo Kingdom to Jing Kingdom and Dazhao was incredibly long. Even with Bai's High King's cultivation reaching the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, traveling alone was fraught with danger and could easily take over a decade. Therefore, Zhou Chun neither agreed nor disagreed with her idea. After returning to the Heavenly Fire Sect's mountain gate and staying for over 2 years, Zhou Chun finally received news from true person Yan Kang. Counting the time, he had already been at the Heavenly Fire Sect for over 7 years. Subtracting the 2.5 years spent waiting for true person Yan Kang to emerge from seclusion, and the time spent repairing the 2 dragons overturning the sea bottle, true person Yan Kang had spent over 4 years refining this treasure. This was a considerable amount of time for a Grandmaster of weapon refining. Therefore, when Zhou Chun received true person Yan Kang's divine sense transmission, he was filled with anticipation and excitement, and hurriedly went to his cave to pay his respects. This treasure refining process has taken quite a while. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young friend. Inside the cave, after Zhou Chun paid his respects, true person Yan Kang calmly nodded slightly to him, offering a polite remark. Before Zhou Chun could respond with any pleasantries, he waved his hand and retrieved 2 magical treasures. Zhou Chun immediately swallowed his words, his attention completely drawn to the 2 treasures. The 2 treasures were a silver flying sword wreathed in lightning, and a 5-colored scale armor radiating a 5-colored glow. True person Yan Kang reached out and grabbed the silver flying sword, its strange phenomena quickly suppressed by his magic power, transforming it into a slightly curved, round-handled longsword. Then he slowly said, "Following your own choice, young friend, I have refined that 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon's Dragon Tooth into a flying sword magic weapon. This treasure uses the most exquisite natal dragon tooth from the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon as its material, incorporating the horn of the Thunderworm Beast, and adding silver and iron essence to enhance its hardness. Furthermore, the demonic soul essence of the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon has been refined into it using the spirit attaching method. Once completed, the sword will immediately be a superior grade magic weapon." "Only a superior grade magic weapon?" Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, his demeanor instantly altered by Yan Kang's Henren's words. Although he had previously repeatedly said that Yan Kang's Henren only needed to do his best, his expectations for this flying sword had actually been raised to a top-grade magic weapon. Now, hearing that it was only a superior grade magic weapon, how could this huge psychological gap not cause his expression to change drastically? "Young friend, don't panic, I haven't finished speaking yet." True Immortal Yan Kang glanced at Zhou Chun and continued, "Forging top-grade magic weapons is not easy. Although the materials you provided are of sufficient quality, the addition of a 3rd-tier, Thunderworm Beast, horn, along with the need to utilize its lightning-devouring properties, demands extremely high forging skills. If it were a Grandmaster forging techniques skilled in lightning attributes, perhaps they could directly meet your requirements and forge a top-grade magic weapon flying sword, but I know I lack that ability. Furthermore, the 5th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon Demon Soul you provided has lost much of its spiritual essence due to improper maintenance, making it difficult to provide the best forging process, help. Therefore, after careful consideration, I've decided not to excessively pursue forging it into top-grade magic weapon in one go, but rather to forge it into a high-grade magic weapon first," he added with a touch of pride. "Although it's only a high-grade magic weapon now, Due to the existence of the fifth-order Thunder Flood Dragon's demonic soul essence, coupled with the preservation of the Thunderworm Beast's unique ability to devour lightning, and by adding the spirit transformation array to this characteristic, this sword, if it is later refined and nurtured by a late-stage golden core cultivator or a demonic beast using lightning techniques, should be able to be upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon in less than 100 years, and even have a slight chance of becoming a spiritual treasure. Hearing this explanation, Zhou Chun's expression finally improved considerably. Although it wasn't a top-grade magic weapon now, as long as it could be upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon in the future, it would be acceptable. He immediately composed himself, and with a smile, bowed to Master Yan Kang, flattering him. Senior Yan Kang truly lives up to his reputation as a grandmaster of weapon crafting. He can do what others cannot, turning the rotten into the miraculous. This is the first time I've ever heard of a magic weapon that can be upgraded in rank after being crafted. It's truly an eye-opener. A real eye-opener. I won't go into the specific abilities of this sword, you'll naturally know after you've refined it, Master Yan Kang said, tossing the flying sword to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun quickly caught the sword, first imbuing it with a wisp of magic power to leave a mark, and then put it away. Master Yan Kang then raised his hand again, taking the 5-colored scale armor that radiated multicolored light into his hand, and said, "This defensive inner armor was also made according to your choice, young friend. It is primarily made from the scales of the 5-colored dragonfish, fused with 5 different types of spiritual metals. In terms of grade, it is a mid-grade magic weapon. However, I refined the demon core of the 5-colored dragonfish into a low-grade magic weapon, the 5 elements pearl, and embedded it into the central array of this armor using an inlay method. If the power of the 5 elements pearl is actively activated to enhance this armor, it should be able to exert its full potential, a defensive effect comparable to a top-grade magic weapon." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered him again, saying, "Senior's ingenious ideas and ingenious craftsmanship have truly broadened my horizons, leaving me only with admiration." Faced with such praise, true person Yan Kang's expression remained unchanged. He simply tossed the 5-colored scale armor in his hand to him as well, and then said, "I've given you both of these magic weapons. I'll personally pick that fire element immortal mushroom for you later. From now on, we're even." This decisive action surprised Zhou Chun slightly. He then nodded repeatedly and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, Senior Yan Kang's kindness and guidance will be forever etched in my memory. Now let's talk about the exchange of the Netherworld Soul Contract. What do you wish to exchange for this?" True person Yan Kang looked at Zhou Chun and whispered another deal. After returning to the Heavenly Fire Sect, he consulted ancient texts, searching for records of such secret techniques. He discovered that the Netherworld Soul Contract he had signed with Zhou Chun was far more binding than many similar secret techniques. This made him even more eager to exchange for the Netherworld Soul Contract secret technique. After all, secret techniques capable of binding nascent soul stage cultivators were extremely rare, and for sects and forces, such secret techniques held irreplaceable value in certain situations. Faced with Yan Kang's Henren's inquiry, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "This junior wishes to exchange for a complete nascent soul formation manual." He had previously obtained some nascent soul formation manuals from the remnant soul of Zhuansha's Henren, but Zhuansha's Henren was far removed from the present, and the reliability of manuals left by a mere remnant soul was uncertain. Having a complete nascent soul stage cultivator's nascent soul formation manual as a reference, allowing for mutual verification, would undoubtedly be of great help to his future core formation in nascent soul formation. However, Yan Kang's Henren was taken aback by his answer. In Yan Kang's Henren's mind, Zhou Chun must be someone with an extraordinary background and profound experience. How could a golden core cultivator of such a distinguished lineage lack the nascent soul formation insights of a senior cultivator as a reference? Therefore, he never expected Zhou Chun to make such a request. He stared at Zhou Chun with surprise for a long while before nodding and saying, "All right, but I can only give you the nascent soul formation insights of one deceased senior from our sect." Nascent soul formation insights involve some personal matters of a nascent soul cultivator. Unless they are particularly close juniors, nascent soul cultivators generally wouldn't reveal all their nascent soul formation insights. Most of the time, it's only after their death, when their descendants are sorting through their belongings, that the deliberately preserved nascent soul formation insights are sent to the Sect's scripture pavilion for future cultivators to consult. Zhou Chun was well aware of this, so he quickly replied, "Any nascent soul cultivation insights from the last 3,000 years will do, then it's settled." True person Yan Kang nodded slightly, making the decision on the spot. He then led Zhou Chun to the location of the Spirit Spring Fire Eye, where Zhou Chun retrieved the fiery phoenix. Compared to when it entered the Spirit Spring Fire Eye 5 years ago, the fiery phoenix's aura had noticeably surged. In these nearly 5 years, it had devoured and refined 29 fire essences within the fire vein below, gaining nearly 100 years of cultivation out of thin air, a considerable gain. More importantly, nourished by these fire essences, its fire phoenix bloodline had been purified to a new level. Perhaps when it breaks through to the middle rank of the 4th level, it will naturally grow its 6th fire phoenix true feather. Your fire phoenix is quite lucky. If it truly breaks through to the 5th rank in the future, perhaps it could come to our sect for quiet cultivation. The fire veins below our sect are of such high quality that they rank among the top even in the entire Far West, more than enough to supply several 5th-rank fire phoenixes for cultivation. Yan Kang's Henren, looking at the fiery prison fire phoenix whose aura had clearly increased significantly, suddenly said something that made Zhou Chun slightly taken aback. After a moment of surprise, he quickly nodded and replied, "If that day truly comes, this junior will definitely consider senior Yan Kang's suggestion." Anyway, the fiery prison fire phoenix was still far from breaking through to the 5th rank, so agreeing now wouldn't hurt. It wasn't a promise. Yan Kang's Henren seemed to have only mentioned it casually, and soon left the cave with Zhou Chun without further discussion. Later, in a precious medicinal garden on Heavenly Fire Peak, Yan Kang's Henren personally picked the fire essence immortal mushroom, which was over 5,400 years old, and handed it to Zhou Chun, completing the final step of his promise. Heavenly Fire Peak is not a place for you to linger. After you have finished refining those 2 magic treasures, you should leave. I will not take back the Heavenly Fire token. If you come to the Fire Luo Kingdom again in the future, you can still receive hospitality from our sect with this token, on Heavenly Fire Peak. After leaving these words, true immortal Yan Kang returned to his cave, leaving Zhou Chun thoughtfully walking back to his residence. For the next 6 months, Zhou Chun, as true immortal Yan Kang had instructed, devoted himself to refining 2 newly acquired magical treasures in his cave. He named the flying sword, Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword. Although a flying sword, it possessed profound and mysterious abilities, unlike ordinary flying swords that were primarily known for their sharpness. The sword had the ability to spontaneously generate Heavenly Gang Divine Thunder, and the power of the Heavenly Gang Divine Thunder it unleashed reached the level of a high-grade 4th-tier spell, capable of condensing Divine Thunder into sword energy to attack enemies. It also possessed the Thunder Escape ability, allowing it to travel 100 miles in an instant, capable of taking the enemy's head from 100 miles away. Simultaneously, this sword could release the sealed Thunder Dragon Demon Soul within, transforming it into a lightning sword dragon to attack enemies, unleashing power comparable to a top-grade magical treasure for a short period. Most importantly, this sword has the effect of devouring and neutralizing lightning spells, even the heavenly lightning caused by the heavenly tribulation. Before this sword, lightning spells or supernatural abilities below the 5th rank will be largely ineffective. It can be said that, in terms of power alone, this Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword is absolutely the strongest high-grade magic weapon Zhou Chun has ever seen and possessed. However, this sword is not without its flaws, and in fact, its flaws are quite obvious. That is, it consumes a tremendous amount of mana. Zhou Chun tested it, and the mana he consumed wielding this sword was nearly half again as much as activating the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring set of magic weapons. If you were to activate the sealed Thunder Dragon Demon Soul, it would consume 10% of his mana every 10 breaths, and he could only maintain it for less than 100 breaths before exhausting all his mana. All things considered, activating the Moon Toad Pearl actually consumes less mana. This is not to say that the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword is stronger than the Moon Toad Pearl. Instead, the Moon Toad Pearl is an external spiritual treasure, inherently containing abundant spiritual power. As long as the artifact spirit cooperates, Zhou Chun doesn't need to expend much mana. However, activating the Heavenly Gang Thunder Slaying Sword completely consumes his own mana. Therefore, whether to use this sword in battle depends on the actual situation. Furthermore, He isn't a cultivator of thunder attribute techniques, unable to unleash the sword's true power and nurture it into a top-grade magic weapon. Using it now is fine, but once the Thunder Flood Dragon reaches the middle or even upper 4th rank, the sword will need to be nurtured by it. It's worth mentioning that demonic beasts aren't incapable of refining and using magic weapons. It's just that before reaching the 5th rank, demonic beasts haven't developed divine consciousness, and most magic weapons in their hands are less useful than their own innate divine abilities and physical bodies. Therefore, few demonic beasts use human magic weapons. However, the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword is undeniably powerful. If Lei Jiao Bai successfully refines it, he can use it as an attack when close to the enemy, eliminating the possibility of the magic weapon missing its target. This sword will be even more useful during the future heavenly tribulation. Compared to the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, a major drain on mana, the 5-color dragon scale armor, named by Zhou Chun, is much more user-friendly. This is a close-fitting inner armor with an automatic protective effect. Upon being attacked, it automatically condenses a protective shield, possessing all 5 elements, providing excellent defense against magic and supernatural powers. Furthermore, the armor's material can withstand some of the sharpness of a mid-grade flying sword, giving its owner enough opportunity to counterattack and escape. If Zhou Chun actively activated the embedded 5 elements pearl, and infused his magic power into the armor, the defensive shield it released would reach the strength of a high-grade magic weapon. Even a high-grade flying sword magic weapon would find it difficult to break through the shield and injure him. In this way, Zhou Chun's defense, which was somewhat weak compared to his offensive capabilities, was thus enhanced to an epic level. After thoroughly mastering the abilities of the 2 magic weapons, Zhou Chun did not linger at the Heavenly Fire Sect and quickly went to the sect leader, Jin Xingli, to bid farewell. Thank you, sect leader Jin, for your hospitality and help over the years. It is time for me to return now. If you or any disciples of the Heavenly Fire Sect need help in the Great Zhou in the future, you can seek assistance from the Ming Trading Company in Xian'an Immortal City. At that time, I will certainly do my best to help you with anything that I can. In the Heavenly Fire Sect's main hall, before parting, Zhou Chun also solemnly bowed to Jin Xingli, thanking him for his hospitality and help over the years, and made some promises. Zhou Chun understood that since true person Yan Kang hadn't taken back the Heavenly Fire token from him, it meant he wanted the Heavenly Fire Sect to maintain their goodwill. Naturally, he had to reciprocate, even if it was just a verbal promise. Jin Xingli, seemingly having received instructions from true person Yan Kang, solemnly nodded and replied, "I've remembered fellow Taoist Zhang's words. Take care on your journey." He then personally escorted Zhou Chun to the mountain gate, watching his departing figure. After leaving the Heavenly Fire Sect, Zhou Chun didn't linger in the Fire Basin Oasis. He immediately rode his golden-winged tiger towards the edge of the flowing fire desert. With a deal with true person Yan Kang finalized, there was no longer any point in him staying in the cultivation world of the Far West. Now, he only wanted to return to his family to digest his gains over the years, and then go to the Lion Kingdom's misty Immortal Ridge to bring back the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone. Unlike his arrival, leaving the flowing fire desert, Zhou Chun only needed to head east. He now possessed a fairly detailed map of the eastern region of the blazing desert. Aside from a few places he needed to avoid to prevent trouble, he could directly traverse most of the so-called dangerous areas. Unlike before, when he didn't know the exact location of the Fire Basin Oasis within the desert and had to find a caravan to act as a guide, this time was significantly shorter. Even without traveling in a straight line, he only needed to fly across the vast desert to get out, which, at the golden-winged tiger's speed, would only take a few hours. Above the thousands of feet high in the boundless desert, a streak of azure light streaked across the sky from west to east, flying steadily in the opposite direction from the sun. Zhou Chun sat cross-legged on the golden-winged tiger's back, seemingly with his eyes closed, as if resting, but in reality, his divine sense was spread out, keeping watch along the way. Although he didn't believe that true person Yan Kang would betray the agreement on the Netherworld Soul contract, by revealing that he possessed a powerful treasure, and he had indeed not received any related feedback. Yet, even in this fiery sand sea where he was most likely to encounter attacks, he still told himself he couldn't be careless in the slightest. Better safe than sorry. He now possessed treasures that even many early-stage nascent soul cultivators couldn't match. Therefore, no amount of caution was excessive. Meanwhile, dozens of feet below the sand sea, Beyond the reach of Zhou Chun's divine sense, a colossal beast that struck fear into the hearts of the Fire Luo Kingdom's cultivators was traveling underground at the same speed as the golden-winged tiger. On the back of this beast stood 3 cultivators. This guy has an incredibly strong sense of vigilance. He hasn't relaxed at all along the way, his divine sense constantly on alert. On the back of the beast, Zhu Yan, with red hair and purple eyes, looked up with a gloomy expression, seemingly able to see the figure on the tiger's back through the thick red sand. He had been following that figure for thousands of miles, but still hadn't found a good opportunity to strike. And a few thousand miles further on, they would leave the fiery sand sea. Once outside, as a candidate for Holy Son of the Holy Fire Sect, he absolutely could not expose his ambush of a golden core cultivator from another region. Forget it, I won't wait any longer. We'll forcefully stop him. After chasing for hundreds of miles, Zhu Yan finally gritted his teeth and made a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy suddenly came from below the sand sea, and a beam of earthen yellow light shot into the sky, heading straight for the azure stream of light. But just as the earthen yellow beam was about to hit its target, the golden-winged tiger within the azure stream of light suddenly vanished, causing the beam to miss its target. Then, dozens of feet away, Zhou Chun and the golden-winged tiger appeared. Sure enough, I wasn't unlucky last time, I was already being watched. Zhou Chun looked at the abyssal beast that had suddenly appeared below, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he muttered to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly put the golden-winged tiger away. At this moment, Zhu Yan and the other 2 figures swiftly rose into the air, enveloping him. Zhou Chun looked around and saw that, apart from Zhu Yan, who was at the late golden core stage, the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du and the voluptuous woman in red were both at the mid-golden core stage. He had seen all 3 of them before at the exchange event, 8,000 words, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 598 Slaying Powerful Enemies in Succession. Amidst the blazing sands, when Zhu Yan appeared with his men, Zhou Chun finally realized who had ambushed him last time. He also seemed to understand why, despite the potential for huge profits from exchanging goods with cultivators in the Fire Luo Kingdom, no large numbers of cultivators had come to strike gold. However, he hadn't expected that even with his extremely low profile, he would still be seen as easy prey. His gaze swept over the 3 men, finally settling on the red-haired, purple-eyed Zhu Yan, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, it seems there's a reason why the Holy Fire Sect is rejected and resisted by various cultivation nations in the far west. Even facing death, you still dare to spout nonsense." The yellow-robed elder surnamed Du sneered, his eyes filled with smugness. For the past few years, he had been lurking near the Heavenly Fire Sect's gate, fearing Zhou Chun might suddenly leave without warning. This time, as soon as Zhou Chun left, he immediately notified Zhu Yan at top speed, and the latter quickly arrived with a Earth Abyss Beast. Now, Zhu Yan had finally made his move, intercepting Zhou Chun here. In the eyes of the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, Zhou Chun was already a dead man. He knew perfectly well how strong Zhu Yan was, not to mention the assistance of himself and the beautiful woman in red, as well as the 4th-tier mid-grade demon beast, the Earth Abyss Beast. With such a formidable lineup, even if Zhou Chun possessed the strength of a late-stage golden core cultivator, he was absolutely doomed. "Stop talking nonsense, just attack." Zhu Yan frowned and interrupted the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du's next sarcastic remark in a deep voice. For some reason, Zhou Chun's reaction made him feel uneasy. Recalling some of the warnings from his junior brother Han, he decided to finish the battle quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked, unleashing several extraordinary magic treasures in one go. Boom! With a thought from Zhu Yan, flames suddenly surged from a fiery red bronze mirror magic treasure, and a fiery red beam of light instantly pierced through the air and arrived in front of Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun had already activated the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring on his hand, and a golden dragon shadow transformed into a ring protecting him, blocking the fiery red pillar of light. At the same time, he patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the fiery phoenix appeared on the battlefield with a clear cry. "Oh, a 4th-tier fire phoenix with decent bloodline, is this your trump card?" Zhu Yan glanced at the fiery red phoenix and spoke calmly. Then, with a glance, the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du chuckled and activated an earth-yellow gourd magic weapon, spewing out grains of shimmering yellow divine sand that swept towards the fiery phoenix. At the same time, the Abyss Beast also activated its innate divine power, condensing a giant yellow sand dragon that pounced on the fiery phoenix. With these two restraining it, the fiery phoenix was lucky to even protect itself, let alone offer Zhou Chun any further assistance. But Zhou Chun quickly made Zhu Yan realize that he didn't need any help. After releasing the fiery phoenix, he activated his magic power, causing the silver ring on his other hand to flash with silver light and transform into a giant silver tiger that pounced forward. Engaging in a fierce battle with the fire phoenix conjured by the red-clad beauty's magical artifact. Immediately afterward, his natal magic artifact, the myriad transformations golden cauldron, soared into the air, transforming into a golden spear under his incantation and shooting towards the red-clad beauty. He seemed intent on eliminating the significantly weaker woman first. "How dare you!" Ignored, Zhu Yan growled, his hand forming a hand seal. A ball of purple flame suddenly appeared in his hand, transforming into a lifelike purple fire dragon that lunged at Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, he multitasked, a crimson gold flying sword flashing through the air, instantly catching up to the golden spear and slicing it away with a single strike. Zhou Chun frowned, immediately activating a secret technique and exhaling a stream of white, icy air towards the purple fire dragon. To his slight surprise, the air only slightly weakened the dragon, seemingly without causing any fundamental damage. When the dragon lunged at him and clashed with a golden dragon ring protecting him, the ring, which was actually a high-grade magic weapon, was quickly dimmed by the flames, appearing unable to sustain its power for long. This kind of flame, Zhou Chun seemed to realize something, his gaze towards the purple flames filled with apprehension. If his guess was correct, this flame might be related to the legendary sacred fire of the Holy Fire Sect. It was said that the Holy Fire Sect was named so because it worshipped a supremely powerful sacred fire, a fire said to be not of this world, but a celestial fire that had fallen from the upper realm and possessed boundless power. There were even rumors that the nascent soul cultivator in the history of the Holy Fire Sect was able to advance to the nascent soul stage with the help of this holy fire. If Zhu Yan's fire-based divine power was related to that holy fire, then it was perfectly normal that the golden dragon ring couldn't withstand its power. It was also normal that the cold air he had exhaled earlier hadn't had the expected effect. However, in this case, Zhou Chun couldn't continue to entangle with Zhu Yan, he had to finish the battle quickly. With this thought in mind, he immediately activated a secret technique and exhaled another burst of white cold air, much stronger than before. Under the freezing effect of this cold air, the ferocity of the purple flames was finally somewhat suppressed. Zhou Chun quickly activated the 5-colored dragon scale armor, a defensive magic treasure, and a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose from his body, transforming into a 5-colored light shield that protected him. Then he retrieved the golden dragon ring, reached into his storage pouch, and a silver-white flying sword appeared before him. This flying sword, upon seeing the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword, Zhu Yan's gaze sharpened, seemingly sensing the power of the silver-white flying sword. But before he could react, Zhou Chun had already drawn his sword. A flash of silver lightning illuminated the scene, and the silver-white flying sword vanished from Zhou Chun's presence, appearing in a flash before the red-clad beauty thousands of feet away. At the same moment, 3 invisible swords burst forth from between Zhou Chun's brows, silently striking the red-clad beauty. This was the first time Zhou Chun had used the 3rd level of the god-slaying technique on a golden core cultivator since successfully mastering it. The effect was unexpectedly good. The red-clad beauty, with her mid-golden core cultivation, was struck simultaneously by the 3 god-slaying swords, instantly letting out a scream and falling into a brief state of disorientation. Then, the silver-white flying sword that flashed to her side easily tore through the protective fiery red cloud surrounding her, severing her in 2 at the waist. Then lightning erupted, the remaining power of which not only shattered her soul but also burned her body to a crisp. 1 sword. Just 1 sword. A mid-stage golden core cultivator became a victim of Zhou Chun's sword, a sacrificial offering for the heavenly gang thunder-slaying sword. This scene was so shocking that Zhu Yan was stunned. He remained in a daze for several breaths before suddenly snapping back to reality and roaring at Zhou Chun, "How dare you! You murdered an elder of my Holy Fire Sect and junior sister Yuan." Before his shout had even finished, he formed hand seals, channeling his magic power. The purple fire dragon, which had been weakened by the cold energy exhaled by Zhou Chun, suddenly surged forward, instantly transforming into a purple fire ring that trapped Zhou Chun within it and began to refine him mercilessly. He then activated the fiery red-bronze mirror magic weapon, and a ball of reddish-purple flames erupted from it, instantly transforming into a reddish-purple rainbow that shot into the 5-colored light shield, blasting a gap in it. The purple flames, like maggots clinging to bone, immediately surged towards Zhou Chun inside through the gap. Fortunately, Zhou Chun activated the Moon-Toad Pearl in time, unleashing the Taeyin protective immortal robe divine power, which blocked the ferocity of the purple flames. Since he had already used the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword and the Moon-Toad Pearl, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't hold back any longer. Because the flowing fire sand sea was extremely disadvantageous to his Moon-Toad transformation, Zhou Chun directly chose to activate the Thunder Dragon Demon Soul within the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the returning silver-white flying sword, formed hand seals, and activated the sword, causing his internal magic power to be frantically drawn out by the sword like a flood. Immediately, a clear and melodious dragon's roar resounded across the battlefield. The silver-white flying sword instantly erupted with dazzling silver lightning, transforming into a lightning sword dragon several dozen feet long. Not good. Seeing the lightning sword dragon appear, Zhu Yan felt a sudden sense of alarm, his heart pounding with fear. He wasn't ignorant. He could see the power of this lightning sword dragon and knew that without using his trump card, a single high-grade defensive magic treasure would likely be insufficient to withstand its ferocious power. Therefore, without hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and activated a talisman. A talisman used as Zhu Yan's trump card was certainly not an ordinary one, but one crafted from a top-grade magic treasure. Moreover, it contained 30% of the power of a top-grade magic treasure. After Zhu Yan unleashed this talisman, it immediately transformed into a crimson gold flaming bronze cauldron that floated in the sky. Then, a ball of crimson gold flame flew out from the bronze cauldron, transforming into a crimson gold flame lion to meet the onrushing lightning sword dragon. Instantly, it was like thunder colliding with fire. The lightning sword dragon and the crimson gold flame lion clashed in midair, the powerful aftershocks tearing apart the clouds and painting the sky silver white and crimson gold. Countless silver lightning bolts and crimson gold flames flew, instantly leaving large craters in the sand sea upon impact. Fortunately, the sand sea was already barren, so this damage was negligible. In a mountainous forest, such a battle would likely have caused the entire landscape to collapse. But in reality, the flame lion was no match for the lightning sword dragon. The claim that the lightning sword dragon formed from the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword possessed power comparable to a top-grade magic weapon was certainly an exaggeration. However, it undoubtedly possessed more than half the power of a top-grade magic weapon. The talisman treasure that Zhu Yan activated only possessed 30% of the power of a top-grade magic weapon. This difference of 1 or 2/10 of power would quickly become apparent in a closely contested battle. After the lightning sword dragon and the flame lion clashed in midair for a dozen breaths, their sizes shrank, and no matter how much magic power Zhu Yan increased, he couldn't reverse it. This was because the talisman treasure's power was being consumed too much, causing its essence to rapidly dissipate. Ultimately, a talisman treasure is not a magic weapon. No matter how powerful it is, it has no source, no root, and its sustainability is far inferior to a true magic weapon. It might be able to wreak havoc and intimidate cultivators who lack equal abilities, but against a stronger opponent, the word talisman truly reveals its true nature. It's just a magic talisman that can be used repeatedly. This situation caused Zhu Yan's expression to change drastically, filled with shock. Although he recognized the extraordinary nature of the lightning sword dragon, he had underestimated its power. Seeing that his talisman was no longer holding, he gritted his teeth and activated another divine power talisman. A beam of earth yellow spiritual light shot into the sky, quickly forming a canopy that descended upon Zhu Yan's head, casting strands of yellow light to protect him. After the lightning sword dragon completely shattered the flaming lion, it was again blocked by this divine power. However, both Zhou Chun and Zhu Yan knew that this divine power talisman, crafted by a nascent soul cultivator, could only hold off the lightning sword dragon temporarily. After all, top-grade magic treasures were generally only possessed by nascent soul cultivators. Even if Zhou Chun's Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword wasn't as powerful as a top-grade magic treasure, it was still nearly invincible within the Golden Core stage, capable of easily killing ordinary late-stage Golden Core cultivators. A mere divine power talisman that could withstand it for a dozen breaths was already quite good. Therefore, after activating the supernatural talisman, Zhu Yan immediately and without hesitation raised his hand and retrieved the crimson gold flying sword and the fiery red bronze mirror magic treasure, as well as the golden shield magic treasure that had been protecting him. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. Instantly discerning Zhu Yan's intentions. Is he trying to escape? This thought flashed through his mind. He wanted to stop him, but found himself seemingly powerless. Currently, most of his mana was being supplied to the Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, and Zhu Yan was protected by the supernatural talisman. Even if he were to use his power to activate the Moon-Toad Pearl and unleash the Tai in Extinction Divine Light, he might not be able to break through the Yellow Canopy's defense in one strike. On the contrary, it would completely expose the fact that he possessed a spiritual treasure. While he hesitated, Zhu Yan had already completed the spell after retrieving the magic treasure. His face instantly turned pale, and his aura weakened considerably, as if he had suffered a severe injury. Immediately afterward, a crimson flame, as red as blood, rose from his body, instantly enveloping him and propelling him into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown over 100 miles, continuing his rapid escape at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This speed far exceeded the limits of the Golden Core stage, definitely reaching the speed of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Let alone Zhou Chun, even if Lei Jiao were here, he certainly wouldn't be able to catch up with such speed. Therefore, Zhou Chun only glanced at the rapidly disappearing streak of light before turning his sword and wielding the Thunder Sword Dragon towards the Abyss Beast. This beast had been ganging up on the fiery phoenix with a yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, the two of them suppressing the phoenix to the point where it could barely lift its head, relying solely on the speed advantage of a flying beast to maneuver and dodge. Zhu Yan had clearly informed the beast when he fled. By the time Zhou Chun turned his sword, the beast had already burrowed into the sand. Unfortunately, it completely underestimated the power of the Thunder Sword Dragon. The Lightning Sword Dragon plunged headlong into the ground, its silver lightning flashing as it instantly melted the red sand into magma, disappearing dozens of feet underground in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the Lightning Sword Dragon emerged from the ground, transforming back into a silver-white flying sword and returning to Zhou Chun's hand. Zhou Chun grabbed the silver-white flying sword and turned to look at the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, who was trying to escape. Feeling his icy gaze, the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du trembled and hurriedly cried out, "Spare me! Fellow Taoist Zhang, spare me! I have no grudge against you, fellow Taoist Zhang." This was all orchestrated by Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan and the people of the Holy Fire Sect arranged for me to monitor and hunt you down. At this moment, the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du was already terrified by Zhou Chun's terrifying achievements. From instantly killing the red-robed beauty to forcefully defeating Zhu Yan, a candidate for Holy Son of the Holy Fire Sect, and forcing him to use a powerful, energy-draining secret technique to escape. The immense power Zhou Chun displayed far exceeded the imagination of the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du. He couldn't believe that such a powerful Golden Core cultivator existed in the world. Both were at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, yet the difference in strength between him and Zhou Chun was as vast as the difference between a Golden Core cultivator and a Purple Mansion cultivator. So when Zhou Chun's gaze fell upon him, even though he was still fleeing, he was already terrified and cried out for mercy. But how could Zhou Chun spare his life? Zhou Chun formed hand seals and cast a spell, his figure instantly transforming into golden light and disappearing from his original spot, appearing more than 70 miles away in the blink of an eye. He then repeated the process, casting another spell and appearing directly in front of the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du. With his path blocked and the fiery phoenix in pursuit, the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du couldn't help but show a look of despair. Zhou Chun had no intention of wasting words with him. He immediately threw his flying sword again, which transformed into a streak of silver-white lightning and shot towards the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du. The elder, seemingly still wanting to struggle, hurriedly activated a brownish-yellow round shield magic weapon to block in front of him, while simultaneously using the divine sands from his gourd magic weapon to condense a quicksand shield to protect himself. However, with a flash of silver-white lightning, the round shield magic weapon shattered into countless fragments on the spot, and then the quicksand shield was mostly blasted apart by the lightning power attached to the sword. Before the yellow-robed elder could use any other means, a silver-white arc of lightning struck him directly on the head, causing him to scream and fall to the ground with a gasp. And this was only because Zhou Chun had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. After capturing the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, Zhou Chun first used the Dragon Tiger Golden Ring to lock him in place, sealing his cultivation. He then flew towards the spot where the lightning sword dragon had emerged from beneath the sand sea. His previous sword strike hadn't been without its kills. On the contrary, it had successfully slain the abyssal beast that couldn't escape. However, the beast was enormous, and Zhou Chun hadn't had time to collect its corpse after killing it underground. Now that his enemies were either dead, had fled, or captured, he finally had time to properly collect his spoils. A moment later, Zhou Chun moved the enormous corpse of the abyssal beast from underground to the surface. This beast was over 100 feet long and was known for its tenacious vitality. It was said that even if cut in two, it had a chance to survive and regrow a new body. Unfortunately, it was unlucky enough to encounter the lightning sword dragon. As the thunder stegosaurus tore its body apart, the powerful lightning energy it possessed surged into the wound, instantly charring all its internal organs and extinguishing its life force. The corpse Zhou Chun brought up at this point, aside from its outermost, most of its strongest defensive layer remaining intact, had much of its flesh charred. Seeing this, Zhou Chun simply transformed his natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, into a flying sword. He first severed the beast's head, carefully collected its demon core, and then scooped out all the meat, discarding it to the ground, leaving only an enormous hide. This hide was extremely hard and thick, covered in long hair, and probably unsuitable for making inner armor. However, Zhou Chun happened to know a way to utilize it for crafting puppet armor. He had seen various puppets from the Yuan puppet sect before and knew that some beast-shaped puppets used demon beast hides to forge their outer shells, adding an extra layer of protection. Since the puppets were so large, even wearing such an armor wouldn't hinder their movement. Given the quality and enormous size of the hide left from the abyss beast, Zhou Chun felt that exchanging it with the Yuan puppet sect for a fourth-tier puppet shouldn't be difficult. After dealing with the massive corpse of the abyssal beast, Zhou Chun collected the belongings from the red-clad beauty he had instantly killed with a single sword strike, then had the fiery phoenix incinerate the corpse. Having done all this, Zhou Chun, along with the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, landed on the fiery phoenix's back, sending it flying at top speed towards the edge of the fiery sand sea. Having killed a golden core elder of the Holy Fire Sect and forced Zhu Yan, a candidate for Holy Son of the Holy Fire Sect, to use a life-threatening escape technique, Zhou Chun knew he had thoroughly offended the Holy Fire Sect. Therefore, he was determined to leave the fiery sand sea before the nascent soul-stage cultivators of the Holy Fire Sect arrived. Fortunately, this place was already less than 2,000 miles from the edge of the sand sea, and the red-clad beauty was not Zhu Yan, a candidate for Holy Son, whose status was relatively less important. Even if the Holy Flame Sect discovers that his soul tablet left within the sect is broken, it's unlikely they'll immediately alert a nascent soul-stage cultivator to track him down. At the very least, they'll likely follow procedures to investigate his whereabouts before reporting up the chain of command to the nascent soul-stage cultivator. Considering the distance between Xianluo Oasis and the scene of the incident, Zhou Chun should be able to leave the flowing fire sand sea before the Holy Flame Sect's nascent soul-stage cultivator catches up. From this perspective, Zhu Yan's successful escape isn't entirely a bad thing for him. As a candidate for Holy Son of the Holy Flame Sect, his status is exceptionally noble. Who knows what methods he might possess? Killing him would likely make escape difficult. Chapter 599 Returning to the Family, 9 Years of Change. In the far west, above a desolate mountain, a golden beam of light descended from the sky, and Zhou Chun, carrying the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, landed atop a barren rocky mountain. This place was thousands of miles from the fiery sand sea, and Zhou Chun had even transformed into a moon toad, traversing hundreds of miles through a river. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to pursue him, without being able to lock onto his soul, it would be difficult to track his whereabouts based solely on his aura. Therefore, Zhou Chun planned to stay here for half a day to recover his magical power and handle some matters. Time was of the essence, so Zhou Chun didn't bother with his usual temporary cave dwelling. He simply scanned the area with his divine sense, found a natural cave, chased away the wild beasts dwelling inside, and released a golden-winged tiger to guard the outside. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, holding a spirit crystal in each hand, absorbing its spiritual energy to meditate and recover his magical power. The unconscious yellow-robed elder surnamed Du was casually tossed aside. After meditating for about 2 hours, Recovering about 30–40% of his nearly depleted mana, Zhou Chun suddenly opened his eyes and put away the spirit crystal that had severely depleted his spiritual energy. He then glanced at the still unconscious old man surnamed Du in yellow robes and, without hesitation, placed his hand on the man's head, forcefully initiating a soul search. The old man surnamed Du was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Although his strength wasn't impressive in Zhou Chun's eyes, he was still at the same level as him. An ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivator wouldn't have been able to successfully search his soul. However, Zhou Chun's divine sense was powerful, having reached the late-stage golden core realm, so he could barely give it a try. After this series of attempts, Zhou Chun himself was pale and drenched in sweat from the battle of wills with the old man surnamed Du, appearing extremely exhausted. Fortunately, despite expending a great deal of divine sense, he still managed to obtain the information he wanted. He casually unleashed a golden light that pierced through the consciousness of the yellow-robed elder, surnamed Du, obliterating his soul and consciousness. He then lowered his head to ponder the information he had just obtained. Because the elder's consciousness resisted strongly, Zhou Chun's soul search was extremely difficult, yielding only scattered and useful information despite his efforts. According to the information obtained, the elder was indeed a rogue cultivator recruited by the Holy Fire Sect. He frequently helped the sect travel beyond the flowing fire sand sea to exchange for various cultivation resources and to help them kill golden core cultivators like Zhou Chun who had traveled from afar. His telepathic request to meet Zhou Chun at the exchange meeting was indeed at Zhu Yan's behest. However, the information about the Emperor's due he mentioned was not entirely fabricated. According to the information the elder had obtained, a fourth-tier high-grade demonic beast, the Binghua Divine Crow, was preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation, and the Holy Fire Sect intended to help it succeed. If this demon truly survives the heavenly tribulation, then the phenomenon of the Emperor's elixir will naturally appear. At that time, it will be easy for the nascent soul cultivators of the Holy Fire Sect to obtain a portion of the Emperor's elixir. This Emperor's elixir is a true wonder of heaven and earth, possessing significant nourishing effects even for fifth-tier demon kings. If demons below the fourth tier can refine some of this spiritual substance, their chances of breaking through to the fourth tier will greatly increase. Even fourth-tier demons benefit from refining this spiritual substance. The greatest benefit is the opportunity to use the power of the Emperor's elixir to refine their throat bone, gaining the ability to speak. Furthermore, the Emperor's elixir can also enlighten demons, greatly enhancing their intelligence. Unfortunately, even knowing this information, Zhou Chun seems to have no chance of obtaining the Emperor's elixir, leaving aside whether the Binghua Divine Crow can successfully survive the heavenly tribulation. Even if it does, the majority of the heavenly Emperor's elixir will undoubtedly be refined to solidify its foundation as a fifth-tier demon king. Even if some of the remaining items were intercepted, they would likely fall into the hands of the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Holy Fire Sect. Given the Holy Fire Sect's modus operandi, let alone the fact that Zhou Chun had already thoroughly offended them, even if he hadn't obtained the Emperor's elixir and had successfully traded other treasures for it, he would probably still be targeted later. Ultimately, my cultivation level is still insufficient. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun sighed and stopped thinking about the Emperor's elixir. He quickly burned the corpse of the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du to ashes with a burst of fire, then rode his golden-winged tiger away. Several days later, Zhou Chun arrived at a large market town and settled down to rest. In a secret room, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged, several storage bags in front of him containing the belongings of the two golden core stage cultivators he had previously slain. However, he didn't rush to examine these belongings. Instead, he first took out the Heavenly Gang Thunder-slaying sword to check it. In the previous battle in the Blazing Sands, this sword displayed its might, helping him defeat a powerful enemy and showcasing a brilliance comparable to top-grade magic weapons. However, after its glory, the sword now appears somewhat dull and lackluster. The Thunder Dragon demon soul sealed within the sword, after its initial burst of power, can no longer be awakened and activated, requiring time to recover its strength. If Zhou Chun were a cultivator of lightning attribute techniques, with careful nurturing, it might recover in 10 or 8 years. But unfortunately, he is not. Therefore, this sword may not be able to unleash its full power for the next 20 or 30 years. Fortunately, with Zhou Chun's current strength, encountering situations requiring the activation of the Thunder Dragon demon soul should be extremely rare, and he also possesses the Moon Toad Pearl, so there's no need to worry too much about this loss. After examining it, he stored the sword within his body to slowly nurture it. Then, Zhou Chun picked up the storage bag on the ground and began to examine the treasures inside. After checking and counting, Zhou Chun tallied his gains. In this battle, he killed 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators and a mid-grade 4th-tier demonic beast. He obtained a total of 5 complete magic treasures, including 3 mid-grade magic treasures, 2 low-grade magic treasures, and a mid-grade 4th-tier earth attribute demonic core. Among the 3 mid-grade magic treasures, 2 were natal magic treasures. One was the yellow gourd magic treasure used by the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, named the Earth Divine Sand Gourd. The Earth Divine Sand inside was refined and nurtured using secret methods, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and was extremely profound. If it weren't for encountering the high-grade magic treasure, Heavenly Gang Thunder-Slaying Sword, Zhou Chun wouldn't have found it so easy to capture and kill this man alive. Unfortunately, after the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du perished, without his own cultivation techniques to refine the Earth Divine Sand, the Divine Sand inside the gourd would be used one by one, and after that, the treasure would be essentially useless, its power probably not even comparable to a typical low-grade magic treasure. Another natal magic weapon came from the beautiful woman in red, a fiery red hairpin. This weapon was a flying sword type, and its power was decent, but its design might not appeal to some male cultivators. The last remaining mid-grade magic weapon also came from the beautiful woman in red, a fiery red chain, likely a binding magic weapon. She didn't use it at the time, probably because she didn't see an opportunity to attack. Unexpectedly, she didn't even have the chance to use this magic weapon before being instantly killed by Zhou Chun. As for the 2 low-grade magic weapons, one came from the beautiful woman in red, a dressing mirror with mediocre power, which she also didn't see using. The other came from the yellow-robed elder surnamed Du, an earthen yellowstone staff magic weapon, which she had previously used to attack the fiery phoenix. In addition to these magic weapons, the 2 golden core cultivators also contributed 4 4th-tier magic talismans to Zhou Chun, including a mid-grade 4th-tier defensive magic talisman, 8 kinds of magic weapon materials, more than a dozen thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, more than a dozen 3rd-tier magic artifacts, and various other miscellaneous items. In general, the 2 of them didn't have much in their storage bags, which was somewhat inconsistent with their mid-stage golden core cultivation. They were probably either genuinely poor, or they had deliberately cleared out their storage bags before leaving behind some important items. Zhou Chun didn't care too much, acquiring several magic treasures was already a huge gain, and the rest were just extras. Speaking of which, Zhou Chun now had nearly 10 unused magic treasures accumulated. Apart from a few he planned to replace for Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, most of them could be disposed of. So, looking at these magic treasures, he quickly formed some ideas. After resting in the market for more than half a month, Zhou Chun embarked on his return journey. On his way back to Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun didn't attempt to cross the Demon Spirit Canyon again, preferring to spend 2 or 3 months taking a longer route to avoid this dangerous area. Thus, when Zhou Chun returned to Jing Kingdom, a full 9 years had passed since he left his family. Upon returning to his family, Zhou Chun no longer concealed his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. He had successfully formed his core over a century ago, and while his breakthrough to the mid-stage was surprising, it wasn't entirely outlandish considering he had achieved it at just over 200 years old. It merely evoked envy for his fortuitous fortune. With his current strength, as long as he didn't attract the attention of nascent soul-stage cultivators, he had no need to worry about what other Golden Core cultivators thought of him. Whether they envied or were jealous, those who dared to provoke him would ultimately regret it. Although Zhou Chun had been away from the family for 9 years, his family members were used to his seclusion and travels, and his return didn't cause any ripples. Ultimately, with his current status in cultivation, he was on a completely different level from the lower and middle-level clan members. Whether he was in the family or traveling, it wouldn't affect their lives, as they rarely interacted anyway. Just like the countries in his previous life, whether the head of state was in the country or on a foreign visit, it was completely unrelated to ordinary people. The two rarely intersected. However, 9 years was a considerable period of time, and the changes in the Zhou family and even the Jing Kingdom were significant. Among them, the Zhou family gained 2 new Purple Mansion stage cultivators, Zhou Chun's disciple Zhou Xiang, and Zhou Samao of the C generation. The successful opening of their Purple Mansion stage broke the awkward situation of having no Purple Mansion stage cultivators in their respective generations. With the successful opening of their Purple Mansion stage by these two, including the two maternal relatives Zhang Liang and Su Fu, the number of Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the Zhou family had reached 10. 10 Purple Mansion stage cultivators was a just right number for the Zhou family. If there were too many Purple Mansion stage cultivators, it wouldn't actually greatly improve the overall strength of the family, because the Zhou family didn't have enough territory to accommodate all of them, which could easily lead to a talent surplus. Maintaining this number of Purple Mansion stage cultivators allows for the selection and focused training of 2 or 3 promising core formation cultivators, aiming to cultivate another golden core stage cultivator for the family. This method of concentrating resources on nurturing outstanding talents is the best way for cultivation families to ensure their lineage and is a significant advantage over most sects. 10 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and over 50 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, this is the Zhou family's greatest asset. Barring unforeseen circumstances that lead to significant losses, the Zhou family, with its current resources, can likely cultivate 1 or 2 more golden core stage cultivators. This doesn't even include Zhou Xiang, a member of the family certain to achieve core formation. In short, even without Zhou Chun, and without considering external influences, the Zhou family can continue its lineage as a golden core clan for another 1 or 2,000 years, just like the Zhou family of the 3 Absolute Sect 2,000 years ago. This is all thanks to you, Zhou Chun. If it weren't for the spiritual items you brought back to aid in opening the Purple Mansion, and those Foundation Establishment pills, the number of our descendants would be reduced by at least half. How fortunate our Zhou family is to have such an outstanding member as you. When Zhou Chun inquired about the family's situation from Zhou Ming also expressed these sentiments with deep emotion. He had said similar things to Zhou Chun before. But every time he thought of the changes the Zhou family had undergone because of Zhou Chun, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhou Chun and was incredibly glad he had made that choice. If he hadn't believed Zhou Daoi's recommendation and given Zhou Chun full support and trust, Zhou Chun probably wouldn't have been so devoted to repaying the family after achieving success. Often, it's like this: a single decision, a single choice, can change a person's destiny, change the destiny of an entire power. Faced with Zhou Ming's praise and admiration, Zhou Chun replied with a mixture of humility and seriousness, "You flatter me, elder. The family's current foundation and achievements are inseparable from your contributions and the efforts of other clansmen. If those clansmen weren't outstanding and hard-working enough, even if I, as a junior, could provide some resources for the family, I probably wouldn't be able to help them. Success requires both effort and opportunity. Without sufficient effort, even if an opportunity arises, one may not be able to seize it. It's like studying. If one doesn't work hard and diligently, even if they attend the best school and have the best teachers, they won't achieve anything." Therefore, Zhou Chun clearly understood that he couldn't negate the efforts of the younger generation just because of the resources he provided. He could only say that those younger generations were fortunate to be born in a good era, and with their own efforts, they could relatively easily obtain the opportunities to establish their foundation and open their Purple Mansion from within the family. "Zheng Chun, your thinking makes me even more ashamed of myself." Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun with deep emotion, deeply admiring his perspective and magnanimity. Zhou Chun simply smiled and didn't bring it up again. Having finished discussing the changes in the Zhou family, his expression gradually turned serious when talking about the changes in the Jing Kingdom. The biggest change in the Jing Kingdom in the past 9 years was the death of the former leader of the Moonwheel sect after failing to achieve nascent soul formation. According to internal information obtained by the Zhou family through Su Yanyang, that leader, like the Qingqian Taoist of the Green Lotus Temple, perished to the heart demon tribulation. This is the most common way for cultivators who perish on the path of core formation and nascent soul formation to die. However, Zhou Chun hadn't expected that this leader, with his top-grade spiritual root aptitude, would also perish at the core formation and nascent soul formation stage. This gave him a new understanding of the difficulty of core formation and nascent soul formation. Perhaps in the future, if he wanted to achieve core formation and nascent soul formation, he would have to pay special attention to the dangers of the heart demon tribulation. The subsequent impact of this leader's failure to achieve nascent soul formation was also far-reaching. Even for a powerful force like the Moonwheel sect, resources that could help with nascent soul formation were extremely scarce, possibly taking hundreds of years to gather. Given the aptitude and status of that sect leader, he must have utilized all the resources of the Moonwheel sect when he attempted to form his nascent soul. Now that he has failed and perished, it means that for the next few centuries, the Moonwheel sect will find it difficult to acquire the necessary resources through conventional means to support other Golden Core elders in their nascent soul formation. However, at the same time, the Moonwheel sect's nascent soul Grand Elder, whose lifespan is nearing its end, cannot delay much longer. Once this nascent soul Grand Elder also passes away, the Moonwheel sect will only have 2 nascent soul cultivators left, exactly the same as the Flame Sun sect. Whether the situation in Jing Kingdom will remain as stable as it is now is uncertain. Turbulence is danger, but also opportunity, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting eastward. That was the direction of the Azure Lotus Mountains of Lianzhou. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming instantly understood his meaning and was startled by his idea. He looked at him with shock and said, Zhangjin, you want to take over Qinglian Temple? Is that even possible? Whether it works or not, we'll only know after trying, Zhou Chun said calmly. Then his gaze shifted, looking northeast, towards the direction of Xianjing Manor. You want our Zhou family to side with Xianjing's Henren? To have him seize the Qinglian mountain range? Zhou Ming's mind raced, seemingly guessing Zhou Chun's thoughts, and he blurted out his suspicion. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, no, Xianjing's Henren can't be our Zhou family's backer. He might even be our competitor. This, Zhou Ming was completely bewildered by Zhou Chun's words, his mouth agape, unable to describe his shock. How could Zhou Chun's words imply a desire to be an enemy of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Was he truly blinded by the Zhou family's current prosperity and becoming arrogant? After hesitating for a moment while looking at Zhou Chun, he couldn't help but whisper a reminder, I think you'd better be cautious, Zheng Chun. The difference in strength and status between a nascent soul cultivator and a golden core cultivator is too great. Although blessed lands like the Azure Lotus Mountains are desirable, they aren't places that no nascent soul cultivator can occupy. His words were already very tactful. If Zhou Chun's cultivation level hadn't far surpassed his own, and if he hadn't single-handedly led the Zhou family to unprecedented heights, his tone certainly wouldn't have been so tactful. He'd be lucky not to be pointing his finger at Zhou Chun and calling him crazy. Zhou Chun naturally understood the meaning behind Zhou Ming's words and immediately smiled slightly at him, saying, Elder, please rest assured, I am not arrogant or presumptuous enough to believe that the Zhou family can already contend with a nascent soul stage cultivator. He then explained, just think about it, if the Moonwheel sect and the Flame Sun sect were to fight, which side would the Azure Lotus sect side with? If they remain neutral, neither side would be satisfied, both fearing being ridiculed and taken advantage of. But if they side with one side, what will the other side do? As you said, a blessed land like the Azure Lotus Mountains, without a nascent soul stage cultivator to oversee it, is unworthy of its position and difficult to maintain. At this point, Zhou Chun also. He shook his head and said, of course, I can only think about this now. If we really want to occupy this treasure land of the Azure Lotus Mountains, my Zhou family must master 5th-tier techniques to even have a chance. Hearing this, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, phew. It's good that you can maintain this clear-headedness. I was really afraid that you would make a mistake you would regret later if you lost your mind. Zhou Chun also said with a serious face, your concerns are not without reason. If I ever become arrogant and conceited in the future, please don't hold back, lest I really make a big mistake. After saying this, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. After talking about the major events that had happened, Zhou Chun also talked about his experience in the Fire Luo Kingdom. When he heard that he had discovered the truth of Qi gives birth to all things in the Sinful Spirit Valley and killed 2 Golden Core stage bandits, Zhou Ming was also shocked and dumbfounded. Upon hearing that the pure spirit immortal Osmanthus had been destroyed, Zhou Ming couldn't help but lament the loss of such a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Later, when Zhou Chun spoke of the miraculous nature of the remaining tree stump, he was overjoyed and immediately asked Zhou Chun to take it out and experience it, exclaiming, what a treasure. Later, when he heard that Zhou Chun had obtained 3 high-grade magic treasures and even killed the Holy Fire Sect cultivators, Zhou Ming marveled at his good fortune while also lamenting the treacherous nature of the world and the unpredictability of human hearts. After recounting his own experiences, Zhou Chun took out the 2 magic treasures he had prepared for Zhou Ming. One was the repaired flame pearl, and the other was the fiery red chain magic treasure obtained from the Holy Fire Sect female cultivator. However, Zhou Ming shook his head and said, "My cultivation and magical power are weak, and it would be difficult for me to wield a mid-grade magic weapon. I'll just take this pearl." Because of his cultivation method, his magical power was inferior to that of Zhou Chun, a cultivator of top-tier techniques. He had already nurtured and refined 4 magic weapons: the Crimson Flame Heaven Burning Blade, the 3 Yang True Fire Bottle, the Earth Vajra Shield, and the Blazing Gloves. He simply couldn't refine and nurture another mid-grade magic weapon. Moreover, he was well aware of his own abilities. The chain magic weapon, mainly used to trap enemies, was clearly unsuitable for a cultivator with weak magical power like himself. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't force him and agreed to his choice. "By the way, speaking of treasures, I also have something to give you, Zheng Chun." At this moment, Zhou Ming seemed to remember something and suddenly took out a bronze beast and handed it to Zhou Chun. "What is this?" Zhou Chun looked at the bronze beast, only a foot long and resembling a killin, with a puzzled expression. Zhou Ming smiled and said, "This is a treasure Zheng Yuang obtained during his travels. It contains a special beast-taming technique that allows a cultivator's spirit pets to form a combined attack formation, unleashing combat power far exceeding their own cultivation level. It's perfect for you, Zheng Chun. Sounds really good." "Brother Yuang is lucky." Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he immediately took the bronze beast, following Zhou Ming's instructions to channel his magic power into it to examine the beast-taming technique. This beast-taming technique was called the Heavenly Annihilation 4 Symbols Formation, a very grand and imposing name. This formation required at least 4 different elemental beasts to be successfully set up. These beasts had to cultivate a common secret technique to link their magical energy together. Once the formation was complete, it could create a domain that trapped the enemy, then unleash several powerful array techniques to destroy them. From this perspective alone, this beast-taming technique demands extremely high cultivation levels from the beasts themselves. Even with a master's guidance, a 3rd-tier beast would likely struggle to master it. At least a 4th-tier beast would be needed to comprehend and achieve this. This also underscores the power of this beast-taming technique, its value and power perhaps no less than the Zhou family's beast spirit fusion technique. However, compared to the beast spirit fusion technique, the Heavenly Absolute 4 Symbols Formation is clearly far more difficult to master. Leaving aside how to get the beasts to comprehend the relevant techniques, simply gathering 4 4th-tier beasts of different attributes is enough to give many nascent soul cultivators a headache. Moreover, even if a nascent soul cultivator expended considerable resources to gather 4 4th-tier beasts of different attributes and successfully guided them to master the Heavenly Absolute 4 Symbols Formation, what then? Could 4 4th-tier beasts forming a formation possibly trap a nascent soul cultivator? This is simply a thankless and futile endeavor. Therefore, apart from extremely special beast-taming cultivators like Zhou Chun, most beast-taming cultivators would probably find the Heavenly Absolute 4 Symbols Formation utterly useless. Zhou Chun, however, if you include the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, has just collected 4 4th-tier demonic beasts of different attributes. This is probably why Zhou Ming said this secret technique was most suitable for him. Since he has met the requirements and doesn't need to cultivate the secret technique himself, Zhou Chun is happy to give his spirit pets some tasks to do, preventing them from idly running around or sleeping. After accepting the bronze beast, he quickly went to the wilderness. Because Zhou Ming needed to be stationed at Tuyun Ridge, and Zhou Daowai couldn't be seen in the light, Lin Honggai was currently in charge of the wilderness. After arriving in the wilderness, Zhou Chun naturally went straight to the Jade-gathering mountain stronghold where Lin Honggai was stationed. In fact, by now, the Zhou family had discovered no fewer than dozens of suitable spiritual sites for building strongholds. However, building a large stronghold like the Kiu mountain base would be far too costly and unnecessary, so the Zhou family has only built this one stronghold so far. Upon arriving at the Kiu mountain stronghold, Zhou Chun hadn't yet seen Lin Honggai, but instead met his disciple Zhou Ziyang, who was cultivating there. Disciple greets Master. "Master, you've finally returned." Dressed in a green robe, Zhou Ziyang, having achieved foundation establishment very early, now looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, full of youthful vitality. Looking at the disciple he had raised, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He immediately praised him, "Not bad, not bad. You've successfully opened your purple mansion so quickly. You haven't disgraced your master." Hearing this, Zhou Ziyang beamed and replied, "Of course. You are the #1 cultivator in the Zhou family. As your only disciple, I would never let you lose face. Such a sweet tongue. It seems you have something on your mind. What have you got your eye on, master? Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, revealing his disciple's thoughts. Zhou Ziyang wasn't embarrassed at all by having her thoughts exposed. She immediately looked at him expectantly and said, I don't want any treasures from you, master. I just want you to be kind and let me return to Jing Kingdom. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's too boring here. Zhou Chun, of course, understood what she meant by boring. The cultivators in this desolate land, whether they are members of the Zhou family or the family's trained assassins, are all focused on accumulating merit so they can escape this sea of suffering as soon as possible. Even if those people dare not neglect her requests because of her noble status, they certainly cannot bring her any joy here. Lin Hongyu also rarely allows her to leave the Kiu mountain stronghold. This prison-like life is utterly boring for a cultivator like Zhou Ziyang, whose playful spirit has not yet faded. Zhou Chun, having high hopes for Zhou Ziyang, didn't want to disappoint her over such a trivial matter. He immediately put on a stern face and said, Of course I can let you go back, but if you misbehave again and reveal your true cultivation level, don't blame me for making you cultivate here until you reach the core formation stage. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyang's face lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly, promising, I definitely won't. Your disciple will definitely not reveal her cultivation level again, then we'll see how you behave, Zhou Chun said slowly, before leading her to Lin Hongyu's cave. Chapter 600 Family Affairs of Gifting Treasure. Lin Hongyu had achieved core formation many years earlier than Zhou Chun. Even without consuming any pills to enhance her cultivation had reached the peak of the early golden core stage, but she was stuck at the barrier to break through. Zhou Chun wanted to help her, but he hadn't yet gathered all the main ingredients for the Jade Golden Glow pill, so he was powerless to do so. Fortunately, he could help her with magical treasures. After meeting her in the cave, Zhou Chun first thanked her for taking care of his disciple Zhou Ziyang, and then said with a smile, During my trip to the Fire Luo Kingdom, I obtained 2 magical treasures that would be quite suitable for you, my great aunt. Please take a look and see if they meet your standards. As he spoke, he took out the 2 mid-grade magical treasures he had obtained from the beautiful woman in red from the Holy Fire Sect. When Lin Hongyu saw the hairpin and chain magic items Zhou Chun had taken out, she was first startled, then bit her lip and said, This isn't appropriate, this gift is too precious. From her expression and words, it was clear she was conflicted. She wanted these 2 magic items, whose style and attributes perfectly suited her, yet she felt unworthy of such a gift without having rendered any merit. Zhou Chun, of course, saw her inner struggle and immediately spoke softly to persuade her, Grandmother, you don't need to be so polite with me. You've worked tirelessly for the family all these years, and even if you haven't made any great contributions, you've certainly put in a lot of effort. Besides, no one else in the family is more suitable for these 2 magical treasures than you. Furthermore, our Zhou family always distributes such treasures according to need, not necessarily based on merit, and your strength is greater, which is also a good thing for the family. After his persuasion, Lin Hongyu, who hadn't really wanted to refuse, quickly relaxed and smiled as she reached out to accept the 2 magical treasures, saying, Since you've said so, Zheng Chun, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll use these 2 magical treasures for now. That's exactly right, Zhou Chun said, then quickly cupped his hands and said, Then I won't disturb you any longer while you're refining the treasures, Grandmother. I'll take my leave now. Alright, I'll see you off. Lin Hongyu nodded and personally escorted Zhou Chun out of the cave. Then, she happily went into seclusion to refine the 2 newly acquired magic treasures. After leaving Lin Hongyu's cave, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to meet with Su Fu and the others who were in charge of the land reclamation. Since giving birth to his daughter with a top-grade wind attribute spiritual root, Su Fu's status in the Zhou family had risen dramatically. He became a powerful elder in the family, enjoying all the family's benefits. Coupled with his own superior spiritual root and his cultivation of techniques for rapidly increasing magical power, he had already reached the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and seemed not far from the late stage. Once he reached the late stage, the core formation artifact that Zhou Chun had promised would be delivered to him, giving him a significant advantage on the path to core formation. With this motivation, Su Fu worked very hard in the land reclamation, eager to achieve something to demonstrate his value to Zhou Chun and gain more resources. Zhou Chun, now showing favoritism towards Su Fu because of Zhou Ziyang, is much more lenient towards him than before, no longer treating him as an outsider. Ultimately, it's because the Zhou family is now powerful enough that even if Su Fu successfully forms his core, he won't have the same opportunity as Yu Jinghe to usurp the position. Not to mention Zhou Chun, even Zhou Mingde or Zhou Daoyi could easily suppress him. Therefore, why not be more generous? Perhaps it can even serve as a strategic advantage. Clan Chief, you are wise. The clan has discovered 15 mineral veins throughout the wilderness. 6 are already under development. The remaining 9 are either too far away, inhabited by 4th-tier demonic beasts within hundreds of miles, or have low mining value, so there are currently no plans to mine them. In addition, the clan has discovered 56 resource points of various kinds in the wild. These resources can be harvested every few years or decades. In a large hall used for meetings, Zhou Chun sat high above, listening to Su Fu's report. The situation in the wilderness was summarized and sent to Tuyun Ridge every few months, but there was always a lag. Moreover, Zhou Chun's personal involvement showed his importance, ensuring that the cultivators here wouldn't dare to be careless and would feel valued by the clan, preventing them from feeling abandoned. After listening to Su Fu's report, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before asking, "How many cultivators are there here currently?" Su Fu thought for a moment and quickly replied truthfully, "Currently, there are a total of 337 cultivators in all the strongholds in this wilderness, including 58 members of our clan." That's not a small number." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then asked again, "What about the number of mortals? Have you counted the number of mortals controlled and driven by the clan?" This question seemed difficult for Su Fu to answer. After a long silence, he replied in a low voice, "We haven't kept detailed statistics on the number of mortals. They are frequently attacked by demonic beasts and wild animals, resulting in significant losses. Furthermore, few are literate or numerate, so we lack the capacity for large-scale population counting. However, a rough estimate is that the clan can control and drive between 1 and 2 million mortals." Zhou Chun was naturally not satisfied with this very vague answer. However, he also knew that the difficulties he mentioned were indeed objectively real, and he couldn't be too harsh. Therefore, he didn't dwell on the matter any further, simply saying, "I know the situation. After I return, I will discuss it with the elders of the family and allocate a batch of scarce resources here to reward those who have contributed to the family. You can spread the word so that everyone knows about this good news." Upon hearing this, Su Fu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior obeys. Junior will definitely inform every cultivator in the wilderness of this good news." After finishing discussing official business, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to talk to him about some private matters concerning Zhou's hitting. The main purpose was to ask Su Fu and his wife to continue to keep quiet and protect the secret, and not to boast or publicize that their daughter had opened her purple mansion at such a young age, thus disrupting his plans. Although Su Fu didn't know what Zhou Chun's intentions were, he dared not disobey him and naturally agreed readily. Afterwards, Zhou Chun left the Kiu mountain stronghold and headed to the Yinsha land where Zhou Daoquan was located. More than a decade had passed, and he wanted to know if Zhou Daoquan had made any progress in hatching the insect eggs. Upon arriving at the Yinsha land, he was quickly detected by Zhou Daoquan, who then appeared to meet him. After learning Zhou Chun's purpose, Zhou Daoquan said with a rather helpless tone, "I've tried various methods over the years, but I haven't been able to make those insect eggs show any signs of hatching. Perhaps these strange insects truly require certain special opportunities and environments to hatch successfully." More than a decade of fruitless research seemed to have been quite a blow to Zhou Daoquan. After all, he had always been proud of his skills in this area. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, quickly laughed it off after hearing his words, saying, "If there's no way, so be it. It's just a side project anyway, it doesn't matter if there are no results." For Zhou Chun now, whether the insect eggs were produced by the six-winged eye silkworm, or whether they could hatch into such a strange insect, it didn't affect him. Therefore, he could accept the lack of results. After comforting Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun retrieved all the insect eggs from his hand, intending to reseal the cocoons together later. He didn't linger with Zhou Daoquan and quickly returned to Tuyunling with Zhou's hitting. Back at Tuyunling, Zhou Chun bestowed the 100 Illusion Pearl magic artifact upon Zhou's hitting, allowing her to conceal her cultivation level. He then sent someone to contact Zhou Yuanlian and Wu Yazhu, who were traveling in search of poisonous creatures, to bring them back to him. Most of the other specialties Zhou Chun brought back from the cultivation world of the Far West were stored in the family treasury for clan members to exchange if needed. As for the fire jade, red lotus and purple sunflower spiritual plants that he had by his hiking collect, since they required a rich fire attribute spiritual energy to grow, Zhou Chun specifically sent a letter to the Zhou family of Yanzhao, a partner in the Yang sect, requesting their assistance in cultivating these plants. In return, Zhou Chun was willing to exchange the Zhou family's pure fire lotus for an equal share. Given the Zhou family's current influence, Zhou Chun believed the Zhou family wouldn't refuse. Furthermore, he didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Secretly, he also had his family contact another powerful cultivation clan in the Yang sect region, asking them to help cultivate 2 kinds of spiritual plants, again in exchange for pure fire lotus and some rare aquatic treasures. Regarding the red lotus earth fire seed, after discussing it with Zhou Ming and Lin Hongyu, they both agreed that it would be better to let the fiery phoenix devour and refine it. Firstly, they knew their potential and lifespan were not as long as the fiery phoenix's, making it less desirable for it to devour and refine in the long run. Secondly, they didn't want to expend a lot of energy cultivating a true fire divine ability, especially given their already difficult cultivation breakthroughs. It should be understood that the power of a divine ability is closely related to the cultivator's own cultivation level. Even a renowned divine power like the Samadhi true fire displays vastly different power in the hands of a golden core cultivator compared to a nascent soul cultivator. For Lin Hongyu and Zhou Ming, the strength boost gained from mastering a true fire divine power is at most equivalent to acquiring an extra magic weapon. However, they can now completely compensate for this deficiency with magic weapons. Although the two made their choice, Zhou Chun was not in a hurry to feed the fiery phoenix this item. He planned to feed it this item as an aid when the fiery phoenix advanced to a mid-grade 4th tier demon beast. Then, the fire element immortal mushroom could be consumed when breaking through to a high-grade 4th tier demon beast. After arranging matters for the family, Zhou Chun went to the Su family in Jiangzhou. Su family, Suzy Lake. When Zhou Chun arrived outside the Su family's mountain gate, the thunder flood dragon Bai, whom he hadn't seen for over 9 years, immediately flew excitedly from the lake and soared into the sky, flying around him. This scene immediately startled the Su family cultivators within the nearby Su family mountain gate. Many Su family cultivators who had never seen the thunder flood dragon's true form were excitedly shouting repeatedly, Alright, it's only been 9 years since we last met. I'll definitely bring you next time, okay?" Zhou Chun gently patted the dragon's head that approached him, making a promise with a smile on his face. It's no wonder the thunder flood dragon was so excited. Since he had hatched it, this was the first time master and servants had been separated for such a long time. But this wasn't Zhou Chun's fault. After all, the cultivation world in the Far West was indeed not very suitable for a dragon like the thunder flood dragon. After comforting his beloved pet, Zhou Chun entered the Su family mountain gate together with his Taoist partner, Su Yazan, who had come to greet him. During his 2+ months at the Su family home, Zhou Chun enjoyed married life with his Taoist partner while also sharing his observations of the cultivation world in the Far West. He encouraged the Su family to cultivate various spiritual items such as the clear fire lotus and stockpile clear fire pills and other elixirs, suggesting that perhaps with sufficient reserves, they could make a special trip to the cultivation world in the Far West for large-scale trade. The Su family patriarch and Su Yazhan took his suggestion very seriously. Now, everyone in the entire Jing kingdom knew that Zhou Chun of the Zhou family was not only a cultivation genius and a combat genius, but also a wise and insightful sage. The Zhou family's Zhou Tong Bianxia Trading Company and the Bianling Zhao Bao, Heavenly Spirit Morning Post, were both created under his leadership. While thanking Zhou Chun for his guidance, the Su family patriarch looked at him expectantly and said, "I'm getting old, and the Su family will have to rely on you Zheng from now on. I hope you, Zheng Chun, can help her and the Su family in the future." Hearing his words, which seemed to imply entrusting his affairs, Zhou Chun immediately replied solemnly, "There's no need for you to say more, patriarch. I will certainly help in any way I can. Good. With your words, Zheng Chun, I can die without regrets." The Su family patriarch's face lit up with joy, extremely pleased and satisfied with Zhou Chun's response. And he couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. Su Yuzhen also looked at Zhou Chun with tenderness, her eyes filled with joy. After staying at the Su family for more than 2 months, Zhou Chun returned to Tuyun Ridge. Not long after, Zhou Yuanlian also returned with the Wu Yazhu. Zhou Chun summoned her to his cave dwelling and handed her all the poison cultivation techniques he had obtained in the cultivation world of the Far West, as well as various poisons he had collected specifically for her. While giving these things to Zhou Yuanlian, Zhou Chun looked at her encouragingly and said, "I also possess a golden dragon poison fruit that can increase the success rate of poison cultivators in forming their core. If you, little lotus, can cultivate to the late stage of the purple mansion realm, I can bestow this upon you directly. At that time, if you also gather extreme yang fire spirit liquid, extreme cold ice marrow liquid, and other core-forming spiritual materials, your success rate in forming your core will definitely be much higher than that of ordinary cultivators." Hearing this, Zhou Yuanlian's face, covered with dark blue scars from the accumulation of toxins, couldn't help but show a moved expression. She immediately bowed deeply to him and said, "This junior thanks the clan leader for his kindness. In this life, I am willing to go through fire and water for the clan leader, even unto death." Zhou Chun simply nodded non-committally at her words of loyalty. He then frowned, looking at the poison scars on her face, and said, "Your progress in cultivating poison arts has indeed exceeded my expectations, but your current condition is not good. I hope you can pay more attention to your own life and not cultivate with a purely death-defying mentality." Doesn't the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture contain a magical artifact called the 100 Poison Divine Pearl that can absorb and contain toxins? You'd better spend more time and effort refining this item to control the toxins in your body. He was nurturing Zhou Yuanlian for the long-term future, and didn't want her to kill herself through frantic cultivation. "Yes, this junior will pay attention," Zhou Yuanlian replied softly, but it was unclear whether she truly listened. Her condition today was extremely poor. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.